Chapter 1. The Impending Doom. Tianlan Continent. Zhao Kingdom. Hehuan Sect. Outer Sect. Shaozhu Peak. Within the dilapidated courtyard and its crumbling houses, an elderly man seated on his bed opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with a profound sense of desolation. Another failure. Meng turned his head to gaze out at the bamboo grove beyond the window. His frail, white-haired figure appeared somewhat forlorn. After 60 years of cultivation, he had achieved nothing. As the deadline approached, his cultivation remained stagnant at the 6th layer of qi refinement. His progress had been forcibly obtained through the consumption of elixirs. With the poison of the pills invading his body, he faced a looming demise before reaching 80. A bitter smile crossed Meng's face as he sighed skyward. The anguish in his heart weighed heavily upon him. Why? A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Meng's eyes. Others who traversed dimensions were often blessed with miraculous aids. What about him? He possessed nothing, not to mention being cursed with the abysmal 5 spirits root. His cultivation speed resembled that of a tortoise enduring for a millennium. His comprehension was even more absurdly poor. The simplest techniques appeared to him as if inscribed in an indecipherable script. While others could grasp a technique in days, he required years. Heavenly Father, I curse you. Meng extended his hand out the window, raising a middle finger toward the heavens. After this outburst, he slowly rose from the bed. Forget it. This life shall be as it is. Shaking his head, Meng exited the room. Though the courtyard appeared somewhat run down, it was still a relatively decent dwelling in this forsaken outer sect. Meng settled into a lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun with a somewhat despondent demeanor. With death approaching, he decided to let go. To hell with immortality, to hell with cultivation. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed on the courtyard gate. A graceful figure clad in a flowing azure dress appeared outside the door. A pair of enchanting eyes peered through the crack towards the courtyard. Chunlan, senior brother, senior brother. Her sweet voice sent shivers down one's spine. Come in, the door isn't locked. His voice, slightly hoarse, resonated through the courtyard. The elegant figure outside pushed the door open and approached Meng with light, graceful steps. Senior brother, this is the spirit herb I collected during my mission. Could you take a look? Meng cast her a glance. Among the female cultivators, those capable of cultivation were generally pleasing in appearance, and his junior sister before him was particularly outstanding. Had it not been for her mediocre aptitude, she would likely have been the ideal companion in the eyes of many male cultivators. Her name was Chunlan, a qi refinement disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Her cultivation was at the peak of qi refinement, just a step away from forming the foundation. Yet, that step was a chasm many cultivators could never cross in their lifetime. Chunlan had attempted to form her foundation once, but had failed. If one were to fail twice, the chances of ever achieving foundation establishment would be nearly non-existent. Chunlan tapped her storage bag at her waist. A myriad of spiritual lights instantly sparkled. Numerous spirit herbs flew out from her storage bag, neatly arranged on the ground. Meng glanced at the herbs, shaking his head. Only spirit herbs over 50 years old can be used as alchemical materials. What use are these herbs with insufficient age, junior sister? Such a waste. It was not that Meng had accomplished nothing in his 60 years of cultivation. At the very least, he had achieved some minor success in alchemy. He could barely be considered a first-grade alchemist, able to refine first-grade elixirs. It was indeed a curious matter. While all other techniques he practiced were convoluted and difficult to comprehend, he had managed to become a first-grade alchemist through his own exploration. Chunlan cast a flirtatious glance at Meng. Senior brother, although their age is insufficient, it is still possible to refine some foundational elixirs. Her coquetry sent a tremor through Meng's heart. Here, in the Hehuan Sect, female disciples often practiced enchanting techniques. At that moment, Chunlan was exuding an alluring charm, a beguiling aura that even the aged Meng found enticing. Meng squinted, scrutinizing Chunlan from head to toe. Since joining the Hehuan Sect, he had never sought a partner. It was not that he did not wish to, rather, he was unable to practice the Yellow Emperor's inner canon of the sect. Cursed with the 5 spirits root, he was further barred from dual cultivation. Possessing all 5 elements meant that the spiritual energies within him were at odds with one another. The balance between yin and yang was also precarious. Any external energy would disrupt this equilibrium. Thus, the 5 spirits root rendered him incompatible with dual cultivation techniques. Even now, Meng remained a lifelong bachelor. Meng slightly rose, taking hold of Chunlan's delicate hand. Chunlan's expression faltered, a flash of disgust crossing her features. This old lecher dared to take advantage of her. Were it not for his status as an alchemist, she would have slapped him across the face long ago. Li Meng smiled warmly as he caressed her hand. Junior sister, my time is short, and I have but a couple of years left to live. Though you have only been in the sect for less than a decade, your talent is extraordinary, and you have reached the peak of chi refinement, just a step away from foundation establishment. Though you failed your first attempt, I believe with your aptitude, you will surely overcome this chasm and soar to great heights. If you can procure a golden sun mushroom that is over 500 years old, I will devote my remaining strength to refining a second-grade foundation establishment pill for you. Foundation establishment pill? Chunlan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The foundation establishment pill was the best elixir to break through the bottleneck of chi refinement, a premium among second-grade elixirs. Senior brother, are you serious? Chunlan grasped Li Meng's hand tightly. At that moment, her heart raced with excitement. That was the foundation establishment pill, the key to propelling her to new heights. Only upon successfully forming her foundation could she truly embark on the path of immortality. How could she not be delighted? How could she let this opportunity slip away? Li Meng patted her delicate hand. Indeed, I am serious. However, I have always been a solitary man. As I approach my end, I wish to find someone to accompany me. Would you be willing, junior sister? With death looming, what was the point of cultivating? Better to become a ghost beneath the peony. Living a second life would not be in vain. Chunlan's expression stiffened. Her face underwent a rapid transformation. The old lecher was indeed harboring ulterior motives. With a charming smile, she withdrew her hand. Senior brother, are you not afraid of Brother L causing trouble for you? Junior sister was rumored to be in a relationship with Brother L. At least, that was the perception of outsiders. Whether they were dual cultivation companions in the sense of mutual cultivation, or yin and yang harmonizers in a romantic sense was known only to the two of them. The distinction was significant. The former simply implied cooperative cultivation without any emotional entanglement. The latter was akin to a mundane marriage. However, Brother L, with his introverted yang energy, was still pure. Their relationship was likely that of dual cultivation companions. Brother L was also at the pinnacle of chi refinement. Both had failed in their attempts to form their foundations together, making them a pair of star-crossed lovers. Li Meng chuckled, stroking his long beard. I do not require you to be by my side at all times, junior sister. If you do not wish to, then so be it. As for these spirit herbs, I will give you 20 spirit stones. Could she truly let this opportunity slip away? A flicker of struggle flashed in Chunlan's eyes. The chance to break through was right before her. Could she really abandon it? No, I cannot give up. Chunlan clenched her fists, her expression resolute. Senior brother's time was limited. She could not accompany him for many years. As long as she was careful, Brother L would not discover anything. Senior brother, I am willing. Chunlan extended her hands, tightly grasping Li Meng's. Her face flushed with color, her eyes brimming with allure. Li Meng gazed at the enchanting Chunlan before him with a smile. Not forcing you? The corners of Chunlan's mouth twitched. One foot was already in the grave. Yet, she was still in her prime. How could she not feel pressured? With a sultry smile, Chunlan shook her head. I am willing, wholeheartedly. Good junior sister, let us retreat inside to converse. Quickly assist me in standing. A hint of mockery flickered in Chunlan's eyes. He could hardly move, yet he still thought of such matters. Chunlan stepped forward to help her senior brother to his feet. Li Meng wrapped his arm around Chunlan's soft form. Chapter 2. The system finally arrives. Chunlan assisted Li Meng into the room. With a resounding bang, the door was shut behind them. Half an hour later, a sudden click echoed as the door opened from within. Li Meng and Chunlan emerged, one after the other. A rosy hue adorned Chunlan's cheeks, and a glimmer of charm danced in her eyes. They settled at the tea table in the courtyard. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and 2 cups of tea flew from his storage bag, landing gracefully on the table before them. Li Meng lifted his cup and took a delicate sip. The heavenly Tao system has been activated. Corresponding divine powers are awakening. Heavenly, deification of all things. Fate's red thread. Increasing affinity with the opposite sex grants experience points for secondary professions. Heavenly Tao intent. Your intent resonates with the heavens and earth. Treasure pavilion. Repository for secondary profession treasures. The sudden voice resonating in his mind startled Li Meng, causing his hand to tremble, nearly spilling his tea. Senior brother, what's wrong? Noticing Li Meng's unusual demeanor, Chunlan inquired curiously as she lifted her own cup. Li Meng lifted his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at his junior sister, Chunlan. Name, Chunlan. Age, 51. Fortune, 500. Cultivation, great perfection of chi training. Aptitude, 3 spiritual roots of gold, water, and earth. Affinity, 15. Heavenly path system. It was as if Meng had awakened a celestial eye. Suddenly, he could perceive the information regarding Chunlan. How dare you come now? He was on the verge of collapse when the system finally arrived. Meng was momentarily stunned by this unexpected delight. After a while, he managed to calm the tumult of excitement within him. A faint smile graced Meng's lips. With a flick of his sleeve, several bottles of foundational tonics and essence pills soared from the storage pouch at his waist, neatly arranged upon the tea table. Junior sister, focus on your cultivation, do not rush. If you cannot find the golden sun mushroom, your elder brother will devise a plan for you. Within 2 years, I shall ensure the foundation establishment pills are delivered into your hands. Chunlan regarded her senior brother, seated across the table, with a complex expression. Meng was well liked among the outer disciples. He was always a man of his word, never one to utter falsehoods. The spiritual herbs in the hands of outer disciples were purchased at market price. Yet the pills sold to them were merely at 70% of that price. No matter how arrogant the outer disciples were, they would still show some respect to Meng. The disputes among the outer disciples had never cast a shadow on him. Even the supervising foundation establishment elder maintained a close relationship with Meng. Chunlan collected the pills from the tea table. These were gifts from her senior brother. She had no reason to refuse, nor would she. Senior brother, I take my leave. Chunlan turned, her graceful figure swaying as she exited. Meng, with a smile in his eyes, turned to watch the receding silhouette of his junior sister. Junior sister, do you have time this evening? Chunlan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Yes, I do. Chunlan quickened her pace, hastily opening the gate and stepping outside. Her enchanting figure gradually faded along the path through the bamboo grove. 35 Affinity. 100 Auxiliary Experience. All auxiliary professions advanced to first rank. The affinity has turned positive, although he gained 35 points of affinity, due to Chunlan's previous negative score. Subtracting 15 from 35 left him with 20 points of affinity. This 20 points of affinity granted him 100 auxiliary experience. In other words, every point of affinity translates to an increase of 5 points in auxiliary experience. Auxiliary experience? Meng glanced at his own information. Name, Meng. Age, 78. Fortune, 50. Cultivation, 6th layer of Qi training. Aptitude, 5 spiritual roots, waste body. Alchemist, 1st rank alchemist. Talismans, 1st rank talismans master. Artifact refining, 1st rank artifact refiner. Formation, 1st rank formation master. Alchemy experience, 25500. Talismans experience, 25500. Artifact refining experience, 25500. Formation experience, 25500. I seem to have gained several auxiliary professions. Meng chuckled with a hint of mischief while reclining in his chair. That smile was indescribably lewd. Meng's heart was filled with uncontainable joy. It truly was a moment of unexpected fortune. Sigh, this is the joyous Union sect. What a fool I was, spending a lifetime as a solitary bachelor. Had I sought a partner in my youth, perhaps I would have activated the system and soared to greatness by now. Meng's face was etched with regret. How could he have believed the words of others so blindly? Had he acted like a typical male disciple of the joyous Union sect, he would have ascended long ago. Yet, it must be said, finding a partner is not as simple as it seems. With his waste spiritual roots, no one would have looked his way in his youth. As he aged, he became disheartened, losing the desire altogether. The joyous Union sect of Zhao country is not a demonic sect as portrayed in most Xinxia novels on Earth. It is a legitimate righteous sect, albeit somewhat ambiguous. It balances between righteousness and unruliness, leaning towards the path of virtue. The relationships between male and female disciples are not overly complex. Male disciples primarily study the remnants of the Huangdi Neijing. Female disciples focus on the Yulongju. Due to the requirements of their techniques, they cannot cultivate independently. Most male and female disciples of the Joyous Union sect engage in paired cultivation as dual cultivation partners. They sit opposite each other, their yin and yang energies intertwining, sharing their Tao. Only a few disciples of lesser aptitude form partnerships early on for yin and yang union. Due to the dual cultivation techniques, female disciples benefit the most. Since the establishment of the sect, female practitioners have held a dominant position. The sect master and the supreme elder are predominantly female. Although there are male practitioners, their numbers are significantly lower. The standing of female practitioners is far superior to that of their male counterparts. When it comes to selecting fixed dual cultivation partners, the choice typically lies with the female practitioners, as male disciples struggle to keep pace with the cultivation speed of female counterparts. It results in a scarcity of enduring dual cultivation partners within the Joyous Union sect. Once an outer female disciple establishes her foundation, if her dual cultivation partner fails to do so, the female disciple, now an inner disciple, will generally seek a new partner. Some nostalgic female disciples may wait for their partners for a time, but the waiting period is limited to match the cultivation velocity of their dual cultivation partners. Male disciples require more pills and spiritual stones to assist their cultivation. Only after establishing their foundation do male and female disciples consider forming dual cultivation partnerships. Through yin and yang union, they enhance their chances of breaking through to higher realms. Of course, the Joyous Union sect also has some female disciples who prefer to remain chaste. These disciples are typically the direct disciples of the Supreme Elder. They cultivate beside their masters from a young age, only forming conceptions through the use of a furnace after reaching the peak of the golden core stage. Moreover, the furnace of a direct disciple will only be another direct disciple. The Joyous Union sect is a righteous sect. The furnace relationship is mutual. Female practitioners utilize the pure yang of male practitioners, while male practitioners also benefit from the primordial yin of female practitioners. The losses incurred by male practitioners do not outweigh their gains. Many male practitioners are eager to become furnaces. This leads to the fact that 80 of partnerships within the Joyous Union sect are temporary. True love is not entirely absent, but it is exceedingly rare. How then can I enhance my cultivation? Relying on pills? Perhaps I should test the system's capabilities. Meng rose and hurried back into his room. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Meng seated himself on the mat beside the alchemy furnace, legs crossed. He focused his mind and gathered his energy, with his hands forming a technique. Five-colored spiritual energy emanated from Meng's body, transforming into a vibrant torrent that surged into the alchemy furnace. The furnace immediately ignited with roaring flames. Meng waved his hand, and over a dozen century-old spiritual herbs flew from his storage pouch, diving into the furnace ablaze with magical fire. Why is this so effortless? The liquefaction process proceeded remarkably smoothly, to an astonishing degree that left Meng astounded. In the past, alchemy had been an arduous task for him. The steps of liquefaction and pill formation typically demanded vast amounts of spirit and magical energy. Yet today, the process was exceptionally effortless. The consumption of magical energy was lessened, and the strain on his spirit was also reduced. Half an hour later, time to take the furnace. Meng waved his hand, and over a dozen pills, exuding a rich fragrance, emerged from the furnace, suspending in the air before him. Flawless quality? Gazing at the 14 crystalline pills before him, Meng's face was awash with shock and incredulity. Pills are classified into 9 ranks, each rank further divided into 4 qualities: inferior, medium, superior, flawless. The ability to concoct a flawless elixir is the lifelong pursuit of an alchemist. However, the attainment of such a perfect potion is independent of one's cultivation level. Even if one possesses celestial prowess, it remains unattainable. What is required is a state of resonance with the essence of heaven and earth. How magnificent is that? Li's face was alight with uncontainable joy. With the flawless elixir in hand, his cultivation was assured. Foundation establishment, foundation establishment. Meng's visage appeared somewhat fierce due to his excitement. In this moment, he was brimming with confidence for the future. He continued his alchemical pursuits, determined to concoct another batch of spirit-refining elixirs, intent on cleansing the damned toxins from within his body. Meng waved his hand, collecting 14 flawless first-grade Hehuan pills into his storage bag. In the ensuing days, he was consumed solely by the art of alchemy. Age had crept upon him, and his final hour loomed near. To survive, he had to diligently refine pills, consume elixirs, and cultivate his skills. Otherwise, he would face nothing but fleeting moments of surprise. As time swiftly passed, night fell. The weather was splendid, with a full moon illuminating the sky. It was a night shrouded in darkness, where nefarious deeds could be conducted without a soul noticing. A shadow glided in on a sword, descending gracefully into the courtyard. The enchanting figure resembled a celestial being as she landed softly on the ground. Could it be that Brotherly is asleep? The newcomer was none other than Shenlan, adorned in a flowing azure dress. Observing the pitch-black interior of the house, she pondered quietly to herself. Approaching the door, she was poised to knock when, unexpectedly, it creaked open from within. A hand emerged, grasping Shenlan's wrist and pulling her inside. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Half an hour later, the door opened with a soft click. Shenlan's graceful silhouette emerged. "Brother, I shall take my leave," she announced, turning to shut the door behind her. "Be careful on your way back, sister," came Li Meng's slightly weary voice from within. Chunlan smiled faintly at his concern and turned, her live form swaying as she exited the courtyard. With a delicate leap, she soared into the night, riding her sword into the distance. The system's notification of 5 affection and 25 auxiliary experience brought a smile to Li Meng's lips. He had merely expressed a word of care, yet it had unexpectedly increased his affection by 5 points. Indeed, women were creatures of sentiment. Li Meng sat up and crossed his legs, meticulously examining his golden finger. The golden finger consisted of a single page, which displayed his character information, evoking a sense of being immersed in a game. A treasure trove? Li Meng suddenly discovered that there was an additional subpage within the interface. Li Meng extended his hand, and, with a flick of his fingers in the air, the treasure pavilion page suddenly materialized before him. What treasure could this pavilion possibly hold? Was it not merely a collection of alchemical recipes, talismans, formation diagrams, and methods for crafting artifacts? Li Meng once believed he could acquire something valuable from the treasure chamber. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. Gaining without effort holds little significance. Li Meng collapsed onto the bed, gazing at the treasure pavilion. The number of first-grade alchemical formulas was truly impressive. There were at least 20. Among them were even formulas for soul-nourishing elixirs, which are typically classified as third-grade. Only ancient formulas possessed the capability to produce first-grade soul-nourishing elixirs. The collection of talismans was also considerable, with over a dozen available. Additionally, there were more than 20 methods for crafting various magical artifacts. However, the formations were somewhat scarce, limited to just 3. Talismans are indeed valuable items. Tomorrow, I shall procure some beast blood and beast skins. The beast skins can be transformed into talisman paper, while the beast blood can serve as a substitute for vermilion. The higher the grade of the talisman, the more superior the beast blood and skins required. There are 2 varieties of talismans, one-time use ordinary talismans and reusable talisman treasures. To convert a first-grade talisman into a talisman treasure, one must utilize a higher-grade talisman paper. After spending over an hour in contemplation, Li Meng finally drifted into a contented slumber. He was exhausted, utterly fatigued. The deadline was approaching, his physical form withered, and he felt somewhat powerless. A brief rest would suffice before he resumed his meditative practice. Once he establishes his foundation, everything will improve. As time trickled by, the next day arrived swiftly. Early in the morning, Li Meng set out for the market. Every sect, regardless of its size, possesses its own marketplace. A well-managed market can become the primary source of revenue for a sect. Although one can exchange contribution points for various cultivation resources from the sect, the cost-effectiveness is not particularly high. For instance, a nourishing chi pill can be exchanged for 5 contribution points, but the price when redeeming with contribution points is considerably higher. In the market of the Harmony sect, known as Qianbao Building, the atmosphere was usually rather quiet. The streets and alleys appeared desolate, with the occasional passerby hurrying along. Only during the auction events did the market come alive, attracting cultivators from all corners of the world. Loose cultivators, sect disciples, and families of cultivators gathered in unison. Dressed in a blue robe, Li Meng entered Qianbao Building. "Ah, isn't this masterly?" exclaimed a young attendant, his eyes lighting up as he wiped down the shelves. A broad smile spread across his face as he approached. This was the first floor of Qianbao Building, where the attendants were merely ordinary folk engaged in menial tasks. "Masterly, what brings you here this time?" The attendant, familiar with Li Meng, recognized him as a regular visitor, coming nearly every month. Despite his frequent visits, he noted with a hint of concern that Li Meng's cultivation level was somewhat low. After all, he was an old man, and one could only wonder how much longer he would endure. Li Meng presented a list to the young attendant. The attendant glanced at the list and chuckled softly. "Please wait a moment, Master Li. I shall prepare it for you at once." With that, the attendant hurriedly departed. Li Meng meandered on the first floor, surveying the inconsequential trinkets adorning the shelves. If he were to hold a speck of dust in his hand, one might indeed perceive a semblance of ethereal grace about him. At that moment, a figure flitted past the entrance. A striking silhouette hurriedly entered the Qianbao Building. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, she possessed a tall and elegant stature, her waistline curvaceous. Her expression, devoid of emotion, lent her an air of aloofness. With a light step, she made her way directly towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Name, Chu Ro. Age, 114 luck, 2000 cultivation, late-stage foundation establishment. Perfection qualification, dual spirit roots of water and wood favorability. 0 Chu Ro. Li Meng cast a fleeting glance at her. She was adorned in a flowing purple gown, indicating her status as an inter-sect foundation establishment disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Her steps appeared light and graceful, yet bore a hint of fragility. Her cheeks were slightly pallid, while her neck glowed with a rosy hue. A few crystalline beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as she moved elegantly past the shelves. A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Meng's eyes, though it lingered for but a moment. Li Meng stepped out from behind the shelves and performed a respectful bow. "Master Uncle, please, pause for a moment." Hearing someone call out to her, Chu Ro, who was ascending the stairs, halted her steps. She glanced down at Li Meng. Noting that the person attempting to engage her was an elderly Outer Sect disciple, Chu Ro furrowed her brow. To be at merely the 6th level of Qi refinement as the deadline approaches was quite pitiful. The audacity of an Outer Sect disciple to approach her was indeed brazen. Were it not for her urgent need to address the fire poison within her body, she would have certainly taught that presumptuous Outer Sect disciple a lesson. Chapter 4. The Flawless Pill. Master Uncle, have you been afflicted by the fire poison of the tail crab demon beast? Chu Ro's figure momentarily froze on the stairs, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she scrutinized Li Meng. She had not anticipated that this Outer Sect disciple possessed such discernment. If Master Uncle returns empty-handed, you may seek me at the Outer Sect's bamboo peak. A flicker of disdain passed through Chu Ro's eyes. Such a claim from a mere 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner was rather audacious. Her expression turned cold, and she chose to ignore Li Meng as her graceful form swiftly vanished from his sight. Li Meng smiled, leisurely wandering around the first floor. The venom of the poisonous tail crab is not easily resolved. Before long, another inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect hurriedly entered the Qianbao Pavilion. His expression was anxious, and his steps were hurried. Without pausing for a moment, he rushed up to the 2nd floor. Mr. Li, your items are ready. The young attendant approached Li Meng. Holding a storage bag, Li Meng cast a swift glance at the storage bag, then with a graceful gesture, summoned the contents within. The items surged forth and seamlessly merged into the storage pouch at his waist. A total of 134 spirit stones. How generous. Such an amount is not to be underestimated, especially considering that the monthly stipend for outer disciples amounts to merely 5 spirit stones. After settling the bill, Li Meng departed from the Qianbao Pavilion. He had acquired quite a number of items this time, including beast blood and beast hides for talisman crafting. Li Meng also acquired a multitude of spiritual plants aged around a century. Shortly after his departure, a pair of individuals descended from the upper floor. The female cultivator was none other than Chu Ro, who had just been approached by Li Meng. The male cultivator beside her supported her as they made their way down the stairs. Junior sister, if it proves too difficult, I shall seek assistance from senior brother Su. No, Su Kan is a voracious predator. Do you wish for me to become his furnace? I did not mean it in that way. Then do not provoke him. I will find a way myself. Chu Ro cast a glance at the hall on the 1st floor, recalling the elderly man who practiced at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Shaozhu Peak of the Outer Sect? Hehuan Sect, Outer Sect, Shaozhu Peak. Li Meng returned with his sword, gracefully descending. His slender and emaciated form landed lightly in the courtyard. Li Meng did not linger in the courtyard. He pushed open the door and entered the alchemy chamber. The space within the chamber was quite ample, featuring a nearly 3-meter-high alchemical furnace. This exquisite furnace, which Li Meng had procured for 500 spirit stones, was of superior quality. While it was exceptionally effective, it demanded an enormous amount of magical energy. Unlike a magical artifact, the furnace served a singular purpose. There are 4 grades of quality: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The supreme grade is the most expensive, costing several times more than the high grade, while the low grade is the most affordable, available for merely a few dozen spirit stones. Li Meng did not rush to refine the elixir. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he regulated his breathing to restore his spiritual energy. His cultivation, at the 6th level of Qi training, was rather insufficient. The round trip had drained a considerable amount of his power. With his pseudo-spiritual root, the recovery of his energy was painfully slow. After ingesting several spirit recovery pills, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. His breathing gradually became deep and extended. After 2 hours, Li Meng opened his eyes. Let us begin. Li Meng raised his hand, and more than a dozen spiritual plants soared into the alchemy furnace. Li Meng, with both hands forming intricate seals, emanated a radiant quintessence of colors. The alchemical furnace was soon engulfed in a roaring flame. Li Meng, enveloped in this vibrant aura, resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. While capable of astonishing mere mortals, he could not deceive those who practiced the art of cultivation. After the passage of an hour, he chuckled lightly. Ah, how effortless this is. A rich and fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemical furnace, intoxicating Li Meng with its potent essence. Li Meng waved his hand, igniting the furnace. 17 flawless first-grade spirit gathering pills floated gracefully before him. The system truly is astonishing. In the past, managing to refine 7 pills would have been commendable. Yet today, he had successfully produced 17 impeccable first-grade spirit gathering pills in a single batch. These pills significantly accelerate a cultivator's absorption of spiritual energy and are among the most commonly utilized elixirs for aiding cultivation. Even foundational stage cultivators would eagerly vie for the flawless first-grade spirit gathering pills. Excellent, let us proceed. Flawless quality pills, even if they are first-grade, are worthy of being showcased at an auction. Li Meng seemed to perceive the radiant spirit stone soaring towards him. Li Meng exhaled a breath of murky air, centering himself and dispelling the distractions within his mind. An abundance of spiritual herbs soared from Li Meng's storage bag, all at once plunging into the alchemical furnace. Once more, a roaring flame ignited within the furnace. Li Meng once again radiated a spectrum of vibrant spiritual light. Time flowed steadily, as the sun gradually descended in the west. What a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs! A graceful figure clad in a purple, flowing gown approached, soaring gracefully on her sword. The enchanting form descended lightly into the courtyard. The potent aroma of herbs invigorated Chu Ro, seemingly suppressing the fiery poison within her. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Ro's eyes. Such an intense fragrance must indicate a high-quality elixir. Could it be that the outer sect disciple inside is also an alchemist? An alchemist of the 6th level of chi refinement capable of concocting superior elixirs? If so, this outer sect disciple would undoubtedly be a prodigy in alchemy. Once they established their foundation, they would surely be accepted as a true disciple by the elders of the alchemy hall. Chu Ro chose not to disturb the outer sect disciple within and instead sat quietly under the eaves, regulating her breath. The fiery poison within her caused considerable discomfort, requiring all her magical energy to suppress its spread. Chu Ro could only hope that the outer sect disciple inside possessed a means to resolve her affliction. Otherwise, she would reveal to the disciple the consequences of trifling with a foundation-establishing cultivator. Time slipped by, and before long, the full moon hung high in the sky. An even more potent fragrance of herbs wafted from within the room. Chu Ro, sitting outside, widened her eyes in astonishment. Is this the fragrance of a flawless elixir? A flicker of incredulity shone in her eyes. Could a 6th-level chi refinement cultivator truly concoct a flawless elixir? How could this be possible? Moreover, the aroma stirred her consciousness, indicating it was a medicinal pill that nourished the soul. Such pills are most essential for cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment, as a stronger soul increases the likelihood of breaking through to the golden core stage. Just then, the door creaked open. Master Chu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Li Meng emerged, bowing respectfully to the rising Chu Ro. Surprised, Chu Ro gazed at the elderly figure before her. You know me? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. The disciple had admired Master Chu for several decades. Although Master Chu was oblivious to the disciple's existence, how could the disciple remain unaware of Master Chu's illustrious name? Chapter 5. The embarrassed Chu Ro admired for decades? Chu Ro displayed an expression of perplexity. To be revered by an outer sect disciple nearing their fate for so many years was indeed an odd sensation. Are you an alchemist? Chu Ro cast a glance around the room. Li Meng chuckled softly. I have a vague understanding, just a hint. Chu Ro gazed at the elderly man in front of her with a look of exasperation. A mere hint of understanding can produce a flawless elixir? Chu Ro refrained from further frivolity and turned to the matter at hand. Do you possess a remedy for the fire poison within me? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. His gaze audaciously roamed over the delicate figure of Master Chu. Chu Ro's elegant brows furrowed slightly, a hint of righteous anger gracing her visage. On ordinary days, she would have undoubtedly reprimanded the old man before her, imparting the lesson that in the realm of cultivation, one must learn to govern their gaze to prolong their existence. Not difficult. Not difficult. The ire on Chu Ro's face swiftly dissipated. If you can eradicate the fire poison within me, feel free to present your conditions. I shall acquiesce to them all. Li Meng did not hasten to respond to Master Chu. He made his way towards the reclining chair in the courtyard and settled into it. Li Meng gazed with a smile at the enchanting Master Chu. Master Chu, you must be able to discern that my time is drawing near, he remarked. Chu Ro cast a glance at Li Meng, sensing the palpable aura of death surrounding him. Such an ominous presence is characteristic of a cultivator on the brink of nirvana. Even a Yuanian cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to acquire a longevity fruit. Should my junior wish to survive, I am powerless to assist. In the realm of cultivation, there exists but one substance capable of extending life, the invaluable yet elusive longevity fruit. This rare treasure is beyond the reach of a mere foundation-level cultivator like myself. Moreover, the fire poison afflicting me is hardly worth a single longevity fruit. Li Meng squinted as she admired the graceful figure of Master Chu. She was undeniably curvaceous and elegantly poised, with a beautifully enticing waistline. Truly, she was stunning, ranking among the top 5 female cultivators Li Meng had ever encountered. Life and death are fated. The disciple was unafraid of death, for she sought not mere existence. Then what do you desire? Chu Ro asked, her expression one of perplexity as she gazed at Li Meng reclining in the chair. Li Meng's smile vanished, and with narrowed eyes, he scrutinized the graceful figure of Master Chu. In Chu Ro's eyes, Li Meng appeared somewhat lecherous. Today, encountering Master Chu seemed to be a divine favor bestowed upon this dying soul. I have admired Master Chu for decades. If she could fulfill my heart's desire and grant me a moment of intimacy, I would surely assist her in expelling the fiery poison from her body. Chu Ro glared at him with a mix of shame and anger. She could not believe that her junior, Li Shizi, would dare to make such a lewd proposal. You scoundrel, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? If I were to incapacitate you, You would only have yourself to blame when brought before the law enforcement hall. With a single hand, she formed a seal, and the high-grade spirit weapon, Lingxi's sword, flew from her storage pouch, hovering beside her and spinning menacingly, as if poised to strike down Li Meng at any moment. Li Meng also sensed the murderous intent emanating from Chu Rou. As a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, it would be a mere trifling matter for her to eliminate an outer disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, in the face of the formidable and menacing Chu Shishu, Li Meng displayed not a trace of fear on his countenance. He confronted the visibly indignant Chu Rou with unwavering composure. Li Meng's slightly hoarse voice resonated steadily. Master Chu, my disciple was destined to have a brief existence. Whether it be a few years earlier or later, it makes no difference. As the saying goes, dying beneath the peony blossoms is a graceful demise, even as a ghost. I would find it rather agreeable to meet my end under your sword, Master Chu. However, to truly perish in such a manner is something I cannot accept. A vial of elixir soared out from Li Meng's storage pouch. Li Meng waved his hand, and the jade bottle soared towards Chu Rou. Chu Rou caught the jade bottle, her face a mask of confusion as she gazed at Li Meng. What does this mean? She inquired. As she removed the cork, a rich fragrance of elixir enveloped her senses. Is this the flawless elixir? Or perhaps a first-grade soul-nourishing pill? Chu Rou stared incredulously at the old man reclining on the chair. Li Meng chuckled softly. Master Chu, your extraordinary talent holds great promise for the Tao. As your humble disciple, I am eager to extend my assistance. Throughout my lifetime, I shall prepare the necessary elixirs for your secluded meditation and the pivotal transformation into a golden core, the premium soul-nourishing pill, the superior spirit-gathering pill, and the exquisite dust-settling pill. Premium soul-nourishing pill, superior spirit-gathering pill, exquisite dust-settling pill. Each time Li Meng mentioned a type of elixir, Chu Rou's heart would flutter. You can concoct the third-rank dust-settling pill. That is indeed a third-rank elixir. The dust-settling pill serves as an auxiliary to the practitioner's advancement into the core formation stage, significantly enhancing the chances of success. For mortals, it possesses the miraculous ability to revive the deceased and restore flesh to bones. A practitioner in the mid-foundation stage consuming it could directly elevate to the late stage of consummation. If it were of superior quality, the effects would be even more profound. Chu Rou gazed at Li Meng with a complex expression, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, struggle, aversion, and a flicker of desire. Li Meng smiled confidently, chuckling softly. Surely, Master Chu would not retreat into seclusion so swiftly. Grant the disciple a year. How could I possibly know that you are not deceiving me? Li Meng's lips curved into a subtle smile. The inquiry from Master Chu indicated that he had already come to terms with the situation. After all, it was the allure of the broken mirror pill. In a place like the Hehuan Sect, 99 of female cultivators would not refuse such an offer. Apart from the dust-settling pill, the other two types of elixirs could be concocted by his nephew at this moment. Even with just these two elixirs, the chances of Master Chu achieving the golden core would significantly increase. The expression on Chu Rou's face shifted through various emotions. The efficacy of the superior soul-nourishing pill for cultivators is self-evident. There is no cultivator who does not yearn for their soul to grow even stronger. While methods for refining the soul do exist, they all require the assistance of the soul-nourishing pill to achieve any advancement. Li Meng rose to his feet, his frail and emaciated form advancing towards Master Chu. As Li Meng approached, a myriad of expressions flickered across Chu Rou's face. With a frosty demeanor, she sheathed her exquisite spiritual weapon, the Lingxi sword. The Lingxi sword circled around her once before vanishing into her storage pouch. Li Meng approached Master Chu with a leisurely demeanor. Master Chu, shall we step inside to discuss this in detail? Chu Rou turned away, evading Li Meng's attempt to embrace her. With an impassive expression, she pushed open the bedroom door and entered. Li Meng chuckled softly before entering the bedroom. Chapter 6. The Aggrieved Li Meng. Half an hour later, a distinct sound echoed as the front door was opened from within. Li Meng and Chu Rou emerged one after the other. Chu Rou, as cold as ice, took her seat beside the tea table. Li Meng then seated himself across the tea table. How do you intend to resolve the poison that afflicts me? Chu Rou gazed coldly at her leisurely tea-drinking nephew, a flicker of barely perceptible humiliation passing through her eyes. Li Meng raised his hand, and a white monster core flew out from the storage bag at the head of the bed. Chu Rou reached out to catch the monster core, staring blankly at it. Is this the inner core of the Ice Frost Jiao? Chu Rou looked up in astonishment at her junior apprentice, her face filled with disbelief. The inner core of the Ice Frost Jiao is from a third-tier demon beast. How could someone at merely the 6th level of Qi refinement possess such a precious treasure? Li Meng chuckled softly, taking a sip of tea. Uncle Chu, do not concern yourself with how my disciple obtained the inner elixir of the Ice Frost Beauty. During the day, I shall concoct a furnace of spirit-cleansing pills, which will assist you in purging the impurities and pill toxins from your body. You may confidently utilize the inner elixir of the Ice Frost Beauty. The premium spirit-cleansing pills are more than sufficient to cleanse the lingering demonic energy within you. Chu Rou gazed silently at her junior disciple, lost in thought. Although Li Shizhi is somewhat lecherous, his remarkable skills in alchemy are truly commendable. However, recalling the previous comical scene where Li Shizhi's intentions fell short of his abilities, Chu Rou couldn't help but chuckle softly. The cold expression on her face vanished without a trace in an instant. A hint of springtime radiance flickered in her eyes, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, akin to a blooming peony. Li Meng gazed at the suddenly chuckling Master Chu with an expression of bewilderment. Nevertheless, the increase in goodwill prompted a faint smile to grace the corners of his mouth. It appeared that his understanding of human nature was indeed on the right track. Master Chu was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Even if he generously offered the ice Shajiao Inner Dan, it would scarcely elevate goodwill significantly. Master Chu would merely perceive it as a debt of gratitude owed to him, to be repaid when the opportunity arose. However, once a bond was established between the two, the dynamics would undoubtedly shift. Henceforth, it would suffice to gradually enhance this goodwill. Master Chu is truly magnificent. Li Meng gazed with a smile at the captivating figure of his esteemed master, Chu. Her face resembled a peach blossom, and her skin was as smooth as congealed fat. She was indeed the embodiment of a celestial being. Noticing Li Meng's lecherous gaze upon her, Chu Rou's expression turned frigid once more. With a flick of her sleeve, she retracted the icy inner core and rose to her feet, striding towards the exit. Her graceful form soared into the wind, departing on her sword, leaving Li Meng with only the fading silhouette of her enchanting flight. Master Chu, your disciple awaits you tomorrow night. The figure of Chu Rou momentarily paused in midair. Casting an irritated glance back at Li Meng seemed to hear a cold snort. Sitting by the tea table, he offered a faint smile. A woman like Master Chu must be acted upon while the iron is hot. Practitioners are most prone to forgetting the passage of time. If they meet only once every few months or years, it would be nothing short of a fool's errand to hope for an increase in affinity. He could not allow Master Chu to slip through his fingers so easily. It was time to cultivate. Li Meng set down the teacup, flicked his sleeve, and deftly stowed the tea set from the table into his storage pouch. Li Meng rose to his feet and made his way towards the front door of the house. Returning to the bedroom, he settled cross-legged upon the bed. He produced a bottle of the exquisite imperfectionless spirit concentrating pill, and with a flick of his finger, a singular imperfectionless spirit concentrating pill soared out of the vial. Li Meng opened his mouth and consumed the spirit gathering pill, closing his eyes and placing his hands upon his thighs. He activated the qi refining technique, allowing the energy to circulate within him, radiating a faint five-colored spiritual glow. Time passed gradually, and the night deepened. Shortly after Chu Rou departed, a graceful figure descended elegantly into the courtyard. Qianlan scanned the surroundings with her divine sense and noticed that only senior brother Li was present in the room. With a soft sigh, she approached the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Qianlan knocked gently. "Senior brother, are you there?" Soon, Li Meng's slightly weary voice echoed from within. "I'm rather exhausted from alchemy today. Junior sister, please come back in a few days. I'm just an old bone, my energy is limited. I can barely manage one woman. Another would surely be the end of me. Let us set aside this matter for now. We can gradually enhance our rapport at a comfortable pace. There is no need for haste. My health is the priority. For now, I must focus on consuming pills to elevate my cultivation level." Outside the door, a flicker of sarcasm glinted in Qianlan's eyes. It was evident that senior brother Li was indeed fading. Just look at his frail form. He appeared withered and emaciated. He would likely need at least half a month to recuperate. This was for the best. She would no longer need to spend her nights accompanying a man who was already half in the grave. "Junior sister will return on an auspicious day to disturb you," she called out. "I will come back in a few days and prepare some superior pills for you." "Superior pills?" Qianlan's eyes brightened. She smiled gracefully and performed a respectful bow toward the door. "Senior brother, take good care of yourself. Junior sister will visit you again on a chosen day." Qianlan had not anticipated that the ailing senior brotherly could still concoct superior pills. It is known that even a second-tier alchemist finds it exceedingly difficult to produce first-tier superior pills. With a sense of delight, she soared into the air, her enchanting figure vanishing into the night sky like a celestial maiden. "Li Meng, you useless fool." Just after Qianlan's departure, Li Meng's frustrated voice erupted from within the house. The following morning, the door creaked open, and Li Meng emerged clad in a blue robe, basking in the sunlight outside. He squinted his eyes, relishing the warmth of the sun. "At last, I have broken through." After being trapped at the 6th level of qi refining for decades, he had finally advanced to the 7th level. However, the thought of junior sister Qin leaving empty-handed the previous night lingered in his mind. The contentment on Li Meng's face vanished. One must establish a solid foundation. It is imperative to lay the groundwork. Li Meng gritted his teeth. His face contorted with rage as he spoke. Last night, after a mere half an hour of meditation and cultivation, he inexplicably succumbed to slumber. He awoke only when the sun had climbed high in the sky. Although he realized upon waking that he had broken through to a new realm, he was, after all, a cultivator. What kind of cultivator indulges in sleep? After gathering his scattered thoughts, Li Meng soared into the air with a certain elegance. Chapter 7. Yuan Baobao and Xuan Hao, a mid-grade flying sword, shot forth from the storage bag, deftly landing beneath Li Meng's feet. Li Meng stood upon his flying sword, soaring into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the horizon. He needed to procure several spiritual plants to concoct the spirit refining pill, necessitating a visit to the spiritual plant garden. The territory of the Hehuan Sect is quite extensive, stretching over 2,000 miles from south to north and no less than 1,000 miles from east to west. Towering peaks that pierce the clouds abound within the sect, their mist-shrouded summits exuding an air of ethereal grandeur. Upon becoming an inner sect foundation disciple, one gains the privilege to establish their own cave dwelling, where they may seek a place rich in spiritual essence for secluded cultivation. The life of a sect disciple engaged in cultivation can be rather monotonous. They embark on missions to earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for the spiritual stones and elixirs essential for their practice. Once their resources are depleted, they emerge from seclusion to undertake further tasks, perpetuating this cycle. Even the most profound transformations seem futile in breaking this routine, as the sect's missions grow increasingly perilous. In contrast, the tasks assigned to Qi refinement disciples are relatively safer, limited to a few types: rotating duties in mortal towns, guarding spiritual stone mines, or accompanying foundation-building seniors on missions. Only foundation disciples are entrusted with combat-related tasks, such as eradicating demons in mortal towns or providing support when a spiritual stone mine is besieged by rival sections. They serve as the face of the sect, frequently dispatched to represent it at banquets hosted by immortal families, often accompanied by a few Qi refinement disciples to enhance their appearance. As for the Golden Core ancestors, they primarily devote themselves to rigorous training within the sect, although some venture into the world seeking opportunities for breakthrough. Li Shixiang. Just as Li Meng navigated the misty peaks on his sword, a melodious voice echoed from afar, growing closer with remarkable speed. Two outer sect Qi refinement disciples, a young man clad in a blue robe, strikingly handsome, and a petite young woman adorned in a blue flowing dress, pursued him. Yuan Baobao name, Yuan Baobao age, 24 fortune, 600 cultivation level, Qi refinement, 8th layer aptitude, water, metal. With 3 spiritual roots affinity, 40. Li Meng smiled gently as he observed Yuan Baobao flying beside him on her sword. Ah, it is you, junior sister Yuan. Where are you headed? Yuan Baobao responded with a charming smile. In just 6 months, the outer sect competition will commence. My senior brother Xian and I plan to venture into the blood-red forbidden zone to gather some spiritual plants and earn contribution points. If we are fortunate enough, we might exchange them for a suitable mid-grade magical tool, which could potentially secure us a place in the top 10 of the outer sect competition. The blood-red forbidden zone? Li Meng's expression subtly shifted. The blood-colored forbidden domain is a secret realm located within the Zhao kingdom, jointly overseen by the 5 major cultivation sects of Zhao. The rare blood flame flower, fierce sunflower, profound yin grass, and profound emperor grass, essential for crafting the dust-settling pill, can only be found within this forbidden domain. Consequently, the blood-colored forbidden domain is regarded as a coveted treasure by the 5 sects, with only their Qi refining disciples granted the privilege of entry. Furthermore, the 5 sects maintain a firm grip on the myriad cultivation families throughout Zhao kingdom through their control of this realm. To attain the golden core, one must submit to the 5 major sects, otherwise one should obediently depart from the Zhao kingdom. Li Meng calculated and realized that there were less than 2 weeks remaining until the opening of the mystic realm. The blood-colored forbidden zone was fraught with peril. The adversaries were not solely the demonic beasts, but also rival sections. The competition among the Qi refinement disciples of various sects was exceedingly fierce. Each time the blood-colored forbidden zone was opened, the 5 major sects would suffer significant losses among their Qi refinement disciples. Yet, amidst the danger, there were substantial rewards to be reaped. As long as one could survive and exit the blood-colored forbidden zone, a Qi refinement disciple would be awarded 5,000 contribution points. The spiritual plants harvested would be exchanged for contribution points at half the market value. For many Qi refinement disciples, simply returning alive meant they could amass all the resources needed for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage in one fell swoop. Li Meng gazed at the young disciple clad in a blue robe. Name, Xian Hao age, 22 fortune, 1200 cultivation level, 8th layer of Qi refinement aptitude, dual spiritual roots of gold and fire affection, 20. Junior brother Xian, he remarked. The blood-red forbidden zone is not a mere place for leisurely exploration. While danger and opportunity coexist, it is essential to remain alive to continue pursuing the path of immortality. The blood-red forbidden zone opens once every 50 years. Do you know how many disciples from our sect emerged alive the last time it was opened? Li Meng's expression grew solemn. Less than 20%, nearly total annihilation. The chilling figures sent a shock through Xian Hao and Yuan Bao. Though they were aware of the dangers of the blood-colored forbidden domain, they had not anticipated such a dismally low survival rate. Xian Hao and Yuan Bao exchanged glances. Brother Xian, then we shall not go, Yuan Bao exclaimed. Xian Hao gazed affectionately at his junior sister. Sister, your breakthrough is imminent. Stay here and cultivate diligently within the sect. I shall go alone. No, we promise to go together. If you go, then I shall go too. Yuan Bao retorted with fierce determination, fearing that Xian Hao might abandon her. Faced with his junior sister's fierce demeanor, Xianhao wisely chose to remain silent. She was just like him. Once she made a decision, it would not be easily altered. Li Meng gazed up at the sky, exclaiming in frustration. How absurd it was to be served a plate of dog food in broad daylight. Xianhao and Yuan Baobao, this pair of Taoist partners, were indeed old acquaintances of his. Their union had stirred quite a commotion, with Xianhao nearly meeting his demise on the martial arts stage. Li Meng utilized 2 revitalization pills to save Xianhao's life. The reason was simply that the 2 men were vying for the affection of Yuan Baobao. Although Yuan Baobao possessed only mediocre talents, her lively and endearing appearance captivated many. In the Harmony Sect, numerous male disciples deliberately select partners with inferior qualifications to match their own cultivation pace, ensuring that their training progresses at a similar rate. Xianhao's choice of Yuan Baobao was a reflection of this rationale. Li Meng stroked his long beard thoughtfully. Since you 2 have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you, he said. I have grown old and my courage has waned. The youthful vigor you possess is not without its merits. Before entering the Crimson Forbidden Zone, do remember to seek counsel from those foundational masters who have ventured there before. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Xianhao replied. His expression filled with gratitude as he gazed at Brotherly. Had it not been for his wise counsel, he might have missed the invaluable opportunity to gain insights into the Crimson Forbidden Zone. Li Meng chuckled lightly and waved his sleeve. You may go, master brother. We shall take our leave. Xianhao and Yuan Baobao simultaneously bowed to Li Meng in respect. Subsequently, the 2 soared away on their swords, one following the other, their speed far surpassing that of Li Meng. In the blink of an eye, they vanished amidst the towering mountains and ridges. Li Meng continued his leisurely flight towards the direction of the Spirit Garden on his sword. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Spirit Garden. Nestled within the ethereal realm between the 3 sword peaks, the 3 towering mountains, resembling upright swords, enveloped the entire Spirit Garden, serving as the positions for the garden's protective array. Should anyone dare to intrude upon the Spirit Garden, the array would be activated. Chapter 8. Shui Ryu and Shui Luan. The Spirit Garden, specifically the Outer Affairs Hall, is not accessible to just anyone. Disciples of the sect must visit the Outer Affairs Hall to purchase spiritual plants. This hall is designated for the trade of such spiritual goods. As Li Meng descended gracefully onto the plaza of the Outer Affairs Hall, his robes billowed elegantly around him, and he landed smoothly on the ground. Senior Brotherly. On his way to the entrance of the Outer Affairs Hall, he encountered numerous outer disciples, many of whom recognized him and greeted him with respectful bows. Li Meng exhibited little reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. How could a mere Outer Sect disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement dare to receive a bow from Senior Brother Zhao? What warranted such an act? The sight of Senior Brother Zhao, who had attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement, deigning to bow to an Outer Sect disciple at the 7th level provoked visible indignation from the 2 Outer Sect disciples trailing behind Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu turned and glared at them. You 2, do you not comprehend? Brother Li is one of the rare first-class alchemists among the outer disciples, known for his benevolence. He purchases spiritual plants at market price, but sells his elixirs at a mere 70% of that price, earning him the moniker the generous old bachelor. Countless foundation-building uncles in the inner sect owe their success to Brother Li's kindness. Now that Brother Li's time draws near and he is on the verge of passing, what harm is there in my kneeling in reverence? Zhao Hu's words resonated with grandiosity, leaving his 2 companions momentarily stunned. So, this esteemed senior brother was truly remarkable? Zhao Hu's remarks nearly caused Li Meng to stumble, almost leading to a fall. Goodness, he was not even dead yet. Was it so soon that they wished to pay homage to him? Oh, Zhao Hu, just wait. Li Meng entered the Foreign Affairs Hall with a leisurely pace. Senior Brother Li? Behind the counter sat an elderly man, drowsy and weary. Like Li Meng, his hair was as white as snow. The sound of footsteps outside roused him from his slumber, prompting him to open his eyes and cast a glance. At that moment, the old man's eyes sparkled with recognition, and his weathered face broke into a warm smile. Li Meng chuckled lightly, stroking his long beard. You are already the esteemed elder of the inner sect. Why still refer to me as senior brother? Shui Luan laughed heartily as he stepped away from the counter. To call you junior nephew would be difficult for me. As for junior brother, I have long reached the initial stage of foundation establishment in this lifetime. We 2 old fellows need not concern ourselves with such hierarchical distinctions. Come, senior brother, let us enjoy a drink today. Young lady, keep an eye on the counter for me. Shui Luan called out towards the inner hall. All right, I shall attend to it right away. A crisp and lively voice resonated from within. A graceful figure clad in a deep purple gown trotted out from the inner hall. Catching a glimpse of the young girl as she emerged, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Li Meng's eyes. The little girl was simply enchanting. As though sculpted from celestial jade, her face resembled that of a peach blossom, and her skin was as smooth as congealed fat. Her eyes, shaped like crescent moons, exuded a charming gentleness and grace. Name, Shui Ryu. Age, 15. Fortune, 5,000. Cultivation, perfected Qi refinement. Innate talent, water spirit root affection, 0. Shui Ryu? Truly, her name reflects her essence. At the tender age of 15, she is an extraordinary disciple with perfected Qi refinement and a divine root. Shui Ryu cast a glance at Li Meng, noting that the elder beside her great-grandfather had merely attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. A flicker of curiosity sparkled in her eyes. How could a mere outer sect disciple possibly be the senior apprentice of her great-grandfather? Senior brother, please. Li Meng chuckled softly and followed his junior brother Shui into the inner hall. Behind the outer hall lay a hidden paradise, a garden lush with verdant foliage. Within the pavilion, the sound of aged, hoarse laughter echoed harmoniously. Junior brother, that young girl is quite remarkable. Li Meng cast a glance at the Foreign Affairs Hall. Shueluan chuckled with pride, proclaiming, that girl is a descendant of my family in the mortal realm, although I was aware of her spiritual roots. It was only after bringing her to the mountain that I discovered she possesses a heavenly spirit root. For centuries, the Shui family has seen no other cultivators but myself. I had resigned myself to the thought of an heirless legacy, but lo and behold, fortune smiles upon us unexpectedly. The girl's name is Shui Ruyu, and she has now become a disciple of the esteemed Grandmaster Nangong Wan at the Yanwei Peak, having been accepted as a true inheritor. Yanwei Peak? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Meng's eyes. The hidden moon peak is the abode of the esteemed elder Nangong Wan. It is said that the mountain is perpetually shrouded in mist, obscuring the view of its interior. Only the true disciples of the elder are deemed worthy to enter. Furthermore, the hidden moon peak is regarded as the finest place for spiritual resonance within the Hehuan Sect. Congratulations, junior brother, you have a successor, Suluan exclaimed, stroking his beard and bursting into hearty laughter. The emergence of Su Ruyu felt like a stroke of luck from the heavens, leaving the entire Su family in a state of bewilderment. Even now, Su Luan had yet to regain his composure. As a thought crossed his mind, his laughter abruptly ceased. With a hint of melancholy, Su Lun gazed at his senior brother. Brother, how much longer must we wait? Li Meng chuckled softly as he picked up the teapot to pour tea for his junior disciple. Junior, do not wear such an expression. Each person has their own destiny. Though one may feel discontent, it is ultimately inescapable. What can one do against fate? After practicing for 60 years, I often reminisce about mortal life. Yet it remains merely a fleeting thought. If given the chance to start anew, I would still choose to be a person of the mountains. Indeed, Shueluan laughed heartily, draining his cup in one gulp. As cultivators, we are meant to defy the heavens. Once we make our move, we have no regrets. The sound of their boisterous laughter echoed through the pavilion. Behind the counter of the Outer Affairs Hall, Shui Ryu stifled a yawn. She could hear the voices of her great-grandfather and the old man from the 7th layer of Qi cultivation in the back garden. Time passed gradually, and the sun began its descent in the west. Before darkness enveloped the land, Li Meng took his leave. Junior, please wait. Shueluan halted at the entrance of the Outer Affairs Hall, bowing in respect as he watched his senior brother depart. A small head peeked out from behind the door. Li Meng smiled gently at Shui Ruyu, then soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing into the distance. Grandfather, who is he? Shui Ruyu inquired as she stepped out of the door. She approached her grandfather, gazing up at the heavens with him. His name is Li Meng. When your great-grandfather was still an outer disciple, he received a boon from him. Were it not for brotherly, your great-grandfather might have perished, and you, perhaps, would have remained merely a young lady of a prominent family in a mundane town. Shui Ryu suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder her grandfather was so familiar with that elderly man. He was indeed her grandfather's savior. I see, grandfather. Then I shall return. Go on. But do not be distracted on the way. I want tea. If I return late, my master will scold me. With that, Shui Ryu sprinted a short distance before gracefully ascending into the air on her sword, vanishing from sight. Hehuan Sect, Outer Sect, Little Bamboo Peak. A slender figure clad in a green robe descended swiftly, landing in the courtyard. Li Meng waved his sleeves with a flourish and entered the dwelling with an air of leisure. Once inside the alchemy chamber, he settled onto a mat, stuffing a few healing pills into his mouth. He then sat in meditation, restoring his spiritual energy. After 2 hours, Li Meng opened his eyes. Let us begin. Li Meng's consciousness penetrated into the storage bag, utilizing his spirit to manipulate objects. Over a dozen spiritual herbs soared from the storage bag and plunged into the alchemy furnace all at once. Li Meng formed hand seals, and a radiant quintessence enveloped his entire being. The alchemical furnace erupted into a blazing inferno. Before long, the temperature within the alchemical chamber began to rise. Chapter 9. The Inner Pill of the Ice Serpent. A century-old spirit herb can yield a first-tier elixir. A 500-year-old spirit herb can produce a second-tier elixir. A millennium-old spirit herb can refine a third-tier elixir. Li Meng had initially intended to concoct a second-grade spirit refining pill. Regrettably, the spirit herb garden lacked any herbs that were over 200 years old. After the passage of an hour, the furnace was ignited. Li Meng formed intricate hand seals, and the ethereal light emanating from his body abruptly dissipated. 11 pristine elixirs soared forth from the alchemical furnace. Li Meng held a jade vial in his hand, into which the flawless elixir soared gracefully. The rich and enchanting aroma of the potion wafted through the air, enveloping the entire bamboo peak in a fragrant embrace. Fortunately, the secluded location of Bamboo Peak prevented any disturbance that might have arisen from this potent scent. It is well known that the flawless elixir is regarded as the king among potions, and even a mere first-grade flawless elixir is a priceless treasure, rarely seen in the market. Its potency far surpasses that of superior potions, and it leaves no trace of toxic residue. In the adjacent chamber, a graceful figure was seated upon the bed. Chu Ro had arrived earlier and refrained from interrupting the Outer Sect disciple who was engrossed in alchemy. The intoxicating fragrance of the potion stirred her from her reverie, and she opened her eyes, which sparkled with a myriad of colors. Could it be the flawless elixir? She was taken aback by Li Meng's remarkable skill. However, it was a pity that even a 9th-grade alchemist would find it exceedingly challenging to concoct a 1st-grade flawless elixir. For nothing in this world is truly flawless. Achieving perfection transcends mere cultivation level. It is an ineffable state of being. Only when an alchemist enters a profound harmony with the cosmos can they hope to create a flawless elixir. For Li Meng, crafting the flawless elixir seemed as effortless as drinking water. If this were to reach the ears of the elders at the Pill Hall, even the esteemed elder of the Pill King Peak would be astounded. Alas, Li Meng's innate talent was regrettably lacking, possessing only the wasteful 5 elemental roots. To cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refinement with such a disposition was indeed remarkable, yet this was where his journey would end, with his time running out. A peaceful passing was the only fate that awaited him. Chu Ro had no intention of intervening further, regardless of Li Meng's alchemical prowess. The esteemed elders within the sect would not bestow longevity fruit upon him to prolong his life, even with an additional century. It would be nearly impossible for Li Meng to establish a foundation. A fraud. Creak. The door swung open as Li Meng stepped inside. Li Meng murmured softly as he stepped inside. The hour was already late, yet Master Chu had yet to arrive, leaving Li Meng with a sense of being deceived. Who do you claim is the deceiver? A chilling voice resonated from within the room. Upon entering, Li Meng's expression faltered in surprise. Li Meng then discovered a gracefully curved figure seated on the bed. Bathed in the moonlight, Master Chu appeared exquisitely beautiful and enchanting. A look of astonishment spread across Li Meng's face. Li Meng swiftly turned around and closed the door. With agile movements, he made his way to the bed. Master Chu, you have arrived. Li Meng settled beside Master Chu, gazing with a smile at the exquisite figure of Master Chu. Chu Ro furrowed her delicate brows, exclaiming, "Oh, have you advanced to the 7th level of Qi training?" It was then that Chu Ro noticed the heightened aura emanating from her disciple. As his cultivation had indeed progressed from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi training, Li Meng chuckled softly. "I have remained at the 6th level of Qi cultivation for nearly 15 years. Perhaps this is a manifestation of cumulative effort." Chu Ro displayed an expression of understanding. This explanation, indeed, holds some merit. Li Meng reached out to embrace the waist of Master Chu. Chu Ro cast a cold glare at Li Meng. Half an hour later, the fire poison would require several more days for complete eradication. The inner pill of the ice frost serpent. Please lend it to me for a few more days, and I shall return it to you then. Upon reaching the door, Chu Ro turned to glance at her disciple Li, who lay upon the bed. Li Meng exerted his last ounce of strength to rise and sit cross-legged upon the bed. He offered a faint smile towards Master Chu. "Master Chu, please take what I have given you. As your disciple, I am destined to transcend swiftly, and it serves no purpose for me to keep it." Suddenly, a vial of elixir soared from the storage pouch at the head of the bed. Li Meng waved his hand, and the jade vial soared towards Chu Ro. Chu Ro caught the vial, which contained 11 flawless spirit refining pills. Do not be hasty in using them. Wait until the fire poison has been cleared before partaking. Just consume one, and reserve the remainder for when Master Chu is undertaking his closed-door cultivation to break through to the core formation stage. Chu Ro gazed down at the jade vial in her hands, a fleeting expression of complexity crossing her beautiful visage. She tucked the vial away, opened the door, and stepped outside. "I shall return tomorrow evening." At the very moment she exited the room, her gentle and ethereal voice resonated. 15 affection, 75 secondary profession experience. The affection level has increased once more. Li Meng lay supine on the bed, utterly fatigued. He longed to succumb to slumber, never to awaken. Chu Ro, having closed the door, revealed a subtle curve at the corners of her mouth. "Humph, he deserves it." Chu Ro turned, her graceful figure swaying as she departed. A faint click echoed as the door swung open from within. Chu Ro emerged, her expression impassive, her enchanting form bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. She cast a fleeting glance back at the bedroom window, a trace of helpless melancholy flickering in her eyes. It was perplexing to her why her disciple, Li, would so recklessly squander his own well-being. The disciples of the Hehuan Sect practiced the path of passion devoid of attachment. Though they appeared to harbor feelings, in truth, they were unencumbered by them. Regardless of gender, disciples were not meant to succumb to desire. Yet, Li seemed to revel in it, leaving Chu Ro somewhat baffled. Was he intent on indulging himself before his ultimate transcendence? What purpose could that serve? With a decisive turn, Chu Ro soared into the night sky, her sword guiding her far away. Time trickled by, and the night deepened. The following day, in the study, Li Meng sat upright at his desk, holding a talismanic brush. After a brief moment of hesitation, he began to write with an almost supernatural grace. Li Meng, who had never studied talismanic symbols and was utterly oblivious to their intricacies, found himself suddenly illuminated by an inexplicable force. In a moment of inspiration, he effortlessly created a divine talisman of swift movement, its strokes flowing like water. Li Meng carefully examined the talisman in his hand. Did he truly compose this himself? The characters inscribed upon it were nothing short of extraordinary, evoking awe and reverence. How could he possess such remarkable calligraphy? Li Meng infused spiritual energy into the talisman. The characters inscribed on the talisman gradually transformed into a resplendent gold. After approximately 10 breaths, the talisman radiated a luminous glow, indicating that it had reached the utmost limit of spiritual energy it could bear. Indeed, it was an exceptional first-grade talisman. Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. For the first time, he successfully crafted a superior talisman. Li Meng could hardly express dissatisfaction. The distinction of being a superior talisman rather than a divine talisman likely pertains to the quality of the talisman paper. In Chapter 10, titled Talismanic Arts, it is noted that the talisman paper is crafted from first-tier beast hides. If the beast hide shares the same earthly attributes as the divine travel talisman, its quality should indeed ascend to a higher echelon, thus becoming a divine talisman. It appears that drawing talismans may not be as daunting as it seems. Onward we shall proceed. Li Meng took out a piece of talisman paper and spread it on the table. Holding the talisman brush, he resumed his intricate drawings. The day swiftly elapsed. Li Meng spent the entire day in his study, meticulously crafting talismans. That night, the study was illuminated brightly. As he sat at his desk, he carefully placed his brush into its case. Gazing at the substantial stack of talismans behind him, a satisfied smile crept across Li Meng's face. Was he perhaps drawing talismans too swiftly? If only other talisman masters could match his pace, the market would surely be flooded with more talismans. In just one day, he had exhausted all the beast hides purchased from Qianbao Tower, yielding a total of 41 first-grade talismans. Most were of superior quality, with only 5 being of the divine celestial grade. There were neither medium nor inferior grade talismans among them. The collection included the divine travel talisman, the golden light protection talisman, the wind control talisman, the ground shrink talisman, and the concealment talisman, all primarily focused on defense and escape. The divine travel talisman allows one to traverse 1,000 miles in a day, while it is effortless for cultivators to fly 1,000 miles on their swords. The divine travel talisman connects the user to the earth's veins, enabling swifter movement and a heightened ability to conceal one's presence. The golden light protection talisman can generate a protective barrier of spiritual energy. The wind control talisman enhances the speed of sword flight and aerial navigation. The ground shrink talisman allows the user to instantaneously exit the battlefield, with a first-grade version covering a range of only 100 meters. The inferior version covers 100 meters, the medium version 500 meters, the superior version 1,000 meters, and the divine celestial version 10,000 meters. The concealment talisman enables the user to become invisible and to mask their presence. The higher the quality, the more potent the invisibility effect and the longer the duration. Li Meng held a talisman that shimmered with a golden radiance. This talisman exhibited a distinct difference compared to others. It emanated an aura that resonated with the very essence of heaven and earth. This was the Divine Sky Talisman. The Divine Sky Talisman must never be shown lightly. Unlike talismans, elixirs are essential aids for all cultivators in their practice. Even a flawless elixir would not attract much attention. However, the Divine Sky Talisman is a different matter altogether. Each Divine Sky Talisman possesses the capability to awe the heavens and weep the spirits. Even a first-grade Divine Sky Talisman can unleash tremendous power. Li Meng rose to his feet and with a graceful wave of his hand, the talismans on the table soared into the storage pouch at his waist. Li Meng waved once more, and the lights in the study were extinguished. Li Meng walked towards the study room's exit. As he departed from the study, he moved outside. Where are you headed? Just as Li Meng passed by the bedroom, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from within the room. Li Meng's expression changed abruptly, and he felt a wave of unease within. Indeed, the foundation-building cultivators were as formidable as rumored. He had not sensed the arrival of Master Chu at all, with such a captivating beauty present. How could one allow her to wait? Li Meng chuckled with a grin that was decidedly lewd. Li Meng pushed the door open and entered. With a soft click, he closed the door behind him. On the bed, he unexpectedly beheld a graceful silhouette. Li Meng approached Master Chu with a smile that sparkled with mischief. Upon noticing the sly grin on his face, Chu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Soon after, a sharp sound echoed as the bedroom window was shut. Master Chu, your legs are truly long. Enough with the idle chatter. Half an hour later, the night was deep, and the small main peak lay in serene silence. Suddenly, a soft click resonated as the front door swung open from within. Clad in a flowing purple gown, Chu Ro emerged, her enchanting figure bathed in the moonlight, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her curvaceous waist swayed gracefully with each light step, crafting a mesmerizing and alluring tableau. As Chu Ro entered the courtyard, she glanced back at the bedroom window, a hint of laughter dancing in her eyes, though she restrained herself. If this continued, it would not be long before he transcended into the realm of the immortal. With a swift turn, she ascended, her elegant form soaring away on her sword, akin to a celestial maiden gliding through the moonlit sky. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Li Meng lay on the bed, murmuring 2 words repeatedly, Foundation, foundation, foundation. 5 favorability, 25 secondary job experience. Such a woman of contradictory words and deeds. Li Meng turned over and fell into a deep slumber. In the following days, he resumed his daily life of cultivation. During the day, he guarded the little bamboo peak, meditating and refining his skills. Whenever Outer Sect disciples came to trade, he opened the doors for business. In the evenings, he engaged in philosophical discussions with Master Chu. Life was blissfully enjoyable, although his body felt somewhat fatigued. One day in the morning, a graceful figure soared above the bamboo grove. She descended swiftly into the courtyard. Her melodious voice caught Li Meng's attention from the study. "I am in the study, please come in." The voice of Li Shixiang brightened Yuan Baobao's eyes. With a radiant smile, she entered with a light-hearted step. Yuan Baobao was no stranger to Li Shixiang's courtyard, having visited many times before, though previously accompanied by Xian Hao. Today marked her first solitary visit to Li Shixiang's petite peak. Upon entering the study, Yuan Baobao beheld Li Shixiang, clad in a slightly worn green robe. Seated behind the desk, Li Meng glanced up at her. "Why didn't Xian Shidi accompany you?" Yuan Baobao smiled brightly as she paused in front of the desk. "Xian Shixiang went to inquire about information from the Foundation establishment master, and he asked me to come and purchase some essential elixirs." Li Meng rose to his feet and made his way towards the bookshelf nestled in the corner. Upon reaching the shelf, he opened it and retrieved a storage pouch. He then turned to face Yuan Baobao, presenting it with a gentle gesture. "Here, this is a small token of my appreciation for you. You may find it useful within the blood-red forbidden domain." Yuan Baobao extended her consciousness towards the pouch in her senior's hand, her expression shifting in surprise as she quickly shook her head. "No, senior, this is far too precious. We cannot afford such a treasure." Li Meng chuckled softly, extending his hand to grasp Yuan Baobao's delicate fingers, placing the storage pouch into her palm. "You may receive it upon your return from the blood-colored forbidden zone, and it will be of equal significance." Yuan Baobao gazed at the storage pouch in her hand, her expression fraught with conflict. The contents within were undeniably precious, containing not only an array of elixirs but also a substantial quantity of talismans. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from these talismans indicated their superior quality. She and Xian Hao indeed had a pressing need for these items. To claim indifference would be disingenuous, for the blood-colored forbidden zone was fraught with peril. What Brother Li has bestowed may very well preserve the lives of both individuals in a moment of peril. "Brother, I am truly grateful." Yuan Baby gazed at Brother Li with profound appreciation. 10 affection 50 auxiliary experience. Li Meng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Senior brother, my time is drawing near. What use is there in holding on to these worldly possessions? You may keep them with ease." A flicker of sorrow passed through Yuan Baobao's eyes. The impending passing of Brother Li is no secret among the outer disciples. When she first heard the news, it did not evoke much of a reaction. However, upon witnessing Brother Li in person, Yuan Baobao was profoundly struck by the mercilessness of fate. It is lamentable that a person of Brother Li's caliber, so virtuous and kind, should be met with such meager fortune. Chapter 11. Second-rank alchemist. "Brother, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" she inquired earnestly. "If there is anything I can do, I shall certainly strive to help you realize your desires." Yuan Baobao was acutely aware of her own limited cultivation and mediocre talent. While she had hopes of establishing a foundation, transcending to the realm of Dan formation loomed as an insurmountable chasm. Thus, the extent of what she could offer her elder brother was exceedingly constrained. Li Meng scrutinized Yuan Baobao from head to toe. Although Yuan Baobao was not particularly stunning among the group of female disciples, she possessed a commendable grace that held potential for further development. The number of female disciples he could interact with was limited, and he could not afford to overlook any of them. It was imperative to swiftly enhance the rank of his auxiliary position to aid in cultivation. Li Meng smiled gently as he caressed Yuan Baobao's small hand. Perhaps it was due to the impending fate that his senior brother felt an overwhelming sense of solitude in recent days. He wondered if his junior sister could accompany him for a few days. Yuan Baobao looked at her senior brother with a puzzled expression. What does Brother Li mean by this? Yuan Baobao lowered her head and blushed slightly. Senior Li was gently caressing her hand. It was only then that Yuan Baobao realized the implication of Senior Li's words. "Senior, how could you be so frivolous towards your junior sister?" Yuan Baobao withdrew her hand, thrusting the storage bag into Li Meng's grasp. Blushing, she hastily fled from the scene. At some unknown moment, Li Meng found himself holding a talisman that could shrink distances. The next instant, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear at the door. "Senior brother, please step aside." Yuan Baobao felt her cheeks flush slightly. She never anticipated that her senior brother, who was half entrenched in the coffin, would harbor such intentions towards her. Although she held a fondness for him, it was a sentiment devoid of romantic implications. "Dear junior sister, do not be upset. If you are unwilling, how could I ever impose upon you?" Li Meng took 2 steps forward and pressed the storage bag into Yuan Baobao's hands. "Go on, just don't perish before your senior brother, otherwise he may truly depart in unrest." Yuan Baobao gazed silently at the storage bag in her hands. She lifted her head, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she looked at the benevolent face of senior Brother Li. Yuan Baobao performed a respectful bow. Your kindness will never be forgotten by your junior sister. With that, she accepted the storage bag, passed by Li Meng, and opened the door to step outside. A fragrant breeze wafted in, and Li Meng's face lit up with an expression of rapture. Li Meng smiled softly, shaking his head as he walked towards the desk. The door behind him slammed shut with a thud. Although he had encountered failure, it did not weigh heavily on his mind. All he desired was the favor of his junior sister, Yuan. The fact that her fondness for him had not diminished indicated that she did not harbor any aversion towards him. Outside, Yuan Baobao stepped out of the room. Her expression somewhat dazed. Standing in the sunlight, she squinted her eyes and gazed up at the azure sky. The outcome of their expedition to the blood-red forbidden zone remained uncertain, whether it would bring fortune or misfortune. Even if they were to perish, it was likely that few would remember them. The realm of cultivation was inherently brutal, littered with the bones of the fallen along the path to immortality. Most cultivators were fated to become mere remnants upon that road. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Baobao felt a flush rise to her cheeks. With a resolute expression, she turned back towards the house. After all, it was merely a vessel. Why should she feel reluctant? Failing to fulfill her senior brother's wishes would leave her thoughts unfulfilled. Yuan Baobao pushed open the door to the study and stepped inside. Senior brother, as she began, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, exuding a captivating allure. Her eyes shyly glanced at her senior brother seated behind the desk. 15 favor 75 auxiliary experience auxiliary rank elevated to 2nd grade. The system's notification brought a brief smile to Li Meng's face. Noticing that Yuan had returned, he set down his talisman brush and smiled at her. Junior sister, come here. Yuan Baobao approached him with light, graceful steps, her enchanting figure gliding around the desk to stand beside him. Li Meng reached out and grasped Yuan Baobao's delicate hand, guiding her to sit gracefully upon his lap. With her soft form nestled against him, his heart soared with joy. Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Yuan Baobao, a look of bliss washed over Li Meng's face. One hand instinctively encircled her slender waist. Junior sister, allow your senior brother to take you to a splendid place for a profound discourse. Li Meng's aged face beamed with a smile as he gazed at the bashful Yuan Shimi. Yuan Baobao blushed, offering a charming smile, and playfully winked at Li Shixiao. Li Shixiao, you must not take advantage of me. Li Meng laughed heartily and lifted junior sister Yuan into his arms. Surely not. How could senior brother ever bully his junior sister? Li Meng carried Yuan Shimi in his arms as he made his way out of the study. Senior brother, put me down. I can walk on my own. No worries. I can carry you. Li Meng cradled Yuan Baobao as they departed the study and entered the bedroom. Outside, the sign on the fence suddenly flipped over, revealing a bold proclamation. Today, closed for alchemical refinement. Do not disturb. Half an hour later, the door creaked open. Yuan Baobao emerged, her cheeks flushed, her aura slightly disordered. Senior brother, junior sister shall visit you again another day. Her melodious voice echoed throughout the courtyard. A fleeting charm danced across her features as she soared into the sky on her sword, departing with grace. As Yuan Baobao glanced back from a distance, a smile graced her lips. Senior brother has indeed only tasted the fruits of novelty. However, her thoughts turned to another person, and the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Though she yearned to journey alongside Xian's senior brother, the number of companions capable of walking this path within the sect was exceedingly few. Whether male or female cultivators, they were all pursuers of the eternal way. When one cannot keep pace with those around them, they are inevitably left behind. This truth applied to both her and Xian's senior brother alike. While human emotions are tender, the path of immortality is devoid of compassion. At Shaozhu Peak, in the courtyard, Li Meng sighed while reclining in his chair. Yuan junior sister truly is a treasure. She never regards me with disdain. Li Meng cast a glance at his information. Name, Li Meng age, 78 fate, 50 cultivation, Qi refinement level 7 qualification, 5 spiritual roots, waste body, alchemy, 2nd rank alchemist talismans, 2nd rank talismans master weaponry, 2nd rank weaponry master array, 2nd rank array master alchemy experience, 05000 talismans experience, 05000 weaponry experience, 05000 array experience, 05000 chapter 12, a commoner's innocence. The burden of possessing a treasure. Excellent, the secondary profession has advanced to 2nd rank. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile as he rose from his frail frame and donned the azure robe that lay on the floor. Outside, the sign at the gate flipped over, and soon after, a disciple arrived on a flying sword. It turned out to be a 1st grade medium-grade elixir. His senior brother's alchemical skills had evidently advanced. Senior brother, this 1st grade medium-grade elixir is far too precious. Is there perhaps a 2nd grade elixir available? Li Meng, reclined in his chair, cast a glance at his junior brother, who was at the 4th level of Qi cultivation and likely had only just begun his journey. The Hehuan Sect admitted new disciples every decade, allowing those who passed the trials to join its ranks. Take it. I shall sell it to you at the price of a 2nd grade elixir. The 4th level outer disciple was elated, promptly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. As he watched his junior brother depart on his sword, Li Meng stroked his beard, reminiscing about his own challenging beginnings upon joining the Hehuan Sect. In those days, he had nothing and found every step arduous. The meager monthly stipend of an outer disciple was merely a drop in the ocean. It took him a decade to establish his footing within the sect. Though he faced some losses, he also reaped considerable rewards. Cultivation is not solely about the pursuit of immortality. One must also navigate the intricacies of human relationships. Now, in order to concoct a second-grade elixir, he could only utilize lower-aged spiritual herbs. Even selling a medium-grade elixir, as if it were a low-grade one, would yield profit. Not only would he acquire spirit stones, but he would also enhance his reputation. What's not to rejoice about? The moniker Scattering Wealth Old Bachelor was well-earned. Even the foundation-building elders would afford him some respect. As night fell, Meng awaited the arrival of a fair maiden, reclining in his chair. Is she not coming in? Suddenly, the voice of Elder Chu echoed through the room. Meng's expression shifted in surprise. When had Elder Chu entered the house? It seemed he ought to set up some formations at Shaoju Peak. Fortunately, he had not encountered any peeping toms lately, or it would have been a most embarrassing affair. Meng did not wish to tarnish the lofty image he held in the eyes of his junior colleagues. Meng stood up, his slender frame darting into the room. Master Chu, I have arrived. You have come, so what is there to say? I merely missed you. It has only been a short while. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Master Chu, might you stay this evening to engage in discourse with your disciple? No, I must continue my cultivation. Are you training with Master Chen? It is not as sordid as you imagine. My relationship with Brother Chen is merely one of fellow practitioners exchanging insights. Time slipped away gradually, and the night deepened. The following morning, at dawn, a loud click resonated as the main door was swung open from within. Meng and Chu Rou emerged one after the other. The two seated themselves opposite each other at the tea table. Meng waved his sleeve, and 2 cups of tea were placed on the table before them. Chu Rou lifted her cup and took a delicate sip, casting a glance at her junior. Li, what are you secretly amused about? She inquired. And nothing at all, he stammered. Meng chuckled softly, setting down the teacup. With a beaming smile, he gazed at the enchanting Master Chu. Master Chu, may I inquire about something? Chu Rou's delicate brows knitted slightly, her expression turning frosty. Meng was so frightened that his body became stiff. After a while, Chu Rou turned her head. Her cold voice resonated softly. I was trapped in the initial stage of foundation establishment for 27 years. After 3 years of discussions with a Golden Core Master, I successfully broke through and obtained the resources sufficient to advance to the later stage of great perfection. A flicker of regret passed through Meng's eyes. To claim he felt no jealousy would be utterly disingenuous. Yet, it was an inescapable reality. When Master Chu chose to cultivate alongside the Golden Core ancestor to seize the opportunity for breakthrough, he was likely not even born yet. In the Hehuan Sect, it is not uncommon for lower-tier cultivators to engage in transactions with higher-tier ones in pursuit of breakthroughs. Many disciples, faced with insurmountable obstacles, opt for this path. Refinement disciples tend to barter with foundation establishment masters, who, in turn, seek out Golden Core ancestors for similar exchanges. The Golden Core ancestors often look to the nascent soul elders as their counterparts. Those who manage to cultivate to the Golden Core stage while maintaining a pure Yang or pure Yin constitution are undoubtedly exceptional talents. However, the allure of a pure Yin or pure Yang Golden Core does not significantly entice the nascent soul elders, rendering the transactions one-sided. It is a rare occurrence for a Golden Core ancestor to approach a nascent soul elder for such exchanges. As for whether high-tier cultivators hold any regard for these transactions, that is another matter entirely. Master Chu, you shall surely attain your Golden Core. After partaking in a cup of tea, Master Chu took his leave. Meng returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Alchemy serves the purpose of cultivation, and cultivation is of paramount importance at this moment. As night fell, Master Chu paid another visit. The following morning, Meng was awakened by the melodious chirping of birds. As he lay on his bed, he opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. When had he fallen asleep? Last night, he had been utterly unaware. He had intended to rest for a while before resuming his practice, yet he had unexpectedly slumbered until dawn. The commotion at the bedside caught Meng's attention. Meng followed the sound with his gaze. Master Chu was standing by the bedside, adorned in a delicate dress. Her flawless, snowy figure was gradually being concealed by the fabric. Did Master Chu stay over last night? No wonder it felt as if he were embracing something soft and warm. Indeed, it was his request for Master Chu to remain. Hadn't she agreed to it? By the bed, Chu Rou tidied her disheveled garments and turned her cold gaze upon Meng. This is the last time, she declared before turning away, leaving without a backward glance. What remained was only the graceful curve of her silhouette. Meng, reclining on the bed, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, seemingly savoring the sensation of sleeping beside Master Chu the previous night. Master Chu's fondness for him was nearing 50. He pondered what her demeanor would be like upon reaching 100. Meng rose from the bed, leisurely donning his attire. Before long, the front door of the house creaked open from the inside. Meng, with his somewhat slender frame, stepped out into the world. Bathed in sunlight, he squinted his eyes and gazed up at the azure sky. Perhaps in a few days, he would venture to the market. Meng cast a glance at his storage bag. His current assets amounted to approximately 6,000 spirit stones. He possessed over 30 vials of various first-grade elixirs, each jade vial capable of containing 10 to 20 pills, totaling around 4 to 500 first-grade elixirs. It seems he must devise a means to earn more. 6,000 spirit stones are insufficient. The cultivation of second-grade elixirs necessitates spirit herbs aged over 500 years. The price of 500-year-old spirit herbs is tenfold that of a 100-year-old variety. Thus, 6,000 spirit stones would only suffice to refine a few batches of second-grade recovery elixirs. Li Meng settled into a reclining chair in the courtyard, his mind busily calculating the accounts. Even a flawless elixir of the highest grade and a divine talisman would be worthy of the auction house. Perhaps he should consign them there. However, the age-old adage a man of humble means may incur the wrath of others for possessing treasures rings ever true. While the auction houses of the 5 major sects maintain confidentiality regarding the identities of sellers, presenting himself as a disciple of the Hehuan Sect at the auction would undoubtedly provoke unnecessary complications. Chapter 13. The Transformation Talisman. Li Meng is reluctant to have his daily life disturbed. His desire for the reputation of a fortune-bringing child is precisely to distance himself from the conflicts among sect disciples. Being targeted by higher-ranking cultivators within the sect is undoubtedly an unfavorable situation. Although the sect has its regulations, rules are often meant to be broken by many. With nearly 2,000 outer disciples in the Harmony sect, where there are people, there will be disputes. Even those who are referred to as cultivators by mortals, residing upon the mountains, are no exception. Li Meng began to examine the treasures within the vault. If only there were an artifact capable of altering one's appearance, the ability to transform at will. It must be you, the shape-shifting talisman. Senior Brotherly. A melodious voice suddenly resonated from the heavens. 2 graceful figures glided through the bamboo grove above, descending elegantly into the courtyard. Clad in azure silk skirts, adorned with hairpins, their long tresses cascaded down to their waists. Their enchanting visages bore a striking resemblance to one another. Li Meng is acquainted with 2 individuals, a pair of sisters. The elder sister is named Sheng Shuier, while the younger sister is known as Sheng Zier. These sisters hail from the royal family of the Zhao Kingdom, rumored to be daughters of a prince. What an extraordinary surprise. Shuier junior sister, Zier junior sister, what brings you here? Naturally, Li Meng recognizes these 2 junior sisters, though their interactions have been limited. The sisters, being daughters of a prince, possess the status of county princesses. The mortal dynasty maintains some degree of connection with the people of the mountains, ensuring an abundance of cultivation resources. Their noble status, however, precludes them from purchasing inexpensive elixirs from him. The sisters exchanged radiant smiles and performed a respectful bow. Name, Sheng Shuier age, 24 fortune, 6,000 cultivation level, 9th layer of Qi refinement aptitude, dual spirit roots of gold and water affection. 5 Li Meng squinted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Truly, she is a descendant of the emperor favored by the heavenly Tao. Her fortune surpasses even that of Master Chu by a considerable margin. Name, Sheng Zier age, 21 fortune, 5,000 cultivation level, 7th layer of Qi training aptitude, 3 spiritual roots of gold, water. And what affection, 10 my sister's aptitude pales in comparison. Brotherly, I have heard that you have high-quality first-grade elixirs for sale. Is that true? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Indeed, it seems the news of the availability of medium and high-grade elixirs has already spread. The sisters displayed expressions of delight. Sheng Shuier, feeling particularly exhilarated, took a step forward. Senior Brotherly, do you possess any high-grade Gu Yuan Dan or Pei Yuan Dan? Li Meng waved his hand, and 5 bottles of elixirs soared from his storage bag, elegantly arranged upon the tea table. Sheng Shuier stepped forward, grasping one bottle and uncorking it. A rich fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, stirring a subtle reaction within her spiritual energy. Her eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a premium elixir, with an exceptionally high purity. It seemed they were merely a step away from flawless quality. Brother, we shall take them all. 1,500 spirit stones, Sheng Shuier declared, refraining from haggling. Negotiation was not her habit, and she was well aware of the market value of such high-grade elixirs. The issue was not merely the price, but the scarcity of supply. Premium elixirs produced by the Alchemy Hall were swiftly claimed by the true disciples, leaving no opportunity for outer disciples like themselves. Brother, if you happen to refine any more premium elixirs in the future, could you kindly reserve some for us sisters? We are willing to pay a handsome price. Li Meng cast a glance at the 2 sisters. Do my junior sisters believe that I still have a future? The sisters were momentarily at a loss for words. They could certainly perceive that senior brother Li's time was drawing near, and that his days were numbered. The aura of death surrounding him was exceedingly palpable. Whether one could procure high-quality elixirs depended entirely on luck. If available, they would naturally sell to you, but if not, then it simply would not be. Li Meng's meaning is quite clear. He will not make exceptions for the 2 of you. Whether you can acquire the finest elixirs depends solely on your fortune. Li Meng waved her hand. No need to see you off, my dear junior sisters. The 2 sisters, blessed with profound fortune, are better off keeping their distance from those of lesser luck. Li Meng is not keen on the idea of suddenly meeting an untimely demise. It is preferable to avoid unnecessary provocations whenever possible. What is your attitude towards this? Li Ming's aloof demeanor greatly displeased Shang Zier, who could no longer contain her frustration. Swiftly, Shang Shueya grasped her sister's hand and bowed toward Li Ming, who reclined on the chair. Brotherly, we take our leave, she exclaimed. Come, sister. With her sister's hand firmly in her grasp, Shang Shueya leapt into the air. The two sisters' elegant figures swept above the bamboo growth. And it was only after they had exited the small bamboo peak that they took to the skies on their swords. Sister, we have not provoked Brotherly. What is with his attitude? Shang Shueya sighed, shaking her head at her younger sister's resentful words. Sister, those on the mountain are not akin to those below. Here. Our status holds no significance. The outer disciples who flatter and praise you do so not out of genuine respect, but rather to curry favor for their families in the mundane world. Through your connections, they hope to gain the royal family's protection. Without this identity, you would simply be an ordinary outer disciple. Her sister had merely grown accustomed to being lauded, and the absence of such adulation left her feeling disoriented, which in turn made her believe Brotherly was targeting her. In truth, he merely interacted with them as an ordinary person would. Sister, you are indeed wise. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Ming squinted and chuckled softly to himself. Today shall be the day of my breakthrough. Li Ming appeared to be languidly reclining on the lounge chair. However, in truth, he was diligently cultivating the qi refinement technique, absorbing the potency of the elixirs through the circulation of his vital energy. Li Ming did not cultivate the Huang de-aging of the Hehuan Sect. With a 5-element root, his physique was ill-suited for dual cultivation techniques. The greater the number of spiritual roots, the more chaotic the elemental spiritual energy within. An excess of such energy could disrupt the equilibrium of the 5 elements, leading to potential perilous consequences. Time slipped away gradually, and soon nightfall approached. This evening, Elder Chu did not fail to keep his appointment. In the courtyard of Shaozu Peak. Within the confines of a bedroom, Chu Ro paused before the door, casting a glance at her disciple Li Ming, who lay upon the bed. A hint of a teasing smile graced her lips, as if to say, this is what you get for being overconfident. With that, she turned and exited the room, her footsteps echoing softly as they faded into the distance. Li Ming, reclining on the bed, turned his head, murmuring the 2 words, foundation establishment. As time continued to pass, the night deepened. The following morning, a soft creak resonated as the door to the room was opened from the inside. Li Ming emerged, clutching his waist. The sunlight today was somewhat piercing. Li Ming squinted as he gazed up at the azure sky. The aura emanating from him intensified once more. It was not the first time he had experienced embarrassment. If he were to be embarrassed, so be it. Li Ming consoled himself. Were he not to seek solace within, his fragile heart would undoubtedly shatter. With his modest cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement, he persevered. Li Ming smiled broadly. Chapter 14. The Taoist priest on the 2nd floor. Li Ming leisurely strolled outward. After just a few steps, he soared into the air, gliding away on his sword. 3 hours later, in the marketplace, within a narrow alley near the auction house, Li Ming took out the transformation talisman and struck it against himself. A cloud of white mist suddenly enveloped him. As the mist dissipated, Li Ming transformed into a middle-aged man in his 30s. And his azure robe changed to a black one. Li Ming's consciousness detached from his body and surveyed himself. Quite impressive. The transformation talisman is indeed a marvelous artifact. The altered appearance bears no resemblance to his true self. Li Ming did not squander any time and promptly exited the alley, making his way toward the entrance of the auction house. Li Ming initially intended to visit Qianbao Tower to procure some 500-year-old spiritual herbs. The flawless second-grade elixirs he could concoct from them could then be consigned to the auction house for sale. However, constrained by a lack of funds, he was compelled to first sell some flawless first-grade elixirs and Shenshao talismans to augment his capital. Li Ming strode through the grand entrance of the auction house. Good day. How may I assist you? As the prestigious facade of the Hehuan Sect, the auction house radiated opulence. The attendant responsible for reception was, surprisingly, a foundational disciple from the inner sect. Clad in a delicate pink gown, the attendant approached Li Ming, her face as radiant as a peach blossom, smiling warmly at him. Li Ming cast a glance at the resplendent reception hall, marveling at the profound heritage of the Hehuan Sect. The carpet in the reception area was crafted from the hides of 5th-tier demon beasts, a testament to the sect's wealth. The murals adorning the walls were far from ordinary, exuding a subtle aura of the natural world, clearly the work of a nascent soul cultivator. Are there any upcoming auctions for celestial gatherings? The 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom periodically host such auctions, drawing a multitude of cultivators to converge here. The next celestial auction is scheduled to take place in 4 months. 4 months hence? Li Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He could not afford to wait for such an extended period. Does the esteemed auction house acquire elixirs and talismans? The attendant nodded with a beaming smile. We only accept elixirs and talismans of medium quality or above. I have a batch of goods to dispose of. The attendant's expression brightened with understanding. And with a cheerful demeanor, he cleared the way. This way, please. In the eyes of the auction house, nothing is deemed obscure. Once it enters the auction house, it is considered forsaken property. Li Ming followed the attendant into a reception room. Wait a moment. The attendant turned and departed. The door was gently closed. Li Meng settled down beside the tea table, surveying the modestly sized reception room. Li Meng had never visited an auction house before. In the past, he was incapable of concocting high-grade elixirs, and even the creation of mid-tier pills posed a significant challenge. After waiting for less than the duration of an incense stick, the door was abruptly pushed open. An elderly man clad in a gray robe entered. Casting a cursory glance at Li Meng before silently taking a seat across from him at the tea table, Li Meng cast a glance at the elder, who was a cultivator at the mid-stage of foundation building. Fellow cultivator, please present the items for trade. I am well aware of the rules, and I trust you are as well. Li Meng feigned understanding, though he was utterly perplexed. 13 bottles of medicinal elixirs soared from the storage pouch at his waist and elegantly arranged themselves upon the tea table. With a graceful gesture, the elder summoned one bottle into his hand, its rich aroma of medicinal essence wafting through the air. The elder's eyes sparkled with delight as he recognized it to be a flawless primordial solidification pill. With another flourish of his hand, the corks from all the jade vials shot forth, releasing a dense fragrance that instantly filled the entire reception room. Flawless vitality pills, flawless rejuvenation pills, flawless spirit-gathering pills, each one elicited an expression of pure ecstasy as the elder inhaled the intoxicating scent. Indeed, the flawless medicinal pills were treasures among treasures. Though merely of the first rank, they held immense value for foundational cultivators. My esteemed friend, I offer a flat price of 7,000 spirit stones. Li Meng waved his hand, and 5 glimmering talismans soared out of the storage pouch, landing gracefully on the tea table. 9,000 spiritual stones. The old man gazed intently at the talismans upon the table. He picked one up and sensed a profound essence of the heavens and earth emanating from it. The spatial contraction talisman. The old man involuntarily gasped in astonishment. The spatial contraction talisman is a life-saving treasure. Even a first-grade version can ensure one's survival against the pursuit of golden core cultivators. My friend, a flat price of 30,000 spiritual stones. 35,000 spiritual stones. Deal. The old man did not even attempt to haggle with Li Meng. Li Meng's eyes sparkled with subtlety, and a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Was he destined to lose something? Nevertheless, the fact that he could sell it for 35,000 spirit stones had far exceeded his expectations. What were the rules? Even as he departed from the auction house, Li Meng remained oblivious to the answer. What indeed were the rules? As he strolled down the bustling street, he pondered quietly to himself. Could it be that no inquiries were made regarding one's identity or the origins of the items for sale? Throughout the entire transaction, the elderly man had not uttered a single word beyond the terms of the deal, nor had he sought to uncover Li Meng's identity or the provenance of the merchandise. Li Meng, with utmost caution, turned and entered a narrow alley. He retrieved a concealment talisman and affixed it to his body. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air. For the following 2 hours, he meandered through the bustling market, wandering in circles before finally arriving at Qianbao Building. Oh, isn't that Master Li? Exclaimed a familiar voice. Master Li has been quite diligent of late. It was still the same humble attendant, diligently polishing the items on the shelves. Upon entering, Li Meng chuckled softly and gestured towards the second floor. The attendant, initially eager to approach, retreated once more. Master Li, please, after you. The attendant bestowed a sycophantic smile as he watched Master Li ascend the stairs. How peculiar could it be that Master Li has recently struck it rich? Access to the second floor was not granted to just anyone. One would need to spend at least 1,000 spirit stones to descend. Master Li, there are numerous treasures above. Do exercise restraint against temptation. The layout of the second floor differed entirely from that of the first. The space, rather than becoming smaller, expanded magnificently. This was indeed a realm of boundless possibilities. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe stood guard, his long hair casually draped over his shoulders. Seated beside a tea table while engrossed in an ancient tome, a young acolyte dressed in a Taoist robe approached Li Meng, bowing respectfully. Senior brother, welcome to Qianbao Building. How may I assist you? The youthful voice resonated melodiously in Li Meng's ears. Li Meng handed a list to the young acolyte. The acolyte took the list and glanced at it, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Senior brother, we only have 7 portions of moonlight grass, 5 portions of true spirit fruit, and 9 portions of sunfire blossom. As for the millennium spiritual herbs you require, our establishment does not possess them. The spiritual herbs needed for refining the dust-settling pill are not available for sale by the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom. Li Meng furrowed her brow, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. She had not anticipated that even Qianbao Tower lacked the spiritual herbs required to refine the dust-settling pill. Li Meng was well aware that the spiritual herbs required for concocting the dust-reducing pill were not for sale among the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom. However, the owner of the Qianbao Tower happened to be a venerable elder of the Hehuan Sect. It was quite possible that there existed a few specimens of these spiritual herbs suitable for the crafting of the dust-reducing pill. It seemed that a journey to the blood-soaked forbidden domain was in order. Li Meng's countenance reflected deep contemplation as he pondered silently. The scarcity of spiritual herbs weighed heavily on his mind. The previously acquired herbs were of too low a grade, limiting him to concocting only foundational elixirs. With his 5 elemental root physique, his cultivation speed was inherently sluggish. Once he established his foundation, He would require a substantial quantity of 500-year-old spiritual herbs to refine second-tier elixirs for his cultivation. While earning spirit stones through the 4 auxiliary occupations was not particularly challenging, using those stones to purchase sufficient herbs for his practice was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Even if he were to acquire all the spiritual herbs from the Qianbao Tower, it would likely fall short of meeting his needs during the foundational phase. Furthermore, the herbs necessary for crafting auxiliary mirror-breaking elixirs were not for sale, even if available. The quantities would be exceedingly limited. It was arduous for sect disciples to acquire a significant number of 100 or 1,000-year-old herbs, as they seldom sought them out intentionally. They would only gather a few if encountered during missions. The spiritual herbs they could access would rarely be of a high vintage. For most disciples, redeeming elixirs with contribution points was the sole means of obtaining them. Thus, the prospect of amassing a large quantity of herbs from fellow disciples was unrealistic. Even if one were to accumulate gradually, the time required was unacceptable to Li Meng. The only place within the sect to procure a substantial amount of spiritual herbs was the Alchemy Pavilion. However, the elixirs crafted by the alchemists belonged to the pavilion itself, and even the alchemists required contribution points to redeem them. Joining the Alchemy Pavilion was not a viable path either. To procure a significant number of herbs aged 100 years or more in a short time frame, venturing into the blood-colored Forbidden Zone was the sole option. Failing to prepare adequately would render him utterly immobile upon establishing his foundation. The blood-colored Forbidden Zone was undoubtedly a treasure trove for spiritual herbs. If he could gather all the resources needed for his foundational period in one go, he would not need to worry about resources for advancing to the core formation stage. Although the blood-colored Forbidden Zone was fraught with peril, possessing the Xinqiao Talisman would allow him to traverse it with ease, as it was accessible only to qi-refining cultivators. Moreover, without superior elixirs, how could he win the favor of female cultivators? And without that, how could he enhance his likability? As he emerged from the blood-colored Forbidden Zone, the upcoming auction event would present an excellent opportunity for significant profit. He would purchase as much as he could. "Senior brother, please wait a moment in the resting area." The attendant turned and departed with a light, graceful step. Chapter 15. The Tying Body. Li Meng cast a glance at the Taoist boy. Qi Wei, age 19. Possessed a fortune of 800, cultivated at the 5th level of Qi refinement, endowed with the rarine body, and held a favorability rating of 0. The Yin body? A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Meng's eyes. What sort of physique is this? Could her stunted growth be related to her constitution? Li Meng turned and walked towards the lounge. He took a seat by the tea table. How could a Taoist priest with such a unique constitution appear on the 2nd floor of the Qianbao building? Li Meng cast a glance at the sentinel not far away. In that fleeting moment, he was struck with astonishment. The system was utterly incapable of displaying any information about him. Could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Li Meng lowered his head, casting a sidelong glance at the guardian of the tower. He emanated an unusual aura, likely a result of some form of magical alteration of his appearance. There was also an air of softness about him that was uncharacteristic of a man. Could he possibly be the infamous Yin-Yang old demon spoken of in the tales of the Hehuan Sect? Li Meng's hand trembled as he held the teacup. It was inconceivable that the Grand Elder could appear in a place like Qianbao Building. Even if he sought a moment of respite, he would surely choose a higher floor. Senior brother, your spiritual herbs are ready." A youthful, fair-skinned acolyte hurriedly approached Li Meng. Nearby, the guardian of the building subtly shifted his fingers. Suddenly, the acolyte seemed to be tripped by an unseen force, causing his small frame to stumble and fall into Li Meng's embrace. Li Meng swiftly embraced the Taoist apprentice. "Little junior sister, are you unharmed?" Li Meng's voice was slightly hoarse. The Taoist boy, resembling a startled rabbit, quickly stood up from Li Meng's embrace. "I am fine, senior brother. Are you all right?" Li Meng chuckled softly, setting down the cup of tea in his hand. "I am perfectly fine, truly." The Taoist boy inquired with a look of skepticism. Li Meng opened his arms and waved his sleeves. "Does my junior sister perceive that I have something on my mind?" The Taoist girl's eyes curved into crescents. She offered him a storage bag with both hands. "Senior brother, please take it. It contains a total of 17,000 spirit stones." Li Meng's lips twitched slightly. Although he was aware that a 500-year-old spiritual plant was exceedingly valuable, he did not anticipate it to be this exorbitant. With 17,000 spirit stones, one could procure a spiritual plant aged around a century, which would yield at least several thousand medicinal pills upon refinement. Li Meng took the storage bag and tucked it into his waist pouch. He then retrieved another storage bag and handed it to the acolyte, who received it with a beaming smile. "Farewell, little junior sister." Li Meng rose to his feet and made his way downstairs. "Senior brother, may I pose a question to you?" The young acolyte gazed eagerly at Li Meng's retreating figure. Li Meng turned to glance at his junior sister, chuckling softly. "Junior sister, may I ask you something?" she inquired. "How did you discern that I am your junior sister?" The young Taoist looked at her elder brother, whose hair was white and whose time was drawing near, with a face full of curiosity. After all, her disguise was crafted by their master. How could a mere qi-refining practitioner possibly realize she was a girl? "Well, it's a matter of intuition," he replied. "Intuition?" The young Taoist lowered her head, lost in contemplation. What does my elder brother mean by that? Li Meng chuckled softly and turned to leave. It was not until his figure vanished within the corridor that the attendant regained his senses. The attendant then approached the guardian of the tower, exclaiming, "Master, the senior brother is on the verge of demise. Your actions may lead to his ruin." With an air of indignation, the attendant regarded the guardian. The earlier fall was undoubtedly orchestrated by the master. The guardian of the tower offered a faint smile, setting down his teacup. "Do you see him? So vibrant and full of life? Does he appear to be a man burdened by troubles?" The attendant took a seat across the tea table. "Indeed, master. But how is it that he remains unharmed?" Chi Wei was acutely aware of the potency of her own constitution. Even a mere touch from an average foundation-building male cultivator would siphon away a significant portion of their yang energy. Yet, that individual seemed devoid of any such energy. However, this was an impossibility. No man could lack yang energy. The guardian's lips curled into a slight arc. How intriguing. The attendant cast a sidelong glance at the master, resting her head despondently upon the tea table. "Master, the senior brother is nearing death. Please do not disturb him." The guardian extended a delicate finger and lightly flicked the attendant's forehead from across the table. "Ouch." The attendant clutched her forehead, displaying a pitiful expression. "But he is not dead yet, is he?" Having departed from Qianbao Tower, Li Meng's mood was far from cheerful. After laboriously accumulating a substantial amount of spirit stones, he had barely begun to relish them before spending the majority. Soaring through the skies above the majestic mountains, Li Meng flew on his sword, weaving through the clouds and darting between peaks. He reveled in the freedom of the boundless heavens, exuding an air of nonchalance. Before nightfall, Li Meng returned to Shaozhu Peak. Li Meng's emaciated form descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard. "Tomorrow marks the beginning of my seclusion. This time, I have acquired a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, second-tier beast hides, and beast blood. It will take several days to transform all these materials into elixirs and talismans. As for weapon forging, it is best to forego that. The time investment is simply too great. Crafting a magical artifact necessitates the refinement of various materials, a process that consumes at least half a month. To successfully forge a single artifact typically requires several months, if not up to half a year. Li Meng certainly does not have the luxury of time to squander. At present, it is imperative to focus on breaking through and establishing a solid foundation. Once the foundation is laid, it will not be too late to delve into the intricacies of artifact refinement and formations." Li Meng pushed open the door and entered the bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he engaged in meditation and cultivation. Time flowed silently and imperceptibly. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Unbeknownst to him, a full moon had already ascended high into the heavens. The vast Shaozhu Peak lay in serene silence. Occasionally, colorful meteors streaked across the sky. Yet, these were not mere meteors, but rather the fleeting lights of the golden core ancestors in flight. The path to immortality is littered with bones. This statement is not an empty proclamation. Chapter 16. A Journey to the Blood-Red Forbidden Realm. As one ascends in cultivation, the challenges of breaking through become increasingly daunting. Although the Hehuan Sect boasts 2,000 outer disciples in Qi training, the number of inner disciples in Foundation establishment is fewer than 300. The Golden Core Elders are even scarcer, numbering only in the 20s. The fate of most Foundation establishment disciples is to attain enlightenment through dissolution. A new Golden Core ancestor emerges within the sect only once every century, underscoring the ruthlessness of the path to immortality. With a sigh, Li Meng, bathed in moonlight, opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His spiritual energy had finally recovered to approximately 80%. Although the market lay just beyond the mountain gate, the distance from the gate to Shaozhu Peak was not insignificant. Li Meng collapsed onto the bed and turned over. In that moment, an exquisite visage came into view. The two locked eyes, a silent exchange between them. Chu Ro wore an impassive expression, her gaze icy. "Master Chu." Li Meng smiled awkwardly. It was getting late. Master Chu should be arriving soon. Brother. The following morning, Li Meng was roused from his slumber by a melodious call. Recognizing the voice, he was certain it belonged to his junior sister, Qianlan, without a doubt. Li Meng rose from the bed, languidly donning a cerulean robe. He then exited the bedroom, his footsteps producing a soft creak. Li Meng opened the door, and as expected, he beheld his junior sister, Qianlan, standing outside. "Junior sister, what brings you to seek out your elder brother so early in the morning?" Li Meng sauntered past Qianlan and lazily settled into a reclining chair. Qianlan smiled faintly and remarked, "Senior brother, look at the time. It's still early in the morning." Li Meng squinted at the sky, noting that the sun was nearly at its zenith. Indeed, it was getting late. "Junior sister, what brings you to seek me?" Qianlan responded with a charming smile, gracefully taking a seat beside the tea table. "Although I have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, I still find myself just shy of breaking through the bottleneck. I've heard that many outer disciples have been purchasing exquisite elixirs from you these past few days. If I were to acquire a spirit cleansing pill, it would surely guide me to the threshold of Foundation establishment." Li Meng cast a glance at his junior sister, Qin. She had come to seek elixirs once more. The quality of the potion he had previously provided her was, indeed, rather unsatisfactory. What was lacking? Was it insufficient mana, or perhaps a feeble spirit? It could be attributed to both. Li Ming's consciousness probed into the storage pouch. 4 vials of elixirs soared out and gracefully settled upon the tea table. These were 4 vials of superior-grade elixirs: solidifying essence pill, nurturing essence pill, soul nurturing pill, and spirit refining pill. It is imperative to remember that the spirit refining pill should be consumed once every 6 months, requiring at least half a month of seclusion to assimilate its essence. Overindulgence could lead to harm to one's dantian and meridians, and damage to one's foundational cultivation is no trivial matter. One must exercise utmost caution. The mention of the soul-nurturing pill filled Chunlan's heart with elation. With a beaming smile, she carefully stored the elixirs away. Yes, I understand, senior brother. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. With these 4 vials of elixirs, her cultivation would undoubtedly reach the threshold once more. Touching the threshold signifies the true attainment of perfection. The previous failure in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage had caused her cultivation to plummet. It took her 5 years to regain her peak. Junior sister, come find me in a few days. By then, I shall prepare foundation establishment pills for you. If you come too late, I may no longer be here, he said. The mention of the foundation establishment pill made Chunlan's eyes sparkle with excitement. 30 favorability, 150 secondary job experience, excellent. Yet another increase in favorability. Facing the grateful expression of junior sister Chun, Li Ming chuckled softly, reaching out to gently caress her cheek. Chunlan did not shy away. Instead, she shyly leaned into his hand. Senior brother, are you planning to embark on a long journey? If you are not, you shouldn't say that you may no longer be here. Indeed, the blood-colored forbidden domain is about to open, and I intend to venture forth, he replied. Senior brother Li, are you really planning to venture into the blood-colored forbidden zone? Chunlan inquired, her expression filled with perplexity as she gazed at the aged figure of senior brother Li. There are no longevity fruits to be found in the blood-colored forbidden zone, so why would you risk your safety by going to such a perilous place? Li Ming chuckled softly, retracting his hand. Senior brother, I have but a few years left to live. There are some places I must explore. The blood-colored forbidden domain serves as a rather splendid grave. To perish there would not be in vain. Shenlong remained silent, lost in thought. On the path of eternal life, there were no companions to share the journey. Both senior brother Li and senior brother L were merely transient souls. The heavenly Tao is merciless, and cultivators are equally devoid of sentiment. Senior brother, allow me to keep you company this evening. Li Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Come accompany me during the day, preferably in the morning. All right, then, senior brother, Shenlong replied, a blush appearing on her cheeks, exuding a captivating allure. Come. Let us retreat indoors to converse. Li Ming rose to his feet, taking Shin Shimi by the hand and leading her into the room. Shenlong smiled softly, suggesting that the senior brother should take some time each day to visit the little bamboo peak before venturing into the blood-forbidden zone. Half an hour later, a soft click echoed as the bedroom door swung open from within. Shenlong, with her graceful figure, stepped out, closing the door behind her with a teasing smile playing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 17. The duel at the martial arts arena. Listening to the fading footsteps of the outer sect, Li Ming stood by the bed, donning his clothes with a leisurely air before making his way outside. Although he felt somewhat fatigued, there were pressing matters that required his attention today. Upon exiting the bedroom, Li Ming quickly entered the alchemy chamber. The foundation establishment pill was a second-tier elixir, and there was no rush to concoct it. With the advancement of his auxiliary role to the second tier, the treasury had gained several new second-tier formulas, including the spirit solidifying pill, spirit cultivating pill, spirit reviving pill, second-tier soul nourishing pill, foundation establishment pill, true spirit pill, and detoxification pill, among others, numbering in the dozens, with many peculiar recipes that were not solely focused on aiding cultivation. Moreover, numerous offensive talismans had also been added to his collection. Commence. The tranquil little bamboo peak, bathed in moonlight, appeared somewhat desolate. Within the alchemy room, Li Ming uttered a soft command, unleashing a wave of searing heat. Standing beside the alchemical furnace, his complexion turned pale, and his breath became erratic. Gazing at the jade vial in his hand, a bitter smile crossed his face. It seemed that even a chi-refining cultivator like himself found the crafting of second-tier elixirs to be a considerable challenge. He had never anticipated a day when he would struggle with insufficient magical energy while concocting pills. Despite the slow progress of a 5-element root waste body, it came with the advantage of possessing a greater magical capacity than cultivators of the same level. In the past, Li Ming could continuously refine 3 batches of pills with his magical energy, yet now he found himself barely managing even 1 batch of second-tier elixirs, had it not been for consuming a few spirit recovery pills along the way. His first attempt at refining a second-tier elixir would have undoubtedly ended in failure due to a lack of magical power. The older the spiritual herbs, the more violent their medicinal properties, necessitating a greater amount of magical energy to control the fire during the refining process. The effort and time required for refining exceeded that of herbs aged over a century. Li Meng rose to his feet and walked outside. It struck him as peculiar that Master Chu had not arrived that night. Could it be that he was on a mission? Observing the emptiness of the bedroom, Li Meng contemplated quietly. However, he did not dwell on it for long, instead settling cross-legged upon the bed to meditate and cultivate his breath. The following morning, Li Meng opened his eyes. It appeared that Master Chu was indeed on a mission. Had he been within the sect, he would surely not have failed to keep his appointment. Li Meng rose from his slumber with invigorated spirit and departed from his chamber, making his way into the study. This morning, Chen Shimi was to visit, and alchemy is often susceptible to interruptions. While talisman crafting emphasizes a seamless flow, the time required is considerably less than that of alchemical processes. As the morning unfolded, Chen Shimi proved true to her word. "Senior brother, what troubles you?" she inquired. As they sat across from each other at the tea table in the courtyard, the delicate aroma of tea wafting through the air. Noticing a hint of concern on Li Shixiang's face, Qianlong curiously pressed on. "Sister, are you acquainted with Master Chu Ro?" Li Meng felt that the absence of Master Chu last night surely indicated that something had transpired. If Master Chu were to embark on a mission, he would have informed him in advance. It was well known that Master Chu had engaged in a duel with Master Su at the training ground yesterday. A piece of news that had long since circulated. Li Meng furrowed her brows. The arena was far from an ideal place. It served as a venue for resolving conflicts. Although lethal force was prohibited, one could establish a wager compelling the other party to acquiesce. Such wagers were subject to the oversight of the enforcement hall. What precisely is a wager? Master Su aspired for Master Chu to be his partner, thus he challenged Master Chen, who was Master Chu's partner. Master Chen, unable to withstand the challenge, suffered a narrow defeat at the hands of Master Su. To honor the terms of the wager with Master Su, Master Chen voluntarily severed his partnership with Master Chu. This led to the subsequent wager between Master Chu and Master Chen. Master Chu, unwilling to become Master Su's partner, accepted the challenge posed by Master Su. Should Master Chu emerge victorious, Master Su would cease his harassment. Conversely, if Master Su triumphed, Master Chu would be bound to become his partner. And what was the outcome? Li Meng felt a surge of anxiety within her. Li Meng has already regarded Master Chu in his heart as his own woman. Li Meng is able to accept the exchange of Taoist principles between Master Chu and others. However, beyond that, he finds it intolerable. Master Chen is an exception, as he is the third party in this matter. Yet, if Master Chen, the second party, were to vanish, then he would assume that role. Master Chu, being a consummate practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment, undoubtedly holds the upper hand. It is Master Chu who has triumphed in the wager. It has come to light that both individuals have sustained grievous injuries, resulting in mutual destruction. Mutual destruction? What is the name of Master Su? It seems to be Su Can. Su Can. Li Meng etched this name into his heart. Once he transcended the foundation establishment stage, he would certainly seek a meeting with him. The sect has a regulation that mandates acceptance of challenges from others. Following a challenge, one may decline any subsequent challenge for a decade. Should one wish to seclude themselves for cultivation, an application for a truce can be submitted to the law enforcement hall. However, the duration of this truce must not exceed 20 years. This policy exists to prevent individuals from exploiting loopholes to incessantly challenge a single person. Although challenges cannot be refused, the terms of any wager can be negotiated. Such wagers cannot be coerced and must receive mutual consent from both parties. The realms of the combatants must be of equal rank and stage. Any disparity of a minor realm necessitates the suppression of one's cultivation to match the other. If either party disagrees with the wager, it becomes void. Frequently, the instigator of a dispute shows little regard for the wager, delivering a potentially fatal blow to the opponent in the arena. While this may not result in death, it can severely damage the opponent's Tao foundation. Such actions invite severe punishment from the elders of the law enforcement hall overseeing the event. The consequences may involve either financial ruin to heal the opponent's Tao injuries or receiving equivalent sanctions from the law enforcement hall. The conflicts among disciples of the Harmony sect are exceedingly fierce. Daily, disputes arise in the arena, often ignited by romantic entanglements. Although some attempt to circumvent challenges by exploiting loopholes, such tactics lead to ridicule. After Sister Chen departed, Li Meng hastily entered the alchemy chamber, pondering whether there existed any second-grade elixirs capable of healing Tao injuries, as sustaining severe wounds would inevitably compromise his foundation. Li Meng searched for the elixir recipe within the treasure vault. The Dao Yuan pill? It shall be yours. Li Meng glanced at the spiritual herbs required for concocting the Dao Yuan Dan. The Dao Yuan Dan is categorized into two types, the Yang Dan and the Yin Dan. The Yang Dan is capable of restoring the Dao injuries of male cultivators, while the Yin Dan serves to heal the Dao injuries of female cultivators. Only one more ingredient. The Xianin grass is needed. Li Meng rose to his feet and strode outside. Hastily departing from the dwelling, he soared into the air, wielding his sword as he vanished into the distance. In the afternoon, the marketplace of the Hehuan Sect buzzed with activity. Today, as always, the market was vibrant and bustling, with throngs of people filling the streets and alleys. Many independent cultivators would stop by to explore the offerings of the Hehuan Sect's marketplace. While the Grand Sect's market boasted a commendable orderliness, one could browse without the fear of robbery, at least within its confines. However, once one left the marketplace, the situation could be quite different. Nevertheless, any assailants would certainly have no ties to the Hehuan Sect. Li Meng stepped through the grand entrance of Qianbao building. Masterly, you have come again. Li Meng chuckled softly and nodded to the young lad on the first floor. With a creaky body, he ascended the stairs. Today, the receptionist on the second floor was not the junior sister he encountered yesterday, but rather a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The guardian of the building had also transformed into an elderly man. I require a 500-year-old Xianin grass. Does your esteemed establishment have it? Indeed, senior brother. Please hold on for a moment. Li Meng entered the lounge and settled beside the tea table. The rest area was populated by numerous individuals, predominantly foundational cultivators. Chapter 18. The Cave of Master Chu on Cloud Peak. Brother Su, rest assured, once a decade has passed, I shall certainly avenge you. The conversation among the four at the adjacent table piqued Li Meng's interest. That woman, Chu Ro, truly lacks discernment. It is her fortune to be favored by Brother Su. With the resources of Brother Su's family backing her, achieving the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage should be effortless. If she cannot seize such an opportunity, it speaks to her misfortune, and you need not feel any regret, brother. Li Meng cast a glance at the four individuals, one in the mid-stages of foundation building, one in the late stages, and two in the early stages. Is he Sukin? Li Meng's gaze lingered momentarily upon a pallid inner sect disciple, whose breath was erratic and whose demeanor suggested a depletion of vitality. Name, Sukin. Age, 157 years. Luck, 400. Cultivation, late-stage foundation establishment. Aptitude, dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Affinity, 0. With such meager fortune, the prospect of breaking through to the core formation stage appears bleak. A foundation establishment cultivator possesses a lifespan of merely 2 centuries. Should Sukin fail to achieve this breakthrough, his time would soon dwindle. However, breaking through to core formation necessitates seclusion for at least 20 years. In other words, Sukin must attain the pinnacle of late-stage foundation establishment within the next 2 decades. Otherwise, the likelihood of his success would dwindle to nearly nothing. How audacious for a mere 8th-layer Qi practitioner to ascend to the second floor. An old man nearing his grave. How bothersome. Sukin, acutely aware of Li Meng's scrutiny, found himself perturbed by his recent defeat to Chu Ro and sought an outlet for his frustration. Li Meng, this decrepit old fellow, was undoubtedly the prime target for his ire. With a disdainful huff, Sukin raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of golden spiritual energy that surged toward Li Meng. Just as the golden stream was poised to collide with Li Meng, a sudden wave of azure spiritual energy swept in from the side, dispersing the golden torrent. Fighting is prohibited within the Thousand Treasures Tower. A voice imbued with the weight of ages resonated. The elder guarding the tower had not once turned his gaze toward the commotion. Senior brother, do not provoke trouble. It is said that a certain venerable elder stands behind the Thousand Treasures Tower. The inner sect disciples beside Sukin hastily advised. Sukin cast a cold glance at Li Meng. You old fool, do not let me lay eyes upon you again. Humph, we shall take our leave. With that, he rose, his expression betraying nothing but displeasure. Senior brotherly. The 2 early-stage foundation establishment disciples trailing Sukin gazed at Li Meng in astonishment. They had not anticipated that it would be Senior Brotherly who would attract Sukin's ire. With expressions of shame, they performed a bow and hastily departed. Throughout the encounter, Li Meng remained silent, merely an impending relic of a once vibrant cultivator. In the face of higher-tier practitioners, he was compelled to endure any humiliation that came his way. Li Meng, with a smile, poured himself a cup of tea. Excellent. Yet another reason to tidy up after him. I hope he can live a little longer. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a century. While the foundation must be laid urgently, Li Meng remained unhurried. Senior brother, here is the Xianin grass you requested, totaling 500 spirit stones. Soon, the attending junior brother brought forth the Xianin grass. Li Meng collected the Xianin grass. After settling the payment with spirit stones, he rose and made his way downstairs. Senior brotherly. Li Meng had just stepped out of the grand entrance of Qianbao building when a hurried inner sect disciple approached him. He bowed respectfully to Li Meng. Li Meng scrutinized him from head to toe. Li Meng was acquainted with him. He was an inner sect disciple in the early stages of foundation establishment, following Sukin. Senior brotherly, he spoke. Su's senior brother is ruthless and merciless, harboring grudges for the slightest slight. It was he who instructed me to keep watch over you. Please refrain from venturing outside the sect for a while after your return. I apologize for the inconvenience today, and I must take my leave. He departed in haste, dissolving into the vast crowd. Standing outside the entrance of the Qianbao building, Li Meng squinted and stroked his beard, leisurely making his way toward the marketplace. Such were the advantages of human relationships. Indeed, Sukin was quite overbearing. Merely casting a glance his way had earned him a grudge. How had such a person reached the later stages of foundation establishment? One could only wonder how many enemies he had made within the inner sect. It was no surprise that Master Chu was reluctant to become his partner. Aligning oneself with such a person would only be a disservice. At the Hehuan Sect, On the path back to Shaozhou Peak, no unforeseen events transpired. Departing the marketplace and flying northward by sword. It took merely 100 miles to reach the mountain gate of the Hehuan Sect. Once within the sect's territory, one need not overly concern oneself with personal safety. Although the world of cultivation is a realm of the strong preying upon the weak, the sect upholds a well-structured order. While it may sometimes prove ineffective, it is predominantly beneficial. Unlike the chaotic scenarios depicted in earthly fantasy novels, where disciples indiscriminately slay one another, such occurrences are utterly inconceivable here. A sect lacking order is but a farcical notion, and assassination is a non-existent threat. The entire sect's territory lies under the watchful gaze of the nascent soul ancestor, ensuring that nothing escapes his awareness. Upon returning to Shaozhou Peak, Meng retreated to the alchemy chamber. It was not until the following morning that he emerged, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. Stepping into the courtyard, Meng leaped into the air, soaring away on his sword. Meng first visited the outer affairs hall of the sect's grand hall. The cave dwelling of the inner disciple Chu Ro was located on cloud-soaring peak. He expressed his gratitude to his esteemed uncle for the information. Observing Meng's hurried departure, the presiding elder of the outer affairs hall shook his head in disbelief. How audacious for a mere outer disciple to seek an audience with Sister Chu. It was evident that the outer disciple was nearing his end. Could he possibly be a relative of Sister Chu? Yet, if that were the case, how could he be unaware of her cave's location? After leaving the outer affairs hall, Meng proceeded towards the inner sect's territory. In contrast to the outer sect, the inner territory was suffused with a more potent spiritual essence. Gliding through the air on his sword amidst the towering peaks, Meng beheld many steep summits shrouded in mist. This was a form of illusionary formation employed to deter intruders. The peaks enveloped in clouds were predominantly the abodes of foundational disciples. Meng arrived at the foot of a steep peak, guided by the map of the inner sect. The outer sect disciple, Meng, respectfully greeted Master Chu. Meng wielded his sword, soaring through the air, and performed a respectful bow. An ancient voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Meng lifted his gaze to the still clouds and mist above. He had taken the liberty to visit unannounced, uncertain if Master Chu would be inclined to meet him. How could an outer disciple appear in such a place? Was there truly no outer disciple-kin remaining in your household? News of Sister Chu's injury during her duel with Brother Su had spread far and wide. How could he dare to intrude? Inner disciples passing by paused to observe. Ever since Sister Chu's duel with Brother Su, which left her wounded, the influx of visitors had been incessant. Master Chu was among the inner disciples most likely to break through to the Golden Core stage, and many sought to present remedies in hopes of establishing connections. Yet, all those who came to visit had returned empty-handed. Suddenly, the demising array was activated. I knew it. It must be a relative of Master Chu. At that moment, the clouds and mist encircling the peak stirred, revealing a pathway leading to the summit. With the demising array now open, Meng soared into the air on his sword. The spiritual energy atop Yunshang Peak was far more abundant than that of Shaozhou Peak. Chapter 19. Leave immediately after completion. Atop the peak stood a pavilion. Meng Fei leapt gracefully, landing in the courtyard outside the pavilion. Meng cast a glance around. His aged frame moved leisurely towards the attic door. Upon reaching the entrance, Meng pushed the door open, and with a creak, the attic door swung ajar. Meng entered. On the second floor, he found Master Chu. Behind the curtain, a delicate figure could be faintly seen sitting cross-legged on the bed. Meng parted the curtain and entered. Seated cross-legged on the bed was Master Chu, whose disheveled aura immediately caught Meng's attention. Master Chu's breath was somewhat erratic, her complexion slightly pale, and there was an unusual manifestation of spiritual energy radiating from her. Chu Ro opened her eyes, expressionless as she regarded Meng, a flicker of disdain and revulsion flashing in her gaze. Having pursued him to her abode, it seemed all men were indeed unworthy, she thought. Come, but once this is over, leave immediately. The -60 affection points from the system left Meng speechless. It appeared that this encounter between Master Chu and Sukin was far from simple, undoubtedly shrouded in untold complexities. Fortunately, there was no reduction in auxiliary experience. Meng did not inquire further, nor did he utter more words. He reached out and patted the storage pouch at his waist. 3 vials of elixirs soared out of the pouch and landed beside Chu Ro. Meng respectfully bowed to Master Chu. These elixirs will aid in your recovery, esteemed master, he declared. With that, Meng turned and departed, not glancing back as he descended the stairs and exited the loft. Outside, he took flight, soaring away on his sword. Meanwhile, on the bed in the loft's second floor, Chu Ro gazed down with a complex expression at the 3 vials of elixirs beside her. Did he come to deliver medicine? She wondered. Gracefully extending her delicate hand, Chu Ro picked up 1 vial and removed its cork. An extraordinary and rich fragrance of the elixir instantly filled the air, surprisingly dispelling the unusual manifestation of her spiritual energy. Is this the Immaculate Tao Origin Pill? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Ro's eyes. Although the formula for the Tao Origin Pill was not a closely guarded secret, the method of its refinement was exceedingly intricate, with a notably low success rate. Even when successful, the quality often fell short. Mid-grade elixirs were rare commodities, and even a single pill could fetch a price of 10,000 spirit stones, eagerly sought after by buyers. The upper-tier and immaculate varieties were even more coveted. If placed at an auction, even golden core cultivators would vie for them. Has he truly mastered the art of crafting second-tier elixirs? Chu Rou recalled the Li disciple she had just encountered. Li Shizhi appeared quite fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes. Was he up all night concocting these for her? Chu Rou then picked up the other 2 vials of elixirs, the flawless revitalization pill and the flawless resurrection pill. All 3 vials contained sacred medicines for healing wounds. Chu Rou hastily leaped out of bed and hurried to the window. Outside, Li Shizhi was no longer in sight. 100 affinity, 200 auxiliary experience. Li Meng, soaring through the skies on his sword, stumbled, nearly tumbling off his flying blade. Li Meng quickly steadied himself and turned to glance in the direction of Yin Shangfeng. A joyful smile graced his weathered face. Master Chu, I have received your apology. Li Meng continued to leisurely soar through the air on his sword. Heading towards the outer gate, the little bamboo peak. Sister Yuan. Li Mengfei leaped down and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Yuan Baobao, seated on a reclining chair, flushed slightly. She quickly rose to her feet and bowed respectfully to her senior brother, saying, Senior Brother Li, I noticed your absence, and thus waited here for you. Li Meng chuckled softly and reached out to pat Yuan Shimi's delicate hand. Sister, there is no need for such formalities between us. Yuan Baobao responded with a gentle smile. Releasing her hand, Li Meng took hold of Sister Yuan's left hand and guided her to sit beside the tea table. Sister, what brings you here to seek your elder brother today? Li Meng cradled the soft, delicate form of Yuan Shimi in his arms. Yuan Baobao, nestled against Li Meng, bore a rosy complexion, exuding an alluring charm. Her enchanting visage displayed a hint of anxiety as she glanced around, wary of prying eyes. The little bamboo peak lacked any restrictive formations, and being discovered would be rather unfortunate. Soon, they would venture into the blood-red forbidden zone. And Xian Shixiang had been drawing closer to those outer disciples preparing for the journey. Strength lies in numbers, and I understood his intentions. Bored and seeking companionship, I decided to spend some time with Shixiang Li. Li Meng reached out and gently grasped Yuan Shimi's chin, directing her exquisite and lovely face to gaze upon him. Li Meng lowered his head, kissing the alluring red lips of his junior sister, Yuan. Yuan Baobao's eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness, and she did not shy away. Instead, there was no trace of disdain in her gaze. She simply closed her eyes bashfully. Observing the charming Yuan before him, Li Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Both Chen Shimi and Uncle Chu regarded him with a measure of disdain, never permitting him to touch any part of her above the neck. Li Meng was not fond of coercing others. However, to claim indifference would be a delusion. Yuan Baobao, with her enchanting eyes, gracefully wrapped her delicate arms around her senior brother Li's neck. Before long, she could not resist the temptation to sneak a glance at him. Encountering his ambiguous smile, she swiftly shut her eyes once more, exuding an indescribable charm. 10 affection. Indeed, Yuan Shimi is quite easy to please. 2 hours later. Senior brother, I shall take my leave. Yuan Baobao winked at him. Her lithe figure soared into the air, riding her sword as she departed. Li Meng stood in the courtyard, watching her retreating form until it vanished from sight. Li Meng turned and returned to his abode. In the days that followed, he secluded himself within, traversing between the alchemy chamber and the study, concocting elixirs and inscribing talismans. Each morning, Sister Chen would accompany him for an hour. Her frequent visits motivated by the desire for foundational elixirs. Sister Yuan's visits were less predictable, sometimes occurring in the morning, at other times in the afternoon or evening. That night, beneath the full moon, the serene Shaozhu Peak was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. In the study, Li Meng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the talisman in his hand. The golden talisman exuded strands of celestial pressure, its golden inscriptions appearing somewhat dim, indicating that the infused spiritual energy had yet to reach its limit. The second-tier Shenqiao spiritual sword talisman seemingly required an excessive amount of spiritual energy to be adequately infused. Li Meng shook his head and stored the spirit sword talisman in his pouch. This talisman had already consumed the magical energy of 3 of Li Meng's incarnations. The runes remained dull and lifeless. I hope that your power can live up to the immense magical energy you have devoured. Li Meng took out a high-grade second-tier spirit gathering talisman and pressed it against his body. The talisman transformed into a beam of golden light that penetrated his being. Immediately, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth began to converge towards Li Meng. Li Meng sat cross-legged on the mat, meditating to regulate his breath and restore his spiritual energy. With the enhancement of the spirit-gathering talisman, the recovery of his spiritual power accelerated significantly. In no more than an hour, he could completely replenish his magical energy. The following evening, a sudden crack echoed as the door of the house was flung open from within. Li Meng and Chun Lan emerged one after the other. A faint blush graced Chen Lan's cheeks as they seated themselves beside the tea table. Junior sister, this is a foundation pill prepared especially for you. A vial of elixir soared from his storage bag, heading towards Chun Lan. Her expression brightened with joy as she swiftly caught the pill. Chapter 20. Spirit Sword Talisman. With a beaming smile, Chunlan uncorked the vial, releasing an intoxicating aroma of the elixir into the air. Is this a mid-grade foundation pill? Chunlan thought, overwhelmed with delight. It is known that for outer disciples, acquiring a foundation pill is a formidable challenge. Only the top 10 in the outer sect competition, held once every decade, are awarded such a pill. Beyond that, one must complete tasks assigned by the sect to earn merit points. 1,000 merit points are needed to exchange for a foundation pill, and even then, it would be of inferior quality. Noticing Chunlan's surprise, Li Meng couldn't help but smile inwardly. He understood the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Chunlan's affinity towards him was rather low, at merely 45 points. Otherwise, he would not have been so frugal. After all, she deserved at least a superior foundation pill. Senior brother. Chunlan tucked the foundation pill away and flashed a charming smile at Li Meng. She stood up and gracefully circled around the tea table, her supple figure enveloping Li Meng in an embrace. Thank you, senior brother. 20 affinity, 100 secondary job experience. Li Meng cast a glance at the affection level of his junior sister Chun. It had already reached 65 points. Junior sister. It seems your elder brother has truly become quite muddled. Li Meng raised his hand, and a bottle of elixir flew out from his storage bag, landing gracefully in his palm. This was the foundational elixir prepared by his senior brother for his junior sister. Chunlan, with an expression of curiosity, received the jade bottle and unscrewed the cork. Is this truly a premium foundational elixir? Could it be that Brother Li has managed to concoct superior elixirs? As for the medium-grade foundation establishment pill, just now, sister, you may handle it as you see fit. Whether to give it to Brother LV or to exchange it for cultivation resources is entirely your decision. Will Sister Chun bestow the foundation establishment pill upon Brother LV? Li Meng remained oblivious. Among the outer sect disciples, the bonds between partners were often devoid of genuine affection. Many were merely allies in the pursuit of mutual cultivation. The proportion of true partners was rather insignificant, with only a handful of disciples of poor aptitude hastily forming such unions. Chun Shimi, possessing the dual spiritual roots of gold and water, was of exceptional talent. Therefore, it was rather unusual for her to engage in a partnership at such an early stage. Senior brother, Chunlan called out with a tone brimming with emotion, her delicate hand gracefully encircling Li Shixiang's neck. 10 affection, 50 auxiliary experience. The level of Chun Shimi's affection now mirrored that of Master Chu. Understanding that Li Shixiang was advancing in years, she refrained from excessively teasing him. Her enchanting figure nestled into Li Shixiang's embrace. Junior sister, who is your first partner? Junior brother L? That seems rather unlikely. Li Meng was rather familiar with junior brother L. The latter exhibited no signs of external vitality, indicating a pure yang constitution. Possessing dual spiritual roots is a mark of exceptional talent. Disciples with such innate gifts seldom lose their pure yang bodies during the qi refinement stage. A flicker of melancholy and sorrow crossed Chunlan's eyes. I ascended the mountain alongside the young master. His qualifications were lacking, and his progress was slow. Thus, I assisted him in his cultivation early on. Unfortunately, during a mission, he met an untimely demise, leaving me all alone. In the sect, I found myself without support. My senior and junior brothers looked down upon me for not possessing a pure yin body and were reluctant to share their techniques with me. Only senior brother L did not disdain me, and thus I became his fellow practitioner, exchanging insights into the Tao. So that was the case. Li Meng felt a sudden realization. It turned out that Chunlan was the maid who ascended the mountain to cultivate alongside the young master of the family from below. This connection implied that even if they were not romantic partners, Sister Chin would likely be willing to become her master's furnace. Whether she could transcend her identity as a maid depended on her ability to overcome her inner obstacles. Once she became one of the mountain's inhabitants, all mundane concerns would dissipate. Time gradually passed, and the night grew deeper. Early the next morning, Chunlan departed. Li Meng discerned that junior sister Chun held a considerable affection for junior brother LV. That medium-grade foundation establishment pill would likely be bestowed upon him. 3 days later, within the confines of junior brother LV's study, Li Meng paused momentarily with the talisman brush in hand. He had only encountered this junior a few times. Though he appeared aloof and taciturn, he was, in essence, a person of benevolent heart. This kindness was not merely inferred from his bond with junior sister Chun, but rather from his actions during a martial arts demonstration, where he had rescued someone in distress. On one occasion, while passing by the training grounds, Li Meng witnessed this act of heroism. Subsequently, junior brother LV faced the possibility of punishment from the enforcement hall. However, recognizing his good intentions and the fact that his actions did not influence the outcome of the duel, they ultimately chose to forgive him. Should both succeed in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and remain together thereafter, he would ensure they received another opportunity. Although he felt a twinge of remorse towards junior brother LV, Li Meng bore no guilt regarding their relationship. In matters of mutual affection, no party is indebted to the other. While junior sister Chun had sacrificed her physical form, she had also gained invaluable resources for cultivation. Junior brother LV, though unaware of this, had nonetheless benefited from her involvement. Even if he were to discover the truth, it would merely result in a duel. For the sake of longevity and breaking through barriers, Li Meng feared no challenge. Li Meng waved his hand, and dozens of talismans flew out from his storage bag with a resounding clatter. The shimmering golden talismans arranged themselves neatly, floating before him. 5 first-grade Xinxiao talismans. A ground-shrinking talisman, a rapid movement talisman, a golden light protective talisman, a wind control talisman, and a concealment talisman. Additionally, 5 second-grade Xinxiao transformation talismans, 5 Xinxiao spirit gathering talismans, 5 Xinxiao lightning attracting talismans, and 5 Xinxiao spirit sword talismans. A number of first-grade superior and medium talismans were also included. Ensuring his success was all but guaranteed. It would be nearly impossible for him to meet his demise under these circumstances. Infusing spiritual energy into just 5 first-grade Xinxiao talismans took Li Meng 2 full days, during which he utilized a considerable number of spirit-gathering talismans. Li Meng raised his hand, and the talismans fluttered into the storage bag with a rustling sound. The talismans could be utilized up to 10 times. Once the quota was exhausted, they could be replenished with spiritual energy to restore their usage. The number of times they could be reused depended on the quality of the talisman paper. Let us first test the power of the talismans. Li Meng rose to his feet and strode outward. Departing the house and entering the courtyard, he soared into the air, his aged figure displaying a certain gracefulness. Li Mengfei soared into the bamboo grove, gracefully alighting upon a clearing. Li Meng, with a single hand gesture, pointed forward. Go. A talismanic treasure erupted from the storage pouch at his waist. In that fleeting moment of its flight, a brilliant golden light burst forth. The talisman transformed into a golden spiritual sword, stretching 100 feet in length as it surged into the bamboo grove. Wherever the golden sword passed, green bamboos toppled in swathes. The spiritual sword soared thousands of meters in an instant. Li Meng was taken aback by the colossal spirit sword, swiftly pointing towards the sky. The enormous blade abruptly veered upward, soaring into the heavens. This bamboo grove, which he had meticulously nurtured for decades, could not be allowed to perish in an instant. Observing the spiraling spirit sword above, Li Meng offered a sheepish smile. While ordinary second-rate spirit sword talismans merely conjured 3-foot small swords, the Xinxiao spirit sword talisman manifested a grand blade of 100 feet in length. Moreover, the spirit sword emanated a subtle yet profound pressure of heaven and earth. Li Meng could sense that the spiritual sword was incessantly absorbing the celestial essence to sustain its existence. Chapter 21. The Bewildered Chu Ro. Come down. You are far too conspicuous. Li Meng formed a seal with his hands and pressed downwards. The ethereal sword circling in the sky suddenly dived toward the earth. A golden streak of light flashed past above the small bamboo peak, and with a resounding crash, the spiritual sword plunged into the bamboo grove. A wave of energy erupted, stirring up a flurry of bamboo leaves. As the leaves drifted down and the dust settled, the enormous sword stood upright in the midst of the bamboo forest. 1/5 of its blade embedded in the ground. Let us see how long you can endure. 3 hours later, observing the still-standing spiritual sword, Li Meng's expression turned contemplative. It appeared that as long as it was not shattered, the sword would remain until the spiritual energy within the talisman was depleted. The sword inherently absorbed spiritual energy, undoubtedly extending its duration. The divine Xia talisman truly possessed the power to astound the heavens and move the spirits. Gazing at the magnificent golden sword before him, Li Meng nodded in satisfaction. With his hands forming a seal, he commanded, "Return." The sword suddenly radiated with brilliant golden light, transforming into a talisman that darted into the storage pouch at Li Meng's waist. Although the talisman could recognize its master, only cultivators of the golden core stage could refine it for storage in their sea of consciousness. Once refined, it could serve as a personal magical artifact. Li Meng raised his gaze towards the inner door. It was time to meet someone. Li Meng soared into the air, his aged body breaking free from the bamboo grove. A flying sword whirred out of the storage bag. Li Meng stepped onto the flying sword and soared away. Within the inner sect, at Yunshang Peak, the outer sect disciple Li Meng respectfully greeted Master Chu. Li Meng soared through the skies on his sword, performing a respectful bow. Once again, it was him. Several beams of sword light surged forth from the mountain peaks in all directions, approaching on flying swords. The speed of a foundation establishment cultivator on a sword far surpasses that of a chi refinement cultivator. As the flying swords cleaved through the air, they emitted a trace of spiritual energy. At that moment, a sudden beam of sword light pierced through the void, heading straight for Li Meng. Was that not Shermu? Shermu, the esteemed direct disciple from Giant Sword Peak? Indeed, it was he. What brings him here? How could such news elude me? Shermu has always sought to become a Dao partner with Sister Chu. Previously, with Brother Chen around, Sister Chu was unwilling, and Shermu naturally refrained from using his influence to coerce her. Now that Sister Chu is without a partner, how could Shermu let this opportunity slip away? Could it be that Shermu has also faced rejection? Is that not glaringly obvious? The arrival of that sword light stirred a flurry of discussion among the observing inner sect disciples. The sword light swept past Li Meng, abruptly halting. A true disciple clad in white robes obstructed Li Meng's path, standing atop his flying sword, gazing down at Li Meng with an air of unbridled confidence. Li Meng performed a respectful bow towards the obstructing individual. Outer sect disciple Li Meng pays his respects to the esteemed Uncle Master. He proclaimed. Shermu responded coldly. What is your relationship with junior sister Chu? With his head lowered, Li Meng's eyes darted furtively. The truth, of course, could not be divulged. Revealing the reality would thrust him into the limelight, and with junior Uncle Chu's high standing within the inner sect, should news of their intimate connection circulate, he would likely face unprecedented tribulations. Replying to Uncle Master, junior sister Chu is a senior relative of my family residing at the foot of the mountain. A look of realization crossed Shermu's face. Junior sister Chu did not even meet with him. If there were no familial ties, how could she possibly see an outer sect disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement, who was on the verge of demise? Shermu waved his hand, sending 2 bottles of elixirs soaring towards Li Meng. Please deliver these 2 bottles of elixirs to junior sister Chu on my behalf. I am Shermu, and there will be ample rewards once the task is completed. Yes, Uncle Master. Li Meng caught the elixir. Li Meng's respectful demeanor greatly pleased Shermu. At that moment, the mist encircling the cloud peak began to stir, revealing a pathway leading to the summit. Go ahead. Shermu gestured to clear the way. Li Meng wielded his sword as he stepped into the passage. As he entered, the mist swiftly healed itself. Above the clouds, at the pinnacle of the peak, stood a lofty pavilion. Li Mengfei leaped down and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Li Meng elegantly waved his sleeve and leisurely made his way toward the door of the loft. Creak. Li Meng pushed open the door and stepped into the attic. Upon entering, he ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor at a leisurely pace. Before the curtain separating the space, Li Meng paused and bowed respectfully towards the graceful figure reclining on the bed behind the curtain. Disciple Li Meng pays his respects to Uncle Master Chu. Li Meng gently tapped the storage pouch at his waist. 5 vials of elixirs immediately soared forth, gracefully traversing the separating curtain before landing beside Chu Ro's bed. These were the elixirs promised by his disciple to Uncle Chu. As for the dust-dissolving elixir, Uncle Chu will have to wait a little longer. The emerald green jade vial was entrusted to me by Master Shermu Shi to deliver to Uncle Chu. The disciple bids farewell. Li Meng retreated 2 steps and turned to leave. Stop. A cold voice emerged from behind the curtain, belonging to Chu Ro. 2 bottles of elixirs soared through the curtain towards Li Meng. Return them. Li Meng caught the elixir. Yes, Master Chu. Whether Master Chu accepted it or not was beyond his control. From behind the curtain, Chu Ro's chilly voice resonated once more. Last time, I wronged you. Li Meng performed a respectful bow towards Chu Ro, who was hidden behind the curtain. Yes, I take my leave, esteemed uncle. He proclaimed. Stop right there. Chu Ro's voice rose slightly. I have already offered my apologies. What more do you wish? Her tone conveyed a hint of irritation. Your disciple understands, and shall not disturb you further in your recovery. I bid you farewell. Li Meng's voice is rather monotonous. Li Meng turned and departed. The sound of his footsteps descending the stairs gradually faded away. Go, and never return. As Li Meng made his way down, he heard the frantic voice of Master Chu. Stepping out through the attic door, Li Meng gazed up at the sky. Although he had made every possible preparation, whether he would return remained an uncertainty. Delivering the medicine to Master Chu in advance was merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. If he were unable to return, it would not constitute a breach of promise. The elixirs he had prepared for Master Chu, even in the absence of the dust-settling pill, had a high probability of aiding in the formation of his core. Li Mengfei soared into the air, wielding his sword as he departed. Within the loft, behind the curtain on the 2nd floor, Chu Ro's fists were tightly clenched, her breath becoming somewhat erratic. She was furious, exceedingly so. She longed to deliver a severe beating to the individual who had disturbed her composure. Chu Ro herself could not comprehend the source of her ire, yet she found herself utterly intolerant of that person's indifferent demeanor towards her. Casting her gaze downwards at the 3 vials of elixirs resting on the bed beside her, Chu Ro's expression turned frosty. Humph, who cares for your elixirs? With a swift motion, she raised her hand as if to sweep the vials aside. Yet, in the end, her hand hesitated and did not follow through. Instead, she gently waved her hand, and the corks of the jade vials were promptly released. The rich fragrance of the elixirs filled the air, invigorating Chu Ro's spirit. 2-grade flawless gathering spirit pill, 2-grade flawless refining spirit pill, 2-grade flawless soul nourishing pill. Could it be that Master Li truly possesses extraordinary talent in alchemy? Chu Ro gazed in bewilderment at the 3 vials of elixirs. Chapter 22. El Wei and Qianlan. The rare flawless elixirs, which are seldom encountered in a century, had already graced her presence numerous times within the span of a mere month. How did Master Li's disciple achieve this? Beyond the peaks of the clouds, it has emerged. It has emerged. The mists are stirred, and the passage reappears. Li Meng soared from the peak above the clouds with his sword. Noticing that the true disciple named Shimu was still present, Li Meng soared through the air with his sword. Master Shi, Master Chu has instructed me to return this elixir to you. Li Meng waved his hand, and 2 bottles of elixirs soared out of his storage pouch, heading towards Shimu. I knew she wouldn't accept them. Shimu sighed and accepted the elixirs. He then raised his hand, sending 5 bottles of elixirs flying towards Li Meng. Here are some foundational elixirs, a token of my gratitude. Li Meng could not refuse. He should display a look of astonishment. After all, he was merely an outer disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and his lifespan was drawing to a close. With his imminent demise approaching, Li Meng, with a beaming expression, performed a deep bow in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Master Uncle, he exclaimed. Shimu responded, before turning and soaring away on his sword. Li Meng, with a smile, carefully stored the elixirs and took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the outer gate. Although they were merely inferior-grade pills, possessing them was certainly better than having none at all. Not everyone can afford medium-grade elixirs. The outer gate, at Xiaozhu Peak, Li Meng returned with his sword, soaring down and landing gracefully in the courtyard. Everything that needed to be prepared was in order. He decided to indulge in a day of leisure. Li Meng languidly settled into a reclining chair. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the refreshing scent of bamboo, creating an atmosphere both clear and delightful. Senior brother. In the afternoon, while Li Meng was blissfully resting with his eyes closed in the chair, a familiar, enchanting voice resonated from the sky. 2 figures, one trailing the other, descended gracefully on their swords, landing just outside the fence gate. Li Meng opened his eyes and cast a glance outside the door. It was his junior sister, Chun, and his junior brother, L. Li Meng waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through the courtyard. The gate creaked open with a loud thud. Come in, junior brother and junior sister. Chunlan and Elwei entered the courtyard one after the other. As they stepped inside, Chunlan kept casting furtive glances at Li Meng. Li Meng smiled knowingly. Indeed, Chen Shimi had given the intermediate foundation building pill to junior brother L. Such a precious item as the intermediate foundation building pill would certainly prompt junior brother L to seek an explanation from junior sister Chun. Junior brother, junior sister, please take a seat. Li Meng invited 2 individuals to take a seat. Elwei bowed respectfully to Li Meng, greeting him. I have met you, senior brother Li. Subsequently, Elwei settled down on the cushion opposite the tea table, while Chunlan took her place beside him, her gentle eyes gazing tenderly at Li Meng. Did you come this time for the foundation establishment pill, junior brother? Elwei's expression shifted slightly, and he felt a sense of relief within. It seemed that Sister Chun had not deceived him. If the foundation establishment pill originated from senior brother Li, he would be at ease. Elwei's greatest fear was that Sister Chun, in their pursuit of breaking through to foundation establishment, had struck some sort of deal with an intersect elder who specialized in foundation establishment. As Chunlan's partner, he could never accept such a situation. Li Meng chuckled lightly as he stroked his beard. The foundation building pills in Chen Shimi's hands were indeed a gift from me. My junior brother is aware that my time is drawing near, and these worldly possessions are best dispersed. Rather than allowing them to benefit the enforcement hall, it is far better to share them with my junior brothers and sisters. You too may rest assured to keep them. Should you succeed in foundation building in the future, it would bring me the greatest solace. Lu Wei, filled with gratitude, rose and bowed in respect. Brother, your magnanimity shames me. Noticing that Shimi was still standing there in a daze, a glimmer of helplessness crossed Lu Wei's eyes. Shimi, why have you not thanked Brotherly? Ah yes. Chunlan's face flushed slightly as she quickly stood up. She offered a bow to Brotherly. Thank you, Brotherly, for the gift of the pill. Chunlan blinked her eyes at Brotherly. Li Meng cast a fleeting glance at Chen Shimi's skirt. Chunlan noticed the gaze of her senior brother and smiled subtly, playfully winking at Li Meng. Their little exchange did not escape the attention of Elwei. Brother, I hear from my junior sister that you intend to venture into the blood-tinged forbidden domain. Soon after, the 3 engaged in casual conversation in the courtyard, during which several outer sect disciples arrived to purchase elixirs. In truth, Li Meng's circle of clientele was rather limited. Among the outer sect, there were 2,000 Qi refinement disciples, yet only a mere 100 or 200 were acquainted with Li Meng, their connections having spread through word of mouth. Furthermore, although Li Meng's elixirs were affordable, acquiring them was largely a matter of luck. Moreover, the majority of the elixirs he previously sold were of inferior quality, thus rendering them less enticing to the outer sect disciples. The trio continued their conversation until the afternoon. Brother, we shall take our leave now. The 2 ascended into the air, soaring beyond the peak. Chunlan glanced back, sending a subtle signal to her senior brother. Li Meng chuckled softly and nodded. Chunlan flashed a charming smile before soaring away on her sword. Amidst the towering mountains, Elwei and Chunlan flew side by side on their swords. Although Brotherly possessed inferior aptitude, he surprisingly demonstrated a certain talent in alchemy, managing to concoct a foundation establishment pill, a second-tier elixir. Such breakthrough pills are rare treasures. For 2 practitioners at the peak of Qi refinement, to acquire a foundation establishment pill is no trivial feat. It merely requires the investment of time. The last time they secluded themselves to break through to the foundation establishment stage, They consumed a low-grade foundation establishment pill, which they obtained by spending 10 years earning contributions for their sect. However, a medium-grade foundation establishment pill is truly a stroke of fortune. Qianlan smiled gracefully. Brother, you never mentioned that the foundation establishment pill was concocted by you. Elway's expression faltered momentarily, and he forced a smile. Indeed, the foundation establishment pill is a second-tier elixir, and only those at the foundation establishment stage possess sufficient spiritual energy to refine such potions. Qianlan gazed at Brother L with a beaming smile. It would be wise to keep Brother Li's ability to concoct second-tier elixirs a secret. As long as Brother Li does not openly declare that he is the one who crafted the elixirs, leveraging his identity as an alchemist to procure some second-tier elixirs should not pose a significant challenge. Elway then turned to his companion, Sister Chun. Sister, this is our opportunity for breakthrough. With this medium-grade foundation establishment pill, I have a 70% chance of successfully advancing. Such a great favor cannot go unreturned. Although Brother Li's time is drawing near, he certainly has family members down the mountain. Sister, before Brother Li transcends, make an effort to spend more time with him and seek to learn about his family below. After his transcendence, if we can protect his kin for several generations, it would be considered a resolution of our karmic ties. Those on the mountain are most wary of entanglements with karma. Revenge must be met with revenge, and kindness repaid with kindness. If one becomes ensnared in karma, and their thoughts remain muddled, it is all too easy for inner demons to take hold, creating an insurmountable chasm to cross in one's advancement. Qianlan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with allure. Brother, I have already repaid the favor bestowed upon me by Brother Li. Brother Li has acquired what he sought. Well, hand it over to me. A faint smile graced Qianlan's lips. It was the perfect excuse to seek out Brother Li. Alas. Qianlan suddenly halted, a look of frustration crossing her face. Junior sister, what troubles you? In mere moments, Lu Wei had soared hundreds of meters away. He turned his sword back and landed beside his junior sister. Chapter 23. The Celestial Spirit Vessel. Brother Lu, you may return. I shall go and request a few bottles of soul-nourishing pills from Brother Li. With that, Qianlan pivoted and soared away on her sword. Junior sister, you. Lu Wei gazed helplessly at his junior sister as she faded into the distance. The soul-nourishing pills were indeed vital for them, yet it was not prudent to continually trouble Brother Li. Outer Sect, Little Bamboo Peak. Brother Li. Qianlan descended gracefully, her charming voice reaching Li Meng's ears. Li Meng gazed with a smile at Chen Shimi, who descended gracefully like a celestial being. Chen Shimi, what brings you back once more? Qianlan replied with a gentle smile, her steps light as she trotted to Li Meng's side. Kneeling down, Qianlan grasped her senior brother's arm. Brother Li, you are to venture into the blood-forbidden domain tomorrow, and I wish to spend more time with you. Li Meng reached out to gently caress the smooth, fair face of Chen Shimi. Speak, what is it that you desire this time? Their relationship had always been one rooted in mutual benefit. Li Meng would naturally not invest inappropriate emotions in Qianlan, unless her affection for him reached a score of 90. Senior brother, do you truly perceive me as such a woman? Qianlan's face displayed a sorrowful expression, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. Li Meng playfully flicked Chen Shimi's forehead and said, Speak your mind. If it is within my means, I shall certainly provide it. Qianlan's expression reflected a hint of melancholy. Brother, a powerful spirit is essential to enhance the chances of foundation establishment. The soul-nourishing pills you have generously given are indeed effective, yet they are regrettably insufficient. Li Meng chuckled softly, raising his hand with a flourish. 3 bottles of elixirs soared from his storage pouch and landed gracefully on the tea table. Take them. Once consumed, you must dutifully retreat and focus on your foundation building. Qianlan beamed with delight, casting a flirtatious glance at Senior Brother Li. Thank you so much, Senior Brother. Qianlan leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, she tucked the elixirs into her storage pouch. Li Meng, seizing the moment, embraced Chen Shimi's slender waist, drawing her graceful form into his arms. Qianlan's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly scanned the vicinity with her divine sense. It would be unfortunate if Brother L were to witness this. It would be even worse if others were to see. Qianlan's face was tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes glimmering with allure. Brother, shall we retire to a room to converse? Certainly. Li Meng lifted Chen Shimi with a firm embrace and rose to his feet. Carrying Chen Shimi, he made his way toward the door. Shimi, you seem a bit heavy, he remarked. Qianlan wrapped her arms around Li Shixiang's neck, casting him a playful glance filled with charm. Not at all. Shimi is quite light, she retorted with a smile. Haha, Shixiang prefers a bit of weight. She added with a teasing grin. Shixiang, shall we make a wager? On what? A proper incense stick's worth. Li Meng offered an awkward smile as she pushed the door open. It would be wise for that senior brother to concede. A peal of teasing laughter, reminiscent of Qianlan's playful spirit, echoed through the room. Time slowly slipped away as the sun gradually descended. With the setting sun, Shaozhu Peak welcomed yet another night. Bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, Shaozhu Peak remained as tranquil as ever. Junior sister, how confident are you about your chances with Junior Brother Liu? In the courtyard, the two sat facing each other at the tea table. Qianlan, with a contented expression, lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. Brother Li truly lives up to his reputation as an alchemist. This tea possesses a remarkable ability to nourish the spirit. Brother Li's words prompted Qianlan to let out a soft sigh. The probability of a second breakthrough in foundation establishment was already quite low, around 60%. Qianlan raised her gaze to Brother Li's aged visage. 60% was indeed a considerable chance, without the elixirs provided by Brother Li. The likelihood of both myself and Brother LV successfully establishing our foundations would dwindle to a mere 40%. Li Meng fell silent. Although 60% was a considerable figure, it appeared rather insignificant in Li Meng's eyes. Qianlan's eyes curved like crescent moons, as she discerned the concern reflected in her senior brother's gaze. Li Meng's senior brother was worried about her. Qianlan, on the other hand, felt a profound sense of joy in her heart. This indicated that her relationship with senior brother Li transcended mere transactional ties. Senior brother, if you can return alive, I will accompany you on your final journey, Qianlan declared, her gaze unwavering and resolute. She was sincere. Even if senior brother L discovered their bond and severed their partnership, she would still stand by senior brother Li until the very end. Li Meng smiled gently at his junior sister, Qin. All right, it's settled then. Qianlan smiled brightly in response. 10 favorability, 50 subordinate experience. The favorability of Qin, the junior sister, successfully rose to 85 points. As time gradually passed, the night deepened. The following morning, in the courtyard of Shaozhu Peak. Brother, I wish you a safe journey. Qianlan's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a flirtatious glance at Li Meng. Her graceful figure soared into the air, riding her sword into the distance. Watching her enchanting silhouette fade into the sky, Li Meng chuckled softly. Li Meng soared into the air, wielding his sword as he departed. All his belongings were contained within a storage pouch at his waist, and there was little to prepare. Today marked the day of his journey to the blood-colored Forbidden Domain. Although there was still ample time before his departure, it was always better to arrive early than late. The plaza of the sect's Grand Hall was bustling with activity from the early morning. A colossal spiritual vessel rested beside the peak, measuring approximately 500 meters in circumference. The deck, adorned with magnificent palaces, was quite a sight to behold. The blood-colored Forbidden Domain was a place of great peril, opening once every 50 years, during which the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom would send their Qi cultivation disciples to harvest rare millennium and 10,000-year spiritual plants. Though treasures abounded, one's ability would ultimately determine if they could emerge alive. Master Wang, is the blood-colored Forbidden Domain truly dangerous? A group of outer disciples encircled an inner disciple of foundational cultivation, whose appearance bore the marks of age. Is it not dangerous? Wang Jian shot a glare at the outer disciple who posed such a foolish question. Merely labeling it as dangerous could not encapsulate the brutality of the blood-colored Forbidden Domain. It was a realm where blood flowed like rivers. Do you know how many outer disciples survived the last expedition into the blood-colored Forbidden Domain? Wang Jian held up 2 fingers. 2 out of 10. Less than 20%. The surrounding outer disciples displayed expressions of horror. What difference was there between a survival rate of less than 20% and a death sentence? Are you afraid? You should be. Though we defy fate atop the mountain, accepting life and death as decreed, why seek opportunities that are destined for demise? Thus, those with timid hearts should remain in the sect to cultivate. Observing the fear among the outer disciples, Wang Jian chuckled to himself. His task for the day was to dissuade them from attempting the perilous journey. There were only 100 spots available for entry into the blood-colored Forbidden Domain. Boarding the ship automatically granted one a place. It was first come, first served. Some outer disciples had already learned the rules of entering the blood-colored Forbidden Domain from their inner counterparts, and thus made no delay in the plaza. They ascended the ethereal vessel with swift determination. What a lively scene this is. In the sky above the main peak, Li Meng approached on his sword, smiling at the bustling plaza below. Most outer disciples were merely spectators. Those beneath the 7th level of Qi cultivation had no eligibility to board the vessel. The vessel was protected by restrictions, and only those of sufficient cultivation could ascend. Aside from the onlookers, there were also some disciples deeply engrossed in their cultivation. The Grand Hall of the sect's main peak was renowned as a place rich in spiritual energy. Both outer and inner disciples favored cultivating there. Surrounding the main peak, numerous stone platforms could be seen, where pairs of male and female cultivators engaged in dual cultivation, their energies intertwining in a harmonious exchange of yin and yang. Li Meng refrained from mingling with the crowd at the square. Each time the blood-red forbidden zone was unleashed, an inner sect disciple would intimidate the outer sect disciples gathered there, aiming to weed out those who exhibited timidity and caution. In the treacherous realm of the blood-red forbidden zone, caution equated to ineptitude, while weakness would only hasten one's demise. Conversely, bold and adventurous cultivators found themselves more likely to endure. Those who survived reaped substantial rewards. Li Meng soared towards the celestial vessel beyond the main peak, gracefully descending onto the deck. Senior Brother Li, I can't believe you are also heading to the blood-soaked Forbidden Domain. An outer sect disciple, recognizing Li Meng, approached with a look of astonishment and bowed in greeting. Li Meng chuckled softly, returning the gesture with a bow. As an old soul, he seized the opportunity to experience the world while he still could. The outer disciples scrutinized Brother Li with keen eyes, and a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his gaze. Brother Li is truly a wonderful person, always wearing a beaming smile towards everyone. It is not a facade of insincerity. Brother Li's actions are worthy of that benevolent countenance, a rarity in a place like the Hehuan Sect. Junior Brother Qian, the blood-colored forbidden domain is fraught with peril. I possess 2 talismans here for you to keep. They may yet save your lives. Li Meng raised his hand and waved. 2 exquisite teleportation talismans flew towards his junior brother Qian. Qianwen's expression momentarily froze as he caught the talismans. Exquisite teleportation talismans? Qianwen nearly exclaimed aloud. These are indeed exquisite teleportation talismans, capable of shrinking distances and instantly traversing kilometers. Li Meng cast a glance at a graceful figure not far away. She was adorned in a flowing purple dress, her tall stature complemented by a hint of youthful roundness, exuding a delightful sense of vitality. The curves of her waist were remarkably voluptuous, suggesting that embracing such a woman would be an exquisite experience. This female disciple was likely the partner of junior brother Qian. In the Harmony Sect, male and female disciples excel in collaborative techniques. Hence, they often pair up for external missions. Even if not partners in the traditional sense, they would seek an opposite-sex companion. Hua being, junior brother Qian, you must diligently protect your beloved partner to avoid future regrets. Qianwen deeply bowed to Li Meng, expressing his gratitude. Senior brother Li, your kindness is something I shall never forget. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Go on. Qianwen took a couple of steps back and turned to leave. He headed towards his companion. Senior brother Qian, who is he? Hua being had never witnessed her senior brother treating fellow disciples with such courtesy. Yet he displayed great respect in front of that old man. Qianwen glanced at Li Meng, who stood by the ship's railing. That is senior brother Li Meng, a genuinely good person. He then turned back to his companion, placing a spatial talisman into Hua Being's hands. Keep this safe. It is a life-saving item gifted to us by senior brother Li. Hua Being looked down, startled by the surge of spiritual energy emanating from the talisman. An exceptional spatial talisman. She quickly tucked it away, well aware of the principle of not revealing one's wealth, even among fellow disciples. The potential for conflict over treasures could not be dismissed. Typically, such matters arose outside the sect. Hua Being gazed in astonishment at the little old man not far away. To possess such a precious talisman, and to give it away so nonchalantly, was remarkable. It seemed that senior brother Li Meng had no intention of returning, hence his willingness to part with his resources. Qianwen looked at Li Meng with admiration. He knew he could never be so magnanimous. Was the end near? Hua Being fell silent, sensing the heavy aura of impending death surrounding senior brother Li. This phenomenon, visible only to those with spiritual sight, indicated his life was drawing to a close. Senior brother Li? A familiar, melodious voice broke the silence. Yuan Baobao and Xuan Hao descended gracefully from the air, landing on the deck. Spotting the familiar, aged figure by the railing piqued Yuan Baobao's curiosity. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed senior brother Li. She hurried over to his side. Senior brother Li, how did you come to be here? She asked, her expression filled with curiosity. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his long beard. Senior brother, I intend to venture into the blood-red forbidden zone. That's splendid, brother Li. Let us go together. Yuan Bao's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Junior sister, do not act recklessly. Xian Hao approached with an expression of helplessness, bowing respectfully to Li Meng. What spiritual herbs do you require, brother? My junior sister, and I shall procure them for you. The blood-red forbidden zone is far too perilous. It would be wise for you to refrain from going. Li Meng returned the gesture with a bow and chuckled softly. Junior brother, now that I have embarked on this journey, there is no reason for me to disembark. Life and death are governed by fate. Since brother Li has already made his decision, Xuan Hao naturally refrains from saying more. The 3 of them then engaged in casual conversation by the ship's railing. Yuan Baobao's lively personality shone through as she chattered incessantly around Li Meng, making it seem to an outsider that they were a pair of grandparent and grandchild. Xuan Hao, on the other hand, seldom interjected, content to listen attentively. Yuan Baobao cast a glance across the deck, lowering her head with an air of mystery. Brother, do you know who is leading the team this time? Li Meng glanced up at the towering pavilion on the rear deck. Which esteemed elder could it be? The opening of the blood-forbidden zone would undoubtedly attract a nascent soul ancestor to lead the charge. Yuan Baobao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she leaned towards Li Meng, whispering, it must be the esteemed elder from the hidden moon peak, Nangong Wan. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Meng's eyes. Among the esteemed elders, only Nangong Wan and the fabled Yin Yang old demon remained shrouded in mystery. It was unexpected that this time, the expedition into the blood-red forbidden domain would be led by Elder Nangong Wan. Yuan Baobao gazed adoringly at the upper levels of the pavilion. It is said that Elder Nangong Wan is the most beautiful female cultivator in the Zhao Kingdom, leaving one to wonder what her celestial grace truly resembles. The Zhao Kingdom has a ranking list for enchanting women, with Nangong Wan holding the top position for over 5 centuries. In second place is the rising star, Sheng Er, a golden core elder from the Qingshu sect. It is rumored that she possesses a unique constitution, having ascended from foundation establishment to golden core in a mere 70 years. Reaching the mid-golden core stage by the age of 150, she ranks 4th on the Zhao Kingdom's list of prodigies. Chapter 25. No regrets in death. 3 hours later, the Tongtian spirit vessel suddenly emitted a wave of spiritual energy. It was ready to depart. Were all the spots filled? The colossal Tongtian spirit vessel slowly ascended into the air, gradually journeying towards the distant sky. On the square of the sect's grand hall, some outer disciples who had not boarded the ship wore expressions of regret, feeling ashamed of their timidity. At this moment, within a chamber of the Tongtian spirit vessel, one could experience such scenery for the first time after 60 years of cultivation. Meng stood before the window, gazing upon the breathtaking landscape beyond. Reflecting on 60 years of life, he found it to be rather mundane. His passion for cultivation consumed him entirely. Throughout these 6 decades, his existence revolved solely around alchemy and the pursuit of enlightenment. He had never ventured beyond the confines of his sect, nor had he embarked on any adventures in the outside world. To his surprise, he now found himself daring to enter the perilous blood-forbidden zone. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Meng gazed at the door with a gentle smile. Could it be that Sister Yuan has arrived? Meng approached the door, and with a sudden click, it swung open from within. Upon seeing the stern expression on the face of Master Chu outside, Meng was taken aback. Master Chu? Chu Rou entered the room with an impassive demeanor, advancing step by step towards Meng. Meng retreated continuously. Chu Rou waved her hand, and with a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut. Having spent 60 years within the sect, the farthest place you have ventured is the market outside the sect. Are you truly unaware of what the blood-colored forbidden zone is like? What exactly do you intend to achieve? Do you seek merely a suitable place to lay yourself to rest? Chu Rou's cold voice echoed through the room. That Master Chu is too close, far too close. Meng found himself with no further retreat, his back pressed against the windowsill. Confronted by the icy gaze of Master Chu, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Could it be that Master Chu was concerned for his well-being? Come down with me. Chu Rou extended her delicate hand, grasping Meng's, urging him to step outside. Master Chu. Meng remained motionless, merely calling out to Master Chu. Chu Rou turned her gaze coldly towards Meng, her expression revealing a flicker of suppressed anger. The blood flame flower, the fierce sunflower, the Xianhuang ginseng, and the Xianyin grass. Could it be that Master Chu might procure these 4 precious herbs for her disciple? A myriad of emotions played across Chu Rou's face. Although she was not an alchemist, she understood that these 4 herbs were the fundamental ingredients for concocting the dust-dispelling pill. The herbs required for this elixir were treasures within the sect, far beyond the reach of an inner disciple like herself. For Master Chu, whether to embark on this journey mattered little to her disciple. If she were to go and return, it would at least fulfill the promise made with Master Chu before death, and even if the desired herbs were not found, her disciple would have no regrets. Conversely, should she choose not to venture forth, it would merely prolong a futile existence for a few more days. Meng chuckled softly, gazing with a smile at the enchanting figure of his master Uncle Chu. The fact that Master Uncle Chu could visit today filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Leaving no regrets after the passing of his disciple, Meng had not anticipated that Master Chu would pursue him. It seems that a favorability score of 75 still holds some merit. Chu Rou gazed at the smilingly Shirji with a mixed expression. Even at this juncture, he still had the audacity to jest. At his age, he should be pondering the perils of venturing into the blood-colored forbidden domain. She found it perplexing what thoughts occupied his mind. Should she intervene to dissuade him? Meng's gaze lingered on Master Chu, captivated by his alluring figure. If Master Chu truly cherished his disciple, there was an unspoken request from the disciple. In response to Meng's lustful stare, Chu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Aside from these thoughts, can you not contemplate something else? Meng chuckled softly, stroking his long beard. Who could resist the beauty of his esteemed uncle? Chu Rou could not contain herself. She grasped Meng's hand firmly and led him away from the window. Half an hour later, return alive. Chu Rou glanced back at Meng as she stood before the door. After uttering this phrase, she pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving Meng with only the enchanting silhouette of her graceful figure. With a resounding thud, the door closed, obscuring that alluring presence from view. Meng collapsed onto the bed. Has he returned to life? Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. He had no intention of succumbing to death. He would return alive. By afternoon, the enormous celestial vessel finally departed from the confines of the sect. The entrance to the blood-forbidden domain lay at a location known as Mute Lake. This blood-forbidden domain was also referred to as the Qianhu Mountain Range. The Qianhu Mountain Range, rich in the essence of water, served as an exceptional place for cultivation. However, due to the overwhelming force of water, it was also a perilous region. A millennium ago, a powerful being had established a grand formation to shield mortals from the assaults of the beasts dwelling within the Qianhu Mountain Range. Over the long passage of time, countless cultivators had perished in pursuit of celestial treasures within. Thus, the Qianhu Mountain Range gradually transformed into what was known among cultivators as the Blood-Forbidden Domain. 5 days later, at Mute Lake, a massive celestial vessel soared above the surface of a lake. The shimmering water mirrored the grand body of the celestial ship. Is this Mute Lake? How beautiful! Under the blazing sun, the deck was alive with chatter. Outer disciples of the Hehuan Sect stood in pairs at the ship's railing, admiring the picturesque landscape of the lake. The lake stretched vast, resembling an endless ocean. The water's surface was as tranquil as a mirror. At that moment, within a chamber aboard the vessel, a voice called out, "Senior brother, senior brother." The door was knocked upon with urgency. Outside, Yuan Baobao's sweet voice rang out. Shortly after, there was a soft click, and the door swung open. A hand suddenly emerged from behind the door, seizing Yuan Baobao's hand and pulling her into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Li Meng led his junior sister Yuan to the window. Together, they gazed at the picturesque view of the lake outside. Yuan's face was flushed. Stealing a glance at her elder brotherly beside her, she inquired softly, "Has the mute lake arrived?" Li Meng turned his head and smiled at his companion, Yuan Shimi. Yuan Baobao nodded slightly. Indeed, in recent days, Yuan Baobao often sought him out, with Yuan Shimi's presence. The days aboard the ship have been far from dull. Chapter 26, The Five Great Sects. Half an hour later, a sound echoed as the door creaked open. Li Meng and Yuan Baobao emerged one after the other. Yuan Baobao's complexion was flushed, and a hint of allure flickered in her features. Li Meng appeared somewhat fatigued. The two proceeded along the corridor towards the foredeck. "Senior brother, please walk a bit faster," Yuan Baobao urged, leading Li Meng onto the deck. "Junior sister, take it easy." "Take it easy." Li Meng, a figure worn by the passage of time, lacked the vivacity and lightness of Yuan Baobao. With even a slight increase in pace, his legs trembled. Often, there exists no distinction between mortals and those dwelling upon the mountains. "Senior brother Xian is over there." Yuan Baobao cast her gaze across the deck and spotted her companion by the ship's railing. She took Li Meng's hand and led him over. Upon reaching Xianhao's side, Yuan Baobao finally released her grip, her face alight with joy as she leaned over the railing, admiring the breathtaking beauty of the lake. "Senior brotherly." Xianhao bowed respectfully to Li Meng. Li Meng chuckled lightly and returned the gesture with a bow. The three of them stood at the edge of the boat, collectively admiring the exquisite scenery of the mute lake. Li Meng cast a glance at the smiling face of his junior sister, Yuan. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, and the atmosphere is rather somber. Even among fellow disciples, treachery and deceit abound. Though his relationship with Yuan is purely transactional, Li Meng perceives that she is a woman of uncomplicated thoughts. "Look, it's the flying sword of Qingshu Sect." A sudden exclamation erupted from the deck. Pairs of outer disciples turned their gazes toward the same direction. To the north of the Tongtian spirit vessel, a colossal flying sword soared from the distance. It traversed the sky several dozen miles away from the vessel. The enormous sword, measuring approximately 200 zhang in length, was crowded with outer disciples of Qingshu Sect. At the forefront stood a middle-aged Taoist clad in a gray robe. A mere glance at him elicited a stinging sensation in the eyes, a manifestation of sword intent, indicative of a sword cultivator. "Look over there. What a massive gourd!" Another shout resonated from the deck. In the northwestern sky, a gigantic purple gourd emerged, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. It was even larger than Qingshu Sect's flying sword, teeming with numerous cultivators. That was a sword-nourishing gourd, capable of refining the innate flying swords of sword cultivators, a treasured artifact of the sword practitioner. The voice of Xuanhao echoed in his ears. Li Meng squinted his eyes, gazing at the distant gourd accompanying the Tongtian spirit vessel. "Senior brother, that must be the venerable Guyu from the Great Sword Mountain." Upon the gourd stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, resembling an immortal from the heavens. The sword intent he emanated was not as sharp and fierce as that of the Qingshu Sect's sword cultivators. Instead, it conveyed an elusive and inscrutable sensation. Indeed, only the venerable Guyu possesses a sword-nurturing gourd in the entire Great Sword Mountain. "Senior brother, look, the monks from Golden Mountain Monastery have also arrived." A fleeting glance brightened Yuan Baobao's eyes as a massive golden alms bowl floated gracefully from the distant sky. The inverted bowl was teeming with monks clad in robes. Xianhao turned his gaze in another direction. Qianhao Valley has also made its appearance. A colossal puppet crane emerged in the far-off sky, its expansive wings trailing long strands of spiritual light. With a powerful flap, it caught up with the procession, high above the silent lake. The five major sects of the Zhao Kingdom convened, all heading in the same direction. "Senior brotherly, once we enter the blood-colored forbidden zone, we must exercise particular caution regarding the disciples of Qianhao Valley. Their puppet techniques require the souls of cultivators to animate the puppets. They will extract the souls of practitioners, obliterating their consciousness to bind them to the puppets for manipulation." Li Meng squinted at the distant crane puppet, while the Hehuan Sect leaned towards neutrality. The Qianhao Valley clearly inclined towards the demonic path. However, the puppet techniques of Qianhao Valley required the souls of cultivators as a medium, refraining from using mortals for blood sacrifices to cultivate their nefarious arts. Thus, Qianhao Valley could be somewhat begrudgingly classified as righteous. "Senior brother is aware." The destination soon came into view, a small island in the mute lake. The isle was barren, home only to a colossal teleportation array. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared in the sky, a flicker of escape light heralding their arrival. This was the miraculous teleportation that could only be performed by those at the nascent soul stage. Among them was Sister Nangong Wan, a rare sight indeed. Realizing the arrival of Nangong Wan, The jovial Yin Miao Zhenren from Qianhe Valley regarded her with unabashed scrutiny of her graceful figure. Among the five, only Nangong was a female cultivator. Adorned in a purple palace gown, her face veiled. The alluring contours of her form were subtly revealed beneath the fabric of her dress. Her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, swaying gently with the breeze. Wu Ming from Jinshan Temple cast a glance at Nangong, his hands coming together in prayer. Ba. Meanwhile, Jianshan from Qingshu Sect and Guyu from Giant Sword Mountain lowered their heads, gazing intently at the teleportation array, ignoring Yun Miao Zhenren. Nangong extended her delicate hand and commanded, "Everyone, let us proceed." Her cool voice resonated through the air. In the next moment, a cerulean wave of spiritual energy erupted from her, forming a radiant beam that struck the array as position. Ba. The sound of the Buddha echoed, as Wu Ming unleashed a golden spiritual light that also impacted the array below. The other three unleashed their respective elemental lights, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, activating the teleportation array. The convergence of the five elemental lights culminated in a vibrant beam that shot skyward, piercing through the thick clouds above. On the spirit vessel of the Hehuan Sect, a cerulean escape light surged forth from the upper levels of the pavilion, forming an enchanting silhouette above the deck. The blood-forbidden domain has been activated. All disciples, depart at once. Yes, Master Ancestor. The outer disciples on the deck performed a respectful bow before soaring into the air, heading towards the radiant beam. Disciples from the other four major sects also took to the skies, converging upon the colorful column. A myriad of figures dove into the beam, transforming into vibrant streaks of light that ascended and vanished without a trace. Sister, brother, the teleportation is random. Take care. The trio on the deck bowed in unison. Xianhao turned to his sister. Sister, let us go. Yuan Baobao nodded lightly as Xianhao took her hand, guiding her away from the deck. Yuan Baobao glanced back at Brotherly, her lips silently moving as if to speak. Li Ming chuckled lightly and nodded. Yuan Baobao, with her enchanting eyes, winked playfully at Senior Brotherly. On the deck, Li Ming leaped into the air, pursuing her. Ahead, Yuan Baobao collided headlong with Xianhao as they entered the vibrant pillar of light. Li Ming closely followed and collided with the vibrant pillar of light. Chapter 27. The Sorcerer of the Demon Path. Li Ming felt a fleeting blur before her eyes, before she could take a moment to survey her surroundings. The ground beneath her abruptly vanished. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and the world around her transformed into an endless expanse of sky. Below, a forest shrouded in mist unfolded. Li Ming swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, causing a flying sword to shoot forth from his storage pouch. Li Ming stood upon a flying sword, soaring gracefully above the vast expanse of the forest. This must be the enigmatic mist forest, he mused. The woodland beneath him stretched infinitely, and only from a great distance could one discern the silhouettes of the mountains. Although Li Ming has never set foot in the blood-red forbidden zone, the various major regions within it are not shrouded in mystery. Li Ming leaped down, descending into the forest. Upon landing, he swiftly affixed a concealment talisman to himself. At that moment, the flying sword vanished into his storage pouch. Li Ming's figure vanished into thin air, leaving only the rustling footsteps to indicate the presence of someone nearby. Half an hour later, deep within the fog-enshrouded forest, the ancient earth spirit grass of 6 centuries, Li Ming's figure materialized out of thin air, and a look of delight graced his face as he squatted beneath a grand tree. Before him lay a cluster of yellow elemental herbs. Although the 5-element spirit grass is the most common of the spiritual plants, specimens aged over 500 years are exceedingly rare. The 5-element spirit grass is indispensable in alchemy, and the simplest method to enhance the quality of a potion is to incorporate this herb. The efficacy of the 5-element spirit grass increases with its age. Li Ming was not one to be polite. He harvested all of the more than 10 spirit herbs. There is indeed a certain art to gathering these mystical plants. One must not uproot them entirely. It appears that fortune is on his side. Li Ming cheerfully rose to his feet. The earth spirit grass? It appears to possess a spiritual essence of at least 500 years, if not 600. It seems that fortune smiles upon us. Just then, a sound unexpectedly emerged from the mist behind him, a cacophony of voices, both male and female, engaged in lively banter. The sudden noise caused Li Ming to furrow his brow, prompting him to turn his gaze deeper into the fog. In his sight, 3 individuals clad in yellow robes emerged from the mist. They were disciples from the outer sect of the Giant Sword Mountain. The leading male cultivator scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe, a flicker of disdain and mockery flashing in his eyes. With a fabricated smile, he performed a feigned bow, saying, "Esteemed brother from the Hehuan Sect, seeing that your time is drawing near, you surely have no need for such a precious treasure as the earth spirit grass. Why not bestow it upon us? If we can establish our foundation, we shall certainly light incense and pray for your well-being." Indeed, what my brother says is true. Another male cultivator stifled a laugh and mimicked the bow. The female cultivator rolled her eyes, displaying her disinterest as she observed her 2 companions' antics. Clearly, the 2 brothers sought to toy with Li Ming, but she had no inclination to partake in such frivolity. Li Ming cast a glance at the 3 individuals. Then with a single hand gesture, summoned a talisman that soared from the storage pouch at his waist, affixing itself to his chest. In the next instant, Li Ming vanished without a trace. What? A spatial talisman? This scene left the trio momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the elder of the Hehuan Sect possessed such a talisman. Not good. We must pursue him. He must be nearby. Junior sister. Utilize the spirit-seeking beast. The female cultivator from the Sword Mountain struck her spirit beast pouch, causing a creature that resembled both a rabbit and a dog to leap onto her shoulder. There is no one around. Impossible. Could it be a high-grade spatial talisman? Only a high-grade talisman could allow one to escape the detection range of the spirit-seeking beast so swiftly. Damn it, that old fool possesses such a treasure. The leading male cultivator wore a look of regret. Had he known, he would have launched a surprise attack and eliminated the old man without exchanging so many words. Meanwhile, deep within another part of the forest, Li Meng strolls leisurely through the fog-laden forest. Who would be foolish enough to engage in a confrontation with you all? Li Meng murmured softly to himself. There were 3 opponents before him. Engaging in a battle of spells would surely deplete a considerable amount of talismans. They were merely outer disciples of the giant Sword Mountain. What treasures could be possessed by such chi-refining practitioners? A losing battle was one best avoided. It would be wiser to prioritize the search for Xianyin grass. Li Meng cast his gaze into the depths of the mist. The ominous aura of the ghostly fog forest was exceedingly dense, making it an ideal location for the growth of the Xianyin grass. However, whether he could locate the millennium-old Xianyin grass would ultimately depend on mere fortune. Li Meng formed a hand seal with a single gesture. A talisman emerged from his storage pouch, hovering gracefully before him. The talisman radiated a golden spiritual light. This was a spirit summoning talisman, capable of detecting any entity that emitted fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was perfectly suited for treasure hunting. The talisman circled around Li Meng in a whimsical dance. Suddenly, it came to a halt in front of him, to his left. Is that the direction? Li Meng followed the guidance of the guiding talisman, making his way toward the left front. The visibility in the ghost mist forest was exceedingly limited, with fog enveloping everything in sight. After approximately the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, he encountered a figure beneath a large tree ahead. The person was squatting on the ground, endlessly murmuring. How wonderful, it is actually the 400-year-old malevolent in grass. Observing the cultivator not far away, who was diligently harvesting the spiritual herbs, Li Meng approached him step by step, her face a portrait of exasperation. How could this man be so utterly devoid of vigilance? Nevertheless, the 400-year-old Xianyin grass is hardly a treasure of great worth. Although Xianyin grass and Xianyin grass differ by but a single character, their values are worlds apart. Xianyin grass is the most commonly found spiritual herb in the realm of Yinsha, while Xianyin grass is regarded as a rare gem within that very realm. Li Meng turned and vanished into the mist. What do you wish to do? Li Meng had scarcely walked away when a piercing scream suddenly echoed from behind. The guiding talisman abruptly shifted to position itself behind Li Meng, indicating a potent surge of spiritual energy in that direction. Li Meng turned to gaze in the direction from whence he came. Could it be that the outer disciple of the Qingshu sect had encountered misfortune? Just then, a chilling wail echoed through the mist, a haunting sound that seemed to oscillate unpredictably. At times, it emanated from the left, while at others, it arose from the right. Suddenly, from the fog to the left, a flickering green ghostly flame materialized, advancing rapidly towards Li Meng. In the next instant, a semi-transparent malevolent spirit burst forth from the haze, its claws outstretched and ready to pounce on Li Meng. A practitioner of the demonic path? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Li Meng's eyes. The sinister souls were forged from the very essence of living beings. Such a malevolent practice could only be cultivated by practitioners of the demonic path. The blood-red forbidden zone could only be accessed by the chi practitioners of the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom. How could a practitioner of the demonic path possibly appear? Li Meng formed a hand seal, and a superior-grade golden talisman flew out from his storage pouch. The talisman circled around him before hovering above his head. In the next moment, the talisman erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, transforming into a protective shield that enveloped Li Meng. A malevolent spirit lunged at him, crashing against the golden barrier. A piercing scream echoed, striking at the very essence of the soul. The spirit recoiled in terror, retreating amidst swirling black mist. The metallic sun was indeed the nemesis of ghostly entities. Chapter 28, The Banner of 100 Souls. What an intriguing sight. A superior-grade golden talisman. My friend, you possess quite an array of treasures. Suddenly, a light chuckle resonated through the mist. From the depths of the fog, a green ghostly flame emerged, drawing closer to Li Meng. Gradually, a figure became discernible. As it approached, the silhouette became increasingly distinct. Before Li Meng's eyes, an outer disciple of the Qingshu sect stepped forth from the mist, clad in a blue robe. He wielded a black banner, ablaze with intense ghostly flames. Within the flames, fleeting glimpses of paper-like ghostly visages flickered, seemingly striving to break free from the banner's confinement. Li Meng surveyed the unexpected visitor with a tranquil demeanor. You are not a disciple of the outer sect of the Qingshu school. The male cultivator, brandishing a banner, revealed a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Isn't this rather obvious? Li Meng squinted his eyes as he scrutinized the ghost banner held by the demonic practitioner. Are you a cultivator from the ghost spirit sect of the state of you? The demonic practitioner's expression faltered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. I did not expect a fellow cultivator to possess such keen insight, even as your time draws near. This statement from the demonic practitioner undeniably confirmed his identity. Li Meng's expression was one of deep contemplation. Yu State is a neighboring nation of Zhao State. The ghost spirit sect is one of the 3 major demonic sects of Yu. How could a practitioner from the Ghost Spirit Sect appear in the blood-red forbidden zone? With your insightful mind, I trust you have already surmised the reason for my presence here. The demonic cultivator bore an air of complete confidence, gazing at Li Meng as if he were a piece of meat laid upon a chopping block. Li Meng squinted as he gazed at the distant demonic cultivator. Li Meng contemplated a possibility. In the past few centuries, the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom had suffered significant losses of their outer disciples within the blood-colored forbidden zone. Although these outer disciples were all cultivators of qi refinement, they constituted the foundational strength of their respective sections. Over the centuries, only about 1 or 2 out of 10 outer disciples who entered the blood-colored forbidden zone managed to survive. This had a profound impact on the 5 major sects, as their strength had not only failed to advance compared to centuries ago but had, in fact, regressed somewhat. Is your objective to target the outer disciples who venture into the blood-colored forbidden zone? The demonic cultivator chuckled, a fierce glint in his eyes. Ah, my friend. You are indeed astute. Allow me to accompany you on your journey. The demonic cultivator laughed heartily, revealing a menacing demeanor. To perish beneath my 100 souls banner is a privilege for you. With that, he brandished the flag, unleashing a swarm of malevolent souls that surged forth, clawing and gnashing towards Li Meng. The chilling wails and cries of the spirits were utterly haunting. The vengeful souls pressed forward in relentless waves against the golden protective barrier, causing it to ripple violently. I do not slay nameless wretches. Reveal your name. As over a dozen vengeful souls coalesced into billowing clouds of darkness, they crashed against the golden barrier, each impact eliciting a harrowing scream. Some of the more timid spirits darted anxiously around Li Meng, too frightened to approach. Only under the coercive force of the demonic cultivator did they dare to lunge towards him. Li Meng cast a glance at the surrounding vengeful spirits flitting about. It appeared that his adversary could only command a little over a dozen of these malevolent entities to attack. How fortuitous. I too refrained from harming the nameless. I am Li Feiyu, a disciple of the outer sect of the Hehuan Sect. Pray, reveal your name, fellow cultivator. In the face of the onslaught from the vengeful spirits, Li Meng remained undaunted, smiling as he gazed at the demonic cultivator wielding the 100 souls banner. The demonic cultivator's countenance momentarily faltered before breaking into a menacing grin. I had nearly forgotten that you are, after all, a dying soul. What fear have you of death? Rest assured, my friend, once you have departed from this world, I shall refine your spirit into a vengeful soul to accompany me in the pursuit of the path to immortality. At that time, you shall come to know my illustrious name. Li Meng glanced around. The commotion here was rather loud. It was evident that the demonic cultivator had accomplices. If he were to attract the attention of those allies, it would spell trouble. Li Meng formed a hand seal and declared, Dodge. A talisman soared from the storage pouch at his waist and adhered itself to Li Meng's body. Li Meng suddenly vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he reappeared behind the demonic cultivator. The cultivator's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the aura approaching from behind. He hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. A resplendent golden talisman soared skyward, suspended dozens of meters above the ground. Instantly, a strange phenomenon enveloped the forest as dark clouds rapidly coalesced, crackling with thunder and lightning. An overwhelming force of nature descended upon the ghost mist forest. With a resounding clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the clouds, striking the earth. Within the mist-laden forest, the descending lightning struck the demonic cultivator. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he tumbled to the ground. You actually possess a thunder-summoning talisman? The cultivator's face turned ashen, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at Li Meng in the distance. The thunderous magic was indeed the nemesis of the spectral beings. With just a single strike, it obliterated more than 10 ferocious souls from the soul banner. Those unleashed malevolent spirits dared not approach the outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Li Meng chuckled softly, gesturing with one hand. Stabilize. Upon uttering these words, the sky resounded with thunderous roars. A multitude of lightning bolts cascaded from above, striking the errant malevolent spirits with precision. Those spirits, upon being struck, were instantly reduced to ashes. The sudden downpour of lightning illuminated the dim forest, clearing the surrounding mist within a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. Is this an advanced second-grade thunder-drawing talisman? Despite repeated attacks, the essence of the talisman remained vibrant in the sky, leaving the demonic cultivator in a state of disbelief. High-grade talismans are rare and precious, often more valuable than gold. How could an aged individual, nearing the end of his days, possess such a treasure? My friend, how many demonic cultivators have infiltrated the ranks of the 5 major sects? Li Meng and Yin Yueshi gazed at the demonic cultivator with an amiable demeanor. Their friendly and approachable expression suggested that they did not perceive the demonic practitioner as an adversary at all. The demonic cultivator's face contorted into a sneer. I, Zhou Cheng, an outer disciple of the ghostly spirit sect, concede to you, my friend. You have triumphed. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng's countenance darkened with malice. He struck his forehead with a palm, an act that extinguished all remnants of life within him. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Zhou Cheng's lifeless body, enriching the surrounding atmosphere with its potency. The onlookers were taken aback as the demonic cultivator abruptly took his own life. Li Meng furrowed her brows, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Had a cunning and malevolent practitioner of the demonic path truly perished so easily? Li Meng's gaze was fixed upon the 100 souls banner. Although qi practitioners are not yet capable of separating their souls from their bodies, exercising caution is always prudent. Li Meng formed a hand seal with a single hand, summoning the wrath of the heavens to strike the 100 Souls banner. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Bolts of lightning cascaded from above, striking the banner with ferocity. Immediately, the air was filled with the anguished cries of tormented spirits. A billowing black mist emanated from the banner, within which countless ghostly visages emerged. The malevolent souls seemed desperate to escape the confines of the banner. To perish under the thunderous decree is, at least, a form of absolution. Depart in peace. Lightning continued to descend relentlessly, striking the 100 Souls banner time and again. With a resounding crash, on the fourth strike, the banner suddenly ignited. Green ghostly flames enveloped it. And with astonishing rapidity, the 100 Souls banner was reduced to ashes. Chapter 29, The Bamboo Demon. Seeing the banner turn to ash, Li Meng finally felt a sense of relief. Li Meng formed a hand gesture and pointed towards the sky. The lightning talisman, suspended in the air, ignited. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a cloud of ashes that gently descended to the ground. The ominous clouds hovering above the forest promptly dispersed. Li Meng approached the corpse of the demonic cultivator. He squatted down and seized the storage bag from the cultivator's waist. It turned out to be a miser. No wonder even an old man like me was not spared. As he probed the contents of the storage bag with his spiritual sense, a frown of disappointment crossed Li Meng's face. He stood up, muttering curses under his breath. The cultivator, named Shoucheng, was even poorer than when he first ascended the mountain. The 100 Souls banner was likely his only possession of value. Aside from that, there were merely a handful of spirit stones and some medicinal pills for foundational cultivation. Additionally, there was another storage bag, presumably belonging to the cultivator who had just been slain by this demonic practitioner. What a loss. Li Meng, with a pained expression, ventured deeper into the forest. No fighting. No fighting, he muttered to himself as he walked. Engaging in a battle of magic was undoubtedly a losing proposition. Before long, the dissipated mist once again enveloped the battlefield. In the days that followed, Li Meng wandered through the ghostly mist forest, searching for spiritual plants under the guidance of the spirit summoning talisman. You useless little thing. Look at what you've managed to find for me. Li Meng cast a sidelong glance at the guiding talisman. Following its direction, he ventured into a bamboo grove. To his surprise, he encountered a spirit of the bamboo forest. Standing nearly 5 meters ahead was a scarecrow, crafted from bamboo. Yet, it was no ordinary scarecrow. It was a bamboo spirit. The bamboo spirit served as the guardian of the grove, belonging to the class of woodland spirits. In a place such as this, it was certain that there would be more than one bamboo spirit. Li Meng cautiously stepped outside. The xianyin grass could not possibly thrive in the bamboo grove, for the bamboo forest could not provide the necessary environment for its growth. Fortunately, the concealment talisman proved to be quite effective. Li Meng successfully emerged from the bamboo grove. At last, he has made his way out. Li Meng turned around, a lingering fear evident in his gaze as he looked back at the bamboo forest. If he were to be besieged by the bamboo spirits within, it was not just he, a mere chi refinement cultivator, who would face peril. Even a foundation establishment cultivator might struggle to escape with their life. How unfortunate. Could it be that the mysterious yin grass is destined to elude me? Li Meng, feeling somewhat melancholic, ventured deeper into the forest. The blood-colored forbidden zone had only 3 months of activation time. He could not afford to squander too much time in the ghostly mist forest. Perhaps flying with his sword would be the best course of action. Li Meng's aged form soared into the air. A flying sword emerged from his storage pouch. Li Meng, with his feet upon a flying sword, soared above the dense treetops. In the expanse of the forest sky, he ascended towards the horizon. The higher he flew, the further his gaze could extend. The vast, misty expanse of the ghostly fog forest lay before him in its entirety. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. To ascend high is to see far. Lo and behold, a flicker of brilliance emerged from the forest to his left, unmistakably indicating that someone was wielding their magical artifact in combat. Li Meng was not inclined to join the fray. However, despite his disinterest, the commotion came knocking at his door. Senior brother, save me. A female disciple from the Qingshu sect soared through the ghost mist forest on her sword, hurtling towards Li Meng. Behind her, several vengeful spirits burst forth from the fog-laden woods. Were these yet more practitioners of the demonic arts from the ghost spirit sect? Li Meng cast a fleeting glance at her, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Her appearance was mediocre, her legs unremarkable, her waist nothing special. Everything about her was average. What right did such a woman have to expect salvation from others? He was no benevolent soul. Sister, do not despair. Your senior brother is here to assist you. Li Meng formed a hand seal, and a talisman soared from the storage pouch at his waist. The talisman transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, surging towards the female disciple of the Qingshu sect. It adhered to her form, enveloping her in a protective aura of golden light. The pursuing malevolent spirits collided with this luminous barrier, retreating in shrieks of terror. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother. The female cultivator of the Qingshu sect hovered her sword in midair before Li Meng, bowing in gratitude. Li Meng chuckled softly. As practitioners of the righteous path, how could they merely stand by and observe? The outer disciples of the Qingshu sect lowered their heads in admiration. Brother, your righteousness is commendable. Yet, in the very moment they lifted their gazes, a fierce glint flashed across the face of one outer disciple. Die, she exclaimed. as she deftly formed a spell with one hand, summoning a black spiritual sword that erupted from her forehead. It transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling towards Li Meng. However, in the next instant, the shadowy streak collided with a golden barrier, disintegrating the black spiritual sword into ashes. This scene left the outer disciple of the Qingshu sect momentarily stunned. Ah, the youth of today. Li Meng shook his head in resignation. Go, Li Meng. With a single hand gesture, pointed towards the female disciple of the Qingshu sect's outer gate. A beam of golden light shot forth from the storage pouch at his waist, hurtling directly towards her. The expression on the female disciple's face changed drastically as she turned to flee, only to find herself ensnared by the golden light. Retrieve. The talismans adorning her body ignited, causing the golden barrier to dissipate. In that fleeting moment as the barrier vanished, a shaft of golden light pierced through the disciple's skull. Her eyes rolled back as she plummeted, alongside her flying sword, into the depths of the ghost mist forest. After vanquishing the female disciple, the golden spirit sword whirled around Li Meng in a chaotic dance. Li Meng snapped his fingers, and with a sharp crack, the 7-foot-long golden spirit sword vanished in an instant. It was merely a second-rate spirit sword talisman, crafted from the hide of a first-tier, lowly beast. For others, creating high-quality talismans is an arduous task. Li Meng, however, defied the heavenly order, taking an unconventional approach. The more inferior the talisman, the more challenging it becomes to depict. A storage bag materialized in Li Meng's hand. Does he truly take me for a fool? Li Meng smiled and stored the pouch away within another destitute soul. Li Meng flew onward with his sword, venturing into the distance. It remains uncertain how many practitioners of the demonic path infiltrated the ranks of the Hehuan Sect. Li Meng felt a twinge of anxiety regarding Yuan Baobao's safety, although he had provided them with some protective talismans. The infiltrator among their ranks was a practitioner of demonic arts cloaked in the guise of a fellow disciple. Should a treacherous ambush occur, the odds of survival would be grim. Life and death are often dictated by fate. May their destinies prove to be more favorable. The mountain was inherently devoid of compassion. After 6 decades of ascetic life, Li Meng had come to grasp a singular truth. One must prioritize oneself, lest they be condemned by the heavens. With the pace of his cultivation, the gap between him and Yuan Baobao, as well as Qinlan, would only widen. It would not be long before they became mere passers-by in the narrative of his life. He would offer them assistance in their cultivation journey. Yet he would refrain from investing too much emotional attachment in their shared endeavors. However, humans are subject to change, and the future remains an enigma. Senior brother, save me. The sudden cry for help darkened Li Meng's expression. Again? Li Meng turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, his expression momentarily taken aback. Ah. This junior sister possesses quite the ethereal beauty. Once again, she is an outer disciple of the Qingshu sect. Her waist, her legs, and her visage are all rather striking. Her alluring figure is indeed captivating. Chapter 30. The mysterious fruit, a female disciple of the Qingshu sect soared towards Li Meng on her sword, emerging from the forest, closely pursued by several fierce spirits. Junior sister, do not panic. Li Meng, with a deft gesture of his hand, summoned a radiant talisman that soared forth from the storage pouch at his waist. In an instant, a brilliant golden light emerged, transforming the talisman into a spirit sword measuring approximately 10 zhang in length. The colossal golden sword, imbued with immense power, descended towards the ground. A female disciple from the outer sect of Qingshu Gate, who was approaching Li Meng, was taken aback and hastily distanced herself from the formidable blade. The enormous golden sword swept past her, while 3 pursuing malevolent spirits, merely brushed by the sword's emanating energy, met their demise in a cloud of ash. The colossal golden sword struck the ground amidst the ghost fog forest with a thunderous crash. The earth trembled with a resounding boom as the golden aura radiated outward, dispersing a vast expanse of mist in an instant. The violent spiritual energy upheaved soil and vegetation alike, as the 10-zhang-long golden sword embedded itself into the forest, 1/3 of its blade buried within the earth. Senior brother's mastery of the arts is truly extraordinary. I am in awe. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the female disciple from Qingshu Gate as she beheld the sword hovering beside Li Meng. Is senior brother also a talisman master? Li Meng surveyed the outer sect female disciple of the Qingshu sect with a cheerful smile. Come now, junior sister. It seems that those pursuing you are not disciples of the 5 major sections. What exactly transpired? The outer sect female disciple of Qingshu shook her head. I am uncertain. I do not recognize them at all. There are many unfamiliar faces among the Qingshu sect's ranks this time, and they give me an eerie feeling. Earlier, I encountered a fellow disciple, and fortunately, I was cautious enough to avoid being ambushed by him. That individual wielded a ghostly artifact, likely a practitioner of the demonic path. Li Meng merely asked intentionally, aiming to create an illusion for the outer disciples of the Qingshu sect that he was entirely unaware of the situation. Li Meng formed a hand seal, summoning a spiritual sword that soared from the ground into the depths of the ghostly mist forest. It surged toward Li Meng and the outer sect female disciple of the Qingshu sect, mere meters apart. Just as they approached within 100 meters, the formidable golden sword abruptly dissipated, transforming into a talisman that flew towards Li Meng. The talisman morphed into a beam of golden light, piercing into Li Meng's storage pouch. A second-grade superior spiritual sword talisman? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the outer sect female disciple from the Qingshu sect. Only superior talismans and talisman treasures possess the ability for repeated use. The sole distinction between superior talismans and talisman treasures lies in the latter's capacity to be refined into a personal talisman treasure, absorbed into one's body. The outer sect female disciple, Xiaoyi, promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Li Ming returned the gesture of respect. As an outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect, Li Ming, aligned with the righteous path, assured his junior sister that there was no need for excessive formality. Xiaoyi, with a radiant smile, gazed at her senior brother. Although he appeared somewhat aged, burdened by the weight of impending mortality, he nonetheless exuded an admirable aura. Li Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard. I must seek out a few mystical herbs for alchemy. You may proceed as you wish, junior sister. With that, Li Ming soared into the distance on his sword. Although Xiaoyi was a beauty, this was not the time for romance. He had not entered the blood-red forbidden zone for mere cultivation. Seeing her senior brother depart so abruptly, Xiaoyi hurriedly chased after him. Senior brother, wait. She caught up to Li Ming. What else do you require, junior sister? Li Ming gazed kindly at the approaching Xiaoyi. Brother, she said. The appearance of demonic cultivators among the ranks of the 5 major sects in the Zhao Kingdom suggests that their intentions are far from benevolent. We cannot ascertain how many disciples from the 5 sects may have suffered, given the uncertain enemy situation. We must unite the righteous disciples and join forces to eradicate the demonic practitioners. Li Ming could hardly suppress the urge to roll his eyes. If he could not even protect himself, how could he concern himself with others? Junior sister, how do you distinguish between righteous cultivators and those of the demonic path? Li Ming's inquiry caused Xiaoyi to momentarily freeze in surprise. The inquiry posed by brotherly left her at a loss for words. Indeed. How can one discern whether the gathered cultivators belong to the righteous path or the demonic sect? This presents a significant dilemma. Junior sister, for now, you must prioritize your own safety. With these parting words, Li Ming ascended into the skies on his sword, leaving Xiaoyi behind, who did not pursue him further. She watched as brotherly gradually vanished from sight. After a considerable moment, she too took to the air, flying into the ghost mist forest. As Xiaoyi descended from the heavens, she landed gracefully on the ground, transforming into a youthful Taoist clad in a blue robe. Behind her, she bore a large purple gourd. Her cherubic face, tinted with a rosy hue, exuded an undeniable charm. How ridiculous, brother is such a coward. The young Taoist huffed as she placed the purple gourd onto the ground, sitting atop it in a pensive mood. It seems brother has some skill in drawing talismans. She mused with a playful smile, as if uncovering a remarkable secret. Meanwhile, above the ghost mist forest, an aged figure was gliding through the air on a sword. His pace leisurely as he traversed the misty expanse. How peculiar, why has junior sister Qi Wei arrived as well? Li Ming muttered to himself, stroking his long beard. Although his junior sister had disguised herself remarkably well, her shape-shifting skills were nothing short of extraordinary. However, he possessed the divine insight of the system. No matter how she transformed, she could not conceal her true identity from him. Her appearance may have changed, but the essence remained unchanged. Was she not a disciple of the Hehuan Sect? If she truly belonged to the Hehuan Sect, would it not be more convenient to masquerade as one of their own? Never mind, it is of no concern to me, whether it was intentional or merely a coincidence. It matters not. What is paramount is that he must seek out an abundance of spiritual plants. He could not afford to squander the singular opportunity to enter the blood-colored forbidden zone. 3 days hence, in the ghost mist forest, above the expanse of the forest, Li Ming soared through the air on his sword. The ghost mist forest was indeed vast. Li Ming had flown for 3 days in a singular direction without escaping the confines of the ghost mist forest. Was this a manifestation of the spiritual energy tide? A potent surge of spiritual power enveloped him. With his feet upon the flying sword, Li Ming felt a jolt of clarity. Only spiritual flora that had matured over a millennium could evoke such a phenomenon. The pervasive aura of sinister energy indicated the presence of Xianin grass. Suddenly, Li Ming altered his course, soaring northwestward. After traversing for the duration of a fragrant incense stick, he beheld an ice lake emerging within the depths of the ghost mist forest. At the center of the lake lay a small island, upon which stood a colossal ice tree. Its branches bore numerous blue ice fruits, radiating a resplendent azure light. Could this be the legendary 10,000-year Xianin fruit? Li Mingfei leapt down and landed on the lakeshore, his gaze fervently fixated on the icy tree on the island within the lake. That was the mystical Xianin fruit. Numerous ninth-grade elixirs require the millennia-old Xianin fruit as their primary ingredient. Even a transcendent practitioner would be envious upon sighting it. No, that cannot be right. Li Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes squinting as he scrutinized the island and the lake. How could the elusive 10,000-year profound-in fruit appear in such a blood-red forbidden zone? If it were indeed the 10,000-year profound-in fruit, the ensuing surge of spiritual energy would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Chapter 31, The Mist Demon. Regrettably, the system offered no information, prompting Li Ming to silently curse its ineptitude. What if it truly was the 10,000-year profound-in fruit? Standing at the water's edge, Li Ming's expression was one of deep conflict. A casual glance caught his eye, and suddenly he was illuminated by a revelation. Not far from the shore, there thrived a patch of blue spiritual grass, standing half a person tall, radiating a faint aura of spiritual energy. The profound-in grass? Li's face displayed an expression of disbelief as he hurried towards the patch of mysterious dark grass, exclaiming, "I have struck it rich, I have struck it rich." Li Ming crouched on the ground, his face alight with excitement as he harvested the Xianyin grass. This patch boasted at least 100 specimens, each with an age exceeding 2,000 years. Could it truly be the Xianyin fruit? Xianyin grass was found along the shore, far from the island at the lake's heart. Perhaps the ice tree in the center of the lake was indeed the Xianyin tree. Regardless, he decided to gather all the Xianyin grass first before contemplating further. Li Ming hastened his pace in the harvest, seizing the moment while no one was around. He deemed it prudent to stow the Xianyin grass into his storage bag. Should anyone arrive shortly, a fierce confrontation would be unavoidable. With such an abundance of Xianyin grass, even among his peers, competition was inevitable. A millennium's worth of Xianyin grass? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a voice filled with surprise echoed from the depths of the forest. 3 outer disciples from the giant sword mountain emerged one after another, their faces flushed with excitement as they beheld Li Ming, crouched on the ground, diligently gathering the Xianyin grass. "Old man, hand over the Xianyin grass, and we shall spare your life," the leading male cultivator declared, brandishing his massive sword menacingly at Li Ming. Li Ming paid no heed to the 3 individuals. His movements in plucking the spiritual herbs became increasingly deft. "Humph, old fool, you seek your own demise." Observing Li Ming's indifference, the leader of the male cultivators let out a cold snort. Brandishing a colossal sword, he soared through the air towards Li Ming. The male disciples from the outer sect of the giant sword sect closed in on Li Ming, one of them swinging his sword down upon him. The massive blade seemed poised to cleave Li Ming in two. In that critical moment, Li Ming retrieved the last stalk of the profound yin grass into his storage pouch. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in Li Ming's hand. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. The colossal sword, having lost its target, struck the ground with a tremendous force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the ground was gouged out, forming a large pit. A shrinking talisman? Quickly search. He is nearby. No need to look any further. Senior brother, look over there. The female disciple among the trio pointed excitedly towards an island in the lake. The 3 individuals turned their gazes towards the island, and upon doing so, their faces lit up with unrestrained joy. Could it possibly be the legendary 10,000-year Xianyin fruit? Its size surely indicates it is the fabled fruit. Splendid. Senior brother, junior sister, I shall venture ahead. One of the male cultivators soared into the air, gliding towards the heart of the lake. He skimmed over the water's surface, approaching the island with growing excitement. A smirk of derision crossed his face as he recalled the old fool who had fled moments before. That old man was truly a simpleton, forsaking the Xianyin fruit to gather mere Xianyin grass. The value of a single Xianyin fruit is equivalent to 100 stalks of millennium-old Xianyin grass. Junior brother, be cautious. A startled shout from his senior brother echoed behind him. The male cultivator chuckled coldly to himself. Senior brother, I will not fall for your trick. At that moment, the mist above the lake began to swirl ominously. A colossal hand formed from the fog reached upwards, grasping at the male cultivator. It ensnared him, dragging him into the depths of the mist. Throughout this ordeal, he did not utter a single cry of despair. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the 2 remaining figures on the shore, their hearts racing with trepidation. They had nearly succumbed to the impulse to follow him, grateful that their junior brother had sacrificed himself to scout the way. Senior brother, what on earth is that? The female disciple, who possessed an appealing figure albeit not breathtakingly beautiful, leaned slightly closer to her senior. I do not know. The male cultivator's expression darkened considerably. The treasure was within sight, yet a mysterious force from the lake obstructed their path. Meanwhile, in the forest, Li Ming concealed himself using a concealment talisman. Li Ming also witnessed the scene where the male cultivator from Giant Sword Mountain was ambushed by the fog hand. Could it be the fog demon? The fog demon is a mysterious creature found within the Ghost Mist Forest. It is said that the mist enveloping the Ghost Mist Forest is connected to the fog demon. The fog demon possesses the ability to bewitch the heart and create illusions. Could the Xianyin grass be a fabrication? Li Ming swiftly extended his consciousness into the storage bag. The mysterious yin grass had not vanished from within. Fortunately, it remained intact. Seeing the yin grass still present, Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Li Ming recalled the recent phenomenon of the spiritual tide. Could it be that the spiritual tide was triggered by the Xianyin grass? Indeed, it must be so, otherwise the intensity of the spiritual tide would not have been so feeble. To think it was the Xianyin fruit, how delightful. Suddenly, more people arrived. 5 outer disciples from Qianhe Valley descended on their swords, landing gracefully by the lake's edge. It was no wonder the spiritual tide was stirred. It was, after all, the millennia-old Xianyin fruit. A cheerful voice echoed through the forest as 4 disciples from the Qingshu sect emerged. Amitabha! Who would have thought such an opportunity would exist within the blood-red forbidden zone? 6 monks from Jingshan Temple also appeared from the opposite shore's thicket. They gazed across the icy lake, observing more and more cultivators from the 5 major sects arriving on their swords. The recent spiritual tide had drawn nearby practitioners to the scene. Before long, dozens of outer disciples from the 5 sects gathered along the lake shore. The Xianyin fruit sat enticingly on the island at the lake's center, yet none of the gathered disciples dared to make a move. They all awaited the first impulsive fool to act. Why is junior brother Xuanhao here as well? Li Ming spotted a familiar figure. Xuanhao arrived on his sword and landed among the outer disciples of the Hehuan Sect. The disciples of the 5 sects formed a tense standoff along the lakeshore, none willing to strike first. Thankfully, junior sister Yuan wasn't present. Otherwise, it would be challenging to take both away, just when he thought he was safe. Fate conspired against him. Senior brother Xian. Another graceful figure descended from the sky on her sword, leaping into Xuanhao's embrace. Yuan Baobao's cheeks flushed with joy upon finding senior brother Xian. Hidden behind a large tree, Li Ming's expression darkened. Damn it, why is junior sister Yuan here too? If the creature in the lake truly was a mist demon, then all the cultivators outside would become its prey. Li Ming has already discerned that the icy lake is but a trap. The fog demon has refrained from making a move. Biding its time to lure more cultivators into its snare, intending to ensnare them all at once. Li Ming approached the disciples of the Hehuan Sect with a calm demeanor. Senior brother, I have an unsettling premonition. We should leave this place. Yuan Baobao, leaning against Xuanhao, whispered. She was acutely aware that her words must not be overheard by their fellow disciples, lest someone seize the opportunity to create trouble. Citing concerns about the morale of their peers. In such trying times, seeking solace in unity was the sole recourse for the cultivators of the 5 sections. Xuanhao leaned down to whisper in Yuan Baobao's ear, Fear not, for we possess the spatial talisman gifted by Senior Brotherly. Chapter 32. This place is not tenable. The hushed exchange between the two stirred feelings of envy among the single disciples of the Hehuan Sect, who lamented their own lack of fortune in finding a partner. Esteemed disciples from the outer sect, please lend me your ears, a monk from Jinshan Temple proclaimed. His hands clasped together, his voice resonating across the lakeshore. All eyes turned towards the monk Huaning of Jinshan Temple. What a striking monk. A ripple of delighted laughter erupted from the Hehuan Sect as the female disciples gazed at the bald monk in the distance. His skin was fair and delicate, reminiscent of a layer of white wax. His glistening, smooth scalp shone brilliantly, and his handsome visage bore a captivating blend of solemnity and mischief. Continuing in this stalemate is futile. I observe that the quantity of Xian fruits is abundant. Let the 5 major sects divide them equally. Divide equally? The disciples from various sects exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. The Qingshu sect has no objections. The Qingshu sect was the first to endorse Huaning's proposal. The Giant Sword Mountain agrees. The disciples from Giant Sword Mountain also voiced their assent. The Thousand Crane Valley consents. The Hehuan sect concurs. The representatives of the 4 major sects expressed their agreement in unison. Huaning stepped forward. Very well. May each sect nominate one person to accompany me to the island to gather the Xian fruits. In the forest behind the Hehuan sect's contingent, Li Ming emerged from behind a grand tree, observing the Hehuan sect as they were engaged in the election of individuals to ascend the island. Li Ming picked up a small stone and hurled it towards Yuan Baobao's head. The tiny rock struck her with precision. Yuan Baobao touched her head. A look of confusion crossing her face as she turned to look behind her, peering out from behind a large tree. Li Ming revealed his upper body and waved at her. Li Shixiang? Yuan Baobao exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Li Shixiang amidst the trees. She had not anticipated reuniting with both him and Xian Shixiang in this place. Shixiang? Yuan Baobao tugged at Xian Shixiang's sleeve. Xianhao glanced down at his junior sister beside him. Shimmy, what is it? Li Shixiang wants us to come over. Brother Li Ming? A flicker of surprise crossed Xianhao's eyes. Is Brotherly nearby as well? Where is Brotherly? In the forest behind. Xuanhao turned to gaze at the woods behind him. It truly is Brotherly. Come, let us go. Xuanhao took Yuan Baobao's hand, leading her toward the forest. Upon entering the woods, the two discovered Brotherly behind a great tree. Brotherly, what a surprise it is to encounter you here. Xuanhao bowed respectfully to Li Ming. Li Ming waved his hand. I shall not waste words. This is not a safe haven. We must depart at once. Xianhao and Yuan Baobao felt a tightening in their chests. They too sensed an unsettling aura permeating the surroundings. How did the senior brother come to know this? Li Ming cast a glance at the mist-shrouded lakeshore. I witnessed firsthand how the disciples of the Giant Sword sect were engulfed by the fog rising from the lake's surface. If my suspicions are correct, the ice lake serves as a trap set by the fog spirits. And the spiritual tide triggered by the 10,000-year Xian fruit will be far more violent, both in scale and intensity. Upon hearing Brotherly's words, Xianhao was already convinced to a great extent. Indeed, the previous spiritual tide had been rather feeble, not at all resembling the tumultuous surge one would expect from the 10,000-year Xian fruit. Brother, as fellow disciples, I must issue them a warning. With that, Xianhao hurriedly turned to join the Hehuan Sect's team. Watching the departing figure of Brother Xian, Li Ming shook his head. Those fellow disciples would not be inclined to believe such a warning. The allure of tremendous profit had dulled their capacity for rational thought. Even if there existed a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, they would not relinquish the tangible benefits within their grasp. Li Ming turned to his companion, Sister Yuan. Dear sister, have you encountered any dangers along the way? Facing the gaze of her senior, Yuan Bao's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. She glanced at the lakeshore and took a couple of steps forward, affectionately linking her arm with Li Ji's. Brother, these past few days, I have faced numerous perils. Just yesterday, I encountered a fellow disciple who was most despicable. He insisted on traveling with me, and when I declined, he suddenly launched a sneak attack using a sinister artifact. Fortunately, I had the talisman gifted by you, brother, which allowed me to escape unharmed. Reflecting on it now still sends shivers down my spine. Yuan Bao, still trembling from the memory, patted her elevated chest. Li Meng, with a gentle smile, reached out to affectionately ruffle Yuan Baobao's hair. Do not fear, do not fear. The talismans I have given you should be used without reservation. Should you exhaust them? More wait. Yuan Baobao's eyes curved into crescent moons, delighted by the tender gaze of her senior brother. It evoked a sense of nostalgia, transporting her back to her childhood. Despite their significant age difference, spanning 2 generations, such gestures of affection were still permissible. Senior brother, you are truly wonderful. With that, Yuan Baobao stood on her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on Li Meng's cheek. Li Meng reached out and wrapped his arms around Yuan Shimi's waist. Yuan Baobao's cheeks flushed slightly as she peeked towards the lakeshore. Xian Shixiang was engaged in conversation with fellow disciples. After a while, Xian Shixiang approached, visibly dejected. Noticing his approach, Yuan Baobao quickly distanced herself from Li Shixiang. Shixiang, are they unwilling to leave? The disciples by the lakeshore remained motionless, clearly indicating that Xian Shixiang's counsel had been in vain. At that moment, representatives from the 5 major sects began to cross the lake, soaring on their swords and devices towards the heart of the lake. What is that? Junior Shixiang, be careful. Just as the 5 hovered above the icy lake, an unexpected transformation occurred. The mist over the lake began to churn violently, forming enormous misty hands that reached skyward towards the 5. Among them, Master Hehuan reacted the swiftest. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a radiant golden light enveloped him. A golden alms bowl materialized in his grasp. He directed the bowl towards the advancing misty hands, unleashing a torrent of golden light that struck the giant hands. Momentarily stunned, the misty hands then pressed on, grasping towards Master Hehuan. His expression changed dramatically. Seizing his robe, he waved it, causing it to expand exponentially, enveloping him. The misty hand seized the robed figure of Master Hehuan and then retreated back into the lake's mist. The other 4 had already been dragged beneath the icy surface by the misty hands. No one knew whether the vanished 5 were alive or dead. The assault of the icy lake mist did not relent. The white fog within the lake seemed to come alive, forming overwhelming waves of mist that surged towards the shores in all directions. It's coming. Quick, run. The disciples of the 5 sects fled in a panic, hastily taking to the skies on their swords and devices, distancing themselves from the icy lake. However, the relentless waves of mist advanced too swiftly. The fleeing outer disciples of the 5 sects were engulfed by the mist waves one after another. The 3 in the forest exchanged knowing glances. We cannot linger here. Retreat. Just as Li Meng's words fell, each of them produced a ground-shrinking talisman. In the next instant, the trio transformed into streaks of golden light, burrowing into the earth. In the depths of the forest, 1,000 meters away, 3 streaks of golden light suddenly erupted from the ground. Li Meng, Yuan Baobao, and Xian Hao materialized out of thin air. Junior brother, junior sister, let us depart. Li Meng soared into the sky, riding his sword with grace. Yuan Baobao and Xian Hao closely followed. The trio burst forth from the dense ghost mist forest. Senior brother, the mist wave is coming, Yuan Baobao exclaimed, her face pale with terror as she gazed at the overwhelming tide of mist behind them. The colossal mist wave resembled a gigantic wall of fog, sweeping relentlessly in all directions. Before the immense fog wall, the 3 appeared as insignificant as ants. The speed of the fog's advance was astonishing, visibly closing in on them. Observing the encroaching fog wall, Li Meng's expression darkened. Such an awe-inspiring phenomenon, could it truly be the work of a mist demon? Junior brother, junior sister, descend. Li Meng soared towards the ominous misty forest on his enchanted sword. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xian Hao's eyes. The waves of fog loomed ominously behind them. Was venturing into the misty forest not akin to courting death? Senior brother, keep up. Yuan Baobao pursued without a moment's hesitation. Xian Hao's expression shifted through various emotions, ultimately compelling him to follow suit. Within the depths of the misty forest, Li Meng descended gracefully, landing on the ground, closely followed by Yuan Baobao and Xian Hao. Li Meng deftly formed a hand seal. A radiant talisman, resplendent in golden light, emerged from his storage pouch. The talisman spiraled around Li Meng in a graceful arc before affixing itself to his back. Li Meng extended his hands to grasp the shoulders of his junior sister Yuan and junior brother Xian. In the next moment, the trio transformed into a beam of golden light and penetrated into the earth. 20 miles away, within a forest, a flash of golden light marked their sudden appearance. Instantly, they transformed once more into golden light, burrowing back into the ground. In that shadowy realm of the ghost mist forest, the golden light flickered, each flash separated by a distance of 20 miles. Within mere moments, the 3 had materialized 200 miles away, by the bank of a stream nestled among the mountains. A brilliant beam of gold erupted from the earth, revealing the 3 figures, a man and 2 women, standing at the riverbank. Yuan Baobao, with an expression of curiosity, surveyed her surroundings. No longer were they enveloped by the mist-laden ghost mist forest, but instead, they were surrounded by towering peaks that reached the heavens. Senior brother, have we truly left the ghost mist forest? Yuan Baobao inquired, turning to gaze at Li Shixiao. Li Meng raised his head to gaze around. The surrounding peaks were exceedingly steep, shrouded in mist and clouds. If I am not mistaken, this should be the outskirts of the mountain water gorge. Li Meng turned to face his junior sister Yuan and junior brother Xian. Junior brother, junior sister, elder brother still needs to gather some spiritual herbs for alchemy. Let us part ways here and seek our fortunes separately. Li Meng waved his hand, and a storage pouch soared towards Yuan Baobao. Instinctively, Yuan Baobao caught the pouch. Li Mingfei soared into the sky, wielding his sword as he departed into the distance. A practitioner of the demonic path has infiltrated the ranks of the 5 major sections. Junior brothers and sisters, do not place your trust in any third party. The voice gradually faded away. The aging silhouette of Brotherly, as he departed on his sword, vanished from the sight of the two. Junior sister, did Brotherly just employ a talisman that allows one to traverse hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye? A talisman that can be utilized repeatedly, enabling one to span dozens of miles with each use. It could only be a first-grade Shinshao talisman. How could Brotherly possess such a precious treasure? Yuan Baobao cast a glance into the storage bag with her spiritual sense. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. And the fleeting sorrow of parting from Brotherly was swiftly dispelled. It seemed that Brotherly was indeed concerned for her well-being. Brother, everyone harbors their own secrets. You must not dwell on them too much. Yuan Baobao presented 2 high-quality shrinking talismans into Xian Shixiang's hands. Xian Hao lowered his head, staring blankly at the talismans he held. Yet again, they were high-grade talismans. Brotherly is skilled in drawing talismans, and Xuan Hao is well aware of this. However, if the high-grade talismans were indeed crafted by Brotherly himself, it would indeed be a tremendous pity. A hint of regret flickered in Xuan Hao's eyes. Li, the senior brother, possesses exceptional talents in alchemy and talisman crafting. However, his innate qualities are rather lacking. Has he devoted all his cultivation time to alchemy and the study of talismans, resulting in insufficient time to establish a solid foundation as his critical moment approaches? Xuan Hao smiled faintly as he put away the talisman. This was a life-preserving talisman, and he would not be overly sentimental. The junior sister speaks the truth. Yuan Baobao gazed up at the towering peaks surrounding them. Brother, let us explore over there. With that, Yuan Baobao soared into the air, riding her sword straight towards the heavens. Xuan Hao deftly formed a hand seal, summoning his flying sword, and descended, stepping onto the blade to pursue her. The 2 figures in pursuit resembled playful mandarin ducks, their forms framed by the majestic mountains and waters, creating an extraordinarily beautiful scene. Meanwhile, amidst another cluster of peaks, Li Ming soared through the skies upon his flying sword, occasionally enveloped by swirling mist and at other times bursting forth from the mountain peaks. He fervently hoped to avoid encounters with peculiar creatures like the fog demon. The memory of the overwhelming waves of mist loomed large in his mind. Li Ming experienced a tingling sensation on his scalp. He pondered whether the misty creature was a primordial being or a later-born entity. All things possess a spirit. Both inanimate and animate objects may awaken their consciousness and embark upon the path of cultivation. Even a solitary white cloud in the sky could potentially gain sentience and transform into a spirit. The term primordial beings refers to those naturally born, while later-born beings are those that come into existence through mediators, such as the human race. Let us seek the Xianwang grass. Li Ming executed a one-handed incantation, causing a resplendent golden spirit-summoning talisman to soar forth from his storage pouch. It danced around him in a whimsical manner before abruptly halting in front of him to the left. Li Ming soared through the air, his sword slicing towards the left front. As he ventured deeper into the mountainous landscape, a magnificent panorama unfolded before his eyes. Beneath the towering peaks lay an expansive body of water, with colossal mountains rising majestically from its depths. The scenery was a breathtaking fusion of mountains and water, resplendent in its grandeur. Occasionally, a massive shadow could be glimpsed gliding slowly beneath the surface. 3 days later, he marveled at the presence of the legendary 7 mystical herbs. A truly remarkable find. Li Ming halted before the precipice of a towering mountain. Amidst the crevices of the rocky facade, a cluster of ethereal plants thrived. Though they were well concealed, they could not elude the perceptive grasp of the spirit-seeking talisman's power. Li Ming waved his hand, and more than a dozen 7 mystic grasses soared towards him, finding their place within his storage pouch. The art of object manipulation is a skill that every cultivator possesses, and it is particularly second nature to Li Ming, who is adept in alchemy, talisman crafting, formation techniques, and weapon forging. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A flash of white surged forth from the crevice of the rocks, its gaping maw wide open, lunging directly at Li Ming. Was it a colossal white serpent? Li Ming was taken aback. The golden talisman affixed to his body radiated a brilliant light. A luminous shield enveloped him. A colossal serpent's head collided with the radiant barrier, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled Li Ming several hundred meters away. Fortunately, the second-tier beast lacked the ability to fly. Its elongated, snow-white form was half-wedged in a crevice, while the other half protruded, hissing at Li Ming. What a beautiful white serpent! Gazing at the pristine creature, Li Ming couldn't help but utter a word of admiration. The white serpent bore a resemblance to the king cobra of Earth, though it was merely a faint likeness. Its head did not possess the menacing appearance of its earthly counterpart. Chapter 34. The Art of Sword Light Division. It was quite sizable, measuring approximately 10 zhang in length, with azure eyes glistening with an insatiable hunger, as if it longed to devour him. A second-tier beast? Li Ming scrutinized the white serpent from head to tail. Its aura was not particularly formidable. The strength of a second-tier demon beast was comparable to that of a fully realized practitioner of the human race. Well, considering your exquisite beauty, I shall spare your life this time, for the desire for beauty resides in the hearts of all. Li Ming executed a hand gesture, and a resplendent golden talisman emerged from the storage at his waist, transforming into a beam of golden light that soared towards the white serpent. The serpent, with its gaping maw wide open, lunged at the golden radiance. Suddenly, the light veered upwards, encircling the serpent's head before alighting as a spirit-gathering talisman upon its forehead. The white serpent seemed to experience an unsettling sensation, shaking its head violently against the rocky wall in an attempt to dislodge the talisman affixed to its brow. "It's a gift for you." Li Meng turned and soared away on his sword. Behind him, the white serpent continued to strike its forehead against the talisman on the rocky wall. After a while, the serpent abruptly ceased its headbutting, shaking its head. Its sapphire-like eyes appeared even more crystalline, and the malevolence within them gradually dissipated. The enormous head turned to gaze in the direction where Li Meng had departed. Soon, its elongated, snow-white body slowly retreated into the crevice of the rock. This encounter with the white serpent was merely a fleeting episode. Although he had lost a talisman, Li Meng felt a sense of joy in the loss. As a talisman master, the nature of talismans is such that one can acquire as many as one desires. In the following days, Li Meng began to scour the spiritual plants of the mountains and streams, exhausting every spiritual herb over 500 years old. One afternoon, on a certain peak, Li Mengfei leapt down and landed atop the mountain peak. Behind a colossal boulder, he discovered a patch of translucent spiritual plants. 700 years of ethereal grass? Indeed, quite remarkable. Li Meng crouched on the ground, diligently gathering the ethereal grass. This mystical herb possesses the remarkable ability to nourish the soul and serves as one of the primary ingredients in the crafting of high-quality soul-replenishing elixirs. Such spiritual flora excels at concealing itself, emitting a subtle aura of spiritual energy that is significantly less pronounced than that of other plants. With deft movements, Li Meng collected over 20 stalks of the ethereal grass into his satchel. Indeed, the blood-forbidden domain proved to be a treasure trove. Rising to his feet, Li Meng cast a sweeping glance around his surroundings. Numerous magical beasts inhabited the blood-forbidden domain, each guarding the ancient spiritual plants. The relationship between these mystical herbs and the beasts is akin to that of medicinal pills to human cultivators. The older the plant, the greater its effect on the beasts. It is often the case that a millennium-old spiritual herb is accompanied by a guardian beast that has existed for centuries, if not millennia. Should anyone dare to seize these precious plants, it would surely lead to a deadly confrontation. Li Meng soared into the sky, wielding his sword as he departed into the distance. Above the clouds that lingered among the towering peaks, Li Meng glided gracefully through the air. The vastness of the universe unfolded before his eyes. It remained a mystery what kind of formidable being had the power to confine this realm. Although the Crimson Forbidden Zone teemed with rich spiritual energy, the laws of nature within this domain had been altered by an intricate array of restrictions. Even if one were to cultivate here for centuries, establishing a foundation would remain an unattainable goal. The creatures within this realm were similarly constrained, unable to transcend the third tier of their evolution. A glimmer of yearning flashed in Li Meng's eyes. Who would not desire the extraordinary powers capable of transforming the world? Strive diligently in your cultivation. Whoosh. Even before the sword arrived, its intent was palpable. A beam of sword light suddenly burst forth from behind a mountain to Li Meng's left, slicing through the sky and hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Swordsmanship? Merely a trifling skill. Li Meng formed a one-handed seal, and the golden protective talisman affixed to his back illuminated brilliantly. The golden aura immediately enveloped Li Meng. As the flying sword struck the golden shield, it quivered violently. Yet the sword was repelled with great force. Before Li Meng's eyes, a graceful figure soared into the air from behind the mountain peak. She executed a hand seal, and a radiant light emanated from her being. The previously launched flying sword suddenly radiated a water-blue luminescence. The sword light split into 2, then into 4, and subsequently into 8. Was this the art of sword light division? 8 divided swords, along with the original flying sword, surged toward Li Meng. Li Meng gazed at the woman who had attacked him. She was clad in a cerulean robe, her attire revealing her identity with ease. Upon recognizing her, a faint smile graced Li Meng's lips. Little junior sister, might you cease this playful endeavor? The term little junior sister rendered the female Taoist momentarily speechless. The sword of light that had surged toward Li Meng abruptly dissipated, and the flying sword turned back, soaring towards the female Taoist. A swirl of white mist enveloped her, and as the mist dissipated, she vanished, replaced by a young Taoist boy carrying a violet gourd. The boy was diminutive, his cheeks rosy and undeniably adorable. He stepped onto the flying sword and leisurely floated to Li Meng's side. Master brother, how did you discover my presence? The Taoist boy gazed curiously at the elderly figure before him. Li Meng, with a single hand gesture, withdrew the golden barrier. Junior sister, your aura is unlike that of ordinary individuals. It possesses a certain uniqueness. Uniqueness? A flicker of surprise crossed Chi Wei's eyes. The perceptive abilities of her senior brother were indeed far superior to those of a mere Chi refinement practitioner. Junior sister, you are merely at the 5th level. How did you find yourself in the blood-colored forbidden zone? Play? Chi Wei glared angrily, crossing her arms. She stood on her tiptoes, gazing up at Li Meng. What do you mean by play? I have a mission. Humph. Although I may appear young, my age is quite considerable. Moreover, what do you mean by merely at the 5th level? The cultivation technique I practice is rather special, and I have already dispersed my energy twice. Do not underestimate me, despite being at the 5th level of Qi refinement. My spiritual power surpasses that of practitioners at the peak of Qi refinement. Faced with the displeased gaze of his junior sister, Li Meng chuckled softly. Indeed. Your age is not insignificant, but your temperament seems rather juvenile. Junior sister, do you not have a mission? What purpose does it serve to intimidate your senior brother? This is the second time, ISNT it? Qi Wei's gaze became somewhat evasive. I wanted to seek your assistance, but you appear rather incompetent. Thus I decided to test you. Incompetent? Li Ming's face was filled with melancholy. Did he truly appear as an inept individual in the eyes of his junior sister? And now? Qi Wei smiled gently, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She nodded her head affirmatively. I am certain, senior brother is not incompetent. As she spoke, Qi Wei's petite form leaped gracefully onto Li Ming's flying sword, her small hands grasping his sleeve. Senior brother, please help me. The task assigned by our master is rather challenging. Master? Is that the guardian we encountered on the 2nd floor of the Qianbao Tower? Li Ming inquired, astonished. Junior sister. Are you truly a disciple of the Hehuan Sect's outer sect? Although the Qianbao Tower is indeed a property of the Hehuan Sect, the individuals within may not necessarily be disciples of it. Qi Wei vigorously nodded her head. What about the token? She asked, flashing a sweet smile at Li Ming. Chapter 35, The Toad in the Water. Senior brother, I seem to have forgotten it. Li Ming gazed at his junior disciple beside him with a hint of exasperation. Who could possibly know whether you were an outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect? Nevertheless, it seemed that the junior sister bore him no ill will. When she had struck at him moments ago, he sensed no intent to kill. Li Ming reached out and gently tousled his junior sister's hair. All right, speak up. Where are we headed? Qi Wei's eyes curved into crescent moons. The little old senior brother truly had no fear of her constitution, although her head had been patted. Qi Wei was inclined to forgive her little old senior brother. She wrapped her arms around Li Ming's arm. No hurry, senior brother. You are searching for the spiritual plants needed to concoct the dust-reducing pill, aren't you? I know where to find the Xianwang grass. A flicker of surprise passed through Li Ming's eyes. Junior sister, how did you know I was searching for the Xianwang herb? Qi Wei replied with a playful smile. It's a secret. Brother, over there. As she pointed with her delicate finger to the left front, Li Ming gestured with one hand, summoning his sword to soar into the distance. The following afternoon, on a modest mountain peak, 2 figures, one large and one small, descended gracefully to the ground. Senior brother. Behold, I did not deceive you. At the summit stood a magnificent tree, adorned with over a dozen resplendent Xianwang grasses. Although this peak was not tall, its spiritual energy surpassed that of the surrounding mountains. Indeed, that is unmistakably Xianwang grass. Li Ming stepped forward and waved his hand. The Xianwang grass atop the tree was severed at its roots and flew towards him. Just as it seemed that the Xianwang grass was about to be stored in his pouch, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from beyond the cliff. A colossal column of water surged from the surface below the mountain, and a gigantic toad leapt out of the depths, soaring up to the towering peak. Thud. The enormous toad, a fierce beast of the wild, landed heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave. With its cavernous mouth agape, it unleashed a long, whip-like tongue aimed directly at Li Ming, poised to strike him. Li Ming suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light and burrowed into the earth. In the next moment, he reappeared beside his junior sister, Qi Wei. Junior sister, let us depart. Li Ming grasped the delicate hand of his junior sister, lifting her into the air as they soared away. Observing the quarry's flight, the toad demon beast sprang forth, its colossal form resembling a darting arrow as it lunged towards the fleeing Li Ming. Li Ming formed a hand seal and a resplendent talisman sword from his storage bag, affixing itself to the flying sword beneath his feet. The sword's velocity surged exponentially, vanishing from sight in an instant. The assault from the frog demon beast missed its target, and with a thunderous splash, its massive form plunged into the water, creating a towering column of spray. As the water cascaded down, the surface rippled, and soon, a colossal frog had emerged, its golden pupils fixated on the receding figures of Li Ming and Qi Wei. Quack! Meanwhile, amidst the clouds that swirled between the peaks, a large and a small figure soared through the sky on a flying sword. Senior brother, why are we fleeing? It is merely a second-tier demon beast. Qi Wei pouted, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction as she gazed at her senior. Honestly, I can't believe you dragged me away just to gather the Xianwang grass. Li Ming lowered his head with a smile, gazing at his junior sister behind him. Junior sister, your intention to lead me in search of spiritual plants is to test my abilities, isn't it? Qi Wei bowed her head, tugging at her elder brother's sleeve. Brother, the places I intend to go are perilous. If you are too weak, I cannot ensure your safety. Qi Wei's implication was crystal clear. What if her elder brother proved to be overly feeble? Should a helper become a burden, it would indeed be inviting trouble. Li Ming playfully flicked the forehead of his junior sister. If you do not trust your senior brother, why seek me out? Qi Wei pouted, covering her forehead as she gazed at the old senior brother. I only know you, so I might as well come to you in hopes of a miracle. Li Ming chuckled softly, a single hand forming an intricate gesture. A resplendent talisman, shimmering like gold, soared forth from the storage pouch at his waist. It circled around the two individuals before adhering to Qi Wei's back. Little junior sister, this is for you. As little junior sister possessed the Tine physique, her path to breakthrough was fraught with difficulty. The cultivation method aimed at re-establishing her foundation was intended to enhance her chances of transcending. This second-grade Shinshao Gathering Spirit Talisman would undoubtedly accelerate her recultivation process. It was the most suitable talisman for her. Senior brother, this is. Chiwei could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging around her. The Su-Nu reincarnation technique began to circulate of its own accord. A second-grade Shinshao Gathering Spirit Talisman? Chiwei gazed in astonishment at the elderly figure before her. That was a Shinshao talisman. Even a ninth-grade talisman master would find it exceedingly challenging to craft such a talisman. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil across Tianlan continent. Chiwei tugged at her senior brother's sleeve, her voice urgent. Senior brother, the Shinshao talisman must not be revealed in Tianlan continent. Li Meng squinted as he gently rubbed Chiwei's small head. Little junior sister, no one else can obtain the divine sky talismans from your senior brother. The little junior sister certainly had powerful connections. Now is the perfect moment to seek support. The art of seeking assistance is profound, and only those of worth can hope to benefit from it. A second-grade divine sky talisman is most suitable for paving the way. Chiwei's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Let us forgive once more the senior brother's presumption and patting her head. Senior brother, let us go to the flame domain ridge to find the blood flame flower and the fierce sunflower. Excellent. Amidst the towering peaks, Li Meng soared away on his sword, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, at the flame domain ridge, the ground beneath was no longer a picturesque landscape but a desolate expanse dotted with undulating volcanoes. Senior brother, you truly know how to take advantage of every opportunity. Chiwei chuckled softly. Her little old senior brother was indeed quite amusing. The journey, which should have taken 3 days, stretched to 7 as they cleared the surrounding spiritual plants, leaving no trace, not even of the century-old ones. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Senior brother is indeed an alchemist. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and we cannot afford to waste it. Chiwei nestled against the arm of her elderly senior brother, peering ahead at the vast expanse of land. Senior brother, let us venture to the largest volcano. I recall that there are blood flame flowers and sunfire flowers nearby. The largest volcano, you say? Li Meng gazed towards the distant mountains. The largest one was indeed immense, its magnificent silhouette visible even beyond the horizon. Junior sister, are you well acquainted with the blood-colored Forbidden Zone? Chiwei shook her head. Not at all. This is my first visit as well. However, I possess a map provided by my master. A map? Li Meng's expression revealed a sense of understanding. As for the identity of the little junior sister's master, Li Meng did not inquire further. As long as he cultivated a good relationship with his junior sister, he would naturally gain the support of her esteemed master. 2 days later, at Flame Mountain. At the foot of Flame Mountain lies an expanse adorned with vibrant red corals. The accumulated lava has formed a magnificent lava lake. The essence of fire provides a nurturing environment for various spiritual plants. 2 figures, one large and one small, descended gracefully from the sky, landing upon the shores of the lava lake. Senior brother, these fire corals are also spiritual plants, are they not? Li Meng cast a glance at the dense fire corals lining the shores of the lava lake. Fire corals that are over 10,000 years old hold true value. Yet the oldest specimens here are merely 4,000 years. Senior brother, why have we come here? Since the fire corals lack worth, what is the purpose of our stop? Chapter 36, The Outer Wall. Li Meng chuckled softly and gestured towards the guiding spirit talisman. We must inquire of it, he declared. With that, he formed a hand seal and a radiant golden talisman sword from his storage pouch. The talisman, once free from its confines, transformed into a beam of golden light that ascended skyward. High in the heavens, at an altitude of several hundred meters, it materialized into an immense golden spirit sword, measuring 10 zhang in length. In the next instant, the colossal sword plummeted towards the earth. The ground reverberated with a thunderous crash as the spirit sword struck, causing the terrain within a radius of several hundred meters to shatter and collapse, sending clouds of dust swirling in all directions. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and the dust that surged towards him was dispersed by an invisible force. As tranquility returned, a gaping chasm revealed itself upon the earth. Senior brother, how did you discover the void beneath the ground? Chiwei trotted to the edge of the chasm, peering curiously into its depths. The pit was several hundred meters deep, with numerous stone bridges haphazardly connecting to the opposing rock face. Senior brother, it's the blood flame flower and the fierce sunflower. A vibrant cluster of fiery red spiritual plants flourished upon one of the stone bridges, interspersed with a few yellow spiritual plants. The blood flame flower is a variant of the fierce sunflower, and the 2 species naturally thrive in proximity. Little junior sister, wait outside. I shall gather the spiritual plants. Li Mengfei leapt into the chasm. His aged body landed steadily upon the stone bridge. Li Meng cast a glance around. The rock walls surrounding him bore no caves, indicating that there were no beasts lurking within the pit. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. The absence of demonic beasts was indeed a blessing, allowing for the conservation of several talismans. Although high-grade talismans could be utilized multiple times, they were still limited in their usage. Only the personal talismans remained exempt from such restrictions. Li Meng hastily moved forward, crouching down to gather the spiritual herbs. With this, all the required spiritual plants for concocting the dust-settling elixir were fully prepared. Upon returning to the sect, he could devote himself entirely to elevating his alchemist rank. Once he achieved the status of a third-tier alchemist, he would be capable of crafting the flawless dust-settling elixir. Brother, hurry up. Qi Wei, with her impatient nature, couldn't help but urge as she noticed the little elder brother's slow pace. I'm coming, I'm coming. Li Meng swiftly cleared the blood flame flowers and the blazing sunflowers from the stone bridge. Li Meng rose to his feet and cast another glance towards the bottom of the sinkhole. The sinkhole was not particularly deep, and there was nothing beneath. Li Meng soared into the sky, wielding his sword with grace. Junior sister, come. At the very moment the sword pierced through the celestial abyss, Li Meng extended his hand towards the petite junior sister outside. Qi Wei's eyes curved into crescent moons. With her small frame, she leaped forward and grasped the hand of the elder brother. Li Meng gently grasped Qi Wei's delicate hand and pulled her into an embrace, enveloping her petite form. The young apprentice carried a large purple gourd on her back, making her somewhat difficult to hold. Li Meng placed his junior sister behind him. Junior sister, what are you carrying that large gourd for? The purple gourd on her back was clearly no ordinary item. Qi Wei crossed her arms, exuding an air of pride akin to a little rooster. This is a life-saving treasure bestowed upon me by our master. It is truly remarkable. His junior sister was indeed endearing. Li Meng couldn't help but gently stroke his junior sister's head once more. Qi Wei slightly pouted her lips. Honestly, why did her elder brother, the old man, always have the urge to touch her head? Oh well, she decided to forgive him. Junior sister, where shall we go now? Over there, Qi Wei exclaimed, pointing her little finger towards the east. Li Meng, with a single hand forming a gesture, soared through the air on his sword towards the east. In the vast expanse of the sky, two figures, one large and one small, vanished in the blink of an eye at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Senior brother, we have been flying for quite some time. Yet we have yet to encounter a single soul, remarked Li Meng, as he continued his flight amidst the desolate volcanic terrain below. The searing air enveloped them, akin to being trapped within a furnace. Qi Wei clutched the sleeve of her elderly mentor, scanning the horizon with keen eyes. The blood-colored forbidden zone sprawled endlessly, rendering 500 individuals tossed into it nearly insignificant. Only the emergence of rare treasures could potentially draw nearby cultivators together. Furthermore, given the recent upheaval in the Ghost Mist Forest, it was likely that less than half of the disciples from the 5 sects remained alive. With such a dwindled population, the likelihood of encountering other cultivators was naturally slim. To complicate matters, the demonic cultivators were scheming in the shadows. This time, as the blood-red forbidden ground opened, the 5 major sects were destined to suffer heavy losses, much like the last occurrence. What is it, junior sister? Are you still contemplating the prospect of attracting trouble? Qi Wei yawned with a look of disinterest. How dull. It would be far more thrilling if someone were to engage in a battle. The thrill of killing and seizing treasures is what truly excites. Li Meng found himself momentarily speechless. Truly, the disciples of the Hehuan Sect embody both righteousness and wickedness. All manner of individuals can be found among them. In the following days, Li Meng and Qi Wei journeyed eastward. They soared through the skies for thousands of kilometers without encountering a single soul. It was not until the 5th day that they finally departed from the territory of Yin Yuling junior sister. Is this the boundary wall? The eastern boundary of Yin Yuling revealed a towering wall that reached into the clouds. The immense structure stretched endlessly to the north and south, disappearing into the horizon. The two descended gracefully to the ground, their gazes fixed upon the wall before them, and Li Meng was filled with awe. The towering black wall loomed above, resembling an endless abyss, an imposing edifice that rendered them insignificant, akin to ants in its presence. Senior brother, let us proceed. Qi Wei grasped the hand of her elderly senior brother, her eyes drawn to a stone door at the base of the boundary wall. The door stood ajar, revealing a profound passage within. Junior sister, do you not have a mission to complete? Are we truly leaving just like that? The boundary wall served as the gateway to the blood-colored forbidden domain. Within the passageway lay a teleportation array, allowing cultivators who ventured into the blood-colored forbidden domain to return. Senior brother, come along. You'll understand everything in due time. Qi Wei urged, tugging her senior brother toward the stone door. Li Meng could only follow closely behind. Soon, the two arrived before a grand stone gate, towering to approximately 100 meters in width and height. They ventured into the passageway beyond the gate, where an eerie silence enveloped them. The walls of the passage were uneven, adorned with protruding patterns. As they walked through the corridor, they surveyed their surroundings, both filled with curiosity, as it was their first visit to this enigmatic place. Esteemed travelers, this path is impassable. I kindly urge you to depart swiftly. A gentle voice resonated from the depths of the passage, echoing as if it were drawing nearer. Though soft in tone, the voice carried an undeniable authority. The sudden emergence of this voice caused the duo, one tall and one small, to halt in their tracks. Li Meng gazed down at his junior sister beside him. Is this the reason you require assistance? Qi Wei cast a sidelong glance at her elder brother, the old man, whose countenance appeared remarkably unperturbed. Elder brother. Qi Wei tugged at his sleeve. The person inside must be a foundational cultivator employing secret techniques to suppress the surroundings. Can one truly discern that individual is a foundational cultivator merely by the sound? Li Meng suddenly felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. It is truly wonderful to have a powerful master. At least in terms of cultivation, it allows one to avoid many detours. Chapter 37, The White Jade Coffin. Unfortunately, his method of cultivation destined that no one could truly become his master. Li Meng reached out and gently touched his junior sister's head. Do not be afraid, junior sister. Merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Within the blood-red forbidden zone, your elder brother is invincible. Invincible elder brother? Qi smiled with a slight pout. Elder brother is boasting. Li Meng withdrew his hand and chuckled softly. With a single hand gesture, he pointed towards the depths of the stone passageway. Let my junior sister witness the prowess of her senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a resplendent golden talisman soared from the storage pouch at his waist, transforming into a streak of golden light that raced into the depths of the stone passageway. It was a spirit summoning talisman. Junior sister, wait for me. With that brief remark, Li Meng transformed into a beam of golden light and burrowed into the ground. Senior brother, take me with you. Seeing her elderly senior brother venture forth alone, Qi stamped her feet in frustration. How infuriating. She flung the purple gourd behind her, her petite form soaring upward as she stepped onto the purple gourd. The gourd darted towards the depths of the stone passageway with such swiftness that it vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep within the stone passageway, Li Meng suddenly materialized out of thin air. At the moment of his appearance, a golden aura enveloped him. A remarkable technique. My friend, a chilling voice echoed from a distance. Li Meng surveyed his surroundings and discovered he had arrived in a space reminiscent of a monk's cave. The cave featured both mountains and water. The mountains were artificial, while the water flowed from a stream. Several interwoven corridors led the way, culminating in a pavilion. Atop the artificial mountain outside the pavilion stood a figure clad in a blue Taoist robe. Li Meng gazed with a smile at the figure of the Taoist clad in green robes upon the artificial hill. Was this companion a disciple of the Qingshu sect or a practitioner of the demonic path from the kingdom of Yu? The Taoist, with a smirk that danced between mirth and mockery, regarded Li Meng with an enigmatic expression. Friend, he remarked, your time draws near. Why invite trouble upon yourself? Li Meng chuckled softly as he stroked his long beard. What fear is there in death? Being able to take a foundational practitioner of the demonic path to the grave alongside him before his demise is indeed a worthy bargain. The Taoist in the green robe observed Li Meng with keen interest. With merely the 8th layer of Qi refinement, what confidence does he possess? How can he be so assured that I am a practitioner of the demonic path? We shall see once the battle commences. Li Meng recognized himself as a novice in the art of combat. After 60 years of cultivation, he had yet to experience a single battle. He could only rely on the finest defenses to safeguard himself and employ the most formidable attacks to vanquish his foes. Li Meng clasped his hands in a mystical gesture, and a resplendent talisman of gold soared forth from the storage pouch at his waist. It transformed into a beam of golden light, hurtling towards the Taoist clad in azure. As it traversed the air, the spirit sword talisman erupted with a blinding radiance, morphing into a colossal golden spirit sword that exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. The very essence of spiritual energy within the cavern was devoured entirely by this magnificent sword. The Taoist's face contorted with terror, and he barely managed to utter a single character before being reduced to ashes by the sword's fierce energy. Even before the blade could make contact, its aura had already obliterated the adversary into mere dust. The immense golden spirit sword, undeterred, collided with the pavilion, which suddenly erupted with a verdant spiritual glow, forming a protective barrier of azure light. This was the pavilion's restrictive formation. The clash between the 100-foot spirit sword and the barrier generated a tumultuous tide of dual-colored spiritual energies that enveloped the entire cavern. Moments later, the barrier shattered with a thunderous roar. Li Meng formed a seal with his hands. At the precise moment the barrier shattered, he retracted the talisman. The 100-foot spirit sword abruptly vanished, transforming into a myriad of golden spiritual energies that converged towards a singular point. Ultimately, it manifested into a resplendent golden talisman that soared towards Li Meng. The talisman then morphed into a beam of golden light, penetrating into the storage pouch at Li Meng's waist. Li Meng contentedly stroked his beard. The Xinshao talisman was indeed extraordinary. While formidable, it also demanded a considerable amount of spiritual energy. To fully imbue a second-tier Xinshao spiritual sword talisman, Li Meng required several days of dedication. Such an intense attack could be unleashed a mere 5 times before the talisman's energy was entirely depleted. Senior brother, senior brother. A youthful voice echoed from the passage behind him, belonging to his junior sister. Li Meng turned to gaze into the depths of the corridor and soon beheld his junior sister soaring towards him atop a purple gourd. Her speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, she was almost upon him. Little old senior brother, Qi exclaimed as she leapt into his embrace, while the purple gourd, imbued with a certain spirit, gracefully circled around and settled on her back. Li Meng reached out and embraced his junior sister. Senior brother, did you finally express your true feelings? Qi gaze wandered slightly, her lips pouting ever so slightly. Senior brother is already quite old, after all. 20 affection, 100 subordinate experience. Li Meng chuckled softly as he set his junior sister down. Is it not that item you desire? Li Meng turned to gaze at the pavilion where the barrier had been shattered. Within the pavilion lay a coffin, as white as jade, emanating an intense chill. Qi followed her senior's gaze towards the pavilion. Upon seeing the white jade coffin, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Senior, where is the person? Qi glanced around the cave dwelling, but found no sign of an adversary. They are dead. So soon? Li Meng gently patted Qi's head. Please put it away. Qi's eyes curved like crescent moons. Thank you, senior brother. With a joyful leap, Qi soared into the air, her petite form gliding towards the pavilion. Upon her arrival, she landed gracefully within the pavilion. With a single hand, she formed a seal, and the violet gourd behind her suddenly detached, hovering above her head. A beam of yellow spiritual light erupted from the gourd's mouth, enveloping the white jade coffin. The coffin shrank at a visibly remarkable pace, ultimately being drawn into the gourd. After completing this task, Chi-Wei appeared quite elated, happily shaking the violet gourd as if to confirm the presence of the white jade coffin within. Li Ming followed the corridor into the pavilion. "Little junior sister, have you completed the task?" Chi-Wei asked as she secured the purple gourd on her back. She nodded her head slightly. "Yes, I have fulfilled the task assigned by our master." Li Ming would not inquire about matters unrelated to himself. Even if the white jade coffin contained treasures capable of granting one ascension during the daylight hours, Li Ming harbored no avarice. At present, he was filled with aspirations for the Grand Tao, requiring only to cultivate diligently and methodically. Senior brother will refine the spiritual herbs into elixirs here. If junior sister has other matters to attend to, you may depart. As he spoke, Li Ming waved his hand, causing an alchemical furnace and a mat to descend onto the ground. The furnace was a mid-grade magical artifact, merely adequate for a second-tier alchemist. Senior brother, allow me to guard you." Chi-Wei also produced a mat, placing it not far from Li Ming. Her petite form settled onto the mat. Her curious gaze fixed upon her senior brother, who sat cross-legged atop his own mat. Li Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard. "Very well, then I shall trouble you, my dear junior sister." With that, Li Ming waved his hand, and over a dozen spiritual plants soared into the alchemical furnace. Li Ming clasped his hands, emanating a radiant five-colored aura. In the next moment, a fierce fire erupted from the alchemy furnace. Chapter 38. Departing the Crimson Forbidden Domain. Observing the five-colored glow enveloping her senior brother, Chi-Wei felt a flicker of surprise. She had not anticipated that he possessed a pseudo-spiritual root, and one of the least esteemed variety at that, encompassing all five elements. Logically, it would be a formidable challenge for a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots to break through to the 5th level of chi refinement. Yet, her senior brother had managed to attain the 8th level. Although time was of the essence, this achievement was still remarkable. Chi-Wei chose not to disturb her senior brother and quietly sat by, watching. She understood perfectly well why he was refining the spiritual herb into liquid elixir. Upon their exit, the sect would employ spirit-seeking beasts to inspect the disciples' storage bags, necessitating the complete surrender of any acquired spiritual herbs. The elder in charge would then assess their value and convert it into corresponding contribution points. If the herbs were refined into elixirs and concealed within jade vials, the spirit-seeking beast would be none the wiser. Her senior brother's alchemical prowess must be quite advanced, Chi-Wei mused inwardly as she beheld his adeptness. Having witnessed her master's alchemical practices, she could only conclude that her brother's skills were far superior, even with the finest spiritual herbs. Her master would likely produce only the most inferior elixirs, with at least 9 out of 10 furnaces likely to explode. Alchemy is an intricate craft. It requires more than mere high cultivation to master. Indeed, refining millennium-old spiritual herbs proved to be an arduous task. Li Ming squinted as he gazed at the semi-congealed spiritual herb within the alchemical furnace. His current cultivation was insufficient. The time required to refine a millennium-old spiritual herb was several decades longer than that needed for a century-old one. Li Ming formed a hand gesture with a single hand, causing a vial of elixir to soar forth from the storage pouch at his waist. Li Ming opened his mouth, and several translucent elixirs soared into it. The potency of the second-grade flawless revival pill remained remarkably potent. Li Ming could sense the rapid replenishment of spiritual energy coursing through his body. Li Ming cast a glance at his junior apprentice. She was seated cross-legged on a mat, immersed in her cultivation. The spiritual energy emanating from the alchemical furnace was being absorbed by her. Li Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued to refine the spiritual plants. His junior sister, possessing the physique of the Taiyin and practicing the Su Nu reincarnation technique, faced a far more pressing timeline than ordinary cultivators. 5 days later, Chi-Wei opened one-eyed glance at her elderly senior brother, noticing that he was still engrossed in the refinement of the spiritual plants. She sighed in boredom and reclined onto the meditation mat. "Have you encountered a bottleneck, dear junior sister?" Li Ming cast a glance at his junior sister and discovered that she had successfully advanced to the 6th layer of chi refinement. Chi-Wei, age, 19, fortune, 800. Cultivation, 6th layer of chi refinement, aptitude, yin body, affection, 55. Her affection had quietly risen to 55. Chi-Wei let out a melancholic sigh. The more times one disperses their energy, the purer and more abundant their spiritual power becomes. However, it also necessitates a formidable soul to suppress the turbulent spiritual energy within. I can no longer elevate my cultivation. Otherwise, I risk being overwhelmed by the rampant energy inside me, which could lead to injury. A vial of elixir flew from Li Ming's storage bag at his waist and landed on the ground before Chi-Wei. "Junior sister, you must possess a technique to enhance your soul, correct?" Chi-Wei picked up the jade vial and inhaled its rich fragrance, which invigorated her spirit. The cultivation technique for refining the soul subtly hinted at the prospect of breaking through to the 2nd layer. "Is this a second-tier flawless soul-nourishing pill?" Chi-Wei quickly cradled the jade vial to her chest, as if fearing it might be snatched away by others. "Brother, Is this for me? Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Since his junior sister could no longer enhance her cultivation, she might as well devote her time to practicing techniques that would strengthen her spirit. Qi Wei flashed a sweet smile at Li Meng. Thank you, senior brother. 30 affection, 150 secondary experience. Thus, the two continued with their respective endeavors. Li Meng continued to refine the spiritual plants, while his junior sister, Qi Wei, diligently practiced the divine refinement technique. Everything occurring outside was of no concern to the two. Time swiftly passed, drawing ever closer to the 3-month deadline. On this particular day, a resounding chime suddenly echoed in their ears. The sound of the bell prompted them to open their eyes. Junior sister, it is time for us to venture out. Li Meng rose to his feet, waving his hand gracefully. The alchemical furnace and meditation cushion were swiftly stored away in his spatial pouch. Qi Wei, with her petite frame, also stood up. The two of them soared into the air, departing the pavilion and heading towards the passageway. In the Zhao Kingdom, at Mute Lake, vibrant columns of light once again ascended from the island at the lake's center. Moments later, figures began to emerge from the radiant pillars. These were the outer disciples of the 5 sects who had ventured into the Crimson Forbidden Zone. The cultivators who flew forth from the colorful beams ascended into the sky. Making their way towards their respective sections, Li Meng and his junior sister subsequently soared through the vibrant pillars of light, heading towards the direction of the Tongdian spirit vessel of the Hehuan Sect. The two landed on the deck, one after the other. Senior brother, I'm off. Qi Wei waved goodbye to her elder brother, then dashed towards the pavilion with nimble steps. Observing the petite figure of his junior sister as she departed, Li Meng smiled. Continuing to watch until her silhouette vanished within the confines of the pavilion, Li Meng finally withdrew his gaze and cast a glance at the deck. The outer disciples were returning in a steady stream, yet their numbers barely exceeded 50. Once again, the 5 major sects faced devastating losses, much like in times past. Li Meng cast a sweeping glance over his fellow disciples, pondering how many practitioners of the demonic path had returned among the outer sect disciples. Li Meng approached the Golden Core Elder on the deck. The outer disciples, having left the blood-colored Forbidden Zone, were lining up to submit their spiritual plants. Perched upon the shoulder of the Golden Core Elder was a yellow spiritual beast, resembling neither a cat nor a mouse, yet vaguely akin to the latter. Li Meng returned early, and soon it was his turn. Master Ancestor. Li Meng performed a respectful bow, then waved his hand. Dozens of century-old spiritual plants and millennia-old spiritual plants emerged from the storage pouch at his waist, neatly arranged upon the wooden table. The Golden Core Elder gazed at Li Meng with astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected bounty of this outer disciple, whose time was thought to be running out. A faint smile graced her face. Indeed, bring forth the sect's token. Li Meng presented a wooden token. The sect token serves as the identification for the disciples of the sect. Master Ancestor, let us exchange all of it for contribution points. Li Meng scrutinized the Grandmaster of the Golden Elixir, who was adorned in a resplendent purple palace gown. Her alluring silhouette subtly revealed itself beneath the flowing fabric. Her long hair, cascading to her waist, fell casually over her shoulders. Adorning her head were hairpins that emanated a potent aura of spiritual energy. A veil concealed her visage, rendering her true identity a mystery. It was customary for only the most esteemed disciples of the concealed moon peak to wear such veils, a practice inspired by their leader, Elder Nagong Wan, who perpetually donned a similar covering. As for Ruo Shui, she was identified as follows. Name, Ruo Shui. Age, 461. Cultivation, late stage of Golden Elixir. Complete perfection, fortune, 200. Aptitude, water spiritual root, affinity, 0. The Golden Elixir Elder extended her delicate hand, brushing it across the token, which then transformed in response. The sex token soared towards Li Meng. Li Meng received the sex token and performed a respectful bow. Thank you, Master Ancestor. After completing the formalities, Li Meng turned and departed. Upon reaching the edge of the ship, he gazed towards the distant teleportation array. Xuanhao and Yuan Bao had yet to return. Surely, there wouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances, would there? Chapter 39, A Prodigy in the Art of Talismans? Li Meng cast a glance back at the Golden Elixir Grandmaster named Ruo Shui. The Grandmaster, like him, was nearing the end of his lifespan, and the aura of death surrounding him was even more pronounced. With a fortune rating of merely 200, it indicated that the possibility of him achieving a breakthrough was non-existent. Nevertheless, Golden Elixir cultivators possess extended lifespans, even shrouded in the pallor of death, that can still live for several decades. Senior brother, senior brother. A charming yet familiar voice resonated from afar. Li Meng turned his head, smiling as he followed the sound. It was his junior sister Yuan and junior brother Xian. The two glided through the air, landing gracefully on the deck. Senior brother. They both bowed in unison to greet Li Meng. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. It is good to be back, indeed. Now, let us proceed to submit the spirit plants. Xian Hao turned and departed to present the spirit plants. Yuan Baobao then winked at her senior brother, before following suit. Her voluptuous figure added a touch of allure to her presence. Approximately half an hour later, the vibrant pillars of light on the island vanished. Esteemed guests, please. The 5 ancient Yuaning ancestors in the sky performed a respectful bow. They then transformed into colorful beams of light, returning to their respective groups. The immense Tongdian spirit vessel emitted a powerful wave of spiritual energy, gradually turning and drifting away in the direction they had come from. Other sects also began to depart. In a certain room on the upper floor of the Hehuan Sect's Tongtian spirit vessel, Chiwai sat upon a couch, her small feet swinging playfully. Nearby, a graceful figure reclined on a bed, her waist curving like rolling hills, perfectly sculpted with heights and depths in all the right places. One could not even glimpse her toes from a meter away, let alone the ground beneath. Her exquisite visage resembled a finely crafted piece of jade, flawless and serene, as if she were a natural masterpiece. Master, it is no wonder that the outer disciples who entered the blood-colored forbidden domain suffered heavy casualties these past years. It seems that the demonic cultivators from the Yu Kingdom have been secretly causing chaos. Among the returning outer disciples, who knows how many were demonic cultivators from Yu? Chiwai exclaimed. Little old senior brother? Nagongwan's beautiful eyes turned toward Chiwai, her voice gentle and soothing, evoking warmth and comfort. Chiwai's eyes curled into crescent moons. He is the little old senior brother I encountered with Master at Qianbao Tower not long ago. Master, he is truly remarkable. Not only is he adept at alchemy, but he is also skilled at talisman crafting. No one in the entire sect can compare to his mastery in both fields. Nagongwan regarded Chiwai with keen interest. Under her gaze, Chiwai appeared somewhat conflicted. She hopped off the couch and approached her master. Master, this is a gift from little old senior brother. Please do not mention it to anyone else, or I fear I may fall into inner demons, and my hope of forming a golden core this lifetime may be dashed. Reaching the bed, Chiwai reluctantly extended her small hands, one holding a resplendent talisman and the other a jade vial. With a wave of her hand, Nagongwan drew the two items into her possession. The talisman exuded an aura of celestial resonance, causing a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. To craft a divine talisman with second-grade paper, it is indeed a prodigious talent in talisman crafting. The art of talismans is profoundly intricate, and crafting a divine talisman is the lifelong aspiration of every talisman master. Today, she had encountered such a prodigy. A faint smile graced Nagongwan's lips. A talent of such caliber would be exceedingly rare even in the upper continent. Nagongwan then turned her gaze toward the jade vial. Is this the flawless elixir? Her expression shifted, revealing her intrigue. If the flawless elixir within the vial was indeed concocted by that outer disciple, then his mastery in both elixir crafting and talisman creation would be unmatched across the entire Tianlan continent. Such a genius was hidden within their sect? Alas, the little old senior brother possesses a waste spirit root and is nearing his demise. He cannot last much longer. Chiwai sighed heavily, her heart weighed down by sorrow. The thought of her esteemed little old senior brother's impending fate troubled her deeply. The feeling of helplessness was truly distressing. A flicker of regret crossed Nagongwan's eyes. With a graceful gesture, she returned the talisman and jade vial to Chiwai. Fate plays its tricks. Regardless of his extraordinary talent in alchemy and talisman crafting, death is inevitable, and all past glories fade into mere memories. Were he a foundation establishment cultivator, I would exhaust all means to procure a longevity elixir for him. Unfortunately, he is merely a chi refinement cultivator, incapable of withstanding the potency of such elixirs. The matter concerning demonic cultivators must not be disclosed. It requires discreet handling. Understood. I shall remain tight-lipped. Chiwai promptly stored the talisman and elixir into her storage pouch. These were precious gifts from her little old senior brother. She could not afford to lose them. In a certain room on the lower floor of the building, two figures stood side by the window. Senior brother, how could so many demonic cultivators infiltrate the ranks of the 5 major sects? After parting ways with you, I encountered a few outer sect cultivators with Xian senior brother, and it was truly unfortunate. Among those outer sect cultivators, only one was a genuine disciple, while the rest were all demonic cultivators. Thankfully, due to previous experiences, Xian senior brother and I remained vigilant and managed to ambush and eliminate those individuals. Yuan Baobao exclaimed. Her arms wrapped around Li senior brother's. Li Ming gently caressed the face of his junior sister, Yuan. Yuan's eyes, resembling crescent moons, sparkled as she flashed a charming smile at her elder brother. Li Ming gently brushed the bridge of Yuan Shimi's nose. Sister, please refrain from tempting your senior brother any further. Yuan Shimi responded with a coy smile, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, and a hint of allure flickered in her eyes. It is good that you have returned, sister. In the future, you and Xian Shidi must avoid such perilous endeavors. For both Xian Shidi and Yuan Shimi, the blood-colored forbidden zone remained exceedingly treacherous. Without the life-saving talismans he had bestowed upon them, it would have been impossible for either of them to escape the clutches of the blood-colored forbidden zone. Yuan Baobao, still haunted by the memories, clung to Li Shixiang's arm. Brother, had it not been for the protective talismans you provided, Xian Shixiang and I would have perished long ago. He has also expressed this sentiment to me. Our decision to venture into the blood-colored forbidden zone was indeed rash. We underestimated its dangers. We shall proceed with greater caution henceforth. A glimmer of relief crossed Yuan Baobao's eyes. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards Xian Shixiang, she recognized that without Li Shixiang's intervention, both of them would likely have met with a tragic end, leaving no hope for survival. Chapter 40. Sister, do not panic. Brotherly did not coerce her. She was entirely willing. She vowed to keep the secret between herself and Brotherly for eternity, until the day of either her demise or Brother Xian's. Although Brother Xian shared a profound bond with her, Yuan Bao knew one fundamental truth. In the pursuit of immortality, the affections of others are unreliable. Whether she established her foundation first or Brother Xian did, neither would endure a prolonged wait for the other. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Brotherly! Brotherly! Came the voice of Brother Xian from outside. Yuan Bao's heart leapt in surprise, and she instinctively released Brother Li's arm in a flurry of panic. Brother Xian is here! Yuan Bao exclaimed, her face a portrait of alarm as she gazed toward the entrance. Li Meng chuckled softly. Do not worry, junior sister. Li Meng formed a hand seal, and a radiant golden talisman soared forth from the storage pouch at the head of the bed. The concealment talisman circled around Yuan Baobao before affixing itself to her back. In an instant, Yuan Baobao, seated upon the couch, vanished into thin air. Li Meng removed the azure robe from the hanger and donned it. As he fastened his belt, he made his way towards the door. Suddenly, a sharp click resonated. Li Meng opened the door. Outside stood Xian Hao, who greeted him with a respectful bow. Brother Xian, is there something you require? Li Meng smiled gently and inquired of her junior brother, Xian, outside the door. Have you seen junior sister Yuan? It has been 2 hours since anyone last laid eyes upon her. Li Meng stroked his beard and shook his head. I haven't seen her. Given the size of the Lingzhou, you might as well search along the corridor. Apologies for the disturbance, senior brother. It is of no consequence. Xuan Hao merely came to check if junior sister is here with you, as you are the only one among us who has been in close proximity on the Lingzhou. Since she is not here, I shall have to seek her elsewhere. With that, Xuan Hao took his leave. Li Meng closed the door and turned back to the bedside. Senior brother, has Xian left? Yes, he has departed. Li Meng formed a single-handed gesture, retracting the concealed talisman. Yuan Baobao materialized once more before the window. Senior brother, I must take my leave now. I shall return to keep you company when time allows, she said, casting a flirtatious glance at her senior. Swaying her graceful figure, she made her way towards the exit. Yuan Baobao gently opened the door, peering into the corridor beyond. Noticing it was empty, she hastily stepped outside. After closing the door behind her, she departed in a hurry. A faint smile graced Li Meng's lips as he stood by the window. Indeed, junior sister Yuan remains quite endearing. Li Meng genuinely harbors affection. Upon returning to the sect, let him spend a few days nurturing a good relationship with Master Chu. Li Meng held a deep admiration for Master Chu. Although there was a hint of regret that Master Chu was not without flaws, this was not necessarily a lamentable matter. Master Chu was a consummate practitioner at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Should he become entangled with a qi-refining disciple like Li Meng, whose time was drawing near, it might very well manifest as a source of inner turmoil for Master Chu. In such a scenario, he might ultimately be compelled to eliminate Li Meng in pursuit of the path to immortality. The current situation, albeit tinged with a trace of regret, was quite satisfactory. Li Meng harbored no notions of virginity. If in the future he were to attain the golden core stage and surpass Master Chu in cultivation, he could very well have Master Chu serve as his sword attendant. As for concubines or partners, those were matters best left aside. Li Meng possesses a keen self-awareness. Yet he finds himself incapable of dual cultivation. For him, such an endeavor would merely be a squandered effort. He cannot permit his concubines and Tao companions to engage in cultivation with other men, even if it involves mutual exchange of Taoist principles. As for the reputation of men, how could Li Meng possibly remain indifferent? However, he is somewhat unconcerned regarding sword attendants. He would still find it acceptable to seek a male practitioner for the exchange of Taoist methods. Yet, when it comes to the union of yin and yang, that is undoubtedly out of the question. He must hasten to establish his foundation. Li Meng contemplated the system. Once he reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, there would undoubtedly be other prerequisites for breaking through to the foundational stage. As for what those prerequisites might be, Li Meng could not fathom. For the moment, he could only hasten his progress towards achieving the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Li Meng pulled a nearby blanket over himself, deciding to conserve his energy and enhance his cultivation. It was not until evening that Li Meng finally awoke. Li Meng rose from the bed, his aged body moving towards the window. The moon is exceptionally full tonight. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. After admiring the full moon for a while, he turned and walked outside, leaving his room. Li Meng made his way down the corridor towards the foredeck. Along the way, he encountered several outer disciples, most of whom were alone. How many practitioners of the demonic path are aboard this vessel? Li Meng mused to himself as he glanced at the fellow disciples passing by. Li Meng harbored suspicions regarding the outer disciples devoid of partners, suspecting them of being practitioners of the demonic path. As for himself, he considered himself an exception, after all. At his age, it was improbable for any female disciple to accompany him. As he ambled along, he found himself on the deck, unwittingly. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the spiritual vessel appeared almost otherworldly. A layer of resplendent spiritual light rippled beneath the hull, causing the celestial ship to navigate the ocean of luminescence with grace. Numerous outer disciples adorned the deck, reveling in the moonlit ambience, predominantly in couples. This time, a greater number of outer disciples had survived the opening of the blood-red forbidden zone compared to the previous occasion, approximately 30% having endured. However, the number of surviving disciples who were practitioners of the demonic path remained an enigma. Standing at the ship's railing, Li Meng gazed upon the breathtaking landscape of the outer realm. The land, cloaked in the embrace of night, was not entirely shrouded in darkness. The lights of mortal towns painted a scene reminiscent of a starry sky. Senior brotherly? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment and a hint of joy reached his ears. Meng turned towards the sound and beheld a strikingly voluptuous junior sister approaching. She was adorned in a cerulean dress that accentuated the alluring curves of her ample figure. With her gaze lowered, obscuring her delicate toes, she epitomized earthly beauty, surpassing even that of Master Chu's enchanting charm. Her physique was notably more robust than that of the average female cultivator, possessing a slightly sturdy and cherubic quality. She embodied a tall and curvaceous silhouette, radiating an irresistible femininity that captivated the heart. Meng smiled warmly as he gazed at the approaching junior sister. Junior sister Hua, where is brother Qian? Meng cast a glance across the deck, but found no sign of his junior disciple, Qian. Qian was the companion of Hua Shimi, and logically, the two should have been inseparable at this hour. Chapter 41. The named disciple? Hua Being smiled gracefully as she stood beside Senior Brotherly. Senior brother, had it not been for the talismans you bestowed upon me, I fear that Qian and I might not have returned from this venture. This kindness I shall forever cherish in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall never refuse. With that, Hua Being turned and performed a respectful bow. Meng hastily grasped the delicate hand of his junior sister. Her willingness was more than enough. The smoothness of her hand was remarkable. Feeling the subtle movements of Li Shixiang, Hua Being discreetly withdrew her hand. The two exchanged a knowing smile and continued to admire the moon. Junior sister, how was your harvest from this journey into the blood-forbidden zone? Hua Being gazed up at the full moon, letting out a soft sigh. Although I encountered numerous setbacks, the gains were still considerable. Upon returning to the sect, I plan to enter a life and death trial with Qian Shixiang to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Qian Shixiang possesses dual spiritual roots and shows great potential, so his chances of success are promising. Unfortunately, I have 3 spiritual roots, and it seems unlikely that I will achieve foundation establishment this time. If I cannot keep pace with Qian Shixiang's cultivation, our fates will be intertwined no longer. This understanding was clear to both Meng and Hua Being. Meng scrutinized his junior sister, Hua Being, from head to toe. Name: Hua Being. Age: 41. Fortune: 300. Cultivation: perfected Qi training, aptitude, triple spirit roots of wood, water, and earth, affection: 30. With a fortune of merely 300, the likelihood of her establishing a foundation was nearly non-existent. Senior brother, Hua Being exclaimed, her face flushed, as she noticed Meng's unwavering gaze fixed upon her bosom. Meng chuckled lightly and withdrew his gaze. Do not take offense, junior sister. It is your remarkable beauty that has stirred such earthly sentiments within me. Did Senior Brotherly develop earthly affections for her? Hua Being cast a lingering gaze upon Senior Brotherly, her countenance adorned with a flirtatious charm as she playfully tossed him a seductive glance. Senior brother, are you capable? Meng was incensed. Although one foot had already stepped into the grave, he was still, after all, a man of flesh and blood. Meng gazed at Hua Shimi with a smile. Did Hua Shimi wish to give it a try? Hua Being's face suddenly flushed with color, and she cast a reproachful glance at Li Shixiang. Li Shixiang, please do not tease your junior sister any further. Meng stroked his beard, his face unflushed and his heart steady. If the junior sister could assist the senior brother in his cultivation, then the senior brother could help the junior sister establish her foundation. Hua Being gazed at her companion, brotherly, in astonishment, her graceful figure instinctively retreating a few steps. Li, the senior brother, is indeed contemplating his own desires? If the junior sister is unwilling, the senior brother would naturally not impose. It is merely a transaction of mutual consent. If Hua Shimi is disinclined, Meng would certainly not press her. The expression on Hua Being's face shifted dramatically. She and Qian Shixiang are merely fellow practitioners who share insights into the Tao. Although she has mentally prepared herself for a union with Qian Shixiang, she is aware that he would not forsake his pure young body during the Qi refining stage. Once she surrenders herself to Li Shixiang, her connection with Qian Shixiang would be severed. Yet, even if she refrains from yielding to Li Shixiang, would her bond with Qian Shixiang remain intact? It would indeed be broken. The outcome would remain unchanged. Qian Shixiang would not wait for her for an extended period during the foundation establishment stage. Nor would he utilize his pure yang to assist her in establishing her foundation. By that time, Qian Shixiang would have far better options. This is the result she fears most, yet it is one she must reluctantly accept. It seems that the junior sister holds a deep affection for Qian Shidi. Meng chuckled softly, his aged form turning away as he departed. Standing at the edge of the ship, Hua Being silently observed the receding figure of her senior brother, Li, until he vanished into the loft. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. With her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, Hua Being stood by the ship's railing, uncertain of her next course of action. She knew she needed to ponder deeply, to reflect thoroughly. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the loft, Meng ambled along with his aged frame. How will the junior sister of Huazhong University choose? Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Although curious about the outcome, he harbored a nonchalant attitude within. In a place like the Hehuan Sect, the most abundant resource was the primordial yin. As long as one could afford the price, any matter could be easily resolved. As he walked, he arrived at the room. Meng pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon returning to his room, He climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged, engrossed in the treasures within the repository. After achieving the foundational stage, he could begin to forge various magical artifacts for combat. Although he had no intention of venturing out for adventures post-foundation, disciples at this level were sometimes compelled by their sect to undertake missions. When that time arrived, it would be too late to craft life-saving artifacts. While talismans were indeed advantageous, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, it was prudent to possess a diverse array of skills. Talismans, magical implements, and formations were all essential. The Qinglong banner? That seemed promising. The bounding mirror was also commendable. The Qian Kuan bag had its merits too. The golden light bowl, was that a relic typically used by monks? Not quite suitable, although magical artifacts were valuable. The rare materials required for their creation were far less accessible. The mere thought of the materials needed for forging artifacts made Li Meng's head throb. One could only forge artifacts with the materials at hand. Otherwise, the pursuit of crafting materials could become a burdensome endeavor. Just as Li Meng was dazzled by the treasures in the repository, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Li Meng curiously glanced towards the door. Could it be that Hua, the junior sister, has arrived? Li Meng rose from his bed and made his way towards the door. With a soft click, he opened it to reveal a small figure standing outside. His junior sister? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Meng's eyes. What could the younger disciple want at such a late hour? The purple gourd that usually accompanied her was absent. Qi Wei entered the room with her head held high and closed the door behind her. After securing the door, she turned to survey the room, her eyes darting around, seemingly pondering some intention. After a thorough glance, Qi Wei smirked, her gaze landing on the old master beside her. Senior brother. My master instructed me to deliver something to you. Was her master aboard the ship? Li Meng squinted his eyes, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Could it be that his junior master's mentor is Elder Nangong Wan? His junior sister, with a delicate posture, inquired softly, your master is as Qi Wei tiptoed, prompting Li Meng to lean down closer. Qi Wei whispered into her senior brother's ear. Li Meng chuckled softly and nodded. Brother, you must keep this a secret. With that, Qi Wei retrieved a token engraved with the image of the hidden moon peak from her bosom and handed it to her elder brother. Li Meng took the token from his junior sister's hands. From this day forth, he shall be a registered disciple of the hidden moon peak. A registered disciple of hidden moon peak? Li Meng's face displayed a peculiar expression. Does Yin Yu Peak not accept male disciples? Little junior sister. Does Yin Yu Peak not accept male disciples? Qi Wei waved her small hand and playfully winked at her senior brother. Senior brother. You are merely a registered disciple of senior sister Ruo Shui, not a true inheritor of Yin Yu Peak. Chapter 42. Are you worth this price? Li Meng fell silent. It appeared that the esteemed ancestor of Nangong Wan had learned from the junior apprentice about his profound mastery of alchemy and talismanic arts. Could it be that the venerable ancestor sought to extract every ounce of his worth before his impending demise? Li Meng did not hold any resentment towards his junior apprentice. It was not necessarily a negative thing for the sect to be aware of his talents in alchemy and talisman crafting. A person of worth is sure to be valued. Talent, after all, is not a treasure that can be stolen away. Li Meng tossed the token into the hands of his junior sister. Junior sister. My time is drawing near. Upon returning to the sect, I only wish to await my fate in peace. Qi Wei caught the token but pouted and returned it to the hands of her elder brother. Master anticipated that you would say this. Upon returning to the sect, you need not concern yourself with anything. Master has stated that this token is merely a token of gratitude for your assistance in the blood-forbidden land. With this token, you shall be granted the status of an elder within the sect. Granted the status of an elder within the sect? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Since it was the elder's kind intention, I shall graciously accept it. Little junior sister, please convey my gratitude to the elder. Li Meng reached out to retrieve the token from his junior sister's hands. This was indeed a treasure, and he would not pass up the opportunity. Observing the precious expression on her senior brother's face, Qi Wei couldn't help but smile softly. Sometimes, the little old man was quite amusing. Li Meng reached out to gently ruffle his junior sister's hair. Little junior sister, once we return to the sect, I shall prepare several batches of foundation establishment pills for you to aid in your cultivation. If one isn't sufficient, then 2. If 2 won't suffice, then 3. And if 3 still fall short, then 10. I simply cannot believe we cannot fill this gap. Qi Wei's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. She extended her arms to embrace the little old senior brother's arm that was patting her head. Senior brother, you must not deceive me. Never. This is merely a token of my sincerity. Surely, you understand my intentions. Li Meng chuckled softly, casting a playful glance at Qi Wei. Qi Wei smiled gently, nodding vigorously. She understood. No third party would ever learn of this. She had not even confided in her master about the matter. There would certainly be no one else who would know. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now. Li Meng chuckled softly as he personally opened the door for his junior sister. Junior sister, do come to find your elder brother to play when you have time. But make sure to come early, otherwise, opportunities may slip away. The smile on Qi Wei's face faded. Yes, I understand, elder brother, she replied, somewhat glumly. As she walked out, Li Meng escorted her outside, watching as the young junior sister gradually receded down the corridor. Qi Wei turned back thrice, glancing at the elderly figure of her senior brother. It was not until the diminutive silhouette of her junior sister vanished around the corner that she finally turned away. Li Meng turned and returned to the room. At the corner, a small head peeked out. Seeing that the old senior brother was no longer present, Chi Wei withdrew her head with a look of disappointment. It turned out to be the token of the Grand Elder. In the room, Li Meng sat by the bed, fiddling with the token in his hand. Truly, it was the token of the Grand Elder. The token emanated a subtle resonance of the universe's Tao. With this object in hand, he should be able to navigate the sect with ease, shouldn't he? Li Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Should he seek trouble with Sukan? It was merely a fleeting thought. Li Meng was far too discerning to indulge in such trivialities. Until he possessed sufficient strength, it was wise to refrain from arrogance. He could not afford to tarnish the amiable persona he had meticulously cultivated over the decades. After all, who does not appreciate a good person? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door just as Li Meng had stowed the token into his storage pouch. Could it be that junior sister Yuan had arrived? Li Meng rose from the bed and walked towards the door. Suddenly, there was a sharp click. Li Meng opened the door. Standing outside was a tall and curvaceous figure. Junior sister Hua, is there something you need? Li Meng gazed with a beaming smile at the junior sister from Huasher outside the door, his eyes unabashedly appraising her graceful figure from head to toe. In response to the fervent gaze of senior brotherly, the junior sister, Hua being, felt a fleeting flicker of disdain in her eyes. Brotherly is a man on the brink of his demise. Taking away her pure form serves no purpose. It merely indicates that Brotherly is a lecherous individual. How could a lecherous person truly be a good man? This only suggests that Brotherly's previous persona of a generous benefactor and an old bachelor was but a facade. Hua Being entered the room with an expressionless face. Li Meng closed the door with a smile. Glancing around the room, Hua Being turned to look at her senior brother. What could the senior brother offer to his junior sister? Li Meng chuckled softly and took a seat at the tea table. Junior sister, please have a seat. Hua Being inhaled deeply, her expression resolute as she sat across from him. Her gaze fixated on the seemingly sanctimonious old man before her, her disdain intensifying, mingled with feelings of humiliation and anger. If my favorability drops by 10, so be it, Li Meng thought, unperturbed. Junior sister, what are your thoughts on this? Li Meng raised his hand, and 3 bottles of elixirs floated before the two. Hua Being reached out to grasp one of the bottles, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply. A rich, fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted into her nostrils. Is this a superior foundation establishment pill? Its purity is remarkably high, just a step away from being flawless. Hua Being hurriedly seized the second bottle. An exceptional quality spirit refining pill? The intoxicating scent caused her cheeks to flush crimson, a manifestation of her inner excitement. With eager anticipation, she picked up the third bottle. An exquisite quality true spirit pill? Hua Being gazed incredulously at her senior brotherly beside her. How did senior brother obtain such precious high-grade elixirs? Junior sister, what do you think? Hua Being fell silent. As an ordinary cultivator at the pinnacle of chi refinement, utilizing these high-grade elixirs would be a sheer extravagance. With these 3 elixirs, her prospects for foundation establishment looked promising. After a long pause, Hua Being fixed her determined gaze upon the weathered face of senior brotherly. Senior brother, I want 2 portions. Li Meng gazed at his junior sister, Hua, with a smile. Yet, her deep affection seemed to demand rather much. In Li Meng's eyes, Hua was not worth such a price. Not to mention 2 shares. Even a single one did not merit consideration. For a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, the effort of cultivation seemed futile. In the future, should one wish to cultivate a sword attendant, a minimum of dual spiritual roots would be requisite. Hua Baing remained silent, her expression shifting with each passing moment. And a flicker of humiliation passed through her eyes. Despite her inadequate aptitude, she was still a perfected chi practitioner. To be regarded merely as a bargaining chip stung her pride, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Li Meng gently caressed the face of his junior sister, Hua Shimi. Hua Being gazed at her senior brother, Li Shixiang, with an icy demeanor. Li Meng smiled at his junior sister, Hua Shimi, with a chuckle. Junior sister, your senior brother is merely jesting. I am but a man on the brink of death. What need have I for so much? Hehuan gazed at her senior brother with an expression of skepticism. Is it truly just a joke? Give. I want it all. Li Meng smiled gently at the stunningly beautiful junior sister beside him. Chapter 43, The Nature of the Human Heart. Junior sister, you may take your leave now. Leave? Hua Being looked at her senior brother with a face full of confusion. What do you mean, senior brother? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. After his senior brother establishes his foundation, let junior sister Hua assist him in his cultivation. Hua Being gazed blankly at the elderly man before her. So this was what senior brotherly meant. Brotherly's time is drawing near, and there is no possibility of establishing a foundation. Li Shixiang proposed a condition solely to allow her to accept the elixir with a clear conscience. In an instant, the disdain in Hua Being's eyes vanished, replaced solely by gratitude as she gazed at Li Meng. She had not anticipated that Li Shixiang would go so far as to taint his own reputation to assist her. 80 affection 350 secondary job experience. Hua Being found herself at a loss for words to adequately convey her heartfelt appreciation. Li Meng chuckled softly and waved his hand. Junior sister Hua, please go ahead. Your elder brother has grown weary and needs to rest well. Hua Being rose to her feet, deeply bowing in respect to senior brotherly. Indeed, brotherly is still the same brotherly she once knew, a paragon of kindness in the eyes of many outer disciples. Farewell, junior sister. With that, Hua Being gracefully turned, her lithe figure swaying as she departed, gazing at the enchanting silhouette of junior sister Hua as she walked away. Li Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. How amusing it is to toy with people's hearts. Meanwhile, Hua Being, somewhat dazed, returned to her chamber. She gazed at her senior brother Qian, who was seated in meditation. Unsure of how to address him, she hesitated. Junior sister, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought. Qian, deep in his practice, opened his eyes. It's nothing. I just encountered senior brotherly and conversed with him for a while. Let us keep the matter of brotherly's gift of elixirs under wraps for now. We shall reveal it when the two of them are in seclusion. Striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. By then, Brother Qian will find it difficult to voice any objections. Presenting it now would undoubtedly raise his suspicions, leading him to question whether she had engaged in some form of transaction with Brotherly, although she indeed had entered into an agreement with him. The completion of such a transaction remains utterly impossible, given that Brotherly's time is drawing near, leaving no prospect for him to achieve foundation establishment. As time gradually passes, the night deepens. The following day, in the morning, it was not until the sun had risen high in the sky that Li Meng lazily exited his room. His aura had grown even more robust. Last night, during his meditative practice, he successfully broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The Wuxia elixir has proven to be remarkably effective, causing his cultivation to soar with rapid momentum. A registered disciple? As Li Meng strolled through the corridor, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although referred to as a registered disciple, the venerable Golden Core ancestor likely regarded it with indifference, while Master Ruo Shui may not take it seriously. As a disciple, he cannot afford to do the same. At the upper level of the loft, at the corridor's entrance, a voice called out, "Halt. What is the matter?" Li Meng was obstructed by 2 inner gate female disciples who had established their foundation as gatekeepers. Li Meng cast a glance at his 2 esteemed masters. Li Meng performed a respectful bow. Disciple Li Meng extends his greetings to the 2 esteemed masters. Li Meng obediently presented the elder's token engraved with the name of the esteemed Moon Peak. Upon seeing the token, the expressions of the 2 uncles transformed dramatically. They hastily bowed in return. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." The 2 female disciples of the inner sect, who were at the foundation establishment stage, quickly cleared the way. Li Meng chuckled softly and stepped into the corridor. As they gazed at Li Meng's retreating figure, the 2 inner sect female disciples exchanged bewildered glances. That must be the token of the Grand Elder. Indeed, there is no doubt. Who is he? I have no idea. I have never seen him before. After just a few steps, Li Meng turned back once more. Li Meng performed a respectful bow, and the 2 female disciples from the inner sect promptly returned the gesture. "Masters, do you know where the room of Ancestor Ruo Shui is?" "Nephew, allow me to escort you." The female disciple on the left smiled brightly and spoke first, earning an eye roll from the disciple on the right. Such swift action. "Nephew, please." The inner sect disciple led the way ahead. Li Meng followed closely behind her. Chapter 44, Lucy Yue. As Li Meng trailed the enchanting figure of her foundation-building master, she admired her master's graceful silhouette. The curve of her waist was exquisitely beautiful, and her long, lustrous hair swayed gently with each step. The manner in which she walked exuded a delightful charm. Name: Lucy Yue. Age: 85. Fortune: 1500. Cultivation: mid-stage foundation building aptitude, dual spiritual roots of water and earth affinity. 0 at 85 years of age, Lucy Yue. In her mid-stage of foundation building, possesses commendable talent. Li Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile. This master uncle is quite commendable. Upon arrival, Lucy Yue halted before a door. She turned to Li Meng, offering a graceful smile and a courteous bow. Li Meng performed a courteous bow in return. "Thank you. Esteemed uncle. Please, take your leave, dear nephew." Lucy Yue cast a flirtatious glance towards Li Meng before turning gracefully, her enchanting figure swaying as she departed. Observing the captivating silhouette of his aunt as she vanished from sight, Li Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman possesses remarkable allure, having evidently honed her skills in seduction. The intoxicating aura she exuded moments ago nearly unsettled his composure. Such a woman could undoubtedly be considered an exquisite vessel. Li Meng withdrew her gaze from Master Lu and turned to face the door, performing a respectful bow. Disciple Li Meng pays her respects to the master. She thought to herself, surely, she would not wish to see me, would she? Li Meng had already mentally prepared himself for being turned away. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the door swung open. "Please come in." A gentle and soothing voice resonated throughout the room. Li Meng stepped inside, turned around to close the door, and then proceeded towards the inner chamber. Li Meng did not enter the inner chamber, but came to a halt just outside the curtain of the door. Li Meng performed a respectful bow, on the verge of speaking. However, a gentle voice from within the inner chamber interrupted. "I do not understand why my master has chosen you as my named disciple. Your time is nearly up, and this seems futile. Nevertheless, it is my master's command, and I must comply. Since my master has bestowed upon you the elder's decree, you are no longer a disciple of the outer sect. Upon your return to the sect, seek me at Wangwei Peak." "Yes, master." "Depart now." Li Meng turned away, leaving the room with a swirl of thoughts. As he opened the door and stepped outside, he couldn't help but mutter to himself about his master's stinginess. Surely, even as a named disciple, a token of greeting should have been offered. Was he merely dismissed with a single phrase? Alas, the old man was indeed quite unpopular. Shaking his head, Li Ming departed after closing the door. Senior brother. Just as he reached a corner, Qi Wei's petite head unexpectedly popped out from around it, her small frame following closely behind. Did I give you quite the fright? Senior brother? She asked with a playful smile. Li Ming approached with a beaming smile and gently ruffled the little junior sister's hair. Your senior brother is not someone easily frightened. Qi Wei's eyes crescented with delight. Oh, senior brother, have you broken through? Although her cultivation level was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, her spiritual perception had already reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, allowing her to discern her senior brother's advancement with ease. It was merely luck, just luck. That's wonderful, senior brother. You must devote yourself to your cultivation. Since you are adept at alchemy, don't worry about any pill toxicity, consume them heartily. Who knows, you might establish your foundation before your ascension. Her senior brother had already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and the threshold to the pinnacle was within reach. With the pinnacle so close, establishing a foundation was not far off either. Qi Wei tightly clasped the little old senior brother's arm, holding on to even the slightest glimmer of hope. Hope always exists. Doesn't it? Junior sister, I'll take your auspicious words to heart. If one can live, why choose to perish? Isn't the purpose of a cultivator's ascension to seek longevity? Even if there exists but a minuscule chance, one must dare to venture forth. Moreover, I do not believe I will simply fade away. Senior brother, I must return to my cultivation now. The master has stated that if I do not reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement within a year, I shall face dire consequences. Qi Wei reluctantly released her grip, wishing she could converse with the little old senior brother a while longer. Alas, neither had the luxury of time to squander. Li Ming chuckled softly, ruffling his junior sister's hair. Go on, little sister. When you have time, come find your elder brother to play. Qi Wei left, glancing back 3 times as she departed. Li Ming gazed with a smile at the gradually receding figure of his junior disciple. She remained ever so endearing. The bond she shared with him was one of warmth and familiarity. Having a true disciple as a junior who was close to him was, in every aspect, a fortuitous circumstance. It was only when her petite silhouette vanished around the corner that he felt a tinge of longing. Li Ming's frail figure turned and departed. In the days that followed, he found himself somewhat idle. Xianhao and Yuan Baobao were inseparable as a pair of Dao companions. Yuan's junior sister could scarcely find an opportunity to meet with him privately. As for Hua's junior sister, since that fateful night, Li Ming had not laid eyes on her again. On the 6th day of their return journey, the Hehuan Sect finally arrived. In the afternoon, within the territory of the outer gate of Hehuan Sect, the colossal celestial vessel glided gracefully among the towering peaks. Though it appeared to move slowly, it was, in truth, quite swift, as mountains rushed past in rapid succession. On the deck, the outer gate disciples sprang into action, soaring into the air on their swords and dispersing in all directions. Brother, we shall take our leave now. On the deck, Xianhao and Yuan Baobao bowed respectfully to brotherly. Li Ming also returned the gesture of respect. Junior sister, let us depart. Xianhao turned to his companion. Junior sister Yuan, and then soared into the air, riding his sword into the distance. Yuan Baobao winked at senior brotherly. Li Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Junior sister, off you go. Yuan Baobao smiled gracefully, took to the air, and soared away on her sword. Li Ming gazed with a gentle smile at the graceful figure of sister Yuan, her attire flowing elegantly. The sight of such beauty was indeed a feast for the eyes, uplifting one's spirits. With a subtle turn of his head, Li Ming noticed 2 silhouettes by the ship's railing not far away. They were brother Qian and sister Hua. Upon seeing his gaze, Qian promptly bowed in greeting, while Hua Being looked at Li Ming with a radiant smile, following brother Qian and offering her respects. In her eyes, there was nothing but gratitude. Li Ming nodded towards his junior disciple, Qian. The 2 of them then soared into the air, riding their swords into the distance. Li Ming squinted as he gazed upon the ethereal figure of Hua Shimi, her garments billowing gracefully around her. Though her celestial beauty did not quite match that of Uncle Chu, in terms of femininity, she undoubtedly surpassed all the female cultivators Li Ming had ever encountered. Subsequently, Li Ming soared into the air, wielding his sword as he departed into the distance. Hehuan Sect, Outer Sect, Little Bamboo Peak. Within a dilapidated courtyard, Li Ming leaped down and landed in the courtyard. Gazing upon the overgrown yard, he shook his head. Chapter 45, striving for a glimmer of hope. He had only been away for a little over 3 months, yet the dilapidated courtyard had deteriorated even further. Oh well, it mattered little, for he would not linger here much longer. That rather frugal master had instructed him to seek her out upon his return to the sect. It appeared that Wangwei Peak would soon become his new abode. Then, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Li Ming pushed open the door and stepped inside. Li Ming did not go to the study nor to the alchemy chamber. Instead, he returned to his bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. His storage bag contained a considerable amount of elixir that required the final condensation process, which would demand a significant amount of time. The auction gathering in the market was approaching, and there were many tasks to attend to. He needed to conserve his energy and subsequently tackle everything in one vigorous effort, before finally attending the auction to amass wealth, and eventually meeting with his esteemed master. Time slipped away gradually, and the sun began its descent in the west. The bedroom was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of Li Ming's breathing echoing in the room. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, gently pushing open the window. A graceful figure flew in through the window, landing lightly on the ground. As she gazed at Li Meng, who lay soundly asleep, Chu Rou, standing by the bed, seemed lost in thought. Her expression was calm, yet a flicker of struggle and bewilderment passed through her eyes. After a prolonged silence, Chu Rou let out a soft sigh and sat down at the bedside, gazing vacantly at the darkening sky outside. Was she overstepping her bounds? A faint smile graced Chu Rou's lips, for once certain matters were understood, her mind and body felt considerably lighter. Yet in the next moment, the smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Her thoughts turned to a certain individual, and a surge of murderous intent welled up in her eyes. He was a person she must eliminate. If she did not, her life would be forever stunted at the golden core stage. The tribulation of the heart demon during the infant formation would become an insurmountable chasm for her. Master Chu. On the bed, Li Meng opened his eyes, disbelief washing over him as he rubbed them. Was he mistaken? The enchanting figure sitting beside the bed was indeed Master Chu? Could it be a dream? Li Meng sat up, extending his arms to embrace Master Chu's delicate form. He buried his head amidst her flowing hair and took a deep breath. Master Chu. You smell divine. Chu Rou, both amused and exasperated, shot him an incredulous glance. Would Master Li's nephew truly believe he is ensnared in a dream? A dream, perhaps? The night deepens gradually. This evening, the small bamboo peak seems to resonate with a certain liveliness. The following morning, a waft of bamboo's refreshing fragrance drifted through the window into the bedroom. The scent of the verdant bamboo caused Li Meng's nose to twitch slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his gaze. The soft warmth in his embrace prompted him to glance down. Upon doing so, Li Meng's expression shifted dramatically. Master Chu? Li Meng unexpectedly beheld the enchanting visage of Master Chu. Although foundation-building practitioners do not require sleep, as a brief meditation can restore all bodily functions, the ability to dream has not been forsaken. Could it be a dream? Li Meng reached out and plucked a handful of his beard. Ah! Li Meng inhaled sharply, wincing in pain. Suddenly, he plucked a handful of his own whiskers. At that moment, Chu Rou, who had unknowingly awakened, could not help but chuckle at the sight. It was not a dream. It was not a dream. Li Meng felt both pain and amusement, his expression rather comical. Master Chu, what brings you here? Chu Rou shot Li Meng a disdainful glance. Did he truly not understand why she was present? What? Am I not allowed to come? Chu Rou's countenance grew icy. Li Meng quickly embraced Master Chu in her arms. How could that be? Master Chu could come and go as she pleased. Let go of me. Li Meng chuckled softly. How could he let go? In a moment, he would release. Chu Rou furrowed her delicate brows. Li Meng hurriedly released his grip. After all, Master Chu was a consummate practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment. He was undoubtedly fearful. If Master Chu were to unleash his ferocity, a mere finger could incapacitate him, a mere practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Have you broken through again? It was only then that Chu Rou noticed the aura emanating from her junior disciple had intensified significantly. Li Meng chuckled softly, a hint of luck dancing in his expression. Luck. Merely luck. Luck? Chu Rou found herself at a loss for words. In just a few short months, 3 minor realms had been effortlessly breached. If such a tale were to be told, it would surely be met with disbelief. Is there hope for foundation establishment? Li Meng rested his hands behind his head and let out a sigh. It was uncertain. His disciple did not wish for death, but intended to recklessly consume a copious amount of elixirs to forcibly establish his foundation. Chu Rou fell into silence. Was there still time? The transition from the 9th level of Qi cultivation to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation was a significant hurdle. Countless outer disciples found themselves trapped at the 9th level, unable to progress further throughout their lives. Even if Li's disciple could break through to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation, the greater chasm of foundation establishment lay ahead, a true glimmer of hope. Fate governs life and death, while fortune resides in the heavens. Thus, the disciple could only gamble for that fleeting chance. After half an hour, a sudden sound echoed as the door of the room swung open from within. Li Meng and Chu Rou emerged one after the other. They seated themselves across from each other at the tea table. Master Chu, when do you plan to enter the life and death meditation? No rush. I'm merely 114 years old. The lifespan of a foundational practitioner is approximately 200 years. Reaching the late stage of foundation establishment at the age of 114 is indeed remarkable. However, when compared to the prodigies of Tianlan continent, there remains a considerable gap. I will enter meditation only after you attain enlightenment or establish your foundation. The process of forming a core and transcending is not one that allows for a second chance. Should one fail, the opportunity for core formation is lost forever. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. After a cup of tea, I took my leave. Chu Rou rose gracefully, her enchanting figure soaring with the wind, departing on her sword, leaving behind only the elegant silhouette of her form. Master Chu, I shall seek you out this evening. Do you dare? Came Chu Rou's chilling voice from outside. Li Meng at the tea table chuckled softly. Let Master Chu come to find me. Master Chu cast a sharp glance back at Li Meng. He smiled wryly at the tea table, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Ah, I must hasten to establish my foundation. The sensation of having the will but lacking the strength is indeed most vexing. Li Meng, with a face full of gloom, lifted his teacup and gulped it down in one go. It was a tad hot. Chu Rou, soaring gracefully through the skies, revealed a faint smile at the corner of her lips. Her enchanting figure, draped in flowing garments, resembled that of a celestial fairy. Chapter 46, The Revitalizing Pill Alchemy. After consuming 2 cups of tea, Meng rose to his feet and made his way towards the entrance of the house. Senior brother. Is Senior brother present? Meng had just pushed open the door to the alchemy chamber. Before he could step inside, a melodious and ethereal voice suddenly rang out from outside. Reluctantly, Meng was compelled to walk outside, only to hear a crisp sound. Meng opened the door and stepped outside. In the courtyard stood a graceful figure. It was his junior apprentice, Shuaer. Junior sister, is there something you need? Meng chuckled softly and took a seat beside the tea table, gesturing invitingly with his hand. Shan Shuaer, with an expression of serene composure, settled herself on the cushion opposite the tea table. Meng cast a glance at the gracefully curvaceous figure of his junior sister. Sure, what has transpired within your mundane family, Shuaer? He inquired. Her fortune had suddenly plummeted to a mere 2,000. In just over 3 months, she had lost a significant portion of her luck. Although fluctuations in fortune are quite common, after all, everyone has the potential to experience a turn of fate. Today might be unfortunate, yet tomorrow could usher in abundant blessings. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shin Shuaer's eyes. How did you come to know this, senior brother? She asked, her expression laced with skepticism as she regarded Meng. Have you been keeping a watchful eye on me all along? Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. My senior brother possesses a modicum of the art of deduction. The art of deduction? Brotherly Meng is surprisingly adept at the art of divination. Shang Shuaer displayed a peculiar expression, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Could it be that Brotherly would deceive her? The art of divination is indeed most profound, not something that just anyone can master. Yet, Shin Shuaer could not fathom what motive Brotherly would have to mislead her. With a furrowed brow, she nodded in sorrow. The sudden demise of the Emperor of Zhao has plunged the royal family into a fierce struggle for power. Although her father is disinterested in the contest for the throne. As a prince of Zhao, how could he remain aloof? The matters at the foot of the mountain are beyond the capabilities of my sister and me. We cannot assist our father in any meaningful way. Therefore, we can only remain within the sect, allowing our father to act without concerns for his offspring. Meng's expression revealed a dawning realization. So this is how it is. The power struggles of the mundane dynasty will inevitably influence the fortunes of a nation. In more severe cases, it could even lead to a change of regime. Meng gazed at the 2 sisters with a gentle smile. He pondered the purpose of junior sister Shuai's visit. If it were merely to purchase elixirs, she would not have taken the time to engage in idle chatter with him. However, the expression of discomfort on Shan Shuai's face, as if she were about to speak yet hesitated, stirred a sense of unease within Meng. Could it be that there was truly a matter of great significance at hand? The troubled look on junior sister Shuai's countenance caused his heart to tighten with concern. Meng had resolutely made up her mind to refuse any and all requests. Shang Shuaer took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes gazing longingly at Senior Brotherly. Senior Brotherly, I have come this time to seek a soul rejuvenation pill for my worldly mother. A soul rejuvenation pill? Meng squinted his eyes slightly and stroked his long beard. The soul rejuvenation pill is a 3rd-tier elixir capable of mending damaged souls. It seems that junior sister Shuaer's mother has encountered some misfortune that has led to the impairment of her spirit. Meng shook his head. Junior sister. The soul-returning pill is a 3rd-grade elixir. Although I can barely concoct it, the spiritual herbs required for its formulation are not easily obtainable. The creation of 3rd-grade elixirs necessitates spiritual herbs that are over 1,000 years old. The herbs required for the soul-returning pill are exceedingly rare. In the entire Zhao kingdom, they can only be found within the blood-colored forbidden domain. Could it be that Senior Brotherly possesses the ability to concoct 3rd-grade elixirs? Shan Shuaer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed expectantly at Senior Brotherly. Senior brother. If I manage to gather the spiritual herbs necessary for the soul-reviving pill, what are the chances that you could refine a superior, or at the very least, a moderate-quality elixir? What are the odds? Meng squinted as he appraised the graceful figure of his junior apprentice. Sure, in just a few days, he would attain the rank of a 3rd-grade alchemist. At that point, not only would he be able to craft intermediate elixirs, but even flawless ones would be within his effortless grasp. Junior sister. Are you intending to acquire the spiritual herbs needed for concocting the soul recovery pill at the auction in the marketplace? The holy Shuaer nodded affirmatively. Indeed. That is precisely my intention. Meng shook his head. The junior sister would surely be disappointed. For the 2 spiritual herbs required to concoct the soul revival pill were the primary ingredients for refining the dust-settling pill. These herbs were not for sale at any of the 5 major sex markets in the Zhao kingdom. Moreover, the 7-star grass, essential for the soul revival pill, was an exceedingly rare spiritual herb. It was challenging to find even a century-old specimen, let alone one that had matured for a millennium. Even if the junior sister were to encounter 7-star grass at an auction, the bidding price would likely exceed her means. Junior sister Shuaer was merely the daughter of a prince. How many cultivation resources could an ordinary prince possibly access? The mundane wealth of silver and gold offered little avenue for acquiring such resources, aside from her status as a royal princess of the Zhao kingdom. Her collection of cultivation resources likely paled in comparison to that of a disciple hailing from a minor cultivation family. Saint Shuaer wore a wry smile. She was utterly ignorant of alchemy and had no understanding of the spiritual herbs needed to craft the soul revival pill. Her visit today was solely to inquire with Senior Brotherly about it. Although the pill treasure pavilion of their sect stocked soul revival pills, her mother, being an ordinary person unable to cultivate, could not withstand the toxicity of a lower-grade soul revival pill. I apologize, Senior Brother. I have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Saint Shuao had come to a realization. The soul revival pill was beyond her reach, far exceeding her capabilities. Although her heart yearned to save her mother, she lacked the means to do so. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she bowed respectfully to Li Meng. Senior Brother, I beg your pardon for the interruption. I shall take my leave now. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Do not be anxious, junior sister. I do possess a method that you might find intriguing. The eyes of Shang Shuao sparkled with anticipation as she gazed eagerly at the elderly, white-haired senior brother. Pray tell, what is this method? She inquired with urgency, her heart racing. The Empress could not endure much longer. She needed to deliver the soul recovery elixir to her father at once. Faced with the anxious demeanor of her junior sister, Li Meng raised his hand and a cup of tea was placed before his junior sister on the tea table. Junior sister, no matter how anxious you are, take a moment to calm yourself with a cup of tea. Li Meng lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Shang Shuai, on the other hand, seized her teacup and drank it in one swift motion. The Empress mother was gravely ill, and she could not remain composed. In the face of Shuai's anxious gaze, Li Meng offered a helpless smile and set down the teacup. Chapter 47. Equitable transactions. The senior brother could concoct a batch of soul-returning pills for his junior sister, with the required spiritual herbs to be procured by himself, ensuring that the quality of the elixirs provided to her would not be inferior to that of the medium grade. Brotherly possesses the spiritual herb required for concocting the soul reunion elixir. Shen Shuai's face is alight with astonishment. Indeed, it is a moment of unexpected fortune emerging from the shadows. Brotherly surprisingly managed to alleviate her troubles. Just as Shen Shuai was about to rise to express her gratitude, she was halted by Brotherly's next utterance. Does junior sister think that such fortuitous events simply fall from the sky? Shang Shuai's expression froze, and the joy on her face dissipated entirely. With a serene demeanor, she gazed at Brotherly, fully aware that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. She and Brotherly were not particularly acquainted. Brotherly would not offer his assistance without reason. What does he desire? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. He retrieved a piece of talisman paper and a brush. After a considerable time, he completed his writing and handed the talisman paper to his junior sister, Shuai. Upon receiving the paper, Shuai's complexion suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. With a look of embarrassment and indignation, she glared at him. Brotherly, your time is running out, so do not. Brotherly has only a few years left to live. By the time she establishes her foundation, Brotherly will have long since attained enlightenment. Li Meng gazed with a smile at his blushing junior sister, Shuai. Had his senior brother already transcended during her foundational cultivation, she would have suffered no loss, however. Had he still been alive at that time, she should not shy away from his intentions. Though such words were spoken, the uncertainty loomed ominously. The expression on Shan Shuai's face fluctuated, and she raised her head to meet Li's gaze with a stoic demeanor. Little did she expect that Li, with his seemingly virtuous facade, was an insidious old rogue, taking advantage of her need and digging the knife deeper, presenting unreasonable desires that were difficult to refuse. -30 affection. Li Meng cast a glance at his junior sister Shuai. Even if her favorability were to diminish by 100, there was no room for negotiation. He observed the expression of humiliation and indignation on Shuai's face. Li Meng squinted, stroking his beard. Has the senior brother coerced the junior sister? Since this is a business matter, it would be prudent for the junior sister to adopt a proper stance. If the senior brother can establish his foundation, with his extraordinary talent in alchemy, is it not also an opportunity for the junior sister? If the junior sister is unable to seize the chance presented before her, then she may proceed as she wishes. The expression on Shang Shuai's face shifted with various emotions. In the case of another, one might suspect arrogance in their words. However, senior brother Li's talent in alchemy is indeed remarkable. Should he succeed in establishing his foundation, he is bound to soar to great heights in the future. He may well become a significant figure within the sect. Even if he never achieves the golden core stage, he could enjoy a century of glory. And those who accompany him would likewise reap the benefits for 100 years. But does she truly need to reach this point? The Empress Mother has little time remaining. Shang Shuai lifted her head, gazing resolutely at Senior Brotherly. There was no other choice. She could only proceed in this manner. If Senior Brotherly can establish his foundation, the junior sister is willing to become his partner in this journey. Li Meng nearly spat out his tea upon hearing those words. What on earth does that mean? You may want it, but I certainly do not. Li Meng set down the teacup in his hand, a smile gracing his face as he lifted his gaze towards his junior sister, Shuai. You might as well abandon your delusions, he remarked. What did you say? Shuai glared at him, her eyes blazing with indignation. What did you mean by that? She was the daughter of a prince, a royal princess of the Zhao kingdom. Did that imply she was unworthy of an old man whose time was nearly up? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Junior sister, do not be upset. Your senior brother has no intentions of seeking a partner just yet. Do you wish to obtain elixirs for free? Water sister, your thoughts are quite whimsical. Sheng Shui'er took a deep breath, realizing today the true nature of senior brotherly. Although she had never expected him to assist her without compensation, his actions of adding insult to injury left her heartbroken. She felt a profound sense of the coldness of human nature in the realm of cultivation. Rising to her feet, Sheng Shui'er declared, Senior brother, I require some time to contemplate. Farewell. With that, she soared into the air, riding her sword into the distance. Meng smiled gently as he watched the graceful figure of his junior sister, Shui'er, gradually fade into the distance. The human heart is not a straight line. It is the undulating waves of emotions that can yield better outcomes. Furthermore, the realm of cultivation is inherently a domain of mutual interests, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Meng does not concern himself with selling various elixirs to his fellow disciples at the most economical prices. However, he will not dispense them for free. He intends to recoup any lost profits from alternative sources. In the realm of cultivation, a rather peculiar domain, one must not be overly materialistic, yet complete indifference to profit is equally unwise. Striking a balance is essential. Meng believes he has finally discovered this equilibrium. It is time to commence alchemy. Meng waved his sleeve, and all the teacups on the table were gathered back into his storage pouch. Meng rose to his feet. His aged body moved at a leisurely pace back to the house. Upon returning, Meng entered the alchemy chamber. He took a seat on the cushioned mat beside the alchemical furnace. Meng waved his sleeve, and hundreds of jade bottles soared from the storage pouch at his waist, swirling around the alchemical furnace in a magnificent display. Meng, with a single hand forming a seal, caused the jade bottles to descend towards the ground. They landed gracefully upon the earth surrounding the alchemical furnace, arranged in neat concentric circles. Before long, all the jade bottles had touched the ground. He cast a glance at the orderly arrangement of the jade bottles beside the alchemical furnace. Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. His journey to the Crimson Forbidden Land had yielded an abundant harvest. The spiritual plants he gathered alone could very well rival the total collection of all the Outer Sect disciples combined. Meng formed hand seals, and his aged physique emanated a kaleidoscope of spiritual light. The intricate patterns within the alchemical furnace suddenly illuminated, and a fierce blaze ignited shortly thereafter. In no time, the temperature within the alchemy chamber escalated to an unbearable heat, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance of elixirs wafting through the air. This rich aroma swiftly enveloped the entirety of Shaozhu Peak. What a delightful fragrance! Is senior brotherly concocting elixirs again? The seclusion of Shaozhu Peak meant that the outer disciples passing by were mostly familiar with Meng. The alluring scent prompted many outer disciples to pause outside the peak, eagerly anticipating the moment when senior brotherly would emerge from his seclusion, hoping to procure a few vials of the medium-grade elixirs for fortifying their foundations and cultivating their essence. All outer disciples acquainted with Meng were well aware of his established protocol. He would close the doors and turn away visitors while refining elixirs. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, Shaozhu Peak remained as eerily silent as ever. A graceful figure approached on a flying sword, gently descending into the courtyard. The rich scent of elixirs brought a subtle smile to Chu Ro's otherwise serene countenance. Her disciple exhibited talent in the art of alchemy that rivaled the gifted, and there was a glimmer of hope that he might indeed succeed in establishing his foundation. Alas, his inadequate aptitude rendered the prospect of forming a course seemingly unattainable. Chu Ro sighed softly, recognizing that he was ultimately but a transient presence in the tapestry of life. Li Shizhi lacked the qualifications to become her inner demon. Chu Ro gracefully twisted her enchanting waist and approached the door of the house. With a gentle push, she opened the door and stepped inside. She did not disturb Li Shizhi in the alchemy room, skillfully pushing open the door to the bedroom and entering. Upon crossing the threshold, Chu Ro's brows suddenly furrowed. Her lithe form leapt into the air, soaring towards the window. With a sharp sound, the window was flung open, and a purple specter darted out, riding a sword that shot skyward. Above the peaks of Shaozhu, Chu Ro hovered upon her flying sword, her alluring figure bathed in moonlight. With a cold gaze, she regarded a swirling mass of fog not far away. Come out. Her icy voice reverberated through the surroundings. The nearby mist stirred, and a figure emerged, riding a sword that approached from afar. Suspended in midair, he halted a few hundred meters from Chu Ro, clad in a deep azure robe. His attire revealed his identity as a foundational disciple of the inner sect. Are you stalking me? Chu Ro's expression fluctuated as she scrutinized her fellow disciple in the distance. Sukin smiled faintly, gazing up at the full moon. Today, the moon is at its zenith. Why not join your senior brother in finding a serene spot to admire it? He cast a glance at the dilapidated courtyard atop Shaozhu Peak. I've heard an old man with a limited time left resides here. Are you perhaps here to rendezvous with him under the cover of night? Chu Ro's countenance turned frosty, her eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Sukin's presence here tonight indicated that he had been monitoring her within the sect. Otherwise, he would not have followed her to Shaozhu Peak. Haha, how could that be? Wouldn't you agree, junior sister? Sukin laughed heartily, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. This woman dared to reject him, and he would ensure Chu Ro understood the consequences of her defiance. Chu Rou regarded Su Shixiang with an impassive expression. Su Kan, a descendant of the Golden Core elder Su Xia, was audaciously arrogant within the inner sect due to his powerful backing, evoking disdain in others. Do not be angry, junior sister. If you can come here, why can't your senior brother? Just pretend I am not here. Tonight, as the moon reaches its peak, I am merely out for a stroll, enjoying the moonlight. Please, feel free. Su Kan smiled broadly at Chu Rou, who seemed visibly upset. Her anger pleased him. It confirmed he was in the right place. Though he was uncertain why Chu Rou had come here, it was undoubtedly related to the old man in the decaying courtyard atop Xiaozhu Peak. Rumor had it that the old man was also an alchemist. Was Chu Rou seeking medicine? If so, why choose the night for it? Su Kan sensed an unusual undertone, pondering whether uncovering Chu Rou's secret could serve as leverage to compel her into becoming his companion. Chu Rou's expression shifted between emotions. Xiaozhu Peak lacked any prohibitive formations to obstruct the probing of foundational disciples' consciousness. If she were to depart, Su Shixiang would certainly trouble Li Shizhi. Resolutely, Chu Rou turned and returned to Xiaozhu Peak on her sword, her graceful form descending lightly into the courtyard, illuminated by the moonlight. Shizhu, who has arrived? A sound echoed as the door was opened from within. Li Meng, with his weary and aged physique, stepped out. Upon entering the courtyard, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens. There, in the sky beyond the peaks, a figure wielding a sword was visible. It is he. It is he. Li Meng beheld Su Kan, who in turn noticed him as well. Gazing at the elderly figure in the courtyard, Su Kan narrowed his eyes. He recognized this old man, the very same fellow he had encountered months ago at Qianbao Building. So it is you. Su Kan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Excellent, excellent. It appears that this old man shares a rather special connection with junior sister Chu. Unable to deal with junior sister Chu, does he think he can easily subdue a mere outer sect disciple? Junior sister Chu, the night is deep. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. The sound of Su Kan's voice resonated through the sky. Bathed in moonlight, his figure soared away on his sword. A streak of azure light swept across the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the horizon. Uncle Chu, has he departed? Li Meng cast his gaze toward the graceful figure of Master Chu in the courtyard. Chu Rou also looked at Li Meng, and upon noticing his weary countenance, her expression subtly shifted. It is getting late. You should rest early, she advised. Turning to take flight. Master Chu, Li Meng called out urgently as she prepared to leave. Chu Rou turned back to him, inquiring, what is it? Upon meeting her gaze, Li Meng smiled warmly and reached forward to grasp her delicate hand. Master Chu, I wish to hold you as I sleep. Today, Li Meng felt profoundly exhausted. If he did not cherish himself and squander his energy before reaching the foundational stage, he would face a most tragic fate. Chu Rou cast a cold glance at her young disciple, withdrawing her hand from his grasp, her elegant and enchanting figure gliding toward the house. Li Meng gazed with a serene smile at the graceful silhouette of Master Chu, her enchanting figure captivating his attention and sweeping away the weariness etched upon his face. He leisurely trailed behind her, as time subtly slipped away, and the night deepened gradually. On the following morning, in the early light, Li Meng awoke from slumber, his eyes fluttering open. The soft, delicate form that had nestled in his embrace was no longer there, yet the lingering fragrance of Master Chu still clung to the air, a faint reminder of her presence. Li Meng sat up and stretched lazily, a smile playing on his lips as he reminisced about the scenes of the previous night. Li Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile, the expression on her face exuding a hint of mischievousness. Li Meng rose from the bed, picked up the green robe from the floor, and nonchalantly departed the bedroom, making his way into the alchemy chamber. Last night, Master Chu had conversed with him about Su Kan. Su Kan was a vengeful individual, having stalked Master Chu to the Xiaozhu Peak, and had also uncovered his own past grievances with him. Indeed, trouble tends to follow when one becomes entangled with a woman. Within the alchemy chamber, Li Meng sat cross-legged on the mat, feeling somewhat disheartened. He harbored a deep disdain for troubles. Well then, let the troubles come with greater ferocity. After all, he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. What was there to fear? If worst came to worst, he could always use the elder token to strike back. Everyone has their own background, after all. If all else fails, he could rely on the support of his master and junior sister. Li Meng waved his sleeve and began to concoct elixirs. In the following days, Xiao Bamboo Peak returned to its previous tranquility. Since that fateful night, Master Chu had not revisited Xiao Bamboo Peak. Su Kan was fixated on Master Chu, who could no longer act with the same carefree demeanor as before. Junior sister Yuan and junior brother Xian were diligently preparing for the outer sect competition set to occur in a month. Surviving the blood-red Forbidden Realm ensured that their resources for foundational cultivation would be ample. Junior sister Chenlan was also absent, either out on a mission or in seclusion for her training. Chapter 49. Minting Peak in the inner sect of the Hehuan Sect. Minting Peak was adorned with numerous pavilions atop its summit. Jiahu leapt down and landed in a spacious square. Truly, as expected of a residence for inner sect disciples, it exuded grandeur. Jiahu made his way along the main path toward the largest pavilion, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He mused on the reason for Su Shishu's summons, hoping it would not involve any menial tasks. A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiahu's eyes. Master Su was known for his fierce disposition, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. To an outsider, one might mistake him for a practitioner of demonic arts. Fortunately, Master Su was self-aware. Even if tasks were not performed to satisfaction, he would not ask many questions. A mere beating would suffice. But should matters escalate to a fatal outcome, it would be grave indeed. With a temperament like Master Su's, it was no wonder he had offended countless individuals. If given the chance to fall into a pit, even a stone cast down could spell disaster for him. Zhao Hu navigated the main pavilion with ease and arrived at the viewing platform on the second floor, where he spotted Master Su seated at a tea table. Today, Master Su seemed to have an appointment, as a graceful figure clad in a flowing purple dress occupied the seat opposite him. She was an Inner Sect foundational disciple. Zhao Hu hesitated to enter the viewing area, halting just outside the curtain to pay his respects. Disciple Zhao Hu greets Master Su. Sukin glanced at the silhouette behind the curtain. Ah, you have arrived. His tone was somewhat languid. Yes, I have come. Sukin lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. There is an old fellow on Shao Bamboo Peak. Dispose of him. Shao Bamboo Peak? An old fellow? Zhao Hu's expression turned quizzical. Surely, Master Su was not referring to Senior Brotherly. No, Senior Brotherly was rarely seen outside. So how could he have possibly provoked Master Su? Master Su, Senior Brotherly seldom ventures out. Could there be a misunderstanding? Sukin shot a glance at Zhao Hu. What, do you know him? Zhao Hu, seemingly aware of Sukan's gaze, lowered his head deeply. I have heard others say that Senior Brotherly is quite well regarded among the outer sect. Sukin withdrew his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. You may leave now. Yes. Zhao Hu retreated, his demeanor obsequious, and did not turn to leave until he had distanced himself significantly. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Well? Master Su is at it again. How could the charming Suja have such a boorish junior? Zhao Hu rolled his eyes once more. Compared to the gentle disposition of Suja, Master Su's character was indeed the polar opposite. He needed to warn Senior Brotherly. No matter how much Suja disdained Sukan remained a junior of Suja, not someone whom the nearing end of days Senior Brotherly could provoke. With this thought, Zhao Hu quickened his pace. Though Master Su appeared generous, it was merely transactional. Senior Brotherly, however, was different. Even the smallest favor outweighed the grandest of benefits. As the imminent end approached for Brotherly, it was imperative to ensure his departure was as serene as possible, free from the taint of unpleasant matters that might disturb his peace of mind. The female cultivator in the loft gazed at Zhao Hu, who gradually receded from view, until he soared into the sky, wielding his sword and vanishing into the distance. Only then did she retract her gaze, turning to Brother Su. Brother, you ought to temper your temperament. Do not provoke Master S. ire any further. Sukin smiled gently, setting down his teacup. Sister, I assure you, this matter is not my fault. It was that old wretch who instigated me. I originally intended to ignore him, as he is merely an insignificant creature facing his demise. However, his recent actions have clouded my thoughts. If I do not take action, my resentment will remain unresolved. Lucy Yue lowered her head, savoring the fragrant tea lingering on her lips. Her curiosity piqued regarding the old wretch who had managed to provoke her brother. It seemed that this time, he was genuinely incensed. She placed her teacup down and looked up, her expression brightening as she gazed at her brother across the table. Brother, Master has prepared cultivation resources for you. When do you plan to enter your seclusion? Sukin's gaze drifted. Enter seclusion? Sister Chu has yet to become my partner. How could I possibly enter seclusion at this moment? Lucy Yue took a delicate sip from her cup. Master also mentioned that Sister Chu is no longer a paragon of purity. This will not greatly benefit your breakthrough, so you should relinquish any inappropriate thoughts. Chu's sister is no longer pure? Sukan's expression froze, fury igniting in his eyes. With a crash, his teacup shattered. This is impossible. Brother Qin and Sister Chu are merely companions in the Tao. Sister Chu. Wait. Sukan's expression shifted dramatically. How did Master know Sister Chu is no longer pure? Brother, do you not know? Lucy Yue was taken aback by his apparent ignorance. This should not be the case. It was illogical for Sukan to be unaware of such matters. What do you mean? Sukan's countenance darkened. A disquieting possibility dawned upon him. Lucy Yue set her teacup down and gazed at her brother, whose face had turned an ashen hue. Master and Sister Chu shared a brief romantic entanglement. They deliberated the Tao together for 3 years. 3 years of deliberation and seclusion together? Sukan bitterly produced a gourd of wine, taking a hearty swig. How was I unaware of this? Indeed, why was Sukan oblivious? Lucy Yue pondered, recalling that when she first entered Master S' tutelage, she was aware of the relationship between Master and Sister Chu. It seemed that Sister Chu was not entirely willing, perhaps for the sake of her reputation. Few were privy to this affair. Sukan despondently drank, lamenting the revelation that the sister he had admired for decades was once a woman of his master. Even in his arrogance, he dared not compete for her affections. Why must it be Sister Chu? A sense of injustice welled within him. Yet he felt powerless to alter the reality. Rising to his feet, Sukan declared, Sister, inform Master that I shall enter seclusion after the auction at the market concludes. Lucy Yue regarded her intoxicated brother with calm composure. It was rare for cultivators to succumb to drunkenness, yet he seemed intent on it. Master has instructed me to assist you. Sukan cast a fleeting glance at his sister. She was beautiful, comparable to Sister Chu, a dream for countless inner disciples. Yet, in contrast to Sister Chu, a certain indescribable feeling eluded him, rendering his thoughts toward this lovely sister rather subdued. Sister, would you be willing to offer me your Purian form? Lucy Yue's face flushed slightly, rolling her eyes at him. Brother, do not think such things. Waving his hand dismissively, Sukan stepped outside. It's the same for everyone. I shan't waste your time. This is Master's command. I do not wish to disappoint him. Lucy Yue understood the essence of Sukan's character, regardless of his nature, be it unruly or arrogant. It did not change the fact that he was a junior to Master. With this relationship, she was willing to be his companion in the Tao. She simply did not want to disappoint Master, and that was sufficient. Suit yourself, came Sukan's bitter voice from behind the curtain. Is Sister Chu truly that exceptional? Watching the gently swaying curtain, a flicker of jealousy crossed Lu Siyue's eyes. It seemed Master held a fondness for Sister Chu as well. All these years, she had not dared to approach Sister Chu. Chapter 50, to seek Sister Chu days later, at the Hehuan Sect, outside the outer door on Little Bamboo Peak. Brother, are you there? In the afternoon, Li Meng was in the alchemy chamber, diligently refining pills when he was suddenly interrupted by a man's voice from outside. Who is it? Can't you see the Do Not Disturb sign? Reluctantly, Li Meng opened his eyes while seated on the mat. If an ordinary alchemist were to be so disturbed, their batch of medicinal pills would be rendered useless. Not long after, with a resounding click, the door was opened from the inside. Li Meng emerged, clad in a blue robe. Come in. The door is unlatched. Outside the courtyard's gate, Li Meng discerned the silhouette of another figure in a blue robe, an outer sect male disciple. The disciple pushed the door open and hurriedly entered the courtyard. Upon spotting Li Meng, his eyes sparkled with recognition, and he promptly stepped forward to bow in respect. Senior brotherly. Li Meng performed a courteous bow in return. His junior brother had hastily arrived. Could there be some pressing matter at hand? Though he inquired as such, Li Meng did not genuinely believe there was anything of great significance concerning himself. After all, he had always maintained a low profile, neither provoking trouble nor bearing burdens. He had never entangled himself in any issues. The male disciples from the outer sect gazed at Li Meng with grave expressions. Had brotherly offended Master Sukan? Master Sukan? Li Meng's expression transformed into one of realization. It turned out that it was that fellow who was stirring up trouble. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard thoughtfully. What do you know, junior brother? The outer sect male disciple nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Su has approached Brother Zhao, urging him to devise a means to incapacitate our senior brother. Brother Zhao suggested that you give a heads up to our senior brother and inquire about the situation. He also mentioned that he has taken this matter upon himself, hoping our senior brother might consider relocating to evade Uncle Su's scrutiny. However, what of Brother Zhao who? In our sect, it is neither particularly difficult nor easy to eliminate someone. Sukan is an inner sect disciple in the foundation establishment stage. If you were to directly act against an outer sect disciple, it might go unnoticed. Yet, should a discerning individual catch wind of it, even Sukan, being a descendant of a Golden Core elder, would find himself facing severe repercussions from the enforcement hall. Conversely, if an outer sect disciple were to engage in such an act, it would be considerably simpler. They could fabricate a reason to stage a challenge in the martial arena. And if they were to inadvertently inflict serious injury, the consequent punishment would likely be less severe. Li Meng raised his hand with a flourish. 5 vials of elixirs soared from the storage pouch at his waist, hovering before the male disciples of the outer sect. Among them were some fundamental essence-reinforcing potions. He instructed his junior to retain 1 vial and to pass the remainder to Zhao, conveying that they were a token of gratitude from him. He also informed Zhao that he was already aware of the matter, and that he would be relocating from Shaozhou Peak in a month's time. The outer sect disciple's face brightened with joy as he accepted the elixirs, performing a respectful bow. Yes, senior brother, I shall surely deliver your message. Li Meng chuckled softly and nodded. Take care, junior brother. I shall not see you off. The outer sect male disciple turned and walked away. After leaving the courtyard, he closed the gate behind him before soaring into the air, riding his sword into the distance. Li Meng squinted as he observed his junior disciple's figure gradually recede, soaring away on his sword. After 60 years of cultivation, trouble had finally come knocking at his door. A mere disagreement had led to the threat of crippling his abilities. He had only formed a closer bond with Master Chu, yet now he faced the dire consequences. How could such a domineering and arrogant individual have survived thus far? Was that esteemed Master Suja truly formidable? It seemed he would need to resort to a more submissive approach. Li Meng chuckled softly, turning to return to the alchemy chamber to continue his craft. Cultivation must not be neglected. Within the confines of the alchemy chamber, seated cross-legged on a mat, Li Meng contemplated to himself. There is no need to rush the alchemical process. The auction of celestial treasures is still some time away. He merely needs to prepare the elixirs for the auction. In the evening, he shall seek out Master Chu. Li Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile. The sensation of sleeping while embracing Master Chu was simply exquisite. Li Meng felt a lingering affection for that sensation. Li Meng formed seals with his hands, and the flames in the alchemical furnace roared to life. Time gradually slipped away, and the sun began its descent in the west. As the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, a crisp sound echoed. The door of the courtyard's dwelling on the small bamboo peak swung open from within. Clad in a blue robe, Li Meng emerged from the house. His lean figure soared into the air, riding his sword into the distance, amidst the towering mountains. He flew towards the direction of the inner sect. Majestic and steep peaks rushed past him on either side, though the 5 spirit roots were labeled as defective, resulting in a notably sluggish cultivation speed. The power of his magic far surpassed that of his peers at the same level. Intersect of the Hehuan Sect. Cloud Peak. Disciple Li Meng pays respects to Master Chu. Suspended in midair, Li Meng stood on his sword, bowing towards the cloud peak enveloped in mist. Today, the peak was unusually tranquil, with the usually bustling intersect foundation building masters notably absent. A few strands of divine consciousness swept past him. After a brief moment, the mist surrounding Cloud Peak stirred, creating an opening into the mountain. Observing this, Li Meng directed his sword towards the peak's interior. In the courtyard outside the attic at the summit, he prepared to enter. Li Meng's aged body soared through the air and alighted upon the ground. Li Meng bowed respectfully towards the attic. Uncle Chu, I hope I am not disturbing you. Now that you are here, there is no need for pretense. Came the cold voice of Uncle Chu from within the attic. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. His aged body ambled leisurely towards the attic door. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Li Meng pushed open the door and entered the attic. He then ascended the stairs to the second floor. Li Meng did not pause outside the curtain, but instead lifted it and entered. On the bed, he beheld a graceful figure seated in a meditative pose. She was adorned in a flowing purple gown, her exquisite curves captivating from every angle. What brings you here? Chu Ro inquired. Opening her eyes and gazing at her approaching nephew, Li Meng chuckled softly and settled beside Master Chu. Master Chu, I was merely missing you. Chu Ro cast a cold glance at her junior disciple. Li, your time is limited. Why not dedicate it to cultivation? Perhaps there remains a chance for you to establish your foundation. Li Meng grasped the delicate, smooth hand of Master Chu. Chu Ro cast a cold glare at the audaciously Shirji. Yet, the slender hand did not withdraw, allowing Li Shirji to indulge in his frivolity. Li Meng chuckled softly. In pursuit of that fleeting opportunity, he had sacrificed precious moments spent with Master Chu. Should he fail, his disciple would truly be unable to rest in peace. A hint of helplessness flickered in Chu Ro's eyes. Exhausted yet undeterred, she pressed on. Master Chu, may I remain here with you tonight? Li Meng gazed fervently at the exquisite visage of Master Chu. Chu Ro withdrew her hand from Li Shirji's grasp. With a graceful wave of her hand, all the windows behind the curtain slammed shut with a resounding thud. Li Meng's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled. Chapter 51. The Mid-Grade Magical Artifact, the Greenwood Ring. Half an hour later, Chu Ro, nestled in Li Meng's embrace, appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze clear yet lost in thought. Master Chu, you may prepare to enter your life and death seclusion. The dust-settling pill should be ready for refinement next month. Li Meng's slightly hoarse voice resounded. No rush. Let's wait a little longer. The fate of Master Li's disciple remains uncertain. Whether in life or death, she must witness it with her own eyes. With Master Chen gone, is there a suitable candidate for Master Chu? Master Chen? Chu Ro's expression turned slightly frosty. Do not speak of that man in my presence. The subtly enraged voice of Master Chu in her embrace caused Li Meng to narrow his eyes slightly. It seems there are hidden complexities between Master Chen and Master Chu. The previous wager at the martial arts arena was not as simple as it appeared. Li Meng refrained from asking further questions, fearing that continued inquiries might provoke Master Chu. After a long while, Chu Ro's cold voice resonated softly. Achieving enlightenment and breaking through realms relies solely on oneself. Remember, dear disciple Li, on the path to immortality, you can only trust yourself. Even those closest to you should not be afforded complete trust. Keeping a vigilant eye may very well save your life. The malice of the human heart is unfathomable, and even your own partner may, at times, become the architect of your severed destiny. Master Chu's words were chilling, imbued with a hint of bitterness. Having lived for over a century, her life experiences naturally surpassed those of Li Meng. Li Meng could only assume the role of a listener, firmly etching the words of his master into his heart. He embraced his master tightly, exclaiming, Master, your disciple has learned well. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the night gradually deepened. The following day, at Yunshang Peak, Li Meng did not awaken until the sun had risen high in the sky. As he opened his eyes in bed, he found that the enchanting figure he had held in his arms was no longer there, leaving only the lingering sin of her presence. Li Meng sat up, stifling a yawn. His gaze drifted towards the foot of the bed, where his clothes lay neatly folded. A faint smile graced Li Meng's lips at the sight. If they were mere mortals, marrying Master Chu would undoubtedly be one of life's greatest blessings. Li Meng smiled as she gracefully descended from the bed, standing by its side while dressing herself. The whereabouts of Master Chu remained a mystery. The attic was devoid of any presence, with not a soul inside on either the upper or lower floors. Suddenly, a distinct sound echoed as the attic door swung open from within. Li Meng emerged with his aged physique. Li Meng did not seek out Master Chu. Instead, he leisurely strolled along the narrow path outside the courtyard, making his way towards the mountain's edge. At the end of the path stood a stone platform, beyond which lay a sheer precipice plunging into the abyss. On the brink of the cliff rested a mat, upon which sat a graceful figure. Master Chu, facing the rising sun, was in deep meditation, harmonizing his breath. Li Meng halted outside the stone platform, gazing with a smile at the graceful silhouette of Master Chu. Li Meng refrained from disturbing Master Chu. The aged body soared into the air, riding the sword as it ventured far away, vanishing into the mist in the blink of an eye. Shortly after Li Meng's departure, Chu Ro opened her eyes, gazing in the direction he had taken. After a long pause, she let out a soft sigh and closed her eyes once more. Entering a meditative state to regulate her breath, threads of spiritual energy visibly converged and flowed into her body. Two hues of ethereal light representing the elemental properties of water and wood. Beyond the peak, Li Meng flew forth on his sword, emerging from the clouds. Just as he exited the illusionary array, several consciousnesses swept past him. Li Meng felt a sense of helplessness. Beautiful women, regardless of their location, invariably attract the attention of numerous men. This phenomenon persisted even in the realm of cultivation. Master Chu's beauty ranked among the finest within the inner sect, with few female cultivators surpassing her allure, primarily those who were the most favored disciples of the venerable elders. Ordinary inner sect foundation building disciples rarely had the opportunity to interact with these esteemed disciples. Thus, Master Chu naturally became the object of desire for the foundation building disciples within the inner sect. Li Shizhi, hold on. A figure gliding on a sword swiftly approached from the distance, blocking Li Meng's path in the blink of an eye. Li Meng hastily halted his sword, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Master Shirmu. Li Meng performed a formal bow. Greetings, esteemed Master Shirshu. Lowering his head, Li Meng rolled his eyes. Indeed. The admirers of Shirshu Chu were numerous. Master Shirshu was likely here once more to bestow a gift upon him. Shirmu cast a glance at Li Meng, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough despite the impending deadline? Judging by this aura, he was not far from attaining the pinnacle of Qi training. Shirmu offered a gentle smile, dismissing the matter with indifference. The realm of cultivation was rife with peculiar occurrences. Reckless consumption of pills could elevate one's cultivation level by several stages in a brief span. Did Li Shizi indeed spend the night atop Yunchang Peak? Li Meng looked up at Master Shi with a perplexed expression. How could Master Shi possibly know? Surely, he wasn't constantly monitoring Yunchang Peak with his divine sense. A hint of embarrassment flickered in Shirmu's eyes. Well, I happened to catch a glimpse of Junior Brotherly soaring into Yunchang Peak on his sword yesterday. Li Meng's expression revealed a sense of understanding. So it was like this. I wonder what Master Shushu seeks from his disciple? Shirmu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With a graceful gesture, a circular magical artifact soared from the storage pouch at Shirmu's waist, swirling around Li Meng in a playful dance. This is the mid-grade magical artifact, the Greenwood Ring, which I fortuitously acquired. I kindly asked my disciple to assist me in passing it on to Junior Sister Chu. A mid-grade magical artifact? A flicker of astonishment passed through Li Meng's eyes as he fixated intently on the verdant wooden ring that revolved around him. Master Chu, possessing the dual spiritual roots of water and wood, would undoubtedly find this emerald ring to be a most suitable manifestation of his innate treasure. Such a gift is truly remarkable. Even the most esteemed disciples would likely be tempted by its allure. Li Meng raised his hand with a flourish, a smile gracing his face as he stowed away the greenwood ring, which transformed into a streak of emerald light and vanished into the storage pouch at his waist. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I shall certainly deliver the greenwood ring to Uncle Chu, he assured confidently. Very well, Shirmu replied in a nonchalant tone. I appreciate your efforts, Juniorly. With that, Shirmu soared away on his sword, disappearing into the mist that enveloped the towering peaks in an instant. Li Meng cast a glance at the silhouette of his master, Shirmu. Name, Shirmu. Age, 137 luck, 7,000 aptitude, dual spirit roots of water and fire cultivation, late stage foundation establishment, perfect completion affection, 10 such an impressive fortune. It seems that the Hehuan Sect will soon witness the emergence of another Golden Core Grandmaster. Although forming a core is exceedingly challenging, there will always be those who succeed. Without a doubt, Shirmu is that fortunate individual. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. A beautiful woman will invariably attract the gaze of a multitude of men. For who could resist the allure of Master Chu's exquisite beauty? Li Meng executed a single-handed gesture, guiding his sword into the distance. In the outer sect of the Hehuan Sect, atop the small bamboo peak, an elderly figure soared upon his sword, descending gracefully above the bamboo grove before lightly alighting in the courtyard. The courtyard was not devoid of company. A live figure reclined upon a lounge chair. Clad in a flowing azure robe, she donned the attire of a female disciple in the outer sect of the Hehuan Sect, basking in the sunlight with her eyes closed. From Li Meng's perspective, the sight was indeed reminiscent of majestic ridges and towering peaks. Chapter 52, Transcendence and Dissolution. Observing the enchanting figure on the lounge chair, Li Meng chuckled softly as he approached. Leaning down beside the lounge chair, he lifted his junior sister, Yuan. Startled awake, a fleeting look of confusion crossed her eyes. Just as her delicate form began to struggle, she softened, exclaiming, Li Shixiang. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with delight as her slender hands embraced Li Shixiang's neck. Li Meng gazed at the delicate face of his junior sister Yuan in his arms. Yuan, what brings you here? Yuan Baobao winked at her senior brother. It has been quite a while since I last saw you, senior brother. Please, don't tire yourself. Just set me down. It's nothing. I still possess enough strength, even as I grow older, he replied. Li Meng, with a cheerful smile, embraced his junior sister Yuan as they approached the door. Yuan's face flushed slightly, and she cast furtive glances around, anxious not to be seen. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Li Meng kicked the door open. Li Meng carried his junior sister Yuan into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Half an hour later, at Shao Bamboo Peak, within the courtyard, Li Meng held his junior sister Yuan in his arms as they sat beside the tea table. Junior sister, he inquired. With the outer sect competition approaching, do you and junior brother Xian hold confidence in securing a place among the top 10? The outer sect competition is regarded as a privilege granted to the disciples of the outer sect. The top 50 participants will be rewarded with a low-grade foundation establishment pill, while those in the top 10 shall receive a medium-grade foundation establishment pill. The top 3 contenders will be granted a medium-grade foundation establishment pill along with a low-grade magical artifact. Yuan let out a soft sigh. Senior brother, I have only reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, and junior brother Xian has merely attained the 9th level, to say nothing of placing in the top 10. Even breaking into the top 50 seems precarious. Li Meng gently caressed the smooth contours of Yuan Shimi's delicate face. Yuan Baobao's eyes curved into crescent moons, a hint of charm flickering between her brows as she playfully winked at her senior brother. Take care of yourself, senior brother. Li Meng gently grasped Yuan Shimi's chin, gazing fondly at her exquisite and fair visage. It suffices to participate. After the outer sect competition concludes, you and Xian Shidi should retreat for cultivation, striving to achieve the pinnacle of Qi refinement within 3 years. The foundation establishment pill is merely a trifling matter. I have an abundance. The outer sect competition presents a splendid opportunity to enhance practical combat experience, even if one cannot secure a commendable ranking. All outer sect disciples above the 9th layer of Qi refinement will partake. Merely a foundation establishment pill? Yuan Baobao replied with a radiant smile, wrapping her arms around her senior brother's neck. Brother, you surely cannot be exaggerating? Although the spiritual herbs required for crafting the foundation establishment pill are not exceedingly rare, locating those that are 500 years old is quite a challenge. Li Meng was furious, puffing his cheeks and glaring. Is senior brother the type who enjoys boasting? Yuan Baobao smiled playfully, leaning in to plant a kiss on Li Shixiang's cheek. Senior brother, don't be angry. Junior sister believes in you. It was indeed perplexing. How could senior brother's cultivation suddenly surpass hers? She recalled that just a few months prior, she could discern senior brother's level of attainment. Now, however, she was utterly unable to perceive it. Senior brother, you must seize the time to cultivate. There may still be hope for foundational establishment. Would there be enough time? Yuan Baobao was uncertain. Yet, she did not wish for senior brother to meet an untimely demise. Li Meng chuckled softly. All right, senior brother will devote himself to his cultivation. Senior brother, I must take my leave now, but I shall return to see you in a few days. Yuan Baobao rose from Li Shixiang's embrace. Her graceful figure soared into the air, casting a lingering glance back, playfully winking at Li Shixiang by the tea table. Li Meng gazed with a gentle smile at the enchanting figure wielding a sword, gradually receding beyond the peaks, until the silhouette of Sister Yuan vanished completely from his sight. Li Meng turned and returned to his abode. Once back in the alchemy chamber, Li Meng seated himself cross-legged upon the mat. The most valuable second-tier elixir. Li Meng rummaged through the treasure vault in search of alchemical recipes. Foundation establishment pills undoubtedly possess great value. However, to fetch a lucrative price, their quality must be exceptional. Flawless elixirs can be sold, yet caution must be exercised to avoid overexposure. Releasing a dozen flawless foundation establishment pills at once would undoubtedly attract covetous gazes, even from the elusive owner of the Harmony sect lurking behind the marketplace. Second-grade flawless elixirs are not to be compared with their first-grade counterparts. When substantial profits are at stake, exceptions are always possible. The face-setting pill? Now that is indeed a remarkable item. Li Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Although cultivators can delay aging once they establish their foundation, many female practitioners also cultivate techniques that preserve their youth. However, the cultivation of such techniques requires time, which is in scarce supply for cultivators. If one possesses a beauty-preserving pill, it could save both male and female practitioners a significant amount of cultivation time devoted to maintaining their appearance. Indeed, it is you, the beauty-preserving pill. Li Meng scrutinized the formula for the Ding Yin Dan. Upon closer inspection, his expression reflected a deep sense of anguish. Although the Ding Yin Dan was merely a second-tier elixir, the cultivation of this particular concoction required spirit herbs that were over a millennium old. It is important to note that the majority of ordinary second-tier elixirs only necessitate spirit herbs aged 500 years. Not only does the required age of the spirit herbs soar, but the variety is also exceedingly vast, demanding a plethora of ancient herbs, some exceeding 1,000 years in age. No wonder this elixir is coveted by female cultivators. It appears that a significant financial investment is inevitable. Fortunately, his recent expedition to the blood-colored Forbidden Zone, a veritable treasure trove of spirit herbs, has made this endeavor much more feasible. Otherwise, gathering the necessary spirit herbs to refine the Ding Yin Dan would have proven to be a daunting task, potentially taking a minimum of a decade or, at most, several decades. Alas, he is still short of a single 1,000-year-old BU fruit. Li Meng rose to his feet and strode outward, hoping that the Qianbao Tower would possess the coveted Millennium Jade fruit. Li Meng pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The sunlight today was somewhat blinding. Li Meng soared into the air, riding his sword as he departed. Amidst the towering mountains, he glided gracefully, his garments billowing, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Suddenly, Li Meng came to a halt mid-flight. He turned to gaze towards the direction of the inner gate. Was this the tide of spiritual energy? In the vicinity of the inner gate, two hues of spiritual light enveloped the realm, visibly radiating and spreading outward. A heartfelt tribute to the revered master. Li Meng performed a respectful bow, his voice resonating as he proclaimed, "Indeed, the master alchemist has transcended, merging with the cosmos. His cultivation has returned to the heavens and the earth, nourishing this very realm." Chapter 53. An encounter with an acquaintance almost simultaneously. All disciples from both the outer and inner sects turned their gazes towards the same direction. The harmonious sound bidding farewell to the master echoed throughout the entire sect. The extraordinary phenomenon did not linger for long. Within the span of a single incense stick, tranquility was restored. Li Meng let out a sigh, turning away as he soared into the distance on his sword. The path of cultivation is merciless. Most practitioners will inevitably face such a day. Today it is someone else. But eventually, it will be one's own turn. Only a select few can reach the pinnacle of cultivation, a rarity akin to the phoenix's feathers and the unicorn's horn. In the market of the Hehuan Sect, at the Qianbao building. Approaching noon, the marketplace bore a certain tranquility. Li Meng, clad in a blue robe, entered the Qianbao building. Ah, is that not Master Li? It is still the same young attendant, wearing that ever-fawning expression. Li Meng handed a list to Xiao'er. Prepare it. I will come down to collect it shortly. Certainly. Xiao'er cast a glance at the list and was taken aback. He quickly raised his head to gaze at Li Xianxu's retreating figure up the stairs. Li Xianxu, your demands are rather excessive. It may be impossible to gather everything. From the staircase, Li Meng chuckled lightly. Then take as much as you can find. Today, I am here to procure supplies. Although he had now acquired the ability to refine second-tier elixirs, he still needed to produce some first-tier ones. Observing the empty staircase, Xiao'er felt perplexed. Had Li Xianxu recently come into great fortune? Would it be feasible to gather everything on the list from the second floor of the Qianbao building? A server from the second floor approached. Li Meng handed him a list. The attendant glanced at it. This senior brother, it seems, may not have everything prepared. What could the senior brother, whose time is running out, possibly want? Why purchase such an abundance of materials from 500 years of spiritual plants and mystical beasts? Then, let him take whatever he can gather. By the way, is there a 1,000-year jade fruit? None on the second floor. But perhaps the senior brother could inquire on the third floor. Very well, please prepare the items for me. I shall return shortly to collect them. Li Meng turned and walked towards the staircase leading to the third floor, observing Li Meng's slender figure receding into the distance. The attendant glanced down at the list once more. Each level of Qianbao Tower bore a striking resemblance to the others. Even the third floor was scarcely different from the second. The only distinction lay in the fact that the attendants on the third floor were foundational cultivators. Upon ascending to the third floor, Li Meng surveyed his surroundings and spotted an enchanting silhouette near a nearby shelf, diligently arranging the items displayed upon it. Li Meng stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. Master Uncle, my disciple is in need of a rare 1,000-year jade fruit. I wonder if you have any in the third layer? The jade fruit? Are you intending to concoct the radiant countenance pill? The enchanting figure turned to face Li Meng, her gentle and melodic voice reaching his ears. Is it you? Lucy Yue gazed in astonishment at the elderly figure before her. Isn't this the outer sect Qi refining disciple who held the Grand Elder's token on the ship? She never expected to encounter a familiar face at the Qianbao building today. Li Meng lifted his gaze to behold the enchanting figure before him. At this sight, Li Meng's expression faltered. It turned out to be Master Liu, whom his disciple, Li Meng, had the pleasure of meeting before. Li Meng bowed once more in greeting. Lucy Yue smiled slightly, her lips pursed, and playfully winked at Li Meng. Junior Li, you have yet to answer my question. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Uncle Liu possesses keen insight. Indeed, I wish to refine the beauty elixir. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lucy Yue's eyes. Although the beauty elixir is highly favored among female cultivators, it must attain a quality of at least average to hold any value. Even a third-grade alchemist would hesitate to claim the ability to produce a mid-tier beauty elixir. How could a mere outer sect disciple, possessing only the 9th level of Qi cultivation, harbor such confidence? The value of the Millennium Emerald fruit is considerable. How many does junior brotherly desire? Upon hearing Elder Lu's inquiry, Li Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It is fortunate to have some. The absence would indeed spell trouble. How many are available at the esteemed establishment? Li Meng responded with a rhetorical question. Given his current financial means, purchasing 5 or 6 jade fruits should pose no difficulty. Lucy Yue smiled faintly, surprised by the substantial worth of this seemingly insignificant old man. 700 years yields 7 fruits, a millennium grants 5, 2 millennia bestows 2, and 5 millennia results in 1. Li Meng narrowed his eyes in mild surprise. Indeed, Qianbao Tower was remarkably affluent, possessing such an abundance of jade fruits. They had acquired not only the 700-year-old jade fruits but also those of 1,000 years. The 700-year-old jade fruit should suffice for concocting a superior essence stabilizing pill, while the 1,000-year jade fruit ought to yield a flawless version. As for the jade fruits over 2,000 years old, they held little significance. Li Meng would never resort to utilizing higher-aged spiritual plants to enhance the quality of his elixirs. Please hold on a moment, Lucy Yue said with a gentle smile. She turned and gracefully swayed her slender waist as she walked deeper into the shelves. As a servant on the third floor, her commission was contingent upon the volume of her sales. Lu Siyue was indifferent to whether Li Meng would mishandle the precious jade fruits. Before long, she returned with a smile. That will be a total of 13,000 spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. Li Meng, with a pained expression, settled the bill. Master Lu, I bid you farewell. Master Lu was on duty at the third floor of Qianbao building, likely tasked by the sect. Such assignments were quite commonplace within the sect. Completing these tasks not only yielded rewards, but also commissions on the items sold. Disciple Li, should you succeed in refining a medium-grade beauty pill, do remember to reserve one for your master. I assure you, I will not let you suffer any loss. Lu Siyue's cheeks flushed, exuding an alluring charm, as she cast a flirtatious glance towards Li Meng. Li Meng gazed with a smile at Master Lu, who was employing her charms. Master Lu felt reassured, knowing that if her disciple could successfully concoct the youth-restoring pill, she would surely reserve the finest quality one for her. Lu Siyue smiled alluringly, assuring her master to await the auspicious news from her disciple. Li Meng performed a respectful bow. Master and nephew bid farewell. Li Meng turned away, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he entered the staircase. Indeed, Master Lu possessed remarkable beauty, surpassing only slightly that of Master Chu. Offering her a beauty-enhancing elixir would not be inappropriate. Though whether she would accept it is another matter entirely, his possessions were not easily obtained. Senior brother, the total comes to 5,400 spirit stones. Upon returning to the second floor, Li Meng grimaced as he settled the bill. Master Li, the total is 317 spirit stones. A mere 317 spirit stones. Yet he remarked, you have worked hard. This is a reward for you. Li Meng stowed away the storage bag and tossed 2 spirit stones to the waiter. The waiter's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly caught the stones, his face beaming with obsequiousness as he saw Li Xianxue off. Please take care, Li Xianxue. Do visit us again. The waiter continued to wave goodbye to Li Meng with a cheerful demeanor until he was out of sight. As Li Meng walked down the bustling street, he ruefully touched the storage bag, pondering how one could earn without spending. Li Meng could only console himself in his heart, forcing a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Hehuan Sect, Outer Gate, Shao Peak. A figure wielding a flying sword soared from the distance, sweeping over the bamboo forest before descending gracefully into the courtyard. Li Meng gazed up at the sun in the sky. After organizing the materials related to spiritual plants and monstrous beasts, he would seek out Master Chu. Li Meng, with his emaciated frame, approached the house and pushed the door open. After approximately 2 hours, he emerged once more. Chapter 54, The Discourse on the Tao. Upon closing the door behind him, Li Meng turned and stepped into the courtyard. His gaunt body soared into the air, riding his sword into the distance. At the inner gate of the Hehuan Sect, on Cloudtop Peak, the outer disciple Li Meng saluted Master Chu. Hovering above the ground on his flying sword, he bowed respectfully towards the mist-shrouded summit. Several threads of spiritual consciousness swiftly swept in from various directions. After a brief moment, the mist stirred, parting to reveal a passageway. Li Meng soared into the courtyard outside the attic at the summit. Li Mengfei leaped down gracefully, landing in the courtyard. He leisurely made his way towards the door of the attic, when suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Li Meng pushed the door open and entered. Ascending to the second floor, he beheld a graceful figure reclining on the bed behind the curtain. Master Chu, this is the magical artifact that Master Shi instructed me to present to you. Li Meng, with a beaming smile, settled down beside Master Chu. His consciousness delved into the storage pouch at his waist, from which the mid-grade magical artifact, the greenwood ring, soared forth and hovered before him, emanating a rich essence of verdant wood energy. Chu Ro cast a cold glance at the greenwood ring, which indeed seemed quite suitable as her destined magical treasure. Should she accept this artifact, certain matters would become rather complicated. With an impassive expression, Chu Ro gazed at her junior disciple, pondering whether he was unaware of senior brother's intentions. Li Meng chuckled softly, grasping the delicate hand of his esteemed master. Chu, what intentions did Master Chu harbor? If one were to speak of Li Meng's virtues, his self-awareness would undoubtedly be among them. In the eyes of cultivators, the pursuit of cultivation is of paramount importance. This holds true for Master Chu as well. He could not prevent her from seeking a dual cultivation partner, nor could he assist her in her training. It was utterly impractical to suggest that she shift her focus to other techniques. If it merely involved finding a dual cultivation companion, Li Meng found the situation quite acceptable. It is quite common to seek a partner of the opposite sex for cultivation within the Hehuan Sect. Among the male and female disciples practicing on the main peak, a significant proportion engage in temporary dual cultivation partnerships. Many disciples believe that establishing a fixed dual cultivation partner can be quite troublesome, as prolonged interactions may lead to an unstable focus on their path. Once one becomes entangled in romantic feelings, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. Ultimately, this can result in an incomplete realization of their spiritual path. The exchange of Taoist principles does not entail romantic entanglements. Temporary partnerships for cultivation can better prevent one from sinking into the quagmire of emotions. Chu Ro's expression grew cold as she shot Li Meng a glare, retracting her hand. What business is it of yours? The system's notification, indicating a 10 increase in affinity and 50 experience in secondary occupation, caused Li Meng to smirk inwardly. Indeed, She was a woman whose words did not reflect her true feelings. Li Meng once again grasped the delicate hand of Master Chu. Chu Rou made a few token struggles before eventually letting out a resigned sigh. Senior brother sure possesses commendable character. Should he attain the golden core, he would be the ideal companion for dual cultivation. Although she was aware that Master Chu would undoubtedly seek a partner with compatible Taoist principles. Hearing such words from her lips was indeed striking. Li Meng felt a twinge of discomfort within. If Master Chu could attain the golden core, the prospect of seeking a dual cultivation partner would be inevitable. The dual cultivation techniques of the Hehuan Sect cannot be practiced in solitude. Without the harmonious balance of yin and yang, one is prone to falling into demonic paths. The number of golden core elders within the sect is limited. Unlike the inner and outer disciples who can easily find partners for cultivation at the main peak. Thus, golden core elders typically seek fixed dual cultivation companions. Many of them also look for a partner during the golden core stage, utilizing dual cultivation to enhance their chances of breaking through bottlenecks. If one truly seeks a companion, finding a newly advanced golden core ancestor would be most appropriate, and undoubtedly, Master Shermu is the most suitable candidate. Chu Rou cast a glance at the old man beside her and noticed that Li Shixi seemed somewhat displeased. A flicker of helplessness crossed her eyes. In comparison to the path of longevity, romantic entanglements are merely a trivial pursuit. Throughout my life, I have never harbored feelings for anyone, not in the past. Nor will I in the future. Have I ever been moved by anyone? A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Li Meng's eyes. Master Chu, what about me, your disciple? Li Meng gazed intently at the beautiful visage of Master Chu. In the face of his eager gaze, Chu Rou's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. She did not shy away but confronted her junior with a resolute answer. I can offer you my companionship and my heart, but not my love. Li Meng gazed at Master Chu with a puzzled expression. Master Chu, what is the distinction between heart and emotion? Are they not synonymous? Chu Rou shook her head. The heart resides within the realm of cultivation, while emotion transcends it. Li Meng's expression revealed a sense of understanding. Li Meng comprehended the truth. In the heart of Master Chu, cultivation was of paramount importance. The pursuit of the path to immortality was her lifelong aspiration. Everything else must take a backseat. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Master Chu, this is more than sufficient. He observed his junior disciple, Li, wearing an expression of blissful satisfaction. A fleeting smile graced Chu Rou's lips. With a graceful wave of her hand, the green wooden ring spun elegantly before transforming into a verdant ray of light that swiftly entered the storage pouch at Master Chu's waist. Should senior brother attempt to obstruct you tomorrow, simply inform him that if he can refine his essence into Dan, I shall gladly accompany him. With Master Chu's earlier words resonating in his mind, Li Meng has completely lost interest. It seems that Master Shi will not be able to accompany Master Chu for long. Sister Chu possesses the cultivation resources he provided. Once she achieves the Dan formation, her progress will be rapid. Soon, she will leave Master Shi far behind. Master Shi is destined to be merely a fleeting presence on Sister Chu's path to immortality. Master Chu, let us take a rest. Li Meng reached out and grasped the delicate hand of Master Chu. Chu Rou let out a soft sigh, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. She truly could not comprehend what pleasure could be derived from such matters. As time flowed steadily by, the night deepened gradually. The following morning, at dawn, a sharp click echoed as the door of the attic was opened from within. Li Meng leisurely strolled out. Li Meng cast a fleeting glance towards the direction of the cliffstone platform. Li Meng refrained from disturbing Master Chu. He soared into the sky, riding his sword into the distance. On the stone platform at the edge of the cliff, Chu Rou, seated on her mat, opened her eyes. She gazed upward at the figure that ascended into the mist. After a fleeting glance, she closed her eyes once more, resuming her meditation and cultivation. Beyond the peaks shrouded in clouds, the arrival of those destined to come is inevitable. Li Meng had just departed from Yunshang Peak when a figure wielding a sword swiftly approached from the distance, obstructing his path. The newcomer was, of course, his esteemed Master Shermu. Confronted by Master Shi's eager expression, Li Meng felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Li Meng slightly pursed his lips and performed a respectful bow. Master Chu instructed his disciple to convey to Master Shi that, should he succeed in forming a Dan, Master Chu would gladly accompany Master Shi on his journey. Shermu's eyes sparkled with delight, his joy unmistakable. Ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Master Shi laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice. A long-cherished aspiration had finally found its resolution today. The coldness that had once graced Shermu's face vanished entirely, replaced by a warm gaze directed towards the elderly disciple, Li. If I am fortunate enough to become a companion of Master Chu, Li, you shall be credited with the foremost merit. This is rightfully yours. With a graceful gesture, Shermu sent a storage pouch soaring towards Li Meng. Li Meng did not even spare a glance before placing it into the storage pouch. Li Meng once again performed a respectful bow. Thank you, Master Uncle. I shall not refuse your kindness. With his head lowered, Li Meng rolled his eyes. A companion? Dream on. Shermu turned his gaze toward Yunshang Peak. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided not to disturb junior sister Chu. She had stated that if she could form her Dan, she would accompany him. Therefore, All he needed to do was to achieve his own Dan formation. He would simply wait for junior sister Chu to succeed in her endeavor. When both of them had successfully formed their dawn, that would be the time of their reunion. With that thought, Shi moved sword away on his sword. Li Meng watched as Master Shi departed, lingering until the figure of Master Shi faded completely from view. Li Meng then withdrew his gaze. Let us return. Li Meng squinted as he stroked his beard, leisurely flying towards the outer gate on his sword. He hoped that his master uncle would not be plagued by any inner demons. A cultivator at the golden core stage faces tribulations of the heart when forming a nascent soul. After much effort, he had finally achieved his wish to become a dual cultivation partner with Master Uncle Chu, only to discover that Master Uncle Chu did not harbor any romantic feelings for him. He was merely willing to engage in mutual cultivation for the sake of their respective paths. Although many male and female disciples in the Harmony sect often engage in temporary dual cultivation partnerships for the sake of their practice, the close companionship that arises from such interactions naturally fosters affection over time. Chapter 55, Senior Brother. It's a deal. Once a partnership in mutual cultivation is established, evolving into a couple becomes a natural progression. Many couples emerge from such dual cultivation alliances. In the Harmony sect, most female disciples tend to be selective in their choices. Typically, female disciples do not maintain fixed dual cultivation partners. They often seek companions of equal cultivation realms, even if there is merely a slight difference in levels. It is only those with lesser talents who tend to form partnerships early on. This applies equally to both outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage and inner disciples in the foundation establishment stage. It seems I must quickly elevate Master Uncle Chu's affection for me to above 90. Li Meng never considered his possessiveness towards Master Chu to be a flaw. Taking precautions in advance is certainly not a vice. If one wishes to prevent an undesirable event, one should exert every possible effort to avert it. To be aware of potential occurrences yet remain indifferent is a folly. Li Meng would never engage in such foolishness. This is unrelated to whether or not he trusts Master Chu. As Master Chu aptly stated, the human heart is the most malevolent and ever-changing. It is better to trust oneself than to rely on others. If the worst outcome is inevitable, then there is nothing to lament. When it comes time to let go, Li Meng will not hesitate. The Harmony sect, outer sect, Little Bamboo Peak. Li Meng descended with his sword, gracefully landing in the courtyard. His emaciated form slowly touched the ground. A visitor has arrived. Li Meng had long since spotted his junior sisters, Shue'er and Zi'er. Shue'er, there. It has been quite a while since we last met. Li Meng smiled warmly at his two junior sisters, his gaze sweeping over their graceful forms. In response to the fervent and lascivious look from senior brother Li, Shang Zi'er's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. In contrast, her elder sister, Shang Shue'er, remained remarkably composed. With an air of tranquility, Shang Shue'er performed a respectful bow, greeting senior brother Li Meng. Beside her, Shang Zi'er reluctantly followed suit, offering a bow of her own. Li Meng chuckled lightly, returning the gesture with a bow. He then strolled toward the recliner beside the tea table, settling into it with an air of nonchalance. Has junior sister Shue'er given it thorough consideration? Li Meng did not anticipate that his junior sister Zi'er had also arrived. It seems the two sisters have resolved to share both joy and hardship together. In response to her sister's puzzled gaze, Shang Shue'er's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness and determination. She had contemplated alternative solutions, but none yielded satisfactory results. Shang Shue'er took her sister's hand and led her to stand beside senior brother Li. Senior brother Li, it's a deal. Li Meng raised his head and smiled as he gazed at the graceful figure of his junior sister, Shue'er. It must be said that Shue'er's physique is indeed remarkable, leaning towards the more ample side. However, how could she not feel constrained? In the face of Li Shixiang's beaming gaze, only humiliation and indignation filled Shang Shue'er's eyes. As a princess of the Zhao royal family, how could she not feel pressured and wronged? Meanwhile, the bewilderment in Shang Zi'er's eyes deepened. What could her sister and Li Shixiang be discussing? Li Meng cast a glance at the utterly perplexed Shang Zi'er, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It appeared that Zi'er, his junior sister, was entirely unaware of the circumstances. Shue'er, his elder sister, truly embodied the qualities of a competent sibling. No, I mustn't force it. Shang Shue'er uttered these words. Her voice tinged with a slight tremor, her body taut with tension. Li Meng chuckled softly, feeling an immense sense of relief within. Sister Shue'er, you must seize the time to cultivate your skills. Li Meng waved his hand, and 6 bottles of elixirs soared from the storage pouch at his waist, landing gracefully on a nearby tea table. These elixirs were intended to assist in your cultivation, serving as a welcoming gift from the senior brother to his 2 junior sisters. Shang Shue'er glanced at the elixirs on the table, extending her delicate hand to grasp one of the bottles. As she uncorked it, a rich and fragrant aroma of the elixir enveloped her senses. Is this a top-grade Pehuan pill? A flicker of incredulity sparkled in Shang Shue'er's eyes. Brother Li is merely a practitioner of Qi cultivation. How could he possibly concoct superior elixirs? With a delicate wave of her slender hand, Shang Shue'er effortlessly removed the cork from the jade vial on the tea table. A rich and potent fragrance of the elixirs wafted through the air. The sisters' eyes sparkled with excitement, their spirits lifted. superior solidifying yuan pills, superior cultivating yuan pills, superior gathering spirit pills, an array of first-grade superior elixirs. Brotherly, did you refine all these elixirs? Shen Shuai regarded him with a complex expression. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Recently, his senior brother had made notable advancements in alchemy. Although the success rate for high-grade elixirs was not exceptionally high, it was certainly not too low either. Naturally, he wished to present the finest gift to his junior sister upon their meeting. Sheng Shuai quietly gathered the elixirs from the tea table. Li Meng cast a glance at the two sisters. At last, their affinity was no longer negative. The soul revival pill would require some time. After the auction at the market concludes, the two junior sisters may come to seek their senior brother. The concoction of the soul revival pill still necessitated a particular herb, the 7-star grass. It is likely that the 7-star grass will be auctioned at the event. If not, then it must be exchanged using contribution points. Li Meng recalled that there was 7-star grass in the sect's storeroom, albeit only 700 years old. Sheng Shuai crouched down, grasping Brother Li's arm. Her face a portrait of urgency and pleading. Brother, could you please hurry? I received a letter from home yesterday, my mother. She might not hold on much longer. With tear-filled eyes, Sheng Shuai gazed imploringly at Brother Li. Meanwhile, Sheng Zier, biting her lip, lowered her head. It seemed that her sister had struck some sort of bargain with Brother Li. Otherwise, how could he so generously provide them with cultivation resources? Yet, despite the whirlpool of doubts in her heart, she could not voice her questions and chose to conceal her uncertainties within. Li Meng gently caressed the delicate and smooth face of his junior sister, Shuai. She did not shy away, gazing with clear eyes at her senior brother before her. How many among the denizens of the mountain can truly sever their ties to the mundane world? At least for cultivators of qi training. The bonds with worldly kin remain difficult to relinquish. Time alone can gradually sever these earthly attachments. Li Meng retracted his hand and produced the sect token, placing it into the hands of his junior sister, Shuai. Take my sect token and exchange it for the 7-star grass in the sect storeroom. I will prepare to concoct the soul recalling pill. His previous expedition to the blood-forbidden land had yielded considerable rewards, resulting in a substantial accumulation of contribution points. Investing these in Shuai and Zier would certainly be worthwhile. Shuai's face brightened with joy. Thank you, senior brother, she exclaimed, her expression radiant as she accepted the token. Meanwhile, Zier regarded Li Meng, reclining in the chair, with a look of complexity. The exchange for the 7-star grass required 9,000 contribution points. Yet the sisters combined had barely over 1,000 points. It seemed evident that her sister had indeed struck some arrangement with the senior brother. 20 affection, 100 secondary job experience, 40 affection, 200 secondary job experience. The system's notifications caused Li Meng to glance at Zier in surprise. Why did her affection level surpass that of Shuai? Go on now. Li Meng gently patted the delicate hand of his junior sister, Sheng Shuai, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The enchanting figure of Shuai rose gracefully to her feet. Brotherly, shall we set off? She inquired, before turning and soaring into the sky, her sword guiding her flight. Sheng Zier swiftly followed suit, pursuing her with equal fervor. As he observed the retreating silhouettes of the two sisters, Li Meng stroked his beard thoughtfully. He pondered whether he could truly concoct a 3rd-tier elixir. Typically, 3rd-tier alchemists were cultivators at the golden core stage. To transcend 2 major tiers in the art of alchemy seemed rather implausible. Yet, what did it matter? He resolved to give it a try regardless. Li Meng had considerable confidence in the system. After all, he was a 2nd-tier alchemist. He did not expect to refine a flawless 3rd-tier elixir. A product of medium to superior quality would suffice. If he could not even surpass the step of condensing the elixir, it would merely indicate that the system was rather mediocre. Li Meng stood up and walked towards the house. Chapter 56. The Refinement of the Soul-Reviving Pill. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Li Meng pushed the door open, and it was promptly shut behind him. Returning to the alchemy chamber, he settled himself upon the meditation cushion. With a graceful gesture, the precious vials containing the elixir necessary for concocting the soul revival pill emerged from the storage pouch at his waist, arranged neatly upon the floor. The existence of the soul revival pill is somewhat awkward. When a cultivator reaches the point of needing such a remedy, their cultivation is typically beyond salvage. To offer it to a mortal seems a gross injustice, as their lifespan barely spans a century. Reviving them would merely extend their existence by a few decades. While the spiritual flora required for crafting the soul revival pill takes over a millennium to mature, this is not merely a loss, it is a monumental waste. Yet, certain matters transcend mere valuation. Thus, Li Meng resolved to use a minimal amount of elixir, sufficient to produce 3 or 5 pills. He would bestow one upon each of the sisters, keeping the remainder in reserve. Brother. After approximately 3 hours, the voice of his junior sister, Shuai, echoed from outside. Followed by the sound of the door opening, Li Meng rose from his alchemical endeavors and made his way to the entrance, only to hear a sharp click. Li Meng opened the door, and there stood his junior sisters, Shuai and Zier. Junior sisters, have you successfully obtained the 7-star herb? The holy Shuai nodded, presenting a token along with a spirit plant adorned with 7 branches and leaves. Li Meng carefully tucked away the token and the 7-star grass. Shuai, junior sister. Zier, junior sister, you may take your leave for now and return in 3 days. Sheng Shuai nodded in agreement. Senior brother, focus on your alchemy. My sister, and I shall not disturb you. With that, Sheng Shuai performed a respectful bow. Beside her, Sheng Zier promptly followed suit, bowing in deference. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Go ahead. The two sisters turned and departed, leaving behind only the enchanting silhouette of their swaying waists. It was not until they exited the door that Li Meng was left in solitude. Li Meng closed the door and returned to the alchemy chamber. Let us commence. Li Meng smiled radiantly as he gazed at the towering alchemical furnace. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he emanated an aura of confidence. System, I am entirely relying on you. Li Meng sat cross-legged on the mat, his hands forming intricate mudras. The 7-star herb soared into the alchemical furnace, igniting a fierce blaze that followed suit. Under the searing heat of the mystical flames, the 7-star herb gradually began to liquefy. Li Meng radiated a kaleidoscope of ethereal light. In the courtyard outside, the two sisters remained, taking their seats beside the tea table. Sister, do you think senior brotherly will succeed? Shang Zier gazed at her sister with eager anticipation. Shen Shuai turned her eyes toward the dilapidated house. I do not know. We can only place our faith in senior brotherly. After all, it is a third-grade elixir. Typically, third-grade alchemists are golden core cultivators. Yet senior brotherly is merely a chi refinement practitioner. Deep down, Shang Shuai harbored some doubts as well. However, she was willing to embrace that 1 in a million possibility, for they had no choice but to pin their hopes on senior brotherly. As time gradually slipped away, the sun began its descent in the west. Shaozhou Peak was soon to welcome the embrace of night. That evening, the full moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene silence over the dilapidated courtyard. The sisters sat cross-legged on the cushions beside the tea table, immersed in their meditative practice. Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, Li Meng, drenched in sweat, was forcefully stuffing his mouth with the rejuvenating elixir. Li Meng formed a single-handed gesture, and a resplendent talisman soared from the storage pouch at his waist. The talisman circled around him before affixing itself to his back. It was a spirit-gathering talisman of the divine celestial realm. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to surge towards Shaozhou Peak. The two sisters, who were meditating in the courtyard, immediately sensed the shift in the spiritual energy. Dear sister, what is happening? Sheng Zier inquired, her expression one of perplexity as she gazed at the house. The spiritual energy was converging within, as if stirred by a miniature tide of spiritual force. Shen Shuai looked at the house with vibrant curiosity. It must be an anomaly caused by the refining of a third-grade elixir. Brother Li's talent in alchemy is truly astonishing. Brother Li's cultivation has only reached the 9th level of chi refinement. However, should he succeed in concocting the soul recovery pill, his talent in alchemy would undoubtedly be nothing short of extraordinary. 20 affinity, 100 auxiliary profession experience, 30 affinity, 150 auxiliary profession experience. What is happening? In the alchemy chamber, the sudden surge of the system distracted Li Meng, causing the roaring flames in the alchemical furnace to suddenly flare up. Li Meng's complexion turned ashen. He quickly focused his mind and intensified his infusion of spiritual energy. Only then did the tumultuous energy within the alchemical furnace begin to stabilize. With a sigh of relief, he observed the calmness of the furnace. Li Meng let out a sigh of relief in her heart. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Li Meng's face. Attempting to refine a third-grade elixir proved to be an arduous challenge. The fusion of various spiritual herbs and their corresponding essences required a meticulous extraction of the chaotic spiritual energy within the concoction. Any lapse in concentration could result in a catastrophic explosion of the furnace. Gazing into the alchemical cauldron, he observed the stubbornly unblended elixirs within. Li Meng stuffed several more second-grade flawless revival pills into his mouth. After all, it was merely a protracted struggle. Who was afraid of whom? Li Meng clenched her teeth as she awaited the blazing alchemical furnace. Time trickled by, and the night deepened. As dawn broke over the eastern horizon, it heralded the arrival of a new day. The sun ascended to its zenith before gradually descending, casting shadows that enveloped the earth once more, ushering in another night. Thus, the days passed in an unceasing cycle. The spiritual energy of Zai's Hufing grew ever more potent. On the third day, a rich fragrance of elixirs enveloped the mountain peak. Sister, how fragrant. Is the elixir about to be completed? The two sisters gazed expectantly at the tranquil abode. The aroma of the elixir had reached its zenith, imbuing the air with a clarity that invigorated the spirit. Suddenly, the rich scent dissipated, not vanished, but rather faded gradually, indicating that the source of the fragrance was no longer emanating its essence. Sheng Shuai fixed her gaze upon the door, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Moments later, a soft click resonated, and the door swung open from within. Li Meng emerged with his weary, aged body. His complexion was pallid, adorned with dark circles under his eyes, evoking a profound sense of vitality depletion. Senior brother. The two sisters approached him with light, graceful steps, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Meng forced a smile and waved his sleeve. A vial of elixir soared from within his garment, heading towards a Sheng Shuer, who promptly caught the jade bottle. You have fulfilled your duty. Quickly take it to your mother. Sheng Shuer uncorked the vial, and an intoxicating aroma of the elixir wafted through the air. Is this a top-grade revitalizing elixir? The two sisters exchanged incredulous glances. Master Li, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, has successfully concocted a high-grade 3rd-tier elixir. Such an extraordinary talent in alchemy is indeed awe-inspiring. Shen Shuer deeply bows in respect. Brother, wait for sister to return. There is no need for excessive expressions of gratitude. At this moment, Sheng Shuer feels that all her efforts are worthwhile. Shang Zier, blushing, gazes at Master Li and follows her sister in bowing respectfully. Brother Li is truly remarkable. 20 affinity, 100 secondary profession experience, 10 affinity, 50 secondary profession experience. Sister, let us depart. Shen Shuei soared into the air, riding her sword into the distance. Shang Zi, blushing, winked at Brother Li. Brother Li, farewell. Shang Zi took flight. Casting a lingering glance back, a faint blush graced her cheeks as her graceful figure pursued her elder sister on her sword. Chapter 57, The Flawless Beauty Pill. Observing the sisters gradually vanish into the horizon on their swords, Li Meng smiled and stretched lazily. How exhausting. Li Meng turned and entered the house, utterly exhausted. He needed a good night's sleep. As he stepped inside, he waved his hand, and with a sharp sound, the door closed on its own. Li Meng arrived at the threshold of the bedroom, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the bed. Upon this glance, Li Meng's expression froze in disbelief. Could it be? How could Master Chu be here? Was this merely a dream? A graceful figure clad in a flowing purple gown was seated cross-legged upon the bed. Her eyes were tightly shut, her breathing deep and rhythmic. The exquisite contours of her body, when viewed from any angle, were nothing short of breathtaking. Indeed, it was none other than Master Chu. What could possibly have brought her to this place? Had he truly fainted from a failed alchemical experiment? Li Meng was taken aback by the thoughts that surged within him. At that moment, Chu Ro, seated cross-legged on the bed, opened her eyes. What are you murmuring about? Her cool voice reached Li Meng's ears. Could it be that he was not merely dreaming? Li Meng reached out and pinched his own face, feeling a sharp sting. Li Meng gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply. This was no dream. It was undeniably reality. Observing his disheveled disciple, Chu Ro felt a blend of amusement and exasperation. Wasn't he always rather astute? How had he allowed himself to be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by two young girls? Li Meng chuckled softly and promptly walked towards the bed. Upon reaching the bedside, he settled down beside his enchanting master, Chu. With a beaming smile, he gazed at the captivating beauty of his master, Chu. Master, your disciple is now capable of refining 3rd-tier elixirs, and they are of superior quality. However, Li Meng gently grasped the delicate hand of Master Chu, cradling it within his own. However, the dust-conquering elixir he intended for Master Chu would undoubtedly be of the finest quality. Given some time, his disciple would surely be able to concoct flawless medicinal pills. Chu Ro gazed at her disciple, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Perhaps their relationship was merely a transaction of mutual benefit. Yet, the sincerity expressed by her disciple stirred something within her. Master Chu, what brings you here? Is there something of great importance at hand? Li Meng squinted his eyes, captivated by the enchanting figure of Master Chu. Don't be so lewd. Chu Ro coldly remarked as she reclined on the bed, extending her arms towards Li Shiji. Rest. Li Meng's eyes sparkled with delight, and a faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. Despite his seemingly stern expression, his words flowed with a tenderness akin to flowing water. It appeared that there was nothing of great concern after all. Li Meng rose to his feet, shedding the azure robe that adorned him. He then climbed back onto the bed, immersing himself in the tender embrace of his master, Chu Shu. It felt so warm. His face seemed to be enveloped in soft cotton. The delicate fragrance emanating from Chu Shu allowed Li Meng's taut nerves to unwind. Chu Ro gently wrapped her arms around her disciple's shoulders. The fatigue of his body rendered Li Meng almost instantly asleep. A flicker of confusion passed through Chu Ro's eyes. What was happening to her? 2 days later, Hehuan Sect, Outer Sect, Shao Bamboo Peak. A sudden crack echoed as the weathered door of the courtyard swung open from within. Li Meng emerged with a sense of refreshing vitality. Bathed in sunlight, Li Meng broke into a broad smile, squinting as he gazed at the azure sky. He almost succumbed to a dreamy stupor. Li Meng twisted his waist, and a series of cracks echoed from his bones. He had been in a deep slumber for an astonishing 2 days, a reality he had never anticipated. His master, Master Chu, had also kept him company throughout this duration. As for when Master Chu departed, it seemed that he had left just a day. The lingering scent of Master Chu still clung to the bedding. Li Meng settled into the lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun with a look of utter contentment. Li Meng glanced at the position of the sun, which was gradually descending in the western sky. Another day was drawing to a close. Li Meng cast a glance at his character information. Name, Li Meng. Age, 78 luck, 1500 cultivation level, Qi refinement 9th layer aptitude, 5 spiritual roots, useless body, alchemy, 2nd rank alchemist talismans, 2nd rank talismonger forging, 2nd rank blacksmith array formation, Second rank Array Master Alchemy experience points, 19. 505,000 Talismans experience points, 19. 505,000 Forging experience points, 19. 505,000 Array Formation experience points, 19. 505,000 Li Meng squinted his eyes and stroked his beard. How could his fortune have surged so dramatically? Could it be that his blessings were finally at hand? Li Meng chuckled softly, rising to his feet. He made his way toward the house, when suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Li Meng pushed open the door and entered. Soon, a torrid wave of heat emanated from within the house, distorting the very air atop the peak. Over the ensuing days, Li Meng traversed between Shaozhou Peak and Yunshang Peak. He would set off for Yunshang Peak before dusk and spend the night nestled beside his esteemed Master Chu. Each morning, he would return to Shaozhou Peak, dedicating his days to alchemy and the intricate art of talisman crafting. Life during this period was exceedingly delightful. The date for the auction of the celestial gathering in the market was drawing ever nearer. On one particular afternoon at Shaozhou Peak, amidst the dilapidated courtyard and the alchemical chamber, success was finally attained. Li Meng raised his hand, and with a flourish, 7 emerald green elixirs soared from the alchemical furnace, gracefully landing in the cloud bottle held in his palm. The fragrant aroma of the elixirs wafted towards him, intoxicating his senses. Li Meng's face was suffused with a look of ecstasy. Although the age of the jade fruit was merely around 700 years, Li Meng still managed to concoct 7 flawless beauty-preserving pills. Remarkable. Truly, it is worthy of being called a system. Utterly astonishing. Li Meng chuckled softly, contentedly stroking his beard. With the acquisition of the Diandan, the favorability rating of Master Chu should surely rise above 90, wouldn't it? Li Meng rose to his feet, feeling elated as he walked outside. Suddenly, with a creak, the front door of the house swung open from within. Li Meng, with his aged figure, leisurely stepped out. Upon entering the courtyard, he soared into the air, wielding his sword towards the direction of the inner gate. The sun gradually sank in the west, painting the horizon with evening hues. At the inner gate, Cloudtop Peak, the outer sect disciple Li Meng respectfully greeted Master Chu. Li Meng had long since become a frequent visitor to Cloud Peak. A sweep of divine consciousness from all directions passed by. In a moment, the mist surrounding Cloud Peak stirred, revealing a pathway leading to the summit. Li Meng soared into the air with his sword, and indeed, he was a junior of Senior Sister Chu. Why does he disturb her every day, particularly at night? Observing the aura surrounding him, it seems he is on the verge of a breakthrough to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. Could it be that he seeks to utilize the ethereal resonance of the inner sect to transcend his current boundaries? There are numerous neighbors of Chu Rou, all of whom are her senior brothers, and junior sisters, currently engaged in gossip through their spiritual senses. At Yunshang Peak, atop the summit's pavilion, the word spread. Senior Uncle Chu, your nephew has arrived. Li Meng entered with a cheerful smile, lifting the curtain. Chapter 58. Do not smile so obscenely. On the bed, Chu Rou cast a cold glance at Li Meng. Since you have come, do not smile so lewdly. Li Meng hastily concealed the lewd grin that had graced his face. His aged body settled beside Master Chu, as he inhaled the subtle fragrance emanating from the elder. Li Meng's face displayed an expression of rapture. Master Chu, how delightful your fragrance is. Li Meng could hardly suppress a lewd smile that threatened to surface on his face. But he was met with a chilling glare from Master Chu, which silenced him. Li Meng chuckled lightly and produced a small wooden box from his bosom. Master Chu, this is a gift from your disciple. Chu Rou lowered her gaze towards the wooden box held by her junior, Li Shizhi. What does this old man intend to do? Why would he present her with a gift for no apparent reason? What could it possibly be? Chu Rou inquired coldly. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Why not take a look for yourself, Master Chu? Chu Rou extended her delicate hand and took the small wooden box from Li's grasp. Without hesitation, she opened the box. Is this the rejuvenation pill? Chu Rou gazed in astonishment at the emerald green elixir within. Its fragrance is exquisite, of impeccable quality. Chu Rou's expression revealed a flicker of emotion. A rejuvenation pill of such flawless quality is a treasure coveted by female cultivators. Did you refine this? Chu Rou lifted her gaze to meet Li's. Li Meng approached with a smile, embracing the voluptuous figure of Master Chu. Do you like it, Master Chu? 10 affection 50 secondary job experience. Li Meng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was splendid. Master Chu's favorability had finally surpassed 90. Chu Rou stowed away the small wooden box. At that moment, she realized a profound truth. The elderly man beside her was indeed a genius in the realm of alchemy, astonishingly gifted in his craft. Chu Rou cast a stern gaze at her junior. Li, do not be so lecherous. As you command. Li Meng cast a sly smile towards his master, Chu. Chu Rou, however, looked at her junior disciple, Li, with a face full of exasperation. His demeanor had become even more lewd than before. That night, under the luminous full moon, Li Meng opened his eyes on the bed, only to find that the person beside him had already departed. Li Meng sat up, assuming a cross-legged position. Master Chu should be cultivating on the stone platform by the cliff's edge. As a perfected practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment, Master Chu worked diligently. Naturally, he too must strive to enhance his own cultivation. Li Meng took out a bottle of spirit-gathering elixir. Upon uncorking the bottle, he poured its contents directly into his mouth. Li Meng could sense that he had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation. This night presented a unique opportunity to transcend to the perfection of qi cultivation. Come forth, perfection of qi cultivation. Li Meng formed hand seals, and his aura suddenly surged. A quintet of vibrant spiritual energies overflowed from his aged body. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ro had returned to the loft. She stood by the window, observing her disciple, who was seated in meditation upon the bed. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? As she watched the ascending aura of her disciple, a fleeting glimmer of joy sparked in Chu Ro's eyes. Once her disciple achieved the pinnacle of qi cultivation, the prospect of foundation establishment would be within reach. Time gradually slipped away, and the night deepened. The following afternoon, atop Yunshang Peak, the upper level of the loft erupted with dazzling five-colored spiritual light. The energies of the five elements surged forth, forming a miniature tidal wave of spiritual power. He had succeeded. On the bed of the second floor of the loft, Li Meng opened his eyes in astonishment. He had finally achieved the pinnacle of qi cultivation. A graceful figure floated in through the window, landing lightly before the bed. Chu Ro seated herself beside the bed, extending her delicate hand to rest upon Li Meng's wrist. The meridians were clear, and no signs of toxic energy were present. How strange. A flicker of confusion crossed Chu Ro's eyes. She found herself increasingly perplexed by her disciple. Li, rest assured, Master Chu, I am well. Li Meng squinted as he caressed the delicate hand of his master. Chu Ro shifted her graceful figure slightly, her expression devoid of emotion as she surrendered herself into Li Meng's embrace. Li Meng's expression changed dramatically. He quickly embraced the delicate figure in his arms with a cheerful demeanor. Li Meng cast a glance at the character information. Name, Li Meng. Age, 78. Fortune, 1500. Cultivation level, great perfection of qi training talent. 5 spiritual roots, waste body, alchemy. 2nd rank alchemist talismans, 2nd rank talismonger weapon forging. 2nd rank weaponsmith array techniques, 2nd rank array master alchemy experience points, 20. 005, 000 talismans experience points, 20. 005, 000 weapon forging experience points, 20. 005, 000 array techniques experience points, 20. 005, 000 excellent. He has finally attained the great perfection of qi training. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Foundation establishment, to commemorate his breakthrough into the pinnacle of qi refinement. Li Meng spent the entire day atop Yunshang Peak. As the sun sank in the west, darkness enveloped the world. The vast Yunshang Peak lay in serene silence, with only the full moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silvery light upon the earth. Even the longest of nights eventually yield to the dawn. The night swiftly passed, and with the first light breaking from the eastern horizon, heralded the arrival of a new day. In the tranquil morning, as all life began to awaken, Li Meng sat across from Master Chu in the attic of the peak, beside the tea table. Have you had enough of staring? Chu Ro glanced up at her junior disciple. Just drink your tea. There's no need to constantly observe what I'm doing. Li Meng chuckled softly, savoring a sip of the fragrant tea. How could one ever have enough? The disciple could never satiate her longing. A fleeting hint of shyness flickered in Chu Ro's eyes. It was truly shameless. He was excessively teasing her. Even an unguarded remark from him could leave her in a daze. At times, Chu Ro even pondered whether Li Shizhi might become her heart's tormentor. Master Uncle Chu, the auction for the celestial event will soon be held in the market. Will you be attending? Chu Ro tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Only cultivators of the Golden Core stage and above are permitted to enter. Li Meng's expression momentarily faltered, and he awkwardly touched his nose. He had nearly forgotten this particular rule. However, this regulation was only applicable to those independent cultivators. Disciples of the sect could utilize the Elder Tokens to partake in the auction of celestial treasures. The Elder Tokens from the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom were all permissible. Furthermore, the sellers of the auctioned items were also allowed to attend, provided that the value of the items exceeded 5,000 spirit stones. Does Master Chu wish to attend? Not at all. Chu Ro rose gracefully to her feet, her lithe figure gliding toward the exit. Li Meng smiled awkwardly. Each response from Master Chu was always unexpected. Li Meng hastily followed behind. The two of them left the attic, one after the other, and descended the mountain path outside, arriving at the stone platform. Chu Ro sat cross-legged on the mat, gazing at the rising dawn. When will the threshold of life and death be closed? A chilling voice echoed in the air. Li Meng retrieved a cushion and placed it beside Master Chu. Li Meng sat down on the mat with a smile, enjoying the rising dawn alongside Master Chu. Chapter 59. The price is still insufficient. There are still many tasks left undone. We must be patient. To ensure absolute certainty, one must attain the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist before commencing the refinement of the dust-settling pill. However, advancing in alchemical ranks proves to be exceedingly challenging. Chu Ro turned her gaze towards her companion, disciplely. There is no rush for the dust-settling pill. We shall wait until you emerge from your seclusion. Li Meng chuckled softly, interrupting the words of Master Chu. Master Chu, my dear disciple understands the situation. Chu Ro fell silent, aware that disciple Li would undoubtedly disagree. After all, the likelihood of Disciple Li breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was exceedingly slim. Conversely, if she were to possess the dust-settling pill, her chances of advancing to the core formation stage would be significantly enhanced. Master Li's nephew has a penchant for commerce. He would never engage in a venture that results in a loss. Master Chu, I bid you farewell. Li Meng rose to his feet, leaving the mat untouched. His aged body soared into the air, riding his sword into the distance. Under the watchful gaze of Chu Ro, he vanished into the mist. Amidst the towering mountains, Li Meng joyfully glided through the skies on his sword. At last, he had achieved the pinnacle of Qi training. The next step was to find a way to connect with his foundation establishment master. Once he established his foundation, the path to greatness would be within reach. After 60 years of cultivation, the shadows had finally given way to light. How could Li Meng not feel elated? Ah, is that not Master Lu's disciple? A beam of sword light soared from afar. Before the figure arrived, the voice had already penetrated the air. The gentle and melodious tone prompted Li Meng to turn his gaze towards its source. As he beheld the newcomer, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. What a fortuitous encounter! He had not anticipated meeting Master Lu. Li Meng chuckled lightly and performed a respectful bow. Disciple Li Meng pays his respects to Master Lu. The two hovered on their swords between two mountain peaks. Lu Yue gazed at her junior disciple with a beaming smile. Where might you be headed, dear disciple? I am preparing to return to my residence at Little Bamboo Peak. Little Bamboo Peak? Lu Yue's expression subtly shifted. Could it be that you are the old man spoken of by senior brother Su? Lu Yue glanced in the direction from which Li Meng had come before turning back to him with a gentle smile. Have you perhaps gone to pay a visit to senior sister Chu? A flicker of doubt passed through Li Meng's eyes. How did Master Lu come to know? However, there was nothing to conceal regarding this matter. In recent days, he had been visiting Yunshang Peak with such frequency that nearly all of Master Chu's neighbors were aware of an old man and his junior. Indeed, the disciple had just emerged from Master Chu's residence. Lu Yue smiled gracefully. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the elderly gentleman before her. What could be the nature of the relationship between Master Li and senior sister Chu? Li Meng did not conceal the truth, responding candidly. Master Chu is the elder in the mundane world of his disciple. It would indeed be peculiar if he had concealed anything. This matter is fundamentally fabricated. Lu Yue's expression revealed her understanding. It appears that last night, Li Shizizi spent the night at Yunshang Peak. Should senior brother Su become aware of this, he might be infuriated. Moreover, there is the matter of senior sister Chu's former companion, senior brother Chen. It is said that senior brother Chen has never visited senior sister Chu at Yunshang Peak. Their mutual cultivation has always taken place within senior brother Chen's cave abode. Lu Yue cast a charming smile towards Li Meng, delicately sweeping a strand of hair from her forehead with her slender fingers, casting a flirtatious glance. She exuded an enchanting aura, her graceful figure seemingly becoming even more alluring. Li Shizizi, you haven't forgotten your promise to master, have you? How goes your alchemical endeavors? The Dingyan pill? Li Meng squinted, gazing at the alluring and voluptuous figure of Master Lu. Although her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Master Chu, her abundant curves placed her in the same captivating category as junior sister Hua. Just the sight of her evoked a sense of sumptuousness. The curves of her plump body subtly revealed beneath her dress, while her exposed skin glistened like flawless jade. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. It seems that Master Lu will have to wait a while longer. My disciple is still in the midst of preparations. The Jingyan pill cannot be offered at this moment. Even if it were given for free, the price would still fall short. Only items that can truly entice foundation-building cultivators are the elixirs and treasures that assist in breaking through barriers. Li Meng requires time to prepare an irresistible offer for Master Lu, intending to decisively breach his psychological defenses. At that moment, would not the goodwill continue to ascend? Lu Yue, however, remained unperturbed. After all, gathering the spiritual herbs essential for crafting the refining beauty pill is no simple task. Lu Yue smiled gracefully. Do not forget. Dear disciple, Master Lu shall no longer impede your endeavors. Feel free to proceed. Li Meng performed a respectful bow. Farewell, junior disciple. With that, Li Meng soared away on his sword. As she watched the receding figure of her senior disciple, Lu Yue felt a flicker of helplessness. Her senior brother Su was indeed a source of constant concern. His animosity towards junior disciple Li was undoubtedly related to senior sister Chu. Despite being aware that Li was a junior to Chu, rather than fostering a good relationship, he harbored intentions to undermine him. It was no wonder that senior sister Chu held Su in contempt. His predicament was entirely of his own making. Were it not for being a junior of their master, she would have preferred to avoid any association with him. In the outer sect, atop the small bamboo peak, an aged figure approached, gliding gracefully on his sword. He swept across the bamboo grove and descended gently into the courtyard. Li Meng leisurely walked towards the door. There were 3 days remaining until the auction event at the Fengshe marketplace. It was imperative to attend the gathering hosted by Master Chu. Although my cultivation could no longer progress, there remained the opportunity to enhance my auxiliary skills. Suddenly, a sound echoed, a sharp click. Li Meng pushed open the door and stepped inside. Returning to the alchemy chamber, he resumed his practice of refining elixirs. Over the following days, Li Meng continued his routine between Yunshang Peak and Shaozhi Peak. Although life felt somewhat monotonous and busy, the exquisite nuances of it were known only to him. 3 days later, in the early morning, at Xiaozu Peak's outer gate, a soft click was heard as the door swung open from within. An elderly figure emerged languidly. Bathed in the morning light, Li Meng gazed up at the azure sky. This time, he was determined to make a significant profit. A faint smile graced Li Meng's lips as he prepared to soar into the skies on his sword. However, his gaze was captivated by a graceful figure approaching on her own blade. This enchanting silhouette glided above the bamboo grove, descending lightly into the courtyard. Senior brother, Qianlan, having landed, flashed a charming smile at Li Shixiao. With a buoyant step, she approached him, her delicate hand grasping his arm. Observing his junior sister by his side, Li Meng chuckled softly. Sister, where have you been these past few days? Qianlan guided Li Shixiao to sit upon a reclining chair. With a gentle motion of her slender hand, a cushion from the tea table slid effortlessly beneath her. She settled gracefully onto the cushion, her exquisite form leaning against the armrest of the chair. I accompanied Uncle Shi to the mountain's base to exterminate a demon. It was merely a yellow weasel monster that had gained intelligence, yet we found ourselves in quite a predicament, becoming the subject of much amusement for others. Chapter 60. Beasts and monsters. Beasts that lack intelligence are referred to as demon beasts, while those that possess it are known as monsters. Monsters revel in mingling among mortals to absorb their spiritual essence for cultivation. Although cultivators are often referred to as the people of the mountain by common folk, they are not reclusive immortals. These practitioners bear the crucial responsibility of slaying demons and safeguarding the peace of the mundane world. Even the demonic sects of the kingdom of you exercise caution and do not act recklessly against mortals. Are there practitioners from other sects? Li Meng gently caressed the delicate and smooth face of Qin Shimi. Qianlan smiled alluringly at Li Shixiao, nuzzling against his hand. The affection level of Qin Shimi had reached 85, no longer resisting intimate interactions with him. If Li Shixiang were to seek a deeper union with Qin Shimi at this moment, would she acquiesce? This answer, perhaps, resides solely within Qin Shimi herself. Measuring human emotions through affection levels appears rather unreliable. Among the local cultivation families, although they appear courteous and deeply respectful on the surface, one cannot fathom the scorn they secretly harbor towards us. Li Meng chuckled softly, retracting his hand. The opinions of others were of no concern to him. Why should his junior sister worry? If she couldn't hear, then it mattered not. If she did, it would be akin to courting death, and punishment would surely follow. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed. Low-ranking cultivators must recognize their place when confronted by their superiors. Should one speak disrespectfully, the consequences could be dire, with life taken without a second thought. Even in the presence of an elder, no defense could be made. As long as one maintained proper decorum and treated others with respect, higher-ranking cultivators would find no amusement in seeking trouble. Qianlan couldn't help but marvel at this reality. Brother Li appeared to possess a benevolent and kind demeanor. Yet, how could he so casually utter words of murder? Qianlan, feeling somewhat disheartened, clung to Brother Li's arm. Alas, the junior sister, with her limited cultivation, could only endure such verbal insults, unable to retaliate. Li Meng gazed at Qin Shimi with a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent. Shimi, are you and Lu Shidi about to face the life and death trial? If they were indeed to confront such a challenge, it would mark the second attempt by Qin Shimi and Lu Shidi to establish their foundation. Although the foundation-building elixir could ensure their survival, a failure in this second attempt would likely mean that both would never again have the opportunity to cultivate their foundation. Qianlan nodded, resting her head against Li Meng's arm. This was their second endeavor to solidify their foundation, and should they fail, their journey on the path of the Tao would come to an abrupt halt. To claim that she felt no worry or fear would be a blatant falsehood. Li Meng gently patted Qin Shimi's head. Junior sister, do not rush into a second attempt at foundation establishment with junior brother LV. It is paramount to solidify your foundations first. Li Meng took out a piece of talisman paper and began inscribing upon it with a talisman brush. What is Brother Li doing? Qianlan gazed curiously at the characters inscribed on the talisman paper. As she studied them, her eyes sparkled with fascination. And she looked at Li Meng with a gaze filled with tender affection. After a moment, Li Meng finally put away the talisman brush and handed the talisman paper to Sister Chen. She was instructed to follow the steps outlined on the paper. For in excess or deficiency lies the truth, and it is hoped that both sister and brother L would grasp this principle. Li Meng waved his hand, and 4 bottles of elixirs soared from the storage pouch at his waist, neatly arranged upon the tea table. Qin Shimi was the first woman in his life. Should she succeed in establishing her foundation, she would be deemed worthy to accompany him. Qianlan, her face alight with joy, put away the talisman paper. Thank you, senior brother, she said, leaning in with a charming smile to plant a kiss on Li Meng's cheek. Affection 15, 75 auxiliary experience. With her affection maxed out, she gained 5,000 auxiliary experience. A full affection level with the opposite sex grants a daily fixed amount of 100 auxiliary experience. Has the auxiliary rank advanced to the 3rd tier? Li Meng glanced up at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. His mood was exceptionally cheerful, as he had not anticipated that his junior sister, Chun, would be the first to reach maximum affection for him. Li Meng rose to his feet. Junior sister, come. Let us enter the room and engage in discussion with senior brother. Li Ming grasped Chen Shimi's delicate hand, guiding her into the room. Chen Lan smiled enchantingly, elegantly sweeping her sleeve to gather the elixirs from the tea table. After the passage of half an hour, a distinct sound echoed as the door swung open from within. Li Ming and Chen Lan emerged one after the other. Chen Lan's complexion was flushed, and a hint of allure flickered in her eyes. Senior brother. Junior sister shall take her leave now. Chen Lan turned around, her face aglow with a radiant smile as she gazed at Senior Brotherly, who was seated comfortably in a lounge chair. Li Ming stroked his beard and nodded. Go ahead, junior sister, but do not forget your senior brother's admonitions. Chen Lan gently nodded in response. I will not forget. Junior sister will remember it well. Previously, during their tender moments on the bed, Brotherly conversed with her extensively about matters concerning cultivation. In less than half a year, Brotherly achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. This is undeniably a miracle. Although Chen Lan was unaware of how Brotherly accomplished this, she refrained from inquiring further. With a graceful leap, Chen Lan ascended and soared away on her sword. Taking a moment to rest, she thought to herself, there is no need for haste. Li Ming squinted as he watched the figure of his junior sister Chen gradually fade into the distance, soaring on her sword. The auction of the Celestial Gathering was scheduled for the afternoon and would continue until the following day. Half an hour later, Li Ming rose to his feet. His aged body soared into the air, riding a sword into the distance. In the bustling market of the Hehuan Sect, today was particularly lively. From early morning, various spirit vessels arrived from all directions. Looking towards the surrounding forests of the market, one could see numerous spirit vessels landing amidst the trees. The owners of these vessels hailed from the major sects and cultivation families of the Zhao Kingdom. In addition to these prominent families and the 5 major sects of Zhao, the market also welcomed a significant number of wandering cultivators. Occasionally, golden core practitioners would dart through the skies, their luminous forms resembling streaks of colorful light traversing the heavens. Although the 5 major sects of Zhao controlled the blood-colored forbidden lands, making it exceedingly difficult for the wandering cultivators to break through to the golden core stage. The very essence of being a wandering cultivator lay in their nomadic nature. If the Zhao Kingdom could not provide the heavenly treasures necessary for advancement, they would simply venture to other nations. What a vibrant scene. On one of the main streets of the market, a burly man clad in black attire surveyed his surroundings, muttering to himself as he walked. This black-clad figure was none other than Li Ming, transformed by a shape-shifting talisman. Li Ming smiled broadly, his gaze fixed upon a graceful figure ahead. She possessed a slightly voluptuous physique, with a hint of baby fat that lent her an alluring softness. Judging by her aura, she appeared to be a foundational female cultivator. As she walked, her waist swayed with an almost intoxicating allure, surpassing even the enchantment of the disciples from the Hehuan Sect. Li Ming surveyed the surroundings before retracting his gaze. Chapter 61. The Auction of Immortals. It is advisable for low-ranking cultivators not to scrutinize high-ranking ones with a discerning eye. Let us proceed to the auction house. Li Ming strolled leisurely towards the direction of the auction house. The marketplace, particularly the auction house, was the most bustling locale today. However, there were not many cultivators entering or exiting the auction house. Most were meandering through the marketplace. Some lower-tier cultivators were setting up stalls, a common practice among practitioners. It was not only the rogue cultivators who enjoyed this. Disciples from sects and members of immortal families also participated in this exchange. Setting up stalls allowed cultivators to barter, trading unnecessary items for those they desired. Items of little value did not qualify for auction and thus circulated among lower-tier cultivators. Whenever an auction event was held, the marketplace transformed into a trading hub for these practitioners. Outside the auction house, a certain clamor prevailed, and the bustling street painted a vivid picture of a thriving scene. A burly man emerged from the crowded street, making his way towards the entrance of the auction house. This imposing figure was none other than the transformed Li Ming. Greetings, and welcome to the auction house. Upon entering, a cheerful inner disciple from the Harmony Sect greeted him with a bright smile. Li Ming cast a glance at the approaching Foundation establishment master. Her appearance was rather mediocre, her figure unremarkable. Even her bosom was nothing extraordinary. Everything about her was rather ordinary. Li Ming could hardly be bothered to glance at her messages. Li Ming bowed respectfully to the Foundation establishment elder, even though the elder before him was merely a female attendant of the auction house. However, upon leaving the auction house, she would indeed be an elder of the inner sect. Regardless of the circumstances within the auction house, the proper courtesies must still be observed. I am Tainyo, here to participate in the auction of celestial treasures, and I have several items that require auctioning. The female attendant elder responded with a graceful smile. Please, follow me. Li Ming followed closely behind his female attendant, the esteemed Shu. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the two moved in tandem, one following the other. Observing the graceful sway of the Shu's enchanting figure, Li Ming squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although this female attendant possessed nothing extraordinary, her alluring curves were indeed remarkable. Were she a woman of the mortal realm, she would surely be deemed a prime candidate for motherhood. After navigating several turns, the Shu led Li Ming into a reception room. Please hold on. Li Ming settled himself beside the tea table. This was not his first visit to the auction house. Although it was only his second time, he could not claim familiarity. However, he was no longer plagued by the wild imaginings that accompanied his inaugural visit. As he spoke, the female attendant turned and departed. Before long, within the span of a single incense stick burn, the door to the reception room creaked open with a soft click. An elderly man clad in a gray robe entered. "My young friend, I apologize for keeping you waiting." He chuckled warmly, taking a seat across from Li Meng. As soon as he settled in, the elder began to scrutinize Li Meng intently. Li Meng was also observing the old man. Li Meng had encountered him before. He was the elderly gentleman who had hosted him during his previous visit. "My young friend, you must be aware of the customs surrounding the auction event, correct?" Li Meng nodded slightly and waved his hand. A vial of elixir and 5 talismans soared from the storage pouch at his waist, neatly arranged upon the tea table. As he gazed at the vial and talismans, the elder's pupils constricted. He sensed an enigmatic essence of the universe emanating from the talismans. Was there a qualification to participate in the auction house? Indeed, there was. The elder produced a black token from his robe and tossed it to Li Meng. The token, enveloped in yellow spiritual energy, floated gracefully towards him. Li Meng extended his hand to catch the token. "The bearer of this token may participate in the auction of celestial treasures, my young friend. After the auction concludes, this token can be used to claim the acquired spirit stones." The elderly man rose to his feet, elegantly sweeping his sleeves as he gathered the pill bottles and talismans from the tea table. "Please wait a moment, young friend," he said, casting a kind and benevolent glance at Li Meng before turning to exit the reception room. Shortly thereafter, the female attendant who had previously welcomed him entered. "Esteemed friend, please come this way," she said, standing at the doorway, her radiant smile directed at Li Meng, exuding an enchanting aura. Li Meng walked out silently. Had she activated her allure? Did her master-uncle intend to entice her? Subsequently, Li Meng followed her female servant master-uncle through the winding corridors of the auction house, ascending several flights of stairs before finally pushing open the door to her room. Upon entering, the cacophony of noise filled her ears. Li Meng cast a glance around and realized he had arrived at the auction venue. The entire auction hall comprised 3 levels. The first level featured the auction stage, surrounded by rows of seating. The second level consisted of individual compartments, with a terrace that offered an excellent view, allowing one to see the occupants of other compartments. The upper level's compartments were even more opulent. Li Meng settled onto the chaise longue on the terrace. The maidservant, her senior by a few years, did not depart but took a seat beside him. With a charming smile, she leaned her alluring figure closer to him. Li Meng naturally wrapped his arm around the waist of the female attendant. His gaze wandered around the seating areas of the auction house on the first floor. Several men and women were seated on the couches, eyes closed in a tranquil repose. They emanated an aura of formidable power. Li Meng cast his gaze and beheld a sea of golden core cultivators. The first layer consisted of independent practitioners, numbering no less than 30. Li Meng raised his gaze toward the second floor. The practitioners within the partitions of the second level were uniformly golden core cultivators, all hailing from the 5 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom. As for the third floor, Li Meng refrained from looking up. It was certain that the compartments there housed the nascent soul cultivators. The cacophony did not originate from the golden core loose cultivators on the first floor, but rather from the golden core disciples of the sects on the second. The golden core practitioners from the 5 great sects were generally acquainted with one another. It was a rare occasion to meet, and naturally, they would engage in conversation. Some golden core cultivators preferred the more refined method of communicating through spiritual sense, while others were less particular. For instance, the golden core cultivator from the giant sword mountain on the left boldly proclaimed, "Sister Hehuan, I hold you in such high regard. Why not leave your man and marry me instead? I, Wu Hao, can assure you that my kindness towards you surpasses that of your husband 1,000-fold." Wu Hao grinned broadly, his feet resting on the railing as he gazed toward the adjacent compartment. In that adjoining space, a couple lounged on a couch. The woman was adorned in a flowing pink dress, her graceful figure nestled in the embrace of her male companion. Wu Hao's gaze lingered unabashedly on the female cultivator. The golden core woman wore a coy smile, winking playfully at Wu Hao. "Little Wu Hao, be careful not to get yourself killed." Her soft voice was irresistibly charming, evoking a delightful shiver in the hearts of those who heard it. Wu Hao laughed heartily, casting a provocative glance at the male golden core cultivator cradling the female. The man, dressed in a black robe, bore an icy demeanor. "Khan, do you dare to engage in a duel with me?" Conley met Wu Hao's challenge with an expression devoid of emotion. If it is to duel, then life and death shall be disregarded. Confronted with Conley's murderous gaze, Wu Hao instinctively recoiled, offering an awkward smile. "You members of the Harmony sect truly lack a sense of humor. It's so dull, utterly boring." He retreated to his seat, aware that the conversation was spiraling toward farce. Chapter 62, The Auction Host, Mu Jiaoer. Although Conley was also a late-stage golden core cultivator, he stood on the precipice of achieving the pinnacle of that realm, while Wu Hao had only just entered it. Should a duel ensue, though he would not shy away, defeat was all but assured. Losing was inconsequential, but to wager one's life was not worth it. He was no battle maniac like Conley. "Brother, he is afraid." When Huan quipped with a playful smile, Conley wrapped his arm around the delicate form of his junior sister, his gaze shifting toward the auction stage below. "Sister, is that item definitely present?" When Huan leaned alluringly against her brother's chest. "Fear not, brother. It is assuredly there." It is merely a verbal sparring match between golden core cultivators. The uninvolved parties are merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Li Meng was also watching with great interest. Who doesn't enjoy the lively atmosphere? My dear friend, when does the auction of celestial treasures commence? Li Meng lowered his head to inquire of the enchanting maidservant beside him. How peculiar it was that she had chosen to remain. None of the other golden core cultivators in the surrounding booths were accompanied by such a companion. Time passed swiftly. Approximately an hour had elapsed. An hour? During this interval, the auction venue oscillated between raucous excitement and profound silence. The maidservant nestled in Li Meng's embrace appeared notably tranquil. The two exchanged few words, and she refrained from prying into his identity, which only intensified Li Meng's curiosity. Could it be that he possessed an allure so striking? As he surveyed the vacant auction stage, he mused inwardly. His newly adopted appearance could hardly be described as handsome. His features were rugged and his stature imposing. No woman would find such a coarse fellow appealing, especially considering that the disciples of the Harmony Sect were renowned for their emphasis on beauty. Are you wondering why I chose to stay? The maidservant asked with a radiant smile, her delicate hand resting against Li Meng's chest. Li Meng lowered his gaze to the lovely face of his female attendant, the master's niece in his embrace. Might you enlighten me, my friend? The female attendant winked at Li Meng. This must be your first visit, am I right? Li Meng nodded. Indeed, my friend possesses keen insight. The female disciple smiled slightly. It is not my keen insight. Rather, it is the very reason I have remained. I shall accompany you until you depart from the auction house. Li Meng's face revealed an expression of understanding. It seemed that the items he was auctioning were exceedingly precious, which warranted such preferential treatment from the auction house. Although they held little allure for nascent soul cultivators, these cultivators could have disciples and juniors. My friend, the celestial auction has commenced. The female attendant in his embrace glanced towards the auction stage below. Li Meng followed the gaze of the female attendant and turned his attention to the auction stage. The cacophony of the auction hall abruptly ceased. All eyes were drawn to the enchanting figure that ascended the auction platform. She was adorned in a flowing purple imperial dress. Her voluptuous form subtly revealed beneath the fabric. As she walked, her movement swayed gracefully, her alluring waistline captivating all who beheld her. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, intricately styled with exquisite hair ornaments. The makeup on her face was somewhat bold, exuding a hint of seduction. And she radiated an alluring charm. With her arrival, a delicate fragrance enveloped the air. The first-floor golden core cultivators gazed at the enchanting figure on the auction stage with fervent admiration, while those on the second floor maintained a more composed demeanor. Indeed, a stunning beauty. As Li Meng squinted at the auctioneer on stage, he acknowledged her beauty, rivaling even that of his master, Chu. If Chu was the embodiment of an icy beauty, then the woman on the auction stage was a fiery enchantress. Every gesture she made was utterly captivating, even drawing the attention of the golden core cultivators, who found their composure wavering. Name: Mujioa. Age: 158 years. Fortune: 700. Cultivation: late-stage foundation establishment. Great perfection. Talent: dual spirit roots of water and fire. Favorability: 0. Another foundation establishment cultivator, without hope of advancing to the golden core stage. At that moment, Mujioa's sultry voice rang out, welcoming the esteemed guests to the auction hosted by the Hehuan Sect. We have a total of 131 items for auction today, including elixirs, talismans, magical treasures, and rare materials. I wish all esteemed guests may fulfill their desires and return home with abundant treasures. As Mujioa elegantly turned on the stage, she clapped her delicate hands. A foundation establishment female cultivator ascended the stage, cradling a wooden box. Now, we begin the auction with our first item, a flawless beauty retaining pill, capable of granting cultivators eternal youth and cleansing the physique. The starting bid is 25,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The foundation establishment female cultivator opened the exquisite rosewood box, lifting it high and showcasing it with a flourish. A unique fragrance enveloped the entire auction hall. What? A flawless beauty retaining pill? Such a rich aroma. Indeed, it is of flawless quality. How did the Hehuan Sect acquire such a remarkable elixir? The first-floor golden core cultivators erupted in excitement. Their gazes fixed fervently on the pill within the wooden box. Although golden core cultivators could maintain their youthful appearances, sustaining it required considerable effort. A flawless beauty retaining pill held immense allure, even for them. Rarely seen, a flawless elixir not only preserved youth but also enhanced one's beauty. In a private booth on the second floor, Li Meng, cradling the female attendant in his arms, felt a flicker of surprise. He never anticipated the auction house would use his beauty-retaining pill to enliven the atmosphere. Darling, the beauty-retaining pill is mine. Suddenly, a sultry voice from the adjacent booth chimed in, sending a shiver down Li Meng's spine. Oh my, how utterly cheesy. 30,000 spirit stones. A deep voice resonated from the neighboring booth. Mujioa looked up at Han Shirshu, announcing, 30,000 spirit stones. An esteemed guest from the upper level bids 30,000 spirit stones. 31,000 spirit stones. Wu Hao flashed a grin at the couple in the adjacent booth. Sister Huan, do not worry. I shall secure the beauty-retaining pill for you. His gaze shamelessly roamed over Huan's alluring figure. Huan smiled seductively, winking at Wu Hao. I don't want that. I only want the beauty-retaining pill from my husband. Han Li tightened his embrace around his wife, casting a cold glance at Wu Hao. 35,000 spirit stones. Wu Hao shrugged, feigning disappointment. Very well, then I shall leave it for my little junior sister. He grinned and turned his attention back to Mu Jiu'er. 36,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones. Han Li maintained his stoic expression as he raised the bid. Wu Hao narrowed his eyes, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Although the flawless beauty-retaining pill was precious, it held little value for a male cultivator like him. Spending too many spirit stones on it would be unwise, as his goal at this auction was not the pill. Enough. Since Sister Huan desires it, I shall concede it to her. Snuggled in her husband's embrace, when Huan smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of becoming even more beautiful. Confident she would surpass the enchanting Ruoxue. 40,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones. Do we have any further bids? Mu Jiu'er scanned the audience from the stage. The Golden Core cultivators exchanged glances, knowing that 40,000 spirit stones was a significant sum. Most casual cultivators lacked the resources to compete at such a level. They came to the auction seeking excitement, hoping to snag a bargain among the often peculiar items sold. 50,000 spirit stones. A languid voice emerged from a booth on the third floor. A Yuanian cultivator had entered the fray. The expressions of the Golden Core cultivators on the lower floor varied dramatically. Once a Yuanian cultivator placed a bid, the Golden Core cultivators could no longer compete. The wealth of a Yuanian cultivator was beyond their reach. On the second floor balcony, Han Li's expression darkened. Brother, I do not want it. When Huan quickly covered her brother's mouth, realizing that their resources could not compete with a Yuanian cultivator. Persisting would only incur the wrath of a formidable opponent. 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones. Any further bids? Mu Jiu'er turned once more, and seeing no one else bidding, she smiled gracefully. 50,000 spirit stones once. 50,000 spirit stones twice. 50,000 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest for acquiring the flawless beauty-retaining pill. Thus, the first item of the auction concluded. In a booth on the second floor, Meng grinned widely, celebrating the successful sale of the beauty-retaining pill for 50,000 spirit stones, a splendid start indeed. Now, we proceed to auction the second item, a low-grade magical artifact known as the Qingxian sword. In the hands of a cultivator proficient in wood-based techniques, it can unleash considerable power. The starting bid is set at 10,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 500 spirit stones. It is merely a low-grade artifact. The cultivators of the second-tier Golden Core show little interest, while those of the first-tier Golden Core, particularly the loose cultivators, engage in lively bidding. This item resonates with me. I kindly ask all fellow cultivators to facilitate this. 11,000 spirit stones. Opportunities with treasures are rare and fleeting. Spirit stones may be exhausted but can be regained. I bid 12,000 spirit stones. Haha, this low-grade artifact, the Qingxian sword, appears quite appealing. How could I let it slip away? 12,500 spirit stones. I beg your pardon, esteemed guests, allow me to conclude this. 15,000 spirit stones. Upon this declaration, the loose cultivators of the Golden Core all turned their gazes toward an elderly Taoist. Clad in a blue robe, he exuded an aura of celestial grace. That is indeed 15,000 spirit stones. One cannot help but question the worth of a low-grade artifact at such a price. If it were a robust defensive artifact, perhaps the bidding could be justified. However, for a low-grade weapon primarily for offense, it seems excessive. The lower-tier Golden Core loose cultivators ceased their bidding. The second auction item was ultimately acquired by the elderly Taoist. Indeed, the artifact holds considerable value. Meng squinted as he gazed at the Qingxian sword taken by the foundation-building female cultivator. It was a low-grade magical artifact forged from 5,000 years of Qingxian bamboo. Although Qingxian bamboo is relatively rare, it is by no means an elusive treasure. What a waste of heavenly materials. Meng shook his head with a pained expression. It took 5,000 years of refining the azure bamboo to forge a mere inferior-grade magical artifact. Meng was at a loss for words. The craftsman responsible for forging the Qingxian sword was nothing short of a disgrace among his peers. Following this, the monotonous auction process commenced. The items presented in the first half of the auction were hardly of any significant value. The lower-tier golden elixir cultivators vied fiercely for them, while the mid-tier golden elixir practitioners only occasionally raised their bids with a call. Friend Taoist. Suddenly, the enchanting voice of the female attendant in his arms broke the silence. Meng lowered his gaze towards his rosy-cheeked female disciple, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily withdrew his hand, offering an apology. The female disciple gently shook her head, her delicate fingers sweeping aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Her cheeks were flushed, and a hint of allure flickered in her eyes. It is of no consequence, truly, she reassured him. If it is indeed of no consequence, then let it remain so. Meng smiled as he embraced the female attendant once more. The auction had now reached its 71st item, a flawless beauty-enhancing pill. Upon the announcement by Mu Jiu'er, nearly everyone was taken aback. Is there truly such a flawless pill? The success rate for creating flawless pills is exceedingly low. Many alchemists spend their entire lives without managing to concoct even one. Yet today, the auction house of the Hehuan Sect showcased 2 flawless pills. Could it be that the Hehuan Sect has produced an exceptionally gifted alchemist? My dear, yet another beauty-enhancing pill. A seductive voice echoed from the adjacent booth. When Hehuan gazed with sparkling eyes at the auction hall below, surely no one would contest them this time, would they? Hanli looked down at his wife, a flicker of tenderness passing through his otherwise cold gaze. My dear, rest assured, what is meant for you shall not escape. Just as Hanli was about to place a bid, a hoarse voice emerged from the upper tier. 70,000 spirit stones. Mu Jiuer on the auction stage smiled gracefully. 70,000 spirit stones, 70,000 spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? Hanli on the second floor balcony wore a grim expression, lacking even the courage to glance upwards. Only nascent soul cultivators could bid, while golden core cultivators were not qualified to participate. Chao Leigui, what do you, a man, need with a beauty-enhancing pill? Have you no shame? 80,000 spirit stones. A gentle voice rang out from an upper booth. What, has Miss Su become barren? 90,000 spirit stones. To purchase a second-tier pill for 90,000 spirit stones, Chao Leigui, have you lost your senses? If Miss Su does not wish to compete, she need only be silent. If I were but 200 years younger, I would surely engage in a discourse with her. You are shameless. 100,000 spirit stones. Dear Miss Su, do not let your temper rise. Do not allow a mere beauty-enhancing pill to disturb your peace of mind. Since you hold it in such high regard, I shall refrain from bidding. On the second-floor balcony, Meng wore a peculiar expression, though the words exchanged between the 2 nascent soul cultivators were relatively mild. They conveyed an oddly sarcastic tone. My friends, do those 2 nascent soul seniors harbor some animosity? Meng quietly inquired of the female attendant in his embrace. She cast a glance at the upper echelons before resting her head against him. It was the esteemed Su Yin from the Qingshu sect and the venerable Chao Yuan from the Qianhe Valley. It is said that these 2 elders were once a pair of Dao partners during their days as Jin and cultivators, but their paths diverged for reasons unknown. Eventually, Su Yin became the Dao partner of another nascent soul elder from the Qingshu sect, who mysteriously vanished during a journey, leaving no trace or explanation. Whispers abound that Chao Yuan may have been responsible for the demise of that esteemed elder from the Qingshu sect. Chapter 64, The Primordial Qi of Xianwang. Li Ming's face revealed a look of understanding. It was, after all, a vendetta for the murder of her husband. No wonder the 2 exchanged veiled barbs. It seemed that the Qingshu sect lacked substantial evidence to implicate Chao Yuan in the death of the esteemed elder. Otherwise, their exchanges would have been far more heated. The second flawless Ding-Yin pill had been procured by senior Su Yin of the Qingshu sect. Next up for auction was the 72nd item, the rare refining material known as Xianwang materia, with a starting bid of 50,000 spirit stones in increments not lower than 10,000 spirit stones. Xianwang materia? Li Ming's eyes sparkled in the second-tier booth. Xianwang materia was a precious material for refining, essential for crafting various spiritual treasures associated with mountains and rivers, requiring the suppression of their natural forces. Only a 4th-tier refiner could forge such treasures. The lower-tier golden core loose cultivators remained silent. Xianwang materia was beyond their reach. Likewise, the mid-tier golden core cultivators refrained from making a sound, as their sect elders occupied the upper tier, rendering it unnecessary for them to vie for the Xianwang materia. Among the 5 great sects of the Zhao Kingdom, only my Qianhe Valley boasts a 4th-tier refiner. I implore my fellow cultivators to grant this old man some leniency. 60,000 spirit stones. Leniency? Chao Leigui, how thick-skinned can you be? If I were to peel your face off and examine it, would you still ask for leniency? 80,000 spirit stones. Good. What are you doing here to stir the pot? 90,000 spirit stones. A joke. You shall not leave here with that bottle of Xianwang materia today. 100,000 spirit stones. Friend Go, the Great Sword Mountain has not a single 3rd-tier refiner. Would it not be a travesty to bestow the Xianwang materia upon you? 110,000 spirit stones. No need for you to worry, Chao Taoist. 120,000 spirit stones. The verbal exchanges between the 2 upper-tier nascent soul cultivators grew increasingly intense. The auction price soared to 170,000. 200,000 spirit stones. A resounding voice echoed from the 2nd tier, drawing the attention of golden core cultivators above and below to Li Ming. Seated in the 2nd-tier booth, Li Ming's female companion, a disciple of his master, was also taken aback. She never anticipated that this fellow cultivator beside her would compete with a nascent soul practitioner for the primordial essence of the Xianwang. Li Ming calmly faced the scrutinizing gazes from both above and below. High-tier materials are rare and elusive. And what of the nascent soul cultivators? This is indeed the marketplace of the Hehuan Sect. In the eyes of the nascent soul practitioners, there was a mixture of astonishment, derision, and cold laughter. Li Ming's true cultivation level could not be concealed from the nascent soul cultivators. The mere Qi refinement stage was indeed laughable in its insignificance. The golden core cultivators regarded Li Ming with contemplative expressions. They were unable to discern Li Ming's authentic prowess, mistakenly believing him to be one of their own. A fellow golden core practitioner. The efficacy of the Xin Chao Talisman was beyond question, as even the golden core cultivators, transcending 2 major realms, could not perceive the true nature of Li Meng. Only the nascent soul cultivators detected some subtle clues. Young one, this treasure is beyond your grasp. Abandon your desires. 210. 000 Spirit Stones. Li Meng could not see the nascent soul cultivator. The upper terrace was adorned with partition curtains, allowing only the sounds to drift in from a particular compartment. Li Meng glimpsed a figure above him. This individual instilled in Li Meng the courage to contend with the nascent soul cultivator for the primordial essence of the universe. A diminutive silhouette was perched upon the railing of a balcony in a secluded compartment, its curious gaze fixed upon him. Senior. The auction house's rule is that the highest bidder prevails. If you wish to acquire the primordial essence, you must outbid me, with a price of 250,000 spirit stones. 250,000 spirit stones? The golden core cultivators, both above and below, gasped in astonishment. Even for a nascent soul cultivator, 250,000 spirit stones constituted a considerable sum. Who was this burly cultivator, after all? Very well, young one, I shall remember you, came a hoarse voice, brimming with ire. The nascent soul cultivator contesting with Li Meng ceased to place further bids. Li Meng recognized his identity. He must be Chao Yuan, the esteemed elder of Qianhe Valley. Li Meng's female attendant, cradled in his arms, was utterly paralyzed with fear, her face ashen and trembling uncontrollably. Had he lost his mind? On the auction stage, Mu Jiaoer smiled gracefully. How audacious of that golden core cultivator on the second floor to vie with the Yuaning ancestors. This was indeed a most intriguing affair. 250,000 spirit stones, is there any further bidding? The entire auction hall fell into a profound silence, enveloped in stillness. The gazes directed at Li Meng were a mixture of schadenfreude, curiosity, disdain, and derision. Observing the lack of further bids, Mu Jiaoer offered a gentle smile. 250,000 spirit stones once, 250,000 spirit stones twice, 250,000 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to the senior for acquiring the primordial essence. On the second floor, within a secluded alcove, the varied stares from all directions weighed heavily. Li Meng let out a sigh of relief. The mysterious yellow primordial energy within the jade vial was considerable. While 250,000 spirit stones might seem trivial to other artisans, for Li Meng it was undeniably a worthwhile investment. The auction continued its course, and the attention that had been fixated on Li Meng swiftly dissipated. In the eyes of many, he had already become a specter. Although open theft was not permissible within the market, Li Meng could not remain there indefinitely. The moment he ventured beyond its confines, his demise would be inevitable. Li Meng produced the Supreme Elder token and handed it to the female attendant, his master. Go find the Supreme Elder. The female attendant stared in astonishment at the token in her hand. Who is he? How could he possess the Supreme Elder token of the Hidden Moon Peak? Go. The female attendant, somewhat dazed, rose to her feet. She hurriedly made her way outside. The sound of the door closing behind her echoing in the silence. A faint smile graced Li Meng's lips. Had it not been for the sight of his junior sister, he would never have dared to vie for the primordial essence with an infant soul cultivator. However, with his own backing present at the auction house, there was little cause for concern. After a brief interval, the door to the adjoining room creaked open. A petite figure dashed inside. You need not stay here. Qi Wei waved dismissively at the inner sect female disciple at the door. The disciple bowed respectfully to Qi Wei before turning away, her curvaceous form swaying as she departed. Once the inner sect disciple had left, Qi Wei finally shut the door. Senior brother, Qi Wei exclaimed, jogging over to the couch. She climbed onto the seat and, with curious fingers, playfully poked Li Meng's cheek. Senior brother, your transformation technique is far superior to mine. If I were touched by anyone, I would simply vanish. Li Meng chuckled softly, reaching out to touzle Qi Wei's little head. Little junior sister, I am not your old senior brother anymore. Qi Wei quickly covered her mouth, nodding vigorously. The auction house was shrouded in a barrier that obstructed divine senses. Even if the senior figures recognized Qi Wei, they would only assume that her relationship with Nagong Wan was quite profound. Qi Wei settled beside Li Meng, her small feet swinging back and forth. She retrieved the Grand Elder's token from her bosom and returned it to her senior brother. Senior brother, the master has instructed that you may freely bid on whatever you wish. Li Meng gazed in astonishment at his junior apprentice beside him. If this were indeed true, he would have stumbled upon an immense fortune. Was the elder truly so generous? Junior apprentice, did the elder genuinely say this? Li Meng confirmed once again, emphasizing that this matter should not be taken lightly. If the elder did not acknowledge it later, it could lead to significant trouble. Qi Wei smiled slightly, her petite hands clasping the arms of her senior brother. This is precisely what our master stated. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his chin where no beard existed. Li Meng awkwardly lowered his hand. Very well, with his ancestor backing him, he felt no need to hold back. Li Meng squinted as he gazed at the graceful figure of Master Mu on the auction stage. Senior brother, are you about to establish your foundation? Qi Wei discerned that the old man's aura was restrained, with signs of the 5 elemental spiritual power overflowing, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of Qi training. Indeed. I will commence my foundation establishment after meeting Master. The auction continued, and subsequent items failed to capture Li Meng's interest. They were either inferior or medium-grade magical artifacts, with not a single superior or exceptional artifact in sight. There have been nearly 100 items auctioned, yet none were spiritual treasures. Isn't that junior sister Chiwei? From the adjacent booth, when Huan leaned against her husband, her head peeking out with curiosity as she observed the two individuals next door. It appeared that junior sister Chiwei was quite close to that man, piquing when Huan's interest regarding his identity. It was well known that junior sister Chiwei was typically reclusive, rarely seen in close company with anyone. Whenever encountered, she was always alone, her gaze seemingly oblivious to others. Even if one greeted her, she would merely glance before departing. Hanli turned to glance at the pair in the neighboring seat. Junior sister Chiwei is the true disciple of the esteemed elder from the hidden moon peak. Her identity has always been shrouded in mystery. It's best not to pry, junior sister. When Huan chuckled playfully, snuggling closer to her brother. But I am curious. Yet, she refrained from asking further. Her attention now fixated on the male cultivator beside junior sister Chiwei. That man dared to bid against a nascent soul cultivator. He must have the backing of Elder Nagongwan. The next item for auction was the 91st item, a magical talisman, the first-grade Xinqiao Talisman of Earth Shrinkage. Upon Mujioer's announcement, an uproar ensued in the hall. What? A first-grade Xinqiao Talisman? It's been a millennium since such a talisman has appeared in Zhao country. Has the Hehuan Sect gone mad to auction such a treasure? Murmured the lower-tier golden core cultivators. If reserved for the inner sect's prodigies, their safety during growth would be ensured. The mid-tier golden core cultivators, too, were astonished. The Xinqiao Earth Shrinkage Talisman could bypass any restrictive formations. A life-saving talisman that even nascent soul cultivators would covet. However, talismans could only be used once. Although the Xinqiao Talisman could be utilized multiple times, a talisman treasure differed. Its usage far exceeded that of a regular talisman. The starting bid could not be less than 30,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, this item has a fate with me. I beseech you to grant an old man a small favor. 40,000 spirit stones. Before the lower-tier golden core cultivators could respond, an upper-tier nascent soul cultivator made a bid. The golden core cultivators, who were about to bid, promptly closed their mouths. Chalaeguai, how thick-skinned can you be? After selling for so long, shouldn't you be out of stock? 50,000 spirit stones. Are you trying to compete with this old man, Feng Xianshi? 55,000 spirit stones. The current prodigies of Zhao country can be found in my Qingshu sect. Chalaeguai. No matter who you buy it for, you will lose. This treasure has no fate with you. Let it go. 60,000 spirit stones. Your words are misguided, Feng Xianshi. With a century approaching, who can predict the outcome of the next prodigy battle? 70,000 spirit stones. Are you from Qianhe Valley? 80,000 spirit stones. Feng Xianshi. Do not falter over a woman, it's not worth it. 90,000 spirit stones. Li Meng, seated below, listened with great interest to the verbal sparring of the nascent soul cultivators. Chalaeguai, why involve me in your bidding? A frustrated female voice echoed from an upper booth. Did I say anything? Su Xianshi, please do not take it personally. Oh, when did you become close with Feng Xianshi? You senior sister, do not be angered. He is merely trying to provoke you. 100,000 spirit stones. Umaba, this old monk has a fate with this treasure. I implore both donors to grant me a favor. 150,000 spirit stones. All sounds above came to a halt. Mujioer on the auction stage was at a loss. How did Master Hussy from Golden Mountain Monastery join the fray? The bidding was not yet over, brewing a more intense storm. Master Hussy, you have broken your vows. Umaba. What do you mean, Chao donor? You have violated the precepts of desire and greed. A monk shouldn't meddle in worldly affairs. Why so? Chao donor, do not jest. Today this humble monk will not discuss the Tao. Well, it is rare for Master Hussy to show interest in worldly possessions. I shall grant you this small favor. Master, is it over? Mujioa felt relieved. She smiled gently, her graceful figure twirled once. 150,000 spirit stones going once, 150,000 spirit stones going twice, 150,000 spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to the elder for acquiring the first-grade Xinqiao Talisman of Earth Shrinkage. 1,500,000 spirit stones. Li Meng, perched on the second-floor booth, narrowed his eyes. A first-grade Xinqiao Talisman sold for such a sum? He must have struck it rich. The cost to craft a first-grade Xinqiao Talisman is merely a few thousand spirit stones. That's a hundredfold profit. How could Li Meng not be tempted? However, he swiftly composed himself, a contemplative expression gracing his face. While the flawless elixirs and Xinqiao talismans could occasionally be crafted, they must not be produced too frequently. Especially the Xinqiao talisman should not be overly prevalent. Discretion is paramount. Li Meng silently reminded himself not to succumb to momentary impulses in the pursuit of wealth. He must contemplate the consequences that follow such urges. The auction continued unabated, and during the subsequent bidding, Li Meng remained vigilant, actively engaging in the competition for refining materials. Whenever the price was reasonable, he would bid. Otherwise, he would defer to others. The materials available at the auction were beyond his current capabilities, yet the cost remained modest, hovering around 20,000 spirit stones. Next on the auction block was the 103rd item, a Millennium Longevity Fruit. As Mujioa announced, fervent gazes from both the upper and lower levels of the venue fixated on the auction stage. It was indeed a longevity fruit, a considerable offering from the Hehuan Sect, showcasing such a treasure for auction. Although the Millennium Longevity Fruit could only be used to concoct the most inferior longevity pill, its rarity was not to be underestimated. Longevity fruits aged over a millennium are not easily found. The Golden Core cultivators, both above and below, gazed eagerly at the longevity fruit held by the attendant, a spirit plant resembling an infant, akin to ginseng but more plump and smooth, its surface gleaming like exquisite jade. The starting bid was set at 20,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Upon Mujioa's words, an oppressive silence enveloped the auction hall. Chapter 66, Longevity Fruit and Heavenly Thunder Bamboo. The Millennium Longevity Fruit could only yield an inferior longevity pill, which would extend life by a mere 50 years. One could only consume a single longevity pill in a lifetime, although a second pill might not be entirely ineffective. It would only grant a few additional years. While 50 years might not entice nascent soul cultivators, for Golden Core practitioners, it held a different significance. 50 years, though not long, could be pivotal. Perhaps it would provide the time needed to successfully achieve infant transformation. I bid 50,000 spirit stones, exclaimed an excited Golden Core loose cultivator from the lower tier. He radiated a palpable aura of decay, for he was not far from the end of his journey. To him, the longevity fruit was a lifeline, compelling him to stake everything he had. Are you mad? The Millennium Longevity Fruit is hardly worth that price. Yet, can one truly place a price on something so vital? In a private box on the second level, the couple Hanli and his wife appeared equally stirred. Calm down. My dear, we will make our final bid. When Huan gently reassured her agitated husband, Hanli inhaled deeply, tightening his embrace around his wife. Next door, Chiwei's voice chimed in. Brother, it's the longevity fruit. Let us acquire it. She tugged at Li Meng's arm, her small face flushed with excitement. Li Meng chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch his junior sister's nose playfully. Junior sister, a chi refining cultivator, cannot withstand the effects of the longevity elixir. Extending one's lifespan comes at a cost, a burden far too great for a chi refining practitioner to bear. Chiwei pouted slightly, continuing to act adorably. What if I succeed in establishing my foundation? With that longevity fruit, brother could extend his life by another 50 years. Perhaps those 50 years are precisely what brother needs to attain the golden elixir. Brother, our master has been generous this time. You should not hesitate. Chiwei swayed even more vigorously, fearful that her elder brother might refuse her plea. Li Meng smiled helplessly, reaching out to pat his junior sister's head. All right. Junior sister, I will buy it. Is that satisfactory? Chiwei's south eyes curved into crescent moons, no longer shaking the arm of her elderly senior brother nor acting coyly. She obediently sat beside him, her small hands tightly embracing his arm. At that moment, the bidding for the longevity fruit had escalated to 90,000 spirit stones, a price surpassing the means of most Golden Core cultivators. The first bidder sat despondently on his seat, initially brimming with confidence, believing that a mere millennium longevity fruit would not attract such high stakes. To his astonishment, the price had doubled, and yet the bidding continued. 120,000 spirit stones. A chilling voice resonated from the second floor, carrying an inexplicable authority that swept across the entire lower auction hall. All Golden Core cultivators shifted their gazes towards the Han couple on the second floor, nestled in Han Li's embrace, when Huan smiled alluringly. Excellent. The longevity fruit was theirs. 150,000 spirit stones. Just then, a powerful voice erupted from the adjacent area, catching the confident couple off guard. Their expressions darkened as they glared at the burly cultivator on the neighboring platform, overlooking Chiwei, who stood beside him. This price left them with no room to maneuver. Even if they implored the burly man to withdraw from the bidding, they could not produce more than 150,000 spirit stones. Hanli glared fiercely at the burly man, his murderous intent unmistakable. The couple had exhausted their resources for this longevity fruit and never anticipated being thwarted. Husband. When Huan grasped her husband's hand tightly. That's the junior sister. She must be connected to the one from the hidden moon peak. Do not act impulsively. We must investigate first. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, gradually calming under his wife's soothing presence. This was an auction house, and as Golden Core elders of the Hehuan Sect, causing a disturbance here would not be easily overlooked by the enforcement hall. Li Meng, in the adjacent area, naturally sensed the murderous intent emanating from the couple next door. Li Meng cast a furtive glance at the neighboring couple of Golden Core cultivators. Name. When Huan, age, 451, fortune, 500, cultivation, late Golden Core, talent, water spirit root. Affection, -50. Their time was drawing near, and the prospect of breaking through to the pinnacle of Golden Core seemed bleak. They were nothing but a mirror image of his rather unremarkable master. This exemplified the arduous journey that Golden Core cultivators faced in their quest for nascent life. Junior sister. Look, senior brother has earned someone's disdain. Chiwei leaned over to observe the couple on the adjacent terrace. Forget about them. It's irrelevant. Qi Wei quickly covered her mouth. If the subsequent words were to escape, the identity of the little old master brother would surely be compromised. Li Meng chuckled softly, reaching out to gently pat the little junior sister's head. She was truly adorable. Each time he encountered her, he felt an irresistible urge to caress her hair. The sensation was simply exhilarating, reminiscent of the small dog he had once raised in his past life on Earth, obedient and charming. A mere touch to the dog's head would send its tail wagging joyfully. 150,000 for the first time, 150,000 for the second, 150,000 for the third. Congratulations, senior, for acquiring the longevity fruit. Thus, Li Meng successfully obtained the longevity fruit. At this juncture, the auction was nearing its conclusion, entering the most intense phase of the celestial gathering. The items presented later in the auction were increasingly valuable. Beyond the 110th item, the bidding was predominantly among essence and fusion practitioners. The next item on the block was the 125th lot, a segment of thunder bamboo aged 5,000 years. With a starting bid of 50,000 and increments not to be less than 1,000. Thunder bamboo? Li Meng cast a glance at the treasure pavilion. All the magical artifacts and treasures did not require the thunder bamboo. Could it be that only upon advancing to a 4th grade artifact master would one need treasures made of thunder bamboo? Never mind, it was best to purchase it first. 60,000 spirit stones. This time, Li Meng was the first to make a bid. Odd, why was there no one else competing? Li Meng was prepared to engage in a spirited bidding war with the monks from above and below. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the entire auction hall had fallen silent. There was not a single competitor in sight. Senior brother, why are you purchasing the heavenly thunder bamboo? Qi Wei tugged at the sleeve of the elderly senior brother beside her. Li Meng lowered his gaze towards his junior sister beside him. Junior sister, is there something troubling you? Noticing that his elder brother seemed utterly oblivious, Qi Wei suppressed a smile. Elder brother, Tianlei bamboo is a material used for crafting lightning-type spiritual treasures. Thunder spiritual roots are classified as exotic spiritual roots, which are already quite rare among practitioners. Among them, those with thunder spiritual roots are exceedingly scarce throughout the entirety of Zhao State. One cannot find a single practitioner with a thunder spiritual root. Li Meng's expression revealed a dawning comprehension. No wonder no one had bid against him. What value could a treasure hold if it remained unused? Even the legendary thunder bamboo, aged for millennia, would possess no worth. Chapter 67. Moonview Peak. Noticing the absence of competitors, Mu Jiao'er offered a gentle smile. 60,000 spirit stones for the first time. 60,000 spirit stones for the second time. 60,000 spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations, esteemed elder, on acquiring the 5,000-year-old thunder bamboo. Was this truly a fortunate find? Li Meng could not ascertain. The auction swiftly approached its conclusion. The final item was a low-grade spiritual treasure, which was secured by the esteemed Su Fairy for 170,000 spirit stones. Senior brother, let us depart. There is nothing further of interest, Qi Wei exclaimed, leaping from her seat and grasping the hand of her elderly companion as they made their way outside. Where are we headed, junior sister? He inquired. To collect our auctioned item, of course. Come on, senior brother, don't linger. Ah, do be cautious. Mind your step. I shall be just fine. In the lengthy corridor, the duo, a towering figure and a petite one, gradually faded from view. By the time Li Meng exited the auction house, an hour had elapsed, and the day had seamlessly transitioned into the afternoon of the following day. The auction had unfolded over the span of an entire day, taking place upon the flying sword platform outside the market. Li Meng glanced around nervously. Is it really all right for him to leave the market like this? Senior brother, let us go. Qi Wei extended her small hand and clasped the arm of her elderly senior brother. Li Meng cast a glance down at his giggling junior sister. Little sister, surely the elder ancestor must be nearby? If the ancestor were absent, I would dare not leave the market, for I am presently in possession of immense treasures. Who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching me from the shadows? Qi Wei's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Brother, you look so amusing when you're scared. As Li Meng surveyed his surroundings, he shot a glare at his junior sister before bending down to lift her in his arms. Brother, what are you doing? Qi Wei's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment and nervousness flickered in her eyes. Li Meng broke into a broad smile, his tall figure soaring into the air. He gracefully embraced his junior sister, soaring away on his sword. Junior sister, if we encounter danger, I shall use you as a shield. Qi Wei pouted slightly, her hands tightly clutching her brother's robe. Brother would never do that. Haha, junior sister, you know me quite well. Rest assured, I would never act in such a manner. You trust me so much? Qi Wei nodded her little head. Li Meng chuckled softly, gazing down at the charming visage of Qi Wei. You know, one day you might find yourself sold by your senior brother, yet still count the coins for him. Qi Wei looked up and playfully blinked at the little old man. Her senior brother. Senior brother, what is money? It is spirit stones. Then I shall count them for you. Haha, you little money grubber. Li Meng soared into the sky, ascending directly into the clouds. Above the vast expanse of cloud layers, he glided effortlessly. Beneath him lay an infinite sea of clouds, while the setting sun appeared grand and crimson. This scene was breathtaking, and being enveloped in it brought a sense of tranquility. If only the strong winds that rushed towards him were absent. Little junior sister, is master at Wangwei Peak? In his embrace, Qi Wei shook her head. Although Wangwei Peak was the residence of senior sister, she seldom returned there, preferring to stay at Yinwei Peak. Senior brother, do you intend to move to Wangwei Peak? Move? Li Meng had never contemplated relocating to Wangwei Peak. The registered disciples of the Golden Elixir Elder each possess their own abodes. Generally, they do not reside alongside their master. Only visiting for significant matters. Qi Wei nodded slightly. The senior sister remarked that if the senior brother arrived, then he could manage Wangwei Peak as he saw fit. Li Meng suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Indeed, the master was as frugal as ever. Senior brother, there's this as well. Qi Wei produced a token. This is the passage token for the cloud meow array of Wangwei Peak. With it, one can traverse freely. Li Meng sighed deeply and resignedly accepted the array token. It appeared that his master intended to assume the role of a hands-off manager. If that is the case, so be it. Li Meng harbored no resentment towards his rather indifferent master, for in his master's eyes, he was merely an elderly man on the brink of enlightenment. Were it not for the ancestral request, his master would likely not spare him a second glance. Xixiang, shall we depart now? Indeed, let us go at once. The duration of the transformation was nearing its conclusion, making it the perfect moment to return to Wangwei Peak and restore his true identity. Li Meng turned his head to glance behind. This was already the territory of the Hehuan Sect, although there was no need to worry about external cultivators or rogue practitioners. Attracting the attention of a golden core master within the sect could be quite troublesome. Senior brother, rest assured, they would not dare. Qi Wei could easily discern her senior brother's concerns. Indeed, senior brother has no need for worry. Li Meng withdrew his gaze and chuckled softly. Reaching out to ruffle his junior sister's hair, Qi Wei squinted her eyes and covered her mouth with a smile, finding the timid little elder brother quite amusing. In the Hehuan Sect, within the inner sanctum of Wangwei Peak, two figures, one large and one small, soared through the moonlight on their swords. Senior brother. That is Wangwei Peak, they exclaimed, standing before a mountain enveloped in mist. Li Meng held his junior sister as they soared through the skies on their sword. To discern the differences between the Yunmiao formation and the Mizong formation, one might initially find it challenging, as they appear identical at first glance. The peaks of the mountains are enveloped in a shroud of mist. However, upon closer inspection, the distinctions become apparent. The mist of the Mizong formation remains still and unmoving, while the fog of the Yunmiao formation flows around the mountains in a clockwise motion. Li Meng produced the passage token and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the token emitted a radiant glow of 5 colors, causing the clouds encircling the mountain peaks to part and unveil a pathway. Li Meng embraced his junior sister as they soared into the peak on their swords. Indeed, it was a place of exquisite beauty. Upon the stone platform at the edge of the cliff atop the peak, Li Meng, cradling his junior disciple, descended gracefully to the ground. Upon landing, he gazed around in sheer astonishment. The summit of Wangwei Peak boasts an expansive space, resembling a celestial palace adorned with pavilions scattered throughout. However, upon closer inspection, these structures are not pavilions, but rather a series of gazebos interconnected by winding paths. The true pavilion rests beside a serene small lake at the peak. The scenery at the summit is akin to a magnificent landscape painting, harmoniously blending mountains and waters. Li Meng gently set his junior sister down. Qi Wei skipped joyfully along the pathway, ascending the mountain. Senior brother, come quickly. Li Meng chuckled softly, enveloped in a swirling mist. As the fog dissipated, the imposing figure of a burly man vanished, replaced by a diminutive old man clad in a blue robe. Little junior sister, do take it easy. This old frame of mine cannot move swiftly, he remarked, though his pace belied his words. Hee, elder brother, do slow down. I would hate for you to stumble. The pair, one large and one small, meandered atop the peak for an hour before finally pausing. Elder brother, our master has summoned me back. In the pavilion, Qi Wei sat on a stone bench, her feet swinging restlessly, her demeanor reflecting a hint of discontent. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Little junior sister, your physique is quite unique. If you do not diligently cultivate, it will be challenging to break through before your lifespan wanes. I would be heartbroken if, while I achieve the golden core stage, you remain stuck in the foundation establishment stage. Qi Wei's eyes curved into crescent moons as she stood atop the stone bench, gazing down at her elder brother. Elder brother, you must not die. If you do, I shall mock you for all eternity. With that, she made a playful face at Li Meng and leapt down from the stone bench, bouncing out of the pavilion. Her petite form soared into the air, riding her sword beyond the peak. Chapter 68. Cultivating together. The flying sword beneath little junior sister appeared diminutive, specially crafted to accommodate her small stature. Li Meng watched as his junior sister soared into the mist, lingering until her figure vanished completely within the ethereal shroud. Li Meng then withdrew his gaze. It was time to prepare for the foundation laying. Li Meng gazed up at the full moon, his eyes slightly squinted. It was imperative to refine the dust-reducing elixir prior to foundation establishment. The act of concocting the dust-reducing elixir before foundation establishment is fundamentally different from doing so afterward. To outsiders, his chances of successfully establishing a foundation appeared rather slim. The same sentiment was echoed in the eyes of Master Chiu. He had to present the facade of being thoroughly prepared in advance. Though somewhat disingenuous, this pretense was essential. It was time to seek out Master Chiu. Li Meng Fei soared into the air, wielding his sword as he departed into the distance. Within the inner sect, at the summit of Yunchang Peak, Li Meng arrived on his sword, suspended in the air beyond the clouds and mist. His disciple, Li Meng, respectfully greeted Master Chu. Li Meng bowed respectfully towards the summit. Several strands of divine awareness swept over him. Moments later, the mist atop the cloud peak stirred, revealing a pathway leading to the pinnacle. Li Meng soared in with his sword, entering the loft atop the peak. Ascending to the second floor, he lifted the curtain and beheld the enchanting figure seated in meditation upon the bed. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile as he approached with measured steps. After only a couple of strides, the delicate Chu Ro on the bed opened her eyes. She regarded the sneaky Li Shizhi with a cold gaze. Li Meng chuckled softly and settled beside Master Chu. Master Chu, do you not think that my visit is rather untimely? He inquired. Chu Ro shot an irritated glance at the elderly man beside her. Who visits at such a late hour? Li Meng chuckled softly, reaching out to grasp the delicate hand of his esteemed Master Chu. Master Chu, I intend to enter seclusion in a month's time to strive for foundation establishment. In these final days, I wish to spend more time with you. The rapid elevation of his realm over the past few months had rendered his foundation unstable, causing his spiritual energy to overflow. He required a period to consolidate his essence and reinforce his foundation. Chu Ro cast a cold glance at her disciple, questioning the need for such superfluous chatter. Li Meng chuckled softly. Although Master Chu often appeared cold and aloof, there were moments when he exuded an undeniable charm. Master Chu, I shall not be polite then. With that, Li Meng leaned forward and wrapped his arms around Master Chu's waist. As night deepened, the long hours eventually gave way to dawn. The following morning, Li Meng rose early. Master Chu, I shall make a brief return to the little bamboo peak. With a leap, he soared into the mist, wielding his sword. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, Chu Ro's eyes glimmered with a trace of melancholy. She had never cohabited with anyone before. Previously, Brother Chen was merely a companion in philosophical discourse, their connection limited to the exchange of insights on Taoism. Although they had undertaken missions together, their relationship had never progressed beyond that. When they first formed their partnership, they had established 3 agreements. Content to remain fellow travelers on the path of the Great Tao. Little did she anticipate that she would now be sharing a dwelling for a month with an Outer Sect disciple, whose time was perilously short. Outer Sect. Little Bamboo Peak. Li Meng descended with his sword, gracefully landing just outside the courtyard gate. He lifted his gaze to the large characters on the signboard. Li Meng smiled gently, stroking his beard thoughtfully. After a moment's reflection, he waved his hand, and the inscription on the doorplate instantly transformed. It now read, Move to the inner door, Wangwei Peak. Please do not disturb for 1 month. Having completed this task, Li Meng turned and soared into the sky, wielding his sword as he departed. He intended to quietly relocate to Wangwei Peak, ensuring that his fellow disciples, Yuan and Qin, would be unable to find him. Nor would Xue and Zi. As he traversed the majestic mountains, Li Meng flew gracefully on his sword, with peaks sweeping past him and clouds billowing through his path. Should he pay a visit to his junior brother, Xue? Perhaps it is best to wait until he has established his foundation before making the trip. And perhaps he could bring a small gift for the young girl as well. The last time he failed to present a gift to her was primarily due to his status. Xue Ruyu was a true disciple of Yanwei Peak. While he was merely an aging outer disciple nearing his end, though skilled in alchemy, he had little of value to offer. At that time, his pockets were empty, leaving him unable to present anything worthwhile. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. The moment of foundation laying was approaching, and Li Meng felt a twinge of excitement. A mere month had passed, not a long time at all. Within the inner sect, atop Yunchang Peak, Master Chu, the master and disciple have returned. In the loft at the peak, on the second floor, Li Meng lifted the curtain and stepped inside. What is the fuss about returning? Chu Ro, seated cross-legged on the bed, opened her eyes, casting a frosty gaze upon the approaching disciple. Li Meng sat down beside Chu Ro with a cheerful smile. Just about to speak when Master Chu interrupted him. Come, cultivate with me. A faint blush appeared on Chu Ro's cheeks. It was her first time actively inviting a man to discuss the Tao, and this particular individual was merely an outer sect chi refining disciple facing imminent peril. Li Meng's expression darkened, and he forced a smile. That Master Chu. Did he forget that his disciple has not cultivated the fragmented scroll of the Huangdi Neijing within the sect? Moreover, Master Chu, have you forgotten that your disciple is a waste of the 5 spiritual roots? Chu Ro fell silent. The presence of all 5 elements signifies the interdependent and opposing forces of spiritual energy within. The balance of yin and yang also resides at a pivotal point. Any external energy would disrupt this equilibrium, rendering a 5 spiritual root waste incapable of dual cultivation techniques. It is truly perplexing how Li Shizai managed to join the Hehuan Sect, as it is customary for the sect to not accept cultivators with less than 3 spiritual roots. So, what method do you practice? The Qi refinement technique. The Qi refinement technique? Chu Ro fell silent once more. She recalled the 5 spiritual root waste qualifications of the little old man beside her. The more intricate the technique, the greater the demand for the elemental attributes of the spiritual roots. The Qi refinement technique, however, is a widely practiced method in the realm of cultivation. The term widely practiced refers to its broad dissemination and accessibility for cultivation, unlike certain techniques that are obscure and difficult to comprehend, requiring extensive time merely to grasp the fundamentals. Although the Qi refinement technique is easy to cultivate, it possesses evident shortcomings. Otherwise, it would not have become a common practice in the cultivation world. While its magical power surpasses that of practitioners at the same level, the speed of cultivation remains exceedingly sluggish. Li Shizhi inherently possessed 5 spiritual roots, rendering him a waste body. Is this not compounding the sluggishness? Li Shizhi, how could you opt for the chi refinement technique? Within the sect's transmission pavilion, there exists an abundance of cultivation methods suited for outer disciples. The disciples of the Hehuan Sect do not confine themselves to a singular technique. Apart from the dragon induction technique and the fragmented volume of the Huang denaging, they also cultivate other methods concurrently. The rationale is quite straightforward. Dual cultivation techniques necessitate the companionship of 2 practitioners. In the minor breakthrough stage, this practice yields significant benefits for both male and female participants. However, at the major breakthrough stage, it becomes somewhat superfluous. Major breakthroughs rely on one's own enlightenment. Engaging in dual cultivation with the opposite sex can impede a practitioner's ability to achieve enlightenment, as external disturbances may easily lead them astray. Chapter 69, The Alchemy at Wangwei Peak. The commotion is rather significant. Shizhi had no choice. Li Meng reached out and embraced Chu Shizhi's waist. Chu Rou cast a cold glance at Li Meng. This old man truly never knows when to stop. One wonders where he finds such boundless energy. Time flies, and days pass one after another. Li Meng's days on Yunshang Peak were undeniably delightful. During his leisure moments, he would gaze from afar at the breathtaking sight of Master Chu in meditation. Master Chu was a fervent practitioner, either seated in quiet contemplation on the stone platform or resting on the bed in the attic. Even with the presence of the elderly Li Meng, the routine remained largely unchanged. In the cool pavilion atop the peak, an elderly figure sat on a stone bench beside a stone table, his gaze fixed upon the stone platform at the edge of the cliff not far away. Upon that platform rested a meditation cushion, upon which a graceful figure was seated. Reflecting on the past half-month spent alongside Master Chu, a myriad of memories flooded his mind. Li Meng's lips curved into a slight smile. Although slightly fatigued, every effort proved worthwhile. The use of medication to bolster one's foundation has indeed solidified the groundwork. Li Meng rose gracefully and leisurely exited the pavilion. Upon stepping out, he soared into the air, wielding his sword as he vanished into the distant horizon. The aged silhouette of his swordplay melded into the mist beyond the peaks. On the stone platform, Chu Rou, seated upon her mat, opened her eyes, a flicker of melancholy crossing her gaze. Was it possible that her esteemed disciple, Li, intended to confront the trials of life and death to establish his foundation? If so, would it not be wiser to remain atop the cloud-viewing peak? Did he not trust in her guidance? Let him choose his own path. Chu Rou closed her eyes once more. After a brief moment, she opened them again, rising to her feet and leaping into the air. Her graceful figure, akin to that of a celestial maiden, glided through the winds and disappeared into the mist. Within the inner sanctum at the moon-watching peak, Li Meng approached with his sword in hand. The clouds and mist surrounding Wangwei Peak parted, creating a passageway. Li Meng soared into the peak on his sword. Just as he vanished into the misty rain, a graceful figure approached from afar, gliding through the air on her sword. Is this the Moonwatch Peak? Chu Rou hovered in midair outside the peak, gazing at the ethereal, cloud-wreathed contours of the Moonwatch Peak. A flicker of uncertainty glimmering in her eyes. How could Li Shizhi effortlessly gain access to the cave dwelling of his golden core master? At that moment, Chu Rou began to realize something profound. She appeared to know nothing about this little old man's disciple. Aside from being aware of his extraordinary talent in alchemy, she remained largely oblivious to all matters pertaining to Li Shizhi. Furthermore, she lacked the inclination to delve deeper into his affairs, as her passion for cultivation consumed her entirely. Meanwhile, within the confines of Wangwei Peak, how fortunate it was to have such a beneficent master. Li Meng leapt down, landing gracefully upon the stone platform before the loft. He had been away for quite some time. To his astonishment, his rather indifferent master had not returned even once. As for how Li Meng disowned this, it was evident from the state of the loft's doors and windows. Li Meng did not enter the attic, for it was, after all, the sanctum of his master. It would be inappropriate for him to reside there. Li Meng settled himself upon a stone platform by the lakeside. With a single hand, he formed an incantation. The exquisite alchemical furnace, of superior grade, soared from the storage pouch at his waist, and with a resounding thud, it struck the ground. Li Meng formed a hand seal, and a radiant 5-colored aura emanated from his entire being. The array within the alchemical furnace illuminated, and a fierce blaze erupted forth. Li Meng raised his hand, and with a swift motion, over a dozen jade vials filled with elixirs soared into the alchemical furnace. In no time, the air surrounding the furnace began to warp and distort. The exquisite alchemical furnace radiated an astonishing wave of heat, as torrents of warmth engulfed the vicinity. Li Meng's forehead glistened with perspiration. 3 hours later, his cultivation at the great perfection of chi refinement still felt insufficiently low. Li Meng lifted a bottle of elixirs and poured its contents into his mouth. One by one, the precious flawless pills were swallowed by Li Meng. Elixirs, foundation establishment, elixirs. Foundation establishment. Li Meng muttered as if entranced, his visage twisted in a grimace, fiercely staring at the alchemical furnace. His entire essence surged into the furnace like a powerful tide, enveloping the surrounding space in a radiant array of colors. The following morning, a peculiar aroma of elixirs suddenly swept through the Wangwei Peak. Even the outer cloud barrier could not contain the fragrant outpouring. Such a delightful scent. Who was concocting elixirs? The aroma invigorated the senses. It must be a superior grade pill. Foundation establishment cultivators passing by halted to observe, as the intoxicating fragrance was overwhelmingly rich, hinting at a subtle enhancement in their cultivation levels. Those stagnating at their bottleneck felt it loosening slightly. Many foundation establishment disciples floated in the air, meditating and absorbing the essence of the elixir's fragrance. Someone is indeed refining dust-settling pills. No wonder I feel my bottleneck easing. Quickly, meditate and cultivate. This is a chance to break through. An increasing number of inner sect foundation establishment disciples were drawn to the scent, gazing at the skies surrounding Wangwei Peak. Over a dozen inner sect disciples floated in the air, channeling the medicinal power of the fragrance against their bottlenecks. At that moment, 2 streaks of light dashed in from the distance, swiftly approaching the peak. As the lights dissipated, a man and woman hovered in the air. Oh, when did Sister Ruoshui learn alchemy? When Hehuan smiled enchantingly, nestling against her husband. Breathing in the extraordinary aroma wafting from the peak, she inhaled deeply, her face alight with bliss. Brother, this quality is nearing perfection, isn't it? Hanli, holding his wife, gazed expressionlessly at the mist-enshrouded peak. It's still lacking a bit. My dear, could it be Sister Ruoshui? No. Hanli decisively responded without hesitation. When Hehuan smiled knowingly. Oh, which alchemist has Sister Ruoshui entangled with? She is already residing in a cave dwelling. A streak of light suddenly surged from afar, the aura of a golden core cultivator already permeating the atmosphere. The light swiftly neared Wangwei Peak, revealing a graceful figure clad in a flowing violet gown, suspended before the peak. A sheer veil partially obscured her exquisite features, her alluring silhouette captivating all who beheld her. From a distance, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, her curves accentuated by the gown. A fleeting glance at the 2 nearby individuals transformed into a streak of azure light soaring toward Wangwei Peak. As the light approached, the surrounding mist parted, creating a path. Could it truly be Sister Ruoshui's little man? When Hehuan gasped in astonishment, but the smile on her face betrayed her disbelief. That old maid Ruoshui would rather perish than seek a man for a glimmer of hope. How could she possibly turn to one as her time dwindles? My dear, has that person been found? When Hehuan looked up at her husband's cool, aloof face, Hanli's expression shifted slightly. No, we dare not seek. Why? It is a warning from the one at Wangwei Peak. When Hehuan frowned, her eyes narrowing. It seems that person indeed shares a close connection with the one from Wangwei Peak. With a sigh, she nestled closer to her husband. Chapter 70. Refining dust-settling pills. My dear, why are we so unfortunate? When Hehuan lamented. Just as we were about to grasp the essence of longevity, it was snatched away. How can they be so ruthless? Yet, what could they do in their discontent? Below the nascent soul, they were myriads. The elder was not someone they could provoke. Wangwei Peak, by the lakeside at the summit. Meng sat cross-legged on the stone, his face as pale as death. A radiant aura of 5 colors enveloped him, and torrents of spiritual energy continuously surged from his body, flowing into the alchemical furnace. Curse it, cultivating chi truly proves to be futile. Meng extracted a vial of elixir. The 2nd-grade flawless rejuvenating pill seemed to flow into his mouth as if it were free of cost. After ingesting several of these flawless rejuvenating pills, the depleted magical energy within him finally began to recover rapidly. The final step was at hand. Meng fixed his gaze intently upon the elixir coalescing within the alchemical furnace. The impurities had been thoroughly eliminated, and the once tumultuous spiritual energy had now transformed into a gentle demeanor. The next step was to solidify the elixir. Coalesce for me. Meng formed a series of intricate hand gestures. The 5-colored spiritual energy surging towards the alchemical furnace instantaneously multiplied several times. Under the impact of this energy, the alchemical furnace trembled slightly. Within the furnace, the mystical flames coalesced into a swirling vortex, continuously compressing the elixir. The pill is taking shape. A suppressed roar erupted from Meng, causing the vibrant hues of spiritual light enveloping him to vanish in an instant. The once trembling alchemical furnace fell into an abrupt silence. A powerful surge of spiritual energy subsequently erupted, the quintessence of the 5 elements resembling waves of the sea crashing around. The entire Muwatch Peak became cloaked in a resplendent 5-colored radiance. What transpired? What event had unfolded upon Muwatch Peak? Outside the peak, gasps of astonishment echoed. The mist-shrouded Muwatch Peak suddenly erupted with 5-colored brilliance, akin to the emergence of a rare treasure. A rich force of the 5 elements cascaded forth from within the peak, mingling with the intoxicating aroma of elixirs, causing the inner sect disciples who were cultivating outside to be momentarily taken aback. My lord, what is this? When Hehuan, nestled in Hanli's embrace, gazed curiously at the dazzling spiritual light radiating from Muwatch Peak. Could that vixen have truly entangled herself with an alchemist? The commotion arising from this alchemical endeavor was quite extraordinary. Could it be a 4th-grade alchemist? I cannot tell, Hanli replied, his brow furrowed. The fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Muwatch Peak did not appear particularly strong, at least not in the eyes of golden core cultivators. Yet, such an extraordinary phenomenon had manifested. Could it be that the alchemist was employing a 5-element formation for their concoction? Meanwhile, within Muwatch Peak, Meng lay on the stone like a lifeless dog, his complexion as pale as parchment. The sharp pain in his mind indicated to him that this time, the drain on his spirit had been rather substantial. Li Meng exerted his last ounce of strength to sit up. He placed several second-tier flawless soul-nourishing pills into his mouth and began to circulate the divine refinement technique to restore his spirit. Before long, he could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a vial of pills from his storage bag, gazing at it with delight. Despite enduring a series of trials, the journey had been relatively smooth, and the outcome was quite splendid. He had acquired 5 third-tier flawless pills. Had he been a more powerful foundation-building cultivator with a stronger spirit, the depletion would have been lesser, and the number of pills obtained would have been greater. As a golden core cultivator, the total would undoubtedly exceed 15. Li Meng put away the elixir bottle and, with a hint of perplexity, cast his gaze around. Oddly, he felt a chill enveloping him. Could it be that someone was secretly watching him? Li Meng murmured softly, glancing around but finding no one in sight. This was indeed Wangwei Peak, where his rather unorthodox master, a golden core cultivator, resided. Aside from his master, no one should have been able to enter Wangwei Peak. With this thought, Li Meng felt a sense of relief. He closed his eyes, continuing to cultivate the spirit refinement technique to restore his soul. After the success of his alchemical endeavor, the fragrance of the elixir no longer wafted from Wangwei Peak. Had he succeeded or failed? It seemed a failure. For if he had succeeded, the aroma would not have escaped. What a pity, he was merely a step away from achieving the elixir. Alas, it was fortunate for us. Indeed, crafting a high-quality elixir is no simple task. A single failure could render all efforts futile. The fragrance no longer permeated Wangwei Peak. Reflecting on the earlier anomalies, it could only signify one thing. The process of forming the elixir had failed, resulting in the aroma spilling forth and nourishing the heavens and earth. The inner disciples at the base of the peak took to their swords and departed. Soon, tranquility enveloped the area once more. 3 days later, at Wangwei Peak, Li Meng suddenly awoke from his slumber on the stone platform. His aged body sat upright, alert and resolute. Li Meng, with a single hand gesture, performed a calculation and realized that 3 days had already elapsed. Indeed, I am nothing but a worthless being. Li Meng stood up with a look of vexation. He had inadvertently fallen asleep while practicing the refinement of the spirit technique. Age had caught up with him. His physical form was on the verge of decay. If he did not establish a solid foundation soon, he would face the inevitable fate of dissolution. It was imperative that he retreated to cultivate and solidify his foundation without delay. Li Meng soared into the air, wielding his sword as he ascended into the mist. Is that the sound of a bell? Li Meng soared into the sky from Wangwei Peak, his sword slicing through the air. From the direction of the sect's grand hall, a deep and resonant bell tolled, its sound clear and lingering. The tolling of the sect's bell signified that a significant event was about to unfold. Could it be that the outer sect competition was about to commence? Indeed, in recent times, the only noteworthy occurrence was the impending outer sect tournament. Li Meng paid no heed and continued to soar towards the direction of Yunshang Peak on his sword. After 60 years of cultivation, Li Meng had participated in 5 grand sect competitions. Each time, he would join the fray, albeit merely to witness the spectacle. The disciples of Qi refinement relied heavily on their magical artifacts in their duels, showcasing a mere handful of techniques. In truth, there was little of true interest to behold. After witnessing it numerous times, one would inevitably grow weary of the repetition. Li Meng has no time to indulge in frivolities. He must swiftly enter seclusion to solidify his foundation at the inner sect, Yunshang Peak. Li Meng arrived on his sword. As the mist surrounding the peak of the clouds parted to reveal a pathway, Li Meng soared into the air with his sword, arriving at the summit of the tower. Li Meng soared down and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Upon touching the ground, Li Meng waved his sleeve, and the flying sword circled around him before swiftly disappearing into the storage pouch at his waist. Li Meng glanced up at the second floor, then leisurely made his way towards the attic. Master Chu, your disciple has arrived. Upon ascending to the second floor, Li Meng parted the curtain and entered. There, he was unsurprised to find Master Chu seated in meditation upon the bed. Chu Ro opened his eyes, gazing frostily at the approaching old man. Do you not have better places to be? What brings you back here? Master Chu's voice was chilling, seemingly lowering the temperature of the air in the room by several degrees. A flicker of doubt passed through Li Meng's eyes. Why were Master Chu's words so harsh today? A better place? It seemed as though a thought had crossed his mind. Li Meng revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Li Meng chuckled softly and took a seat beside Master Chu. To be candid, Master Chu, I am now a registered disciple of Grandmaster Ruo Shui. Master Ruo? A glimmer of surprise and confusion flitted across Chu Ro's eyes. Master Ruo is a venerable golden core elder. How could he possibly accept an outer disciple as his registered apprentice? Moreover, this registered disciple is nearing his final days and possesses the most inferior of the 5 spiritual roots. Chapter 71, Fei Xian Square and Lingxiu Peak. Perhaps he was drawn to my alchemical talent. Li Meng was well aware of Master Chu's thoughts, undoubtedly pondering why that benefactor would take him as a registered disciple. Chu Ro's expression shifted to one of understanding. Without mentioning the matter of my benefactor, Master Chu, what do you think of this? Li Meng presented a finely crafted box made of rosewood to Master Chu. Master Chu, this is a gift from your disciple. A gift? Chu Ro's expression brightened considerably as she extended her delicate hand to accept the wooden box. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, Chu Ro opened the box. Upon glancing inside, her pupils constricted. Nestled within was a crystalline elixir, radiating a faint ethereal glow. A rich aroma wafted from the elixir, enveloping her senses. Merely inhaling its fragrance suggested a loosening at her throat. With this dust-settling pill in hand, she believed she had fulfilled the promise made to Master Chu. Her disciple would be unburdened, and soon, she would embark on the perilous path of foundation establishment. Li Meng had two purposes for visiting Yunchang Peak this time: to honor the promise made to Master Chu and to bid farewell. Chu Ro fell silent, carefully stowing away the dust-settling pill. She regarded the elderly gentleman before her with an expression laden with complexity. This parting might very well be their final farewell. Chu Ro extended her slender hand to remove the shoulder strap, uncertain of the words she wished to say. The only thing she could offer was what her disciple desired. Li Meng reached out and pressed his hand against that of Master Chu. Master Chu, tonight, your disciple only wishes to hold you as I sleep. A faint blush adorned Chu Ro's cheeks, and a glimmer of shyness danced in her eyes. She gently nodded in agreement, seeing Master Chu's acquiescence. Li Meng chuckled with delight and wrapped his arms around her curvaceous form. The two tumbled onto the bed together. One must never trust a man's words, after all. It was not merely an embrace he sought for the night. In the days that followed, Li Meng did not depart from Yunchang Peak. It was not until the fifth day, in the afternoon, that a sharp sound echoed as the grand door at the peak, concealed by a curtain, was swung open from within. Li Meng emerged gracefully in a flowing blue robe. What are your chances? A cool voice suddenly resonated from above, belonging to Master Chu. Li Meng turned around and gazed upwards. At the second-floor window, he beheld the graceful figure of Master Chu. 50%, perhaps? 50%? For him. That must be quite high. Standing by the window, Chu Ro gazed expressionlessly at the elderly man beyond the curtain. If you were to perish, you would be the sole companion of my life. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Master Chu, what if your nephew were still alive? Chu Ro glanced at the old man outside before turning away from the window, vanishing from Li Meng's sight. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned and soared into the sky, his sword guiding him beyond the peak. In the blink of an eye, the aged figure of the sword master vanished into the mist. After departing from the cloud summit, Li Meng did not hasten to return to the moonlit peak. Instead, he first visited the message pavilion within the sect's grand hall. The message pavilion serves as the communication hub of the sect, which spans a vast territory where locating an individual can prove quite challenging. If the person you seek is not at their residence, finding them largely relies on fortune. To facilitate communication among the sect's disciples, the message pavilion was established. Should one wish to locate someone, they may approach the pavilion and utilize the message-sending flying sword to convey their message. This flying sword employs the sect's token to identify its owner, ensuring that as long as the recipient is within the sect, the sword will successfully reach them. In addition to the message-sending flying sword, the sect possesses a more potent tool, the spirit sword for communication. This remarkable sword can traverse beyond the sect, seeking its target across the continent. Although it is quite costly and may require considerable time, as long as the individual is alive, they can certainly be found. The sect frequently manages to locate missing disciples who are still alive through the use of this spirit sword. Hehuan Sect, Grand Hall, Message Pavilion. The Outer Sect competition, held once every decade, is currently underway. The main peak's Grand Hall appears somewhat desolate for both outer and inner disciples. The Outer Sect competition serves as a form of amusement and entertainment. Just as mortals delight in lively spectacles, those residing in the mountains are not so different. In the square outside the Message Pavilion, Li Meng leaped down, landing gracefully on the ground. His aged form ascended the stairs towards the attic. As he continued on, he ultimately surpassed the last step. Li Meng stepped through the entrance of the Feishin Pavilion. Within the pavilion, a sense of tranquility pervaded, accompanied by an air of desolation. Li Meng spotted a foundation establishment master behind the counter. Li Meng stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. Disciple Li Meng pays his respects to the esteemed Shu. The Inner Sect Foundation building disciple behind the counter glanced up at Li Meng. Noticing that the visitor was an Outer Sect Chi refinement disciple, and an elderly one at that, he let out a lazy yawn and asked, "What brings you here?" Li Meng tossed 10 spirit stones onto the counter, then produced a talisman paper and placed it on the table. "I wish to send a message to the two individuals depicted on this paper. I kindly request Uncle Master to arrange this promptly." With that, Li Meng placed an additional 5 spirit stones on the counter. The Inner Door Foundation disciple glanced at the spirit stones on the table, flashed a grin, and rose to his feet. "No need to rush, no need to rush. I shall attend to it immediately." With a flick of his sleeve, the Inner Door disciple collected the spirit stones. He examined the talisman paper before turning to manipulate a circular device behind him. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the counter. "All is well. The messaging flying sword has been dispatched." Li Meng bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Master. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart, not forgetting to retrieve the talisman paper. Observing Li Meng's departing, frail silhouette, the Inner Door disciple couldn't help but smirk. He could discern that the talisman paper was no ordinary item. Its texture felt markedly different from that of a mundane talisman. Inner Door, Lingxiu Peak. A flash of sword light streaked across the sky, soaring towards Lingxiu Peak. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a 3-foot-long messaging flying sword. The sword circled outside the peak, emanating waves of spiritual energy, exuding an aura of vitality. In no time, the swirling clouds encircling the peak parted, unveiling a passageway leading to the summit. The messaging flying sword veered and entered the passage, proceeding to the peak's apex. At the summit, a peach orchard flourished, within which stood a pavilion where two individuals were engaged in a game of chess. The male, clad in a yellow robe, and the female, adorned in a flowing purple dress, were deep in concentration. Lucy Yue cast a glance at the departing messaging flying sword and remarked, "Senior brother, let us conclude today's game. I have some matters to attend to and cannot stay longer." The yellow-robed male cultivator smiled slightly, having also noticed the flying sword that had just arrived from outside the peak. "Then I shall not detain you." The two rose and exited the pavilion together, then took to the skies, riding the wind towards the peak's edge. Once outside, they parted ways, each heading in their own direction. The yellow-robed male glanced at Lu's graceful figure as she departed, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Lucy Yue hurried away upon receiving the messaging flying sword, her destination unknown. Should he follow her? After a moment's thought, Lu Bufan decided against it. If Lucy Yue were to notice him, it might jeopardize any chance of fate between them. With a turn, Lu Bufan took flight on his sword, vanishing into the distance. Chapter 72. I will keep it for you, Wangwei Peak. At the pavilion atop the peak, Li Ming sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, engaging in his cultivation practice. A faint aura of five-colored spiritual light emanated from his entire being. The elemental spiritual energy did not overflow. Instead, it drew the ethereal essence of heaven and earth into his body in a continuous flow. This was the most fundamental mystical ability of a cultivator, the inhalation and exhalation of the spiritual energy of the universe, which forms the foundation of all martial arts. Suddenly, the five-colored spiritual light enveloping Li Ming vanished. Li Ming opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. A guest had arrived. The inner disciple, Lucy Yue, came to pay a visit to Wangwei Peak. In the sky outside the peak, a graceful figure soared on her sword, bowing in salute towards the mist-enveloped Wangwei Peak. "Master Uncle, you are too courteous. Please enter." The swirling clouds surrounding Wangwei Peak suddenly parted, revealing a path leading to the summit. Lucy Yue smiled radiantly as she ascended on her sword to the peak's apex. In the sky above the pavilion at the summit, Lucy Yue descended gracefully, her lithe form gently touching the ground. "Li Shizizi, it has been a long time." Lucy Yue elegantly swayed her enchanting waist as she stepped into the pavilion. Li Ming chuckled lightly, stroking his beard. "Master Lu, please." Lucy Yue took a seat by the stone table, casting a glance at the go board laid out before her. "Do you have any interest in engaging in a match, dear disciple?" Li Ming smiled sheepishly. "I must apologize for my lack of understanding of the art of chess." "Esteemed Master Lu," Lucy Yue replied with a gentle smile, "the art of chess is but a minor path. Not every cultivator finds it captivating." With a twinkle in her eye, Lucy Yue gazed at her junior. "Surely, your purpose in sending this flying sword message is not merely for idle conversation, is it?" "Of course not," Li Ming responded earnestly. "I would never presume to waste Master Lu's time." Li Ming's words sparked a glimmer of interest in Lucy Yue's eyes. Could it be that Master Li's disciple has successfully refined a potion? Li Ming smiled as he took out a wooden box from his bosom and placed it on the stone table. With a graceful wave of his hand, the box slid to the front of Lucy Yue. Curiously, Lucy Yue picked up the box, noting its exquisite craftsmanship, though the material was rather commonplace, merely ordinary rosewood. As she opened the box, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted towards her. Nestled within the box lay a crystal-clear, emerald-green pill, quietly resting. Upon gazing at the pill, Lucy Yue's pupils constricted. Could this be the flawless beauty pill? A gasp escaped her lips in the pavilion as she looked incredulously at her master, Li Shizi, sitting across the stone table. Was the recently auctioned flawless beauty pill from the Immortal Conference truly concocted by her master? Li Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Indeed. As a disciple, he hoped that Master Lu would keep this matter confidential and refrain from divulging it to others. Li Ming may not deny it, yet he chooses not to. The worthless cannot earn the affection of women. A faint blush appeared on Lucy Yue's cheeks as she gazed captivatingly at her counterpart, Li Shizi. Li Shizi is merely a practitioner at the pinnacle of qi refinement, yet he has managed to concoct a second-grade elixir, achieving the remarkable feat of producing a flawless pill. What extraordinary talent in the art of alchemy this is. Lucy Yue could not help but recall her senior brother Su. "Oh, Su, you foolish one. Why provoke anyone at all, and yet you chose to challenge Li Shizi? Now, it seems you have encountered a formidable opponent. Li Shizi not only possesses the token of the Grand Elder, but is also a registered disciple of Master Ruo Shui from Wangwei Peak. Furthermore, he is an exceptionally gifted alchemist with unparalleled talent in the art of pill refining. The confluence of these identities renders him a figure so formidable that even the Gold Core Masters would likely choose to avoid confrontation in his presence." Lucy Yue, with a wry smile, gently closed the lid of the wooden box. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she pushed the box back. "Li Shizi, even if you were to sell me, you would scarcely be able to afford a flawless beauty-restoring pill." Li Ming chuckled softly, waving his sleeve as he pushed the wooden box back. "Then sell it to me, Master Lu." Lucy Yue responded with a charming smile, winking at her junior apprentice. Was her junior apprentice jesting, or was he sincere? Li Ming, with a cheerful demeanor, produced another wooden box, placing it upon the stone table. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, the rosewood box glided to the front of Lu Siyue. Lu Siyue glanced at the smiling Li Shiji, then shifted her gaze to the box on the stone table. Curiosity piqued, she gently picked up the box and slowly opened it. A rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted towards her, this time imbued with extraordinary potency. Lu Siyue felt herself enter a state of profound clarity. Could it be the Wuxia Zhaochendan? In the pavilion, her trembling exclamation echoed once more. Sitting by the stone table, Lu Siyue covered her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the fragrant elixir within the box. The medicinal pills radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy, resonating with the very essence of the universe. Merely inhaling the fragrance invited her to a state of enlightenment. After a while, Lu Siyue regained her composure, taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart. Carefully, she closed the box, apprehensive about damaging the treasures contained within. Li Shiji, what is it that you truly desire? Lu Siyue inquired, fixing her gaze intently on him. In her heart, she had already made a decision. Regardless of the demands Li Shiji might make, she would acquiesce. These two elixirs were the key to her breakthrough in forming her core. With these two pills, she had at least an 80% chance of success in her future endeavor. Such a tantalizing prospect was impossible for her to disregard. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard thoughtfully. If you succeed in establishing your foundation, dear disciple, you must seek my assistance in your cultivation. Such treasures cannot be given freely. To achieve maximum affinity, it appears that a deeper emotional connection may be necessary. Friendship and gratitude alone will scarcely suffice, even if Master Lu is reluctant. It is not a matter of willingly forging a bond. Yet, feelings can indeed be nurtured, and affinity can be gradually enhanced. For now, I shall stake my claim, while the other matters can unfold in due time. Lu Siyue felt her cheeks flush, her eyes shimmering with allure. She never anticipated that Li Ming would make such an audacious request. With a conflicted expression, she glanced at the two boxes on the wooden table. The value of these items was beyond imagination. For an ordinary cultivator, possessing such treasures would suffice to obtain the resources required for advancement to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. I need to think this through. Lu Siyue murmured, biting her lip, her face a portrait of struggle as she hurriedly rose and made her way outside. Her graceful figure soared into the air, fleeing on her sword in haste. Master Lu, I shall keep these items for you. Should you successfully establish your foundation, do come to seek me again. The voice of Li Ming from the pavilion sent Lu Siyue's heart racing, causing her spiritual energy to spiral out of control, her sword's flight path becoming erratic. Hello. Lu Siyue dared not look back, fearing that a mere glance would compel her to pursue Li Ming. After all, he possessed the coveted flawless elixir. Are you testing me, Master Li? Without turning her head, Lu Siyue soared into the misty clouds, observing the spot where Master Lu vanished. Li Ming in the pavilion could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Li Ming could hardly fathom that Master Lu would be frightened away. The system's enhancements brought a smile to Li Ming's face, as his affinity with Master Lu had finally seen a rise. Chapter 73. She rightfully deserved a flawless foundation establishment pill to further solidify her roots and enhance her foundation. There was still one person to await. She should be arriving soon. Time gradually slipped away as the sun dipped toward the horizon. The vast territory of the Hehuan Sect meant that the clamor from the training grounds did not disturb the tranquility of Wangwei Peak. That night, under the full moon, an outer sect Qi refinement disciple cautiously soared through the air on her sword. Upon noticing someone approaching, even if it was merely an inner sect elder passing by, she hastily lowered her altitude, fearful of attracting the attention of an inner sect foundation establishment master. In truth, her actions were utterly futile. The spiritual awareness of foundation establishment cultivators far surpassed that of Qi refinement practitioners. Before the Qi refinement disciple could even perceive the foundation establishment master, the latter had already detected her presence. Her attempts to hide appeared comically absurd in the eyes of the foundation establishment cultivator. This must be Wangwei Peak. Yuan Baobao hovered in the air on her sword, holding a map in her hand. She glanced up at the mist-enshrouded peak before lowering her gaze back to the map, then scanned her surroundings to identify landmarks and confirm her location. Yes, this is indeed the place. Yuan Baobao stowed the map away and took a deep breath. She then called out loudly towards Wangwei Peak. Brotherly, are you there? It's me, Yuan Baobao. Her voice, lively and clear, drifted far into the night sky. Fortunately, the vicinity of Inyue Peak was devoid of other inner sect disciples or the dwellings of Golden Core elders. The few residences nearby belonged solely to the direct disciples of Elder Nangong, and the distance between these abodes was considerable. No matter how loud Yuan Baobao's calls, they would not be heard. Brother. As Yuan Baobao grew more anxious, her cries became increasingly fervent and louder. Junior sister, stop calling. I'm coming now. Suddenly, the mist surrounding Wangwei Peak parted, revealing a path leading to the summit. A figure clad in a blue robe soared out on a sword. Upon catching sight of him, Yuan Baobao's eyes sparkled with joy. It was truly brotherly. She quickly flew towards him on her sword. Brother, Yuan Baobao exclaimed, leaping from her flying sword toward Brotherly, who was approaching. The sword beneath her caught up to her and slipped into the storage bag at her waist. Li Ming smiled warmly as he opened his arms to embrace the approaching Yuan Shimi. With her delicate figure nestled in his embrace, Li Ming held her tightly. Yuan Baobao's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. Senior brother, what brings you here? She inquired, casting a curious glance towards the summit beyond the passageway. Li Meng embraced his junior sister Yuan as they soared through the passage on their sword. At the summit, the sky beyond the pavilion was cool and serene. Li Meng descended with his sword, gracefully embracing his sister disciple Yuan as they floated down. The two gently landed on the path outside the pavilion. Li Meng led his junior sister Yuan into the pavilion. Upon entering, Li Meng took a seat beside the stone table, while Yuan naturally nestled into his embrace. Senior brother. This place is truly magnificent, Yuan exclaimed, having never encountered such grandeur before. The space atop the peak resembled a breathtaking landscape painting. This is my master's cave abode. I am currently residing here. Master? Yuan gazed curiously at the aged visage of her senior brother. Which golden elixir grandmaster did you take as your teacher? It is the esteemed grandmaster Ruoxue, a direct disciple of the Yinwei Peak. A glimmer of envy flashed in Yuan's eyes. Senior brother, congratulations. Li Meng reached out and gently brushed the bridge of Yuan Shimi's nose. This is not a fortunate matter. Your elder brother's time is running short and I am but a 5-element root waste. Who would take on such a person as a disciple? Yuan Baobao's expression momentarily froze. Indeed, why is that so? Brother Li not only possesses inferior talent, being a waste of the 5 spiritual roots, but his time is also running short. With only a few years left to live. Enough of these troubling thoughts, I have summoned you for a matter of importance. Yuan baby gently nodded. Her delicate hands encircling Brother Li's neck. Brother, please speak. Li Meng playfully flicked Yuan Shimi's forehead. Shimi, you mustn't tempt Shixiang any further. Yuan Baobao gazed at Li Shixiang with a flirtatious glance, her expression one of playful charm. Oh, Shixiang, really now, it's not as if I'm denying you. She looked up at him, her face adorned with a captivating allure. Li Meng's gaze gradually grew fervent. How has this young lady become increasingly alluring? The junior sister Yuan was not like this before. Junior sister, honestly tell your senior brother, have you mastered the art of seduction and wish to test it on me? Yuan Baobao's expression froze momentarily, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. How did senior brother know? No, senior brother, I am sorry. Yuan Baobao stole a glance at her senior brother's aged visage. Surely, he would not be angry, would he? Li Meng chuckled softly, reaching out to gently pinch Yuan Shimi's chin. My dear junior sister, who do you intend to entice with your enchanting arts? A blush crept across Yuan Baobao's cheeks. Her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Her eyes, filled with a sense of grievance, conveyed her feelings profoundly. The junior sister merely believed that her senior brother was intrigued by such matters, and thus sought to bring him a measure of joy. Li Meng smiled gently at the aggrieved expression of his junior sister, Yuan. Really? Yuan, with fervor, nodded her head vigorously. Indeed, truly, as she retracted her beguiling demeanor. The alluring aura surrounding her dissipated, revealing once more the pure and adorable Yuan of yore. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. This time, Yuan refrained from mischief and obediently settled in her senior brother's embrace. He was about to enter seclusion to strive for foundational establishment. Yet there were still matters that weighed heavily on his mind before confronting the threshold of life and death. Seclusion for foundational establishment? Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. Can brotherly succeed? Li Meng could sense that Yuan Shimi's body had become rigid. Li Meng gently caressed Yuan Shimi's silky hair. One must make an effort. Brother has little time left. Yuan Baobao remained silent. Indeed, brotherly has very little time remaining. Regardless of life or death, one must take the chance. Yuan Baobao leaned forward and kissed Brother Li's cheek. Brother, Shimi is waiting for you. Li Meng chuckled softly and playfully planted a kiss on Yuan Baobao's cheek. Hee, brother. That tickles. Yuan Baobao exclaimed, feeling the prickling sensation of his brother's beard. After a brief bout of playful banter, tranquility descended once more upon the pavilion. Li Meng handed a storage bag to Yuan Shimi, saying, This contains some elixirs prepared for you by your senior brother. It is sufficient for your foundational cultivation. Sister. Do you know Chenlan, Sister Chen? The contents of the storage bag left Yuan Baobao in a state of astonishment. If others were to discover what was inside. Upon leaving the sect, even fellow disciples might be unable to resist the temptation to rob and plunder. Yuan Baobao gazed at senior brother Li with admiration. Senior brother Li is truly remarkable. Should he succeed in establishing his foundation, he is bound to become a significant figure within the sect. Yuan Baobao nodded. The last time I visited senior brother, I had the pleasure of encountering her. Li Meng smiled faintly. It is sufficient to be acquainted. There is no need for an additional journey. I shall present a flawless foundation establishment pill to junior sister Chen on behalf of senior brother. It is a debt I owe her. Junior sister Chen's favorability has reached its zenith. She rightfully deserves a flawless foundation establishment pill. Chapter 74. What cannot be obtained is the best indeed. Junior sister understands. Yuan Bao did not inquire further about the relationship between senior sister Chen and senior brother. She turned her gaze towards the pavilion atop the peak, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Then, she turned back with a charming demeanor. Looking at senior brotherly. Senior brother, have you lost interest in that matter? Brotherly is aged. His energy is finite. It is understandable that he has grown weary of that matter. Li Meng looked at his junior sister Yuan with a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. What kind of matter could it be? Yuan's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she playfully tapped her brother's chest with a flirtatious demeanor. "Brother, you are so mischievous." She laughed. Li Meng chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around the enchanting beauty in his arms. "Let us wait until my senior brother establishes his foundation before teasing my junior sister. By then, my senior brother shall surely display his prowess." Yuan Baobao gazed at him with sultry eyes, enveloping Li Shixiang in her embrace, her chin resting gently on his shoulder. "Senior brother, you must keep your word. Your junior sister awaits you." The system's notification caused Li Meng's eyes to narrow slightly. Li Meng cast a glance at the information of his junior sister, Yuan. Name: Yuan Baobao. Age: 24. Luck: 2600. Cultivation: 8th layer of Qi refinement aptitude, 3 spiritual roots of water, metal, and wood. Affection: 99. Yuan's luck had unexpectedly surged several times over, likely due to the influence of her elder brother. The numerous elixirs he bestowed upon her could be considered a fortuitous blessing from the heavens. It was only natural for her fortune to soar. But how could her affection level reach an astonishing 99? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Meng's eyes. His favorability rating remained stubbornly fixed at 99 points, which left him feeling somewhat discontented. Could it be related to his junior brother Xian? Xian was the dual cultivation partner of junior sister Yuan, and their bond was undeniably strong. Yet, in the realm of the Hehuan Sect, even the deepest affections could be shattered by the merciless nature of the great Tao. For cultivators, the pursuit of eternal life and the path to transcendence are of paramount importance. Everything must yield to the quest for longevity. For even the most profound love comes with its price. However, it was evident that junior sister Yuan was not a woman devoid of feelings or loyalty. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Li Meng gently caressed the waist-length hair of his junior sister Yuan. His blood was not cold. No matter how ruthless he might seem, he would never act against his fellow disciple Xian for the sake of a mere semblance of affection. It was not until 2 hours later that junior sister Yuan took her leave. "Brother, I shall take my leave now," Yuan Baobao said reluctantly, turning to glance at her senior brother Li, who followed closely behind. With this farewell, she was uncertain if they would ever meet again. The path of the great Tao is merciless. The separation of life and death is a common occurrence among those who dwell on the mountains. In the blink of an eye, one might find that those once by their side have quietly vanished. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. "Junior sister, go ahead. And remember to diligently cultivate your skills, so you may establish your foundation soon." As she gazed at the elderly figure before her, Yuan Baobao's emotions began to spiral out of control. "Senior brother," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, as her graceful form leapt into Li's embrace. Li Meng's expression momentarily faltered, a faint smile gracing his lips. He held the delicate figure in his embrace tightly. After a while, Yuan Baobao finally stepped away from her senior brother's arms, casting lingering glances back as she walked away. "Senior brother, when the time comes for foundation establishment, I shall pay you another visit." Yuan Baobao fought back tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She could not comprehend her own emotions. The mere thought of possibly never seeing her senior brother again filled her heart with an inexplicable sense of anxiety and fear. Yet, she understood the importance of maintaining her composure in front of him. As Brother Li approaches the critical moment of foundation establishment, she must not disturb his state of mind. Yuan Baobao cast one last glance back, seemingly wishing to etch the image of that old man in her heart forever. With a graceful form, she soared into the air, riding the wind away. Observing the gradually receding silhouette of Sister Yuan, Li Meng stood outside the pavilion, smiling as he stroked his beard. It was not until Sister Yuan vanished into the mist, her elegant figure no longer visible, that he finally turned his gaze away. Li Meng turned and returned to the pavilion. Li Meng sat cross-legged on the mat, with a graceful wave of his sleeve. 3 bottles of elixirs were neatly arranged on the ground before him. Each vial contained a uniform collection of second-grade flawless foundation-building pills. There were 10 flawless foundation-building pills in each bottle. Thus, let the retreat for foundation cultivation commence. Li Meng took a deep breath. At last, this day had arrived. Whether he could surpass this hurdle would determine his future. The 5-spirit root was an insurmountable mountain. Even though he was not an ordinary cultivator and possessed the heavenly Tao system as his golden finger, Li Meng could not guarantee 100% success either. Li Meng clasped his hands in a mystical gesture, and a radiant burst of 5-colored light erupted from his body, enveloping the pavilion in a resplendent array of hues. A flawless foundational elixir soared gracefully from the vial. Li Meng opened his mouth and swallowed the foundational pill that had flown into it. Is this what it means to cleanse the sinews and marrow? As the elixir entered his body, Li Meng immediately felt a sensation. A torrent of wild spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, leaving his entire body in a state of delightful numbness, accompanied by a slight sting. Li Meng sat in meditation, practicing the Qi refinement technique. He circulated his breath throughout his body, drawing upon the spiritual energy within to absorb the potency of the foundation establishment pill. 3 days later, Li Meng, seated upon the mat, opened his eyes. It was too gentle, insufficient, far from enough. Li Meng gestured with a single hand, pointing towards the elixir bottle resting on the ground before him. 3 flawless foundation establishment pills soared forth from the bottle, heading directly towards Li Meng's mouth. Li Meng opened his mouth and swallowed 3 foundation establishment pills. As the pills slid down his throat and reached his dantian, An even more ferocious surge of medicinal power erupted forth. Li Ming's withered body suddenly took on a rosy hue, as if it had been roasted to perfection. Billowing steam emanated from Li Ming's form. Li Ming closed his eyes, focusing his mind and absorbing the essence of the foundation establishment pill. At the Hehuan Sect, within the inner gate, on the peak of the hidden moon, the summit was adorned with magnificent pavilions, resplendent in gold and jade, scattered across the mountaintop. With mountains and waters, it formed a realm unto itself, where celestial cranes occasionally soared through the sky, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of an otherworldly abode. On the viewing platform of one such pavilion, two graceful figures were engaged in a game of chess. Both were clad in elegant purple palace gowns, one a lighter shade and the other a deeper hue. Their hairpins radiated an aura of ethereal elegance, rendering them akin to celestial beings untouched by the mundane world. Negong delicately placed a white piece on the board, remarking, "One man can evoke such sorrow in you, that you willingly forsake the chance for conception. Alas, the path is heartless. Only those devoid of emotion may traverse further." Her enchanting gaze fell upon her eldest disciple, Ruo Shui. In her lifetime, she had only 3 disciples, the one before her, Ruo Shui, another with a similar constitution, Qi Wei, and the last, recently accepted, Shui Ryu. Ruo Shui remained silent, placing a black piece on the board with her slender fingers. What is unattainable is often the most precious, she pondered, reflecting on her master's words. Does the meaning of this hold true? The expression on Ruo Shui's face flickered as she contemplated the depth of her mentor's insights. After a long pause, her soft voice broke the silence. "Master, I have learned from your teachings." Chapter 75, Foundation Establishment on the Moonwatching Peak. Negong shook her head. If her disciple had truly absorbed the lessons, she would not find herself in such a predicament. There were barriers within her heart that seemed insurmountable. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, Negong acknowledged that each individual has their own path. She would let it be. Ruo Shui turned her gaze towards the direction of the moonwatching peak. "Master, do you believe he can achieve foundation establishment?" Negong followed her gaze, her eyes deep and contemplative, as if spanning vast distances. Perhaps a 50% chance, she mused. After all, he possessed a 5-element root, a wasted physique. Even with the flawless pills consumed as casually as candy, crossing that chasm would be a formidable challenge. Ruo Shui looked back at her master. "Master, how is it that he can so effortlessly concoct the flawless elixirs?" Negong withdrew her gaze, placing a white piece on the board. Her voice, gentle yet profound, resonated in the air. "The world is filled with wonders and anomalies. Some are born with heavenly powers. Others are shielded by the spirits of the 5 elements from birth, and some are in harmony with the Tao, experiencing what others can only dream of as mere daily reality." Ruo Shui's expression turned contemplative. Could it be that my junior disciple is one who is in harmony with the Tao? At that moment, her master spoke again. "The path is merciless, and so is the heavenly way. It is both a blessing and a curse. Those with celestial powers often possess shallow fortunes, born to be crushed under the weight of existence. Many perish, and a 5-element physique is rarely seen. Its emergence often brings calamity, bringing sin upon itself, leading to untimely demise. Those in harmony with the Tao often serve as sustenance for it, while those with wasted 5-element roots are fated to live a mundane life, returning to dust and nourishing the Tao." Returning to dust and nourishing the Tao? This statement from her master was laden with meaning. "Master, he is from the mountain. If those in harmony with the Tao cannot cultivate, then what of my junior disciple? He is an exception." Negong again turned her gaze to the moon-watching peak. Indeed, he was a remarkable anomaly among those in harmony with the Tao. "Master, does the Tao truly exist? What is the Tao?" This query likely represents the lifelong pursuit of every cultivator. Negong gazed at her eldest disciple, her eyes filled with wisdom. The Tao is the principle governing the operation of heaven and earth. It can exist or not. If you believe in its existence, then it is real. If you believe it does not exist, then it is absent. Each cultivator harbors their own answer within. Ruo Shui fell silent. Her master's words were profound, and she found it difficult to grasp their essence. The game of chess would stretch on for a considerable time. Practitioners atop the mountain could engage in such contests for hours, years, or even centuries, with the intricacies of the game embodying the rules of the universe. Even a mere glimpse of the Tao's essence could yield unimaginable benefits to a cultivator. 6 months later, at the Hehuan Sect, inner gate, moon-watching peak, time flew swiftly, and 6 months passed silently. Within the cool pavilion atop the peak, Li Meng continued his meditative practices. Radiating vibrant 5-colored spiritual light, the aura grew increasingly intense, enveloping the entire mountaintop. Glancing towards the elderly figure within the pavilion, one could see that the once frail and withered body appeared more robust, the previously wrinkled skin now smoother. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. Almost there, Li Meng cast his gaze downwards at the final vial of elixir. 20 flawless foundation establishment pills had proven insufficient for his own cultivation. This outcome was something Li Meng had never anticipated. Fortunately, I had made prior preparations. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and 5 bottles of flawless foundation-building elixirs soared from the storage pouch at his waist, aligning themselves neatly upon the ground before him. Originally intended for his younger disciple, these elixirs represented a promise made by Li Meng, a vow he would never forget. Should he fail in his foundation-building endeavor, All that he possessed would inevitably fall into the hands of the venerable Nangong. Now, on the brink of foundation building, he found himself in a precarious situation, with only one breath separating him from success. Thus, he resorted to these elixirs for immediate use, intending to prepare more for his younger disciple once he had achieved his goal. As he gazed upon the 6 bottles of elixirs arranged on the ground, he felt a mixture of determination and hope. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Meng's eyes. Even a 5-element root, deemed useless, should not find the foundation establishment process so arduous. He had employed the flawless foundation establishment pill, which, even for cultivators with 4-element roots, typically offered an 80% chance of success. Yet, after consuming 20 foundation establishment pills, the formidable mountain obstructing his progress remained utterly unmoved. This left Li Meng feeling a sense of urgency. Failure in establishing a foundation was absolutely unacceptable. Having waited so long for the Tao of Heaven system, he could not afford to falter at this juncture. Li Meng clasped his hands in a gesture of incantation. 10 foundation establishment pills soared from the elixir vial, all at once entering Li Meng's mouth. Li Meng closed his eyes, resting his hands upon his thighs. In the next moment, a surge of energy enveloped him, and his aged form radiated a dazzling spectrum of spiritual light. The tumultuous energies of the 5 elements pulsated like a heartbeat, repeatedly cascading outward. The potency of the foundation-building elixir was overwhelmingly potent. Of the full 10 parts of energy, only 7 were absorbed, while the remaining 3 overflowed beyond his body. It was not that Li Meng wished to forego the entirety of the elixir's power, but rather that the soul of a Qi practitioner could not rein in the rampant spiritual force within. To forcibly absorb it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Time flowed like a swift river, and days turned into weeks. The phenomenon within the pavilion never ceased. Each day, the colorful spiritual light grew more resplendent, while the outpouring of elemental energy became increasingly dense. A year passed. At the summit of Wangwei Peak, within the pavilion, the once vibrant surge of elemental energy abruptly ceased. The radiant spectrum of spiritual light gradually dulled. The figure seated upon the meditation mat, though still silver-haired, no longer appeared frail. Instead, he emanated a robust and full presence. His skin, once lined with wrinkles, now gleamed like polished jade, exuding an aura of ancient harmony with the universe. Merely sitting there, he embodied the essence of a hermit from the mountains. Li Meng opened his eyes, seated upon the mat, and with hands forming a seal, he uttered a gentle command, "Disperse." In the next instant, the energies of the 5 elements erupted from his body, coalescing into a resplendent pillar of spiritual light that soared into the heavens. The ascending pillar pierced the clouds, scattering them as the torrents of elemental energy surged forth in all directions, creating a tidal wave of spiritual power that nourished the very earth itself. Li Meng had consumed an excessive amount of foundational elixir. If the spiritual energy accumulated within him were not released, his body would not withstand the impending explosion, leading to his demise. At the summit of Yanwei Peak within the inner sanctum of the Harmony Sect, 2 elegant figures engrossed in a game of chess turned their gazes toward Wangwei Peak. A subtle smile graced the lips of Nangong Wan beneath her veil. He has succeeded in his foundation establishment. Succeeded in his foundation establishment? That apprentice of mine has truly achieved it? Yet, merely establishing a foundation should not provoke such astonishing phenomena. The soaring spiritual pillar emanating energy rivaled that of a perfected foundation cultivator. It must be due to drug consumption. Nangong Wan's tone was laced with a hint of jest and lightheartedness. Drug consumption, indeed? Ruo Shui smiled faintly. Yes, it was merely a result of drug consumption. Chapter 76, Emergence from Seclusion. To meet Sister Chu at this moment, atop Wangwei Peak, within a cool pavilion, Li Meng sat cross-legged on a mat, retrieving a bronze mirror. Not bad. He possesses a somewhat ethereal and transcendent aura. The mirror reflected a spirited visage, his skin smooth and radiant like white jade, in stark contrast to his previous, loose, and wrinkled appearance. Truly, he exemplified the adage of having white hair yet a youthful countenance, embodying a celestial and transcendent demeanor. Li Meng contentedly put away the bronze mirror, finally free from the appearance of frailty that had plagued her. Her physical abilities had completely rejuvenated. She was no longer emaciated but rather robust. Yet, her hair remained silver, and she still sported a beard, for without it, she would lose some of her ethereal, otherworldly charm. Li Meng rose gracefully, sweeping his sleeves with a flourish, and strolled leisurely out of the pavilion. Standing on the path outside, he squinted up at the cerulean sky. In that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. Perhaps a celestial poem would suit the occasion? Alas, it has long slipped from his memory. Li Meng smiled faintly, deciding it was best not to delve into the meager knowledge he possessed. Li Meng turned to gaze at the pavilion atop the peak. After all, that cheap master would not be returning. It was time to tidy up. Having successfully established his foundation, the Mu Watch Peak was undoubtedly his. Though he lacked the qualifications for Qi training, he had certainly achieved the foundation establishment. Li Meng soared into the sky, ascending towards the pinnacle of the tower. His garments billowed gracefully, exuding an air of nonchalance. Li Meng fell in the yard before the attic. The magical power at the initial stage of foundation establishment was astonishingly several times that of the great perfection of Qi refinement. Feeling the surging magical energy within his body, Li Meng felt an overwhelming sense of joy blossoming within him. Indeed, practicing the Qi refinement technique proved to be a wise choice. Possessing 5 spiritual roots and being considered a waste body, his magical power already surpassed that of his peers at the same cultivation level. Coupled with the slow yet substantial accumulation of energy from the chi refinement technique, his magical prowess was even more formidable than that of an average practitioner in the later stages of foundation establishment. Meng lifted his gaze to the loft before him. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, a sharp sound resonated, and the windows on both the first and second floors flew open simultaneously. Meng released his consciousness, enveloping the entire attic. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds erupted within the space. All the furniture within the attic came to life, rearranging itself according to Meng's wishes. After establishing his foundation, his spirit naturally grew more formidable. His mastery of the art of object manipulation was truly extraordinary. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the decor of the attic had undergone a complete transformation. It appeared that his master seldom returned to this place, as there were no remnants of his master's presence within the attic, indicating that it had been an exceedingly long time since he last gazed upon the moonlit peak. Meng smiled with narrowed eyes, stroking his beard as he approached the attic door. Suddenly, there was a distinct sound of a click. Meng pushed the door open and stepped inside. The attic was quite spacious. The first floor offered a vast expanse, featuring not only a grand hall but also several rooms. This place is quite splendid. It shall serve as the alchemy chamber. Meng pushed open the door to a certain room. The exquisite alchemical furnace crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Gazing at the imposing furnace, nearly 3 meters in height, before him, Meng nodded in satisfaction. He then turned and left the alchemy room. After exiting the alchemy chamber, Meng proceeded to the adjacent room. Let this serve as a study. He was quite pleased with the furnishings of the room. Meng turned away from the study and entered the adjacent room. The space in the forging chamber was somewhat limited. Upon entering, Meng cast a glance around the casting room. Although the area was slightly cramped, it sufficed for his needs. The processes of forging and alchemy bore significant similarities. However, forging required the assistance of fire array formations. Utilizing ordinary magical flames for forging would demand an extensive investment of time. Meng turned away from the refining room and proceeded to the adjacent chamber. It is you, he mused, the formation room. After exploring the first floor, Meng ascended to the second floor. However, there was little of interest to behold there. Apart from a grand hall, the remainder consisted solely of a series of bedrooms. Meng casually selected a room to serve as his master bedroom before departing from the loft. As he stepped through the main door of the loft, he gazed up at the azure sky. First, he should seek out Master Chu. No, it should be Senior Sister Chu. Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. After meeting Master Chu, he would proceed to the sect's grand hall to be promoted to an inner disciple. Meng soared into the wind, his garments billowing gracefully around him. He ascended as if he were an ethereal being, effortlessly rising from the earth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the misty clouds, his speed surpassing that of any sword-wielding practitioner. Although foundational cultivators possess the ability to traverse the winds, this method consumes more spiritual energy than flying on a sword. Thus, in non-combat situations, foundational practitioners prefer the swifter sword flight akin to their chi-refining counterparts. At Wangwei Peak, beyond the summit, the clouds stirred restlessly. A figure clad in azure robes emerged from the mist, propelling himself into the distance on the wind. His velocity was such that mountain after mountain swiftly receded behind him, until he vanished beyond the horizon in an instant. At Hehuan Sect, within the inner sanctum of Yunshang Peak, a figure in azure robes approached on the wind from afar. Before his arrival, the encircling clouds around Yunshang Peak stirred, parting to create a pathway for him. Meng soared into the summit from the passageway, arriving at the courtyard outside the attic atop the peak. Meng leapt gracefully down, landing softly. He lifted his gaze to behold the long-absent attic before him. Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Meng stepped forward, leisurely making his way towards the attic door. Meanwhile, on the bed behind the curtain on the second floor, Chu Ro, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened them. She heard the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Apart from her, only one person on Yunshang Peak possessed the token to unlock the illusory maze. Has he successfully established his foundation? A look of joy appeared on Chu Ro's face. Yet, in the next moment, that joy vanished, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. He has arrived. Chu Ro hastily closed her eyes. Just as she shut her eyes, the curtain was drawn aside from the outside. Meng entered leisurely, gazing at the familiar, graceful figure lying on the bed. Meng chuckled softly, quickening his pace. Master Chu, I am here. Chu Ro opened her eyes, gazing at the dramatically transformed Li Shizizi. A complex expression adorned Chu Ro's face. Master Li's disciple. No, it should be Junior Brotherly. The transformation of Junior Brotherly is indeed remarkable. His physique is no longer frail and emaciated as it once was. He now possesses a robust build, with rosy cheeks and smooth skin. The aura he exudes is both subtle and powerful. He bears no resemblance to a novice cultivator merely entering the foundational stage. This clearly indicates that Junior Brotherly has established a solid foundation. However, not all aspects have changed. As she gazed at the grinning Junior Brotherly beside her, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Chu Ro's eyes. Could he not refrain from displaying such an unsavory grin? Uncle Chu, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly, exclaimed Meng, as he opened his arms to envelop Chu Ro in a warm embrace. Chu Ro hesitated. words lingering on the tip of her tongue, yet ultimately chose silence, allowing herself to be embraced by a soft form. Call me senior sister. Chu Rou shot him a cold glance. Li Meng chuckled softly and nodded. All right, senior sister. The two exchanged glances. A hint of awkwardness flickered across Chu Rou's face as she turned her head, resting it gently against junior brother Li's chest. Li Meng tightly embraced Sister Chu's slender waist. Inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her, Li Meng's face was suffused with an expression of ecstasy. Chapter 77, List of Relationships. It is time for me to enter seclusion and strive for the formation of the golden core. The cool voice of Sister Chu resonated in my embrace. Li Meng's expression stiffened, and a fleeting reluctance flickered in his eyes. He had just successfully established his foundation. Yet Sister Chu was about to enter seclusion to strive for her breakthrough to the core formation stage. The process of achieving core formation is far more arduous than that of establishing a foundation, requiring a significantly greater span of time than what is needed for a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner to establish their foundation. The pace of this journey is entirely dependent on one's individual fortune. Core formation hinges upon the delicate perception of the opportunities presented by the heavens and the earth. Some may attain core formation overnight, while others may sit in solitude for a century without success. Although my aptitude is commendable, I cannot afford to squander time. The cool, gentle voice of Sister Chu resonated softly in my embrace. Li Meng squinted his eyes, savoring the gentle softness of senior Sister Chu's delicate form. Li Meng would never selfishly demand that Sister Chu accompany him for some time, although the lifespan of those on the mountain far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. The one thing they cannot afford to waste is time. Sister, when? Tomorrow. So soon? Chu Rou lifted her gaze to the handsome face of junior brother Li. She couldn't help but acknowledge that he possessed a certain ethereal quality. The essence of the universe seemed to emanate from him, subtly infused with the charm of Tao. It was as if he had entered a state of selflessness, a state that all cultivators yearn for. I have been waiting for you. Chu Rou regarded junior brother Li with an impassive expression, yet a fleeting hint of tenderness sparkled in her eyes. Li Meng gently caressed the face of Sister Chu, leaning down to kiss her crimson lips. This time, Chu Rou did not shy away. She closed her eyes. The next day, atop Yunshang Peak. In the loft at the summit, a sound echoed as the door was opened from within with a crisp click. Li Meng and Chu Rou emerged one after the other. The two paused in the courtyard, gazing together at the mist enveloping the mountain peaks. Senior sister, this is a small token of appreciation from junior brother. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and a storage bag soared from the pouch at his waist, hovering before Chu Rou. Chu Rou's expression flickered slightly as she turned to gaze at her junior brother, Li. The resources contained within are sufficient for you to achieve the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Given your 5-element root, cultivating is a formidable challenge. Keep it for yourself. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. The senior sister had overestimated the capabilities of a 5-element root waste body. Indeed, the resources within the storage bag were considerable. Yet they would only suffice to assist him in breaking through to the mid-foundation stage. Regardless, he must address the issue of cultivation resources. Whether there were more or fewer made no difference. Senior sister should not decline this gesture. It is but a token of my esteem. I hope that one day I may address you as master ant. The path to longevity is long, and we have merely embarked on the journey together. I implore you not to falter so soon. Chu Rou was left speechless. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she stored away the floating bag before her. Exercise caution while you venture outside. Disciples of the sect cannot remain within its confines for their entire lives. You, with your 5-element root waste body, face an arduous path. The resources you require far exceed those of your peers. Relying solely on the contribution points from the sect will yield scant rewards. To acquire substantial resources, you must venture forth to seek your own opportunities. Yes, I shall be careful. Li Meng had no interest in venturing out to seek opportunities. There are numerous ways to acquire cultivation resources. The pursuit of uncertain chances is the height of folly. He merely needed to methodically consume elixirs and cultivate. Senior sister. I shall take my leave now. Li Meng turned to bow respectfully to Sister Chu. Chu Rou gracefully inclined her elegant figure in return. Beholding the enchanting beauty of Sister Chu before him, Li Meng chuckled mischievously, a smile gracing his face that was sure to irk Sister Chu. Before Chu Rou could rise to her feet, Li Meng stepped forward and embraced Sister Chu's tender form, lowering his head to plant a kiss upon her smooth visage. Compared to the past, the current Sister Chu possesses an even more captivating beauty, imbued with an extraordinary, ethereal aura. It appears that Sister Chu has partaken of the flawless beauty elixir. After successfully stealing a kiss from her, Li Meng soared into the air like a fleeing bird, ascending beyond the peaks. As he flew, he glanced back at Sister Chu outside the pavilion, a lewd smile creeping onto his face. Ah, how delightful, he remarked with a flippant tone. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chu Rou's eyes, yet a subtle smile graced her lips. Li Meng plunged into the mist, vanishing from Chu Rou's sight. 5 Affinity. Affinity has reached its maximum value. 10,000 secondary profession experience. The relationship list has been updated. As Li Meng soared beyond the peak, he heard the system's notification. Relationship list? Li Meng cast a glance at his information. Name, Li Meng. Age, 80 Fortune, 4500 Cultivation Level. Initial Foundation Establishment Aptitude, 5 Spiritual Roots, Waste Body, Alchemy, 3rd Rank Alchemist Talismans, 3rd rank Talisman's Master Weapons. 3rd rank Weapons Master Formation. 3rd rank Formation Master Alchemy Experience. 57. 920, 500, 000 Talisman's Experience. 57, 920, 500, 000 Weapons Experience. 57, 920, 500, 000 Formation Experience. 57, 920, 500, 000 Fortunately, Chinshimi's affection had reached its maximum value. Gazing at the experience required to advance to the 4th rank subprofession, a shiver ran down Li Meng's spine at the sight of that long string of zeros. The leap from 3rd to 4th rank was indeed 100-fold more than the transition from 2nd to 3rd rank. However, the 4th rank subprofession corresponded to the nascent soul realm. Below the nascent soul, all are but ants. This highlights the immense significance of the nascent soul. Without the daily contribution of 100 subprofession experience points from Chinshimi, the prospect of advancing to the 4th rank would be as distant as the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Patience is essential. Li Meng let out a sigh. Elevating the affinity to its maximum level is no easy feat, fortunately. He still has a century to gradually enhance the affection of those around him. If only he could cultivate several individuals with maximum affinity. Ascending to the 4th rank in his auxiliary position would not take many years. The character page has also added a subpage, revealing a relationship list. Various character details have appeared, with Chinshimi and Chu Shiji prominently occupying the 1st row. The 2nd row includes Yuan Shimi and the little sister Chi Wei. In the 3rd row, there are Shueo Shimi, Zia Shimi, and Hua Shimi. The 4th row features Lu Shiji, the Master, and the Venerable Negong. Oh, even the Master and the Ancestor are included? Li Meng glanced at the information of the two individuals and realized that his affinity with his Master had unknowingly reached 30 points, while the affinity with the Ancestor Nangong stood at 20 points. The details regarding Ancestor Nangong remained entirely blank. As for Junior Sister Chun, she had achieved the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, seemingly in seclusion to strive for foundation establishment, with a fortune level soaring to 3,000, indicating a promising future. Junior Sister Yuan, too, had not been idle over the past 2 years, having broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. However, to his surprise, her fortune was notably low. As Li Meng scrutinized the character information displayed on the list, he suddenly noticed that Junior Sister Yuan's fortune was merely 50, lower than that of several cultivators facing imminent calamity. Could it be that Junior Sister Yuan was not within the sect? Li Meng's expression grew solemn. The fortune of Sister Yuan was alarmingly low, indicating the presence of impending calamity, a near brush with death. Within the confines of the sect, such perilous circumstances were inconceivable. Hehuan Sect. The grand plaza of the sect's main hall. Li Meng descended gracefully upon the square, riding the winds. The summit of the sect is a breathtaking sight. A place of ethereal beauty, second only to the esteemed Elder's Cave in terms of spiritual energy. Disciples from the outer sect often gather in the Great Hall's plaza to admire the scenery and cultivate their skills. Gazing around the stone platforms that encircle the peak, one can see silhouettes engrossed in meditation. Among them are outer sect disciples clad in azure robes and inner sect foundational disciples dressed in golden attire. Men and women sit opposite each other, their energies intertwining in a harmonious dance of yin and yang, sharing insights of the Tao. Brotherly, have you attained the foundational level? Approached a surprised inner sect disciple in a resplendent yellow robe, taken aback by the remarkable transformation of Brotherly. The transformation of Brotherly is indeed remarkable. He is virtually unrecognizable to those who are not familiar with him. Chapter 78, Masterly Chioshui. Congratulations, brother. On successfully establishing your foundation, Li Meng chuckled softly and returned the gesture with a bow. It was merely a stroke of luck, just a stroke of luck. Brother, please. It was only a casual greeting. Li Meng continued his journey towards the grand hall of the sect. That esteemed uncle is indeed fortunate. It is remarkable that he could successfully establish his foundation just before the impending deadline. The azure robe worn by Li Meng suggests that he was recently an outer sect Qi refining disciple. This elicited envy from the numerous outer sect Qi refining disciples gathered in the square. The steps leading to the grand hall of the sect are exceedingly high. Yet, even the tallest of steps must eventually meet their end. Li Meng, clad in a flowing azure robe, entered the grand hall of the sect. A profound tranquility enveloped the space, and only a solitary figure occupied the expansive chamber. Seated behind the ornate desk was a graceful silhouette. Adorned in an elegant purple court gown, the exquisite embellishments of her headdress radiated sophistication, exuding an air of regal opulence. Her enchanting visage was graced with a subtle smile as she attentively perused the jade slip in her hands. Li Chioshui. The jade tablets on the desk piled up like a mountain. Li Meng came to a halt. The outer sect disciple, Li Meng, had met the sect master's uncle. The affairs of the sect were predominantly managed by golden core cultivators who had little hope of achieving the great Tao, and even the sect leader was no exception. Li Meng glanced up at the sect leader behind the desk. Name, Li Chioshui. Age, 437 luck, 700 cultivation, late golden core stage aptitude, dual water, and with spiritual roots affection. 0 Li Chioshui looked up to glance at the newcomer. Discovering that he was an outer sect foundation building disciple with a head of white hair yet a youthful visage, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Li Chioshui's eyes. Could it be that a waste body with 5 spiritual roots could successfully establish a foundation? The sect token. A gentle voice resonated within the grand hall. Li Meng flicked his sleeve, and the sect's token soared from the storage pouch at his waist, gliding towards the sect master behind the desk. Li Qiushui caught the token. It is evident that you have cultivated your foundation with a 5-element root despite being a waste body, which speaks volumes of your remarkable perseverance. Such an achievement is truly commendable. Li Qiushui extended her delicate hand to brush across the token, erasing all the information inscribed upon it. With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, a storage pouch soared towards Li Meng. Li Meng caught the storage bag. Foundation building disciples may freely choose an unclaimed mountain peak within the inner gate as their dwelling. Go forth. Yes, disciple takes leave. Li Meng stowed away the storage bag and turned to exit. Li Meng cast a glance at the storage bag. Within it lay 5 ethereal banners of the illusory array. A set of inter-sect yellow robes, a mid-grade magical sword, and 500 spirit stones. The monthly salary for foundation building disciples in the inner sect is categorized into 3 tiers. 100 spirit stones for early-stage foundation builders, 200 for those in mid-stage, and 500 for late-stage practitioners. Indeed, 500 spirit stones are not a trivial sum. How impoverished. With a sigh, Li Meng leisurely exited the grand hall of the sect. Although he had amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones at the auction, those stones had all been expended. Not only that, but he also owed a significant favor to the elder, as a sum exceeding 100,000 spirit stones is not a trifling matter. After leaving the grand hall, Li Meng proceeded to the neighboring archive pavilion. The archive pavilion serves as the repository for the information of the sect's disciples. On the upper level, the soul lamps of all disciples are kept. Should any disciple die outside the sect, their soul lamp would extinguish. Stop. The archive pavilion is a place of great importance. No entry without the sect leader's token. The guards at the entrance were particularly formidable. Stationed at the door were inner disciples at the peak of the foundational stage. Upon seeing Li Meng, dressed as an outer disciple, the gatekeeper reprimanded him without hesitation. Li Meng produced the token of the Grand Elder. The token of the Grand Elder? Upon seeing the token in Li Meng's hand, the gatekeeper's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Esteemed Junior, please." Li Meng tucked away the token of the Grand Elder and entered the grand doors of the archives pavilion with an air of composure. The inner gate disciple wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering whether this individual might be a true disciple of some Grand Elder. Yet, it seemed unlikely. Judging by his age, he should have succeeded in foundational cultivation much earlier, indicating rather poor innate talent. After all, which true disciple of a Grand Elder lacks a celestial-grade constitution? Inside the archives pavilion, the disciple Li Meng bowed respectfully. An elderly man sat behind a writing desk, perusing a jade slip in hand. The elder lifted his gaze to regard the newcomer and inquired, "What brings you here?" Li Meng waved his sleeve, sending the Grand Elder's token soaring towards the elderly man behind the desk. The elder caught the token, and the 3 characters cloaked Moon Peak caused his pupils to constrict. He quickly rose to his feet, chuckling as he approached Li Meng. "Nephew, you are too courteous." The elder smiled warmly as he returned the Grand Elder's token to Li Meng. Li Meng received the token of the Grand Elder and stowed it away in his storage pouch. His disciple wished to inquire about an individual. The outer sect disciple Yuan Baobao. "Please hold on for a moment, dear disciple." The elder's consciousness swept across the jade slips, housing the identity information of the outer sect disciples. In no time, a jade slip soared towards the elder. He reached out and caught it. "Here, take a look." The jade slip emanated a wave of spiritual energy, and before the two, a series of golden characters materialized in the air. Has Junior Sister Yuan taken Master Wen as her mentor? The information on the jade slip revealed that Junior Sister Yuan had been accepted as a registered disciple by Golden Core Master Wen Hehuan a year ago. It is quite customary for Golden Core elders to take on disciples, and such occurrences are not unusual within the sect. 3 months ago, Junior Sister Yuan departed from the sect to undertake a mission at the Qian family fortress of the Cultivation clan. "Thank you, Master." Li Meng bowed respectfully to the Golden Core elder, who promptly returned the gesture. "Nephew, you are too kind." Li Meng said nothing further. He took 2 steps back and turned to leave. Sister Yuan had yet to return to the sect, indicating that the mission had not gone smoothly. Could it be that some unforeseen circumstance had arisen? Li Meng emerged from the door of the archives with a solemn expression. "Let us make a trip to the Outer Affairs Hall of the main peak." The Outer Affairs Hall is responsible for all external matters. Disciples undertaking missions for the sect must register at the Outer Affairs Hall. It is also the place where disciples receive their assignments. "Senior brother, are you all right?" "I am fine, Junior Sister." "Do not let your thoughts wander. Focus on your meditation and cultivation." "Senior brother, I apologize. It is of no consequence. Let us proceed." In the long corridor, Li Meng walked briskly. Suddenly, the voices of a man and a woman pierced the air. Li Meng turned his gaze towards the stone platform at the edge of the cliff. Upon it sat a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, facing each other. Their energies of yin and yang intertwining, their paths converging in harmony. After briefly glancing at Li Meng, they averted their eyes. The practice of dual cultivation is indeed a delicate endeavor. The energies of yin and yang form the very foundation of all living beings. If the couple cannot enter a state of selflessness and tranquility, forcefully attempting to merge their paths may lead to consequences, mild damage to their foundational essence, or, in severe cases, the peril of succumbing to madness. As Meng continued along the lengthy corridor, he gradually distanced himself. Half an hour later, he arrived at the grand plaza of the sect's main hall. Meng soared into the wind, departing with his sword into the distance. Within the inner sanctum, at the Moonwatch Peak, Meng soared through the air, wielding his sword from afar. It is said that the clouds and mist encircling the Moonwatch Peak have parted, revealing a pathway. Meng soared with his sword to the summit, where the pavilion by the lake awaited. Meng leaped down and landed in the courtyard. Upon touching the ground, Meng swiftly made his way toward the door of the attic. Chapter 79, The Golden Light Talisman. Upon returning to the attic, Meng hurriedly entered the study and took a seat behind the desk. Meng opened the system's treasure vault. There were indeed numerous third-grade talismans. However, were there any talismans adept at offensive capabilities? Meng examined the talismans within the treasure pavilion. The power of the Spirit Sword Talisman was commendable. Yet the Celestial Sword Talisman was an even grander artifact, equivalent to a full-force strike from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. However, the Celestial Talisman must not be revealed lightly. Should it fall into the eyes of others, one must ensure their silence. To date, only 2 individuals are aware of his ability to inscribe the Celestial Talisman: his junior sister, Qi Wei, and the venerable ancestor, Nangong Wan. This knowledge was deliberately leaked by Meng in a bid to forge connections. Beyond that, all who have witnessed him wield the Celestial Talisman have met their demise. The upper-tier Spirit Sword Talismans possess decent might, yet they cannot achieve a decisive blow against a Foundation establishment cultivator in a single strike. As for the Fireball Talisman and Iceball Talisman, such rudimentary talismans ought to be classified as first-grade. Meng would not be surprised to find these 2 types among the first-grade talismans. Fireball and Iceball techniques are merely foundational spells, utilized by any self-respecting cultivator. The Spirit Binding Talisman, however, is quite useful, particularly for ambushes and surprise attacks. This talisman has the capability to seal the soul, render the 5 senses inactive, and immobilize the target. The Flying Talisman, an advanced version of the Wind Control Talisman, it serves well for travel. The Rebirth and Bliss Talisman, a means to transcend the souls of the deceased and guide them to paradise. The Ghostly Spirit Sect should harbor a profound fear of such an artifact. Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. He needed to prepare more of the Rebirth Bliss Talismans. In the future, should he encounter anyone from the Ghost Spirit Sect, he would ensure they felt utter despair. The soul banners he had painstakingly crafted could vanish in an instant. Just the thought of such a scene filled him with delight. The introduction of the Golden Light Talisman. All methods are illusory, all methods are real. As words are spoken, the law follows. This was the essence of the Golden Light Talisman, quite impressive indeed, an amulet that embodies both offense and defense. The description of the Golden Light Talisman sparked a glimmer of excitement in Meng's eyes. Such a magnificent introduction, brimming with grandeur and comprehensiveness, truly exemplified the essence of a third-grade talisman, possessing powers far superior to those of first and second-grade talismans. Meng rose to his feet and hurriedly made his way outside. Exiting the study, he entered the adjacent forging room. Meng sat cross-legged on the cushion, his consciousness probing into the storage bag at his waist. To his surprise, he realized just how impoverished he truly was. Meng suddenly realized that he was somewhat impoverished. He possessed less than 10,000 spiritual stones. Although he had an ample supply of medicinal pills and some unrefined elixirs, he needed to reserve these for his own cultivation. Some items cannot simply be acquired with spiritual stones. He had only 5 skins from third-tier beasts. Materials from beasts of second tier and above are not commonplace. Despite having purchased numerous rare treasures at the auction, those treasures were far too advanced and would only be of use upon advancing to the 4th-tier profession. He would have to be frugal. A flicker of anguish flashed through Meng's eyes. The hides of third-tier monsters were indeed precious. It seemed that in the future, one could no longer rely solely on monster hides for the crafting of talismanic paper. There existed a plethora of rare materials capable of producing such paper. For instance, certain types of spiritual bamboo could suffice. A century-old bamboo could yield second-grade talismanic paper, while a 300-year-old variant could produce third-grade paper. Spiritual bamboo was relatively common, and items that could be purchased with spiritual stones were not exceedingly rare. Meng formed a series of intricate hand seals. A pelt of a metallic attribute beast sword from the storage pouch at his waist, hovering above his head. Meng, with a single hand forming a seal, pointed at the beast's hide. A torrent of true fire surged forth, enveloping the beast's skin. The cultivated true fire possesses the ability to refine all things. The following day, in the morning, at Wangyue Peak, atop the summit's pavilion. In the study, Meng, seated behind the desk, held a talisman brush, immersing himself in a state of profound meditation. The essence of heaven and earth converged towards the talisman brush. Meng's hand moved gracefully. The brush danced across the resplendent talisman paper, flowing like clouds and water, perfectly harmonizing. In the fleeting moment of lifting the brush, Li Meng departed from that enchanting realm of imagination. Li Meng opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of murky air. Li Meng picked up the talisman from the desk, nodding in satisfaction as he stroked his beard. Excellent. The task is complete. The golden inscriptions on the talisman emanated a subtle essence of the cosmic Tao. Merely gazing at it bestowed an ineffable sense of profundity, compelling one to delve deeper into its mysteries. Li Meng tucked away the talisman and rose to his feet. Making his way outside. At the summit of Wanyue Peak, the door of the pavilion creaked open from within with a sharp sound. Li Meng, adorned in a golden robe, hurriedly emerged. Departing from the loft, he soared through the winds, wielding his sword as he ascended beyond the peaks. Hehuan Sect, Inner Gate, Yinwei Peak. Atop the peak, a magnificent palace harmoniously melded with the breathtaking landscape. Within a tall pavilion at the summit, a graceful figure clad in a purple palace gown reclined on the bed, feigning slumber with her eyes gently closed. A veil concealed her features, shrouding her true visage from view. Go. A sudden mental transmission jolted Ruoxue awake. Not going. Her languid voice resonated within the chamber. He is your only disciple. If you do not serve as his protector, who will? A flicker of helplessness crossed Ruoxue's gaze as her exquisitely curved form sat upright. What is a 5-element root waste body doing? Foolishly running around instead of diligently refining pills and cultivating within the sect? Her voice was laced with resignation and melancholy. Truly, Master is relentless. Not a moment's respite to simply recline and indulge. She wondered what her master truly anticipated. The mere fact that her disciple could establish his foundation was already a miracle. Even with boundless resources at his disposal, the prospect of achieving the golden core was utterly unattainable. A 5-element root waste body is, after all, akin to a mere mortal. No amount of struggle could alter the inevitable outcome. In the next instant, Ruoxue transformed into a streak of light, darting through the window and soaring from the pavilion. The azure light ascended towards the heavens, vanishing in the mist beyond the peaks in the blink of an eye. Hehuan Sect, Inner Gate. External Affairs Hall of the Spiritual Plant Garden. Li Meng descended with a flourish, wielding his sword as he soared through the air. His garments billowed gracefully, bestowing upon him an air of nonchalance as he alighted upon the corridor outside the Foreign Affairs Hall. Li Meng cast a glance at the relationship list. How is it that there are only 30 points of luck remaining? He noticed that his junior sister Yuan also had only 30 points of luck left. Li Meng's expression darkened, and a sense of unease gripped his heart. It seemed that Yuan Shiji had indeed encountered trouble, likely finding herself in perilous circumstances. The moment her fortune reached its nadir would likely coincide with the moment of her demise. Li Meng hurriedly entered the Foreign Affairs Hall. Brotherly, have you successfully established your foundation? Shueluan, seated behind the desk, gazed at the hurriedly arriving Brotherly with astonishment. Shueluan had not anticipated that Brotherly, facing imminent peril, would actually succeed in establishing his foundation. This event was indeed a delightful surprise. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Merely luck, just sheer luck. Li Meng presented a storage bag to the approaching junior brother Shui. Junior brother, I have pressing matters to attend to. Sister Shui must be on the verge of foundation establishment, correct? As fellow disciples of the Shadow Moon Peak, I neglected to bring a gift during our last meeting, so I thought to make amends on this occasion. Chapter 80, Qian Family Fortress and the Beautiful Woman. Senior brother, you are far too gracious. Junior brother Shui looked somewhat troubled as he gazed at the storage bag in Li's hands. Brother Li is a waste body with 5 spiritual roots, in dire need of cultivation resources more than anyone else. Wait, are you also a disciple of the Moon Concealment Peak? Shueluan looked up in astonishment at Brother Li. No way, has Brother Li also joined the ranks of the Moon Concealment Peak? Brother Li, have you truly become a disciple of the Moon Concealment Peak? Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. He was fortunate to have become a disciple under Elder Ruoxue, and now he stood as a student of this esteemed master. Shui Ryu was a disciple of the venerable Nangong Wan, making her a junior to Li Meng in terms of lineage, as he was a disciple of her disciple. In terms of seniority, Li Meng ought to address Shui Ryu as Shirshu, Uncle Master. Fortunately, within the mountain, merit precedes lineage, so there was no issue in this regard. Nonetheless, it felt somewhat peculiar to refer to her as Shirshu, given that Shui Ryu was still merely a young girl. Li Meng's weathered visage was difficult to articulate. Junior apprentice, please do not refuse. This is a gift from Miss Shui. Li Meng hastily thrust the storage bag into the hands of his junior brother Shui before swiftly turning and making his way outside. It seemed that Sister Yuan was on the verge of collapse. He needed to rush to Qianjia Fort to ascertain what had transpired. There was no time to engage in idle banter with junior brother Shui. Brotherly, on behalf of that girl, I sincerely thank you. Shueluan quickly pursued him, escorting Brotherly through the grand doors of the Outer Affairs Hall. Junior brother, I am departing. Li Meng soared into the wind. Departing on his sword, Shueluan stood outside the Foreign Affairs Hall, gazing at his senior Brotherly as he flew away on his sword. The transformation of Brotherly has been remarkable. Just moments ago, I almost failed to recognize him. It was not until his figure, soaring on his sword, vanished from the sky beyond the peaks that I withdrew my gaze. Lowering my head, I glanced at the storage bag in my hand. How thoughtful of him. This represents a considerable favor. The contents of the bag are ample enough to ensure that the young girl can smoothly achieve her foundation establishment without any lingering concerns. In the Harmony Sect, Outside the main gates, amidst the towering peaks that pierce the clouds, a figure glides through the mists. The mountains on either side swiftly receding into the distance. Meng soared through the skies wielding a geomantic map in his hand. It appears that practitioners of dark arts from the state of Yu are causing trouble. The outer hall of the sect's grand temple was not visited in vain. Meng learned about the Qian family fortress, a sect of cultivators, from the external affairs hall outside the main temple of his sect. The Qian family fortress is situated on the border between the Zhao and Yu kingdoms. The sects located along this border are akin to opportunists, adept at navigating both sides for their benefit. Typically, the alliances of both kingdoms turn a blind eye to the interactions of these border sects, tacitly allowing their dual affiliations. 6 months prior, the Qian family fortress, which is affiliated with the Hehuan Sect, sent a distress signal via a flying sword to seek assistance. Consequently, the Hehuan Sect resolved to dispatch a team of cultivators to the Qian family fortress to ascertain the situation. Elder Hehuan, a golden core cultivator, accepted this mission and sent disciples to investigate. Among the team dispatched to the Qian family fortress was Sister Yuan. The Qian family fortress does not have any golden core cultivators. Its head is a practitioner who has reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Meng tucked away the geomantic chart. With a single hand gesture, a resplendent golden talisman soared from the storage pouch at his waist, swirling around him twice before affixing itself to his back. Meng soared into the sky, his speed surging dramatically. Come. Meng executed a hand seal, and the flying sword he had cast aside suddenly accelerated to pursue him, only to be retracted into his storage bag. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into the horizon. Zhao Kingdom, eastern border, Qianyan Mountain Range. The Qianyan Mountain Range, named for its perpetual shroud of countless undissipated clouds, lies along the frontier between the Zhao and Yu kingdoms, delineated by the allied sects of both realms. Although the mountain range is relatively remote, its abundant waterways and rich spiritual energy render it an exceptional place of spiritual resonance, attracting numerous wandering cultivators to settle within its embrace. Over the course of extensive time, these individuals have transformed the region into a tapestry of cultivation families scattered throughout the Qianyan mountain range. That night, beneath the full moon, a figure stood bathed in silvery light above a forest. Dressed in a flowing yellow robe, he floated gracefully on the wind. Not far away, amidst the woods, a residence stood adorned with red lanterns hanging from its eaves, casting a festive atmosphere that felt distinctly celebratory. Meng squinted as he gazed at the distant Qian family fort, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. Is this truly a fort? In Meng's heart, the fortress is envisioned as a small citadel with towering walls, rather than a grand mansion. After departing from Hehuan Sect, Meng soared eastward on the winds, taking more than half a month to finally reach the Qianyan mountain range. Following the topographical map, he subsequently located Qianjia Fort. Meng cast a glance at the relationship list. Yuan Shimi's luck had plummeted to a mere 10 points. With so many red lanterns hung up, could it be that someone was hosting a wedding banquet? Meng cast a glance around the Qian family fortress. Something felt amiss. It was unusually quiet. Although the place was adorned with festive decorations, an eerie atmosphere lingered. The mansion stood empty, filled only with red lanterns, devoid of any people. It evoked a sense of chilling dread. I am determined to uncover what mischief is afoot. Meng soared through the air towards the nearby mansion, wielding the shrinking Earth Divine Talisman. Unless a nascent soul cultivator intervened personally, even a golden elixir practitioner would not instill fear in him. At worst, he would simply flee to safety. Today, the Qian family fortress exuded an unusual tranquility. The festive red lanterns added a touch of celebratory spirit to the atmosphere. Suddenly, in the midst of the profound silence, a series of rhythmic knocks resonated on the mansion's door. The sound echoed through the night as Meng squinted, attuning himself to the movements beyond the door. As he approached, a peculiar sensation washed over him, a profound sense of dissonance. Meng realized that he had entered a certain formation, likely a rudimentary illusionary array. Its sole purpose seemed to be the disruption of perception and consciousness, without any additional effects. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from beyond the door, light and approaching with increasing proximity. After a few breaths, a creaking sound was heard as the grand door slowly swung open. A beautiful woman clad in a crimson dress appeared at the threshold. Upon gazing at her, Meng's eyes flickered with astonishment. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, adorned in a festive red gown that rendered her reminiscent of a bride on her wedding day. Her long hair, reaching just above her thighs, was partially coiled atop her head, while the rest cascaded casually over her shoulders. The form-fitting attire accentuated the elegant curves of her figure, presenting a vision of grace and allure. Everything about her was visually captivating. Young master? The woman inquired, her expression laced with curiosity as she regarded Meng outside the door. Young master? Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. He could not help but feel that being addressed as young master was rather peculiar, given his appearance. Meng casually performed a respectful gesture. I am Li Feiyu, a disciple of the inner sect of the Harmony sect. The beautiful woman's expression changed momentarily, and she hastily returned the gesture. It turns out to be the esteemed immortal of the Harmony sect. I humbly pay my respects to you. The woman then took 2 steps back to clear the way. Please, esteemed immortal, enter. Li Meng waved her sleeve gracefully and stepped forward into the residence. As she passed by the beautiful woman, Li Meng cast a fleeting glance at the beautiful woman, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The elegant lady closed the door behind her and hurried toward Li Meng. "Esteemed sir, please come in." Li Meng followed the graceful woman as she made her way towards the mansion. What events had transpired at the Qian family fortress? In the lengthy corridor, the two walked in succession, with the woman leading the way and Li Meng trailing behind. The woman's curvaceous figure swayed enticingly as she walked. Li Meng is indeed a paragon of virtue, initially intending to adhere to the principle of not gazing upon that which is inappropriate. However, the allure of the captivating lady proves to be utterly irresistible. Li Meng found himself inadvertently admiring the graceful figure of the beautiful woman. Chapter 81. Exorcising Evil and Upholding Justice. The woman's mellifluous voice resonated. A band of demonic thieves had seized the opportunity to assault Qian family fortress during the dual cultivation ceremony. The family had commanded us to hold our ground and await the arrival of the celestial beings from the Harmony Sect. Fortunately, the celestial beings from the Harmony Sect arrived just in time to repel the demonic intruders. A dual cultivation ceremony? The approaching demonic thieves? A glimmer of derision flickered in Li Meng's eyes. "Where are my fellow disciples?" Li Meng glanced around and casually inquired. He was currently pursuing the fleeing demonic thieves alongside the clan's leader. As they walked, the two passed by a courtyard. In the courtyard stood a red mulberry tree, bathed in moonlight, emanating a faint glow. It exuded an otherworldly beauty. "Have you all slaughtered the people of the Qian family fortress?" Li Meng halted his steps, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the rigid form of the beautiful woman, although he yearned to continue the charade with her. Eager to uncover the intentions of the lurking figure in the shadows, the sight of the red mulberry tree compelled him to act swiftly. Adorned with plump, crimson fruits that appeared ripe and succulent, the tree seemed inviting. However, through the lens of Li Meng's celestial vision, all illusions could be dispelled. Those were not fruits. They were human corpses, suspended grotesquely from the branches. The red mulberry tree was ensnared in a sinister enchantment, siphoning the cultivation essence from the practitioners. The beautiful woman turned, her face radiating a disarming smile as she addressed Li Meng. "Immortal, what do you say?" Li Meng did not afford the beautiful woman the opportunity to finish her words. With a flick of his sleeve, a resplendent talisman burst forth from within, transforming into a beam of golden light that surged towards her. The woman had no time to react. The golden radiance swiftly closed in. A binding talisman adhered to her forehead, rendering her body rigid and her gaze vacant. The talisman upon her brow emanated a faint golden glow. Li Meng executed a single-handed gesture, causing a flying sword to emerge from the storage pouch at his waist. The blade pierced through the body of the beautiful woman. "How dare you!" At that very moment, as the sword impaled her, a panicked and furious shout echoed throughout the mansion. Li Meng's expression turned icy. With a single-hand gesture, the flying sword that had pierced through the body of the beautiful woman returned. The blade severed her head with precision. Her round, lifeless head rolled to the ground, and the headless corpse slowly collapsed. The head came to a rest at Li Meng's feet, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at him. Had she truly met her demise in such a manner? She was filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and the flying sword along with the talisman soared towards him, returning to his storage pouch. He cast a glance down at the beautiful woman sprawled on the ground, her head severed from her body. A flicker of disdain flashed in Li Meng's eyes. Such a handsome facade. With that thought, Li Meng soared through the corridor, landing gracefully in the courtyard of the red mulberry tree. Upon touching the ground, he turned to gaze at the depths of the mansion's sky. There, a peculiar mass of black mist began to materialize, swiftly approaching his position. "You vile wretch, how dare you take my wife as life? I shall strip you of your skin, extract your tendons, and torment your soul day and night, rendering you unable to live or die." Even before the mist arrived, a voice filled with malice echoed from within. Li Meng chuckled softly, sweeping his sleeve with a flourish. He soared into the air, his garments billowing gracefully, suspended by the wind. The practitioners of the dark arts, who slaughtered the innocent and committed unspeakable sins, deserve to be punished. Today, I shall eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. State your name, for I, Li Feiyu, an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect, shall not slay nameless foes. Li Meng declared aloud, suspended in the air. His demeanor exuded a sense of unwavering justice, compelling those around him to applaud. Truly, he embodied the ethereal grace of a righteous immortal. Li Meng cast a glance at the red mulberry tree in the courtyard. Time was of the essence for Sister Yuan. If the present threat posed by the demonic cultivator was not swiftly addressed, not only would her cultivation be entirely devoured by the red mulberry tree, but even her soul would be ensnared by its bindings. How audacious, to be so arrogant at the mere initial stage of foundation establishment. "You are unworthy to know my name, and I shall ensure your demise." The voice amidst the black mist grew increasingly furious. Suddenly, the black mist began to churn violently, revealing countless agonized faces that flickered in and out of view. The wails of the tormented echoed, instilling terror in the heart. "Today, I shall use you as a sacrifice. To perish beneath my banner of 1,000 souls is a privilege you should cherish." The banner of 1,000 souls? Li Meng squinted his eyes. Indeed, it was a practitioner from the Ghost Spirit Sect. Observing the howling wails emanating from the black mist, Li Meng deduced the truth with a high degree of certainty. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls, devour it. In an instant, an eerie aura enveloped the estate, shrouding it in darkness. Countless malevolent spirits surged forth from the black mist, clawing and grasping as they lunged towards Meng. It was laughable. A mere 1,000 souls banner dared to claim the title of 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of a righteous cultivator. Meng gestured with a single hand, causing a resplendent talisman to soar from the storage pouch at his waist. It hovered majestically above his head, and moments later, the talisman erupted into a blinding radiance of golden light, transforming into a miniature sun. The entire residence was enveloped in a luminous golden veil. Meng formed a single-handed gesture, his lips whispering incantations. The ancient and profound sound of the Buddha resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The malevolent spirits that surged toward Meng abruptly halted, their once tormented visages transforming into serene expressions. The sinister aura enveloping them was purified by the golden light, and the vengeful souls gradually dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. In the distance, the dark mist emitted a wretched wail. No, this is impossible. The sacred sound of the Buddha? How could a disciple of the Hehuan Sect possess such divine powers? The voice from the dark mist was rife with panic and disbelief. The black fog, bathed in golden radiance, was swiftly evaporating, akin to water plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil. The dark mist writhed violently. Li Feiyu, you shall pay for this. If I do not avenge this grudge, I am not worthy to be called a husband. The voice, laden with resentment and fury, echoed with pain. The dark mist retreated swiftly toward the east. A mere mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, do you think you can escape? Meng let out a cold, disdainful smile. Deftly forming a hand gesture, he pointed towards the retreating black mist, and a radiant golden talisman shot forth from his sleeve, transforming into a beam of golden light that surged towards the fleeing darkness. Mid-flight, the golden light erupted into an even more dazzling display of spiritual energy, morphing into a 10-zhang-long spiritual sword that soared towards the receding black mist. The powerful spiritual energy emanating from behind compelled the concealed demon cultivator within the mist to glance back. Upon doing so, he was met with a startling sight, a 10-zhang-long golden gung spiritual sword. An upper-grade spiritual sword talisman? Who on earth are you? The golden gung sword radiated a faint yet formidable pressure, resonating with the very fabric of the universe. Go. A pained roar erupted from within the black mist. A colossal skull burst forth, charging towards the oncoming spiritual sword. Boom. The 10-zhang sword collided with the skull, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of black and gold spiritual light. The massive skull shattered, and the spiritual sword dissipated alongside it. Did he truly manage to escape? Meng gazed at the vanishing figure of the demon cultivator, who had disappeared in the blink of an eye. A trace of regret flickered in Meng's eyes. He had originally contemplated murder and plunder, for he was indeed a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and his storage bag must have contained numerous treasures. Yet that individual proved to be exceedingly elusive. His combat experience far surpassed Meng's. Faced with defeat, he abandoned a high-grade magical artifact and made a hasty retreat. Meng formed a seal with his hands, the golden radiance above his head gradually fading away. The resplendent talisman transformed into ashes. This reincarnation talisman, designed for the ultimate bliss, was merely a talisman of moderate quality, crafted from the hide of a second-tier demonic beast. It was a one-time use talisman. Had it been the divine Xiang reincarnation talisman, the malevolent cultivator concealed within the black mist would have been purified upon a mere glance. Even if the person remained unharmed, his life-bound treasure, the 1,000 Souls banner, would surely be lost. Meng descended gracefully, landing in the courtyard. Gazing at the crimson mulberry tree before him, he waved his sleeve with a flourish. Instantly, the space surrounding the tree warped and twisted. The veil of mystery was completely lifted by Meng. The originally vibrant red fruits transformed into human figures ensnared by the branches like grotesque zongzi. Meng, with a single hand gesture, pointed decisively. Go. A flying sword surged forth from the storage pouch at his waist, hurtling towards the fruit of the red mulberry tree. In an instant, a brilliant flash of sword light illuminated the scene, and one by one, the individual dumplings were severed by the flying sword. Meng waved his sleeve with a flourish, releasing the quintessence of elemental energy. The fallen figures of the tree's inhabitants gently descended to the ground, arranged neatly before him. Though nearly 100 individuals clung to the branches above, only a mere dozen were set down by Meng. Meng curled his finger, deftly directing the flying sword to sever the branches with swift precision. As the limbs fell, the true identities of several individuals were unveiled. Among them were 6 disciples of the Hehuan Sect, 2 inner disciples, 1 male and 1 female, presumably a pair of partners, and 4 outer disciples, 2 men and 2 women. Among them were Qian Shidi and Yuan Shimi, unmistakably present. The remaining cultivators appeared to be from the Qian family stronghold. Meng hurriedly approached Yuan Shimi, crouching down to examine her condition. Was her spirit damaged? Yuan Shimi's breath was exceedingly faint, her complexion as pale as death itself. Had he arrived a few days later, she might have indeed succumbed. Meng furrowed her brow and raised her gaze toward the red mulberry tree. This entity is truly peculiar. It possesses the ability to devour the cultivation and spirit of practitioners. Li Meng produced a bottle of exquisite soul revival pill and poured a single pill into Yuan Shimi's mouth. He then took out the flawless rebirth pill and the flawless spirit restoration pill, hastily placing them into her mouth as well. As the several pills were consumed, Yuan Shimi's complexion gradually began to regain its rosy hue. Witnessing this transformation, Li Meng felt a sense of relief in his heart. His gaze then shifted towards his fellow disciple, Xian. A flicker of hesitation passed through Li Meng's eyes. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, a soul-reviving elixir sword from the inn entered the mouth of his junior, Xian. Li Meng cast his gaze upon the other 4 individuals. The revitalizing elixir is indeed a third-tier potion. Although it may not be flawless, utilizing it on them seems rather extravagant. This junior disciple possesses a remarkable celestial demeanor. Perhaps he could be nurtured further. This senior sister also exudes an enchanting grace. It would be a pity for her to perish so soon. Since there is potential for development, let us grant you a reprieve. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. After all, they were fellow disciples. Incurring a minor loss was of little consequence. A small setback now would not matter, for in the future, he would surely recoup his losses from his master's nephew and senior sister. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and 4 soul recovery pills flew into the mouths of the 4 individuals. As for the people of the Qian family fortress, they were not so fortunate. Li Meng possessed only a limited number of these soul recovery pills. The last time, he had concocted a batch for his junior sister Shue'er, which yielded 7 pills in total. Shue'er took 1, leaving him with exactly 6 pills. Sufficient for the 6 disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Li Meng rose to his feet and cast a glance at the lifeless cultivators of the Qian family fortress sprawled on the ground. Without the revitalizing pill, they would remain trapped in their slumber. Li Meng lifted his gaze towards the red mulberry tree. With a single hand, he formed a series of intricate gestures. A cacophony echoed as a succession of fireballs materialized in the surrounding space. This was the most fundamental spell, the fireball technique, a skill that every cultivator mastered. Go. Li Meng pointed towards the red mulberry tree. One by one, fireballs soared towards it, striking the trunk with a fierce impact. Instantly, the tree ignited into flames. The branches seemed to come alive, thrashing wildly in a desperate struggle. Yet, the fire was the nemesis of all malevolence. Burn, burn. The scorching air rushed towards Li Meng, causing him to squint his eyes. And there was also that enchanting yet foul-smelling woman. Li Meng turned and walked towards the corridor. Upon entering the corridor, Li Meng arrived beside the lifeless body of the beautiful woman. Where's the storage bag? Li Meng initially intended to collect some litter, only to discover that the beautiful woman had no storage bag at all. TSK men. Li Meng shook his head. A fiery projectile ignited the corpse, reducing it to ashes amidst the flames. Fire blazed forth. Yuan Baobao opened his eyes, confronted by the sight of a raging inferno. A colossal tree was engulfed in flames, the crackling sounds resonating incessantly. The searing heat was somewhat uncomfortable for Yuan Baobao. Who was he? With a bewildered expression, he sat up. Before the burning tree stood a figure, merely watching the conflagration. The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar, adorned with long, silvery hair. Li Shixiang? No, it couldn't be. How could Li Shixiang possibly be here? Senior brother Li is currently in seclusion. It has been an exceedingly long time since she last laid eyes on him. She misses him dearly. Junior sister, wake up. That person turned around to look at her. Brother Li? Although brother Li has undergone significant changes, he no longer appears as emaciated as before. His physique has become robust, and his features strikingly handsome. Li Meng stepped forward and crouched down, gently rubbing Yuan Shimi's head. Meditate and regulate your breath, steady your mind. Is that really Senior Brotherly? Yuan Baobao stared blankly at the dramatically changed Senior Brotherly before her. Li Shixiang seems to have become even more handsome. Wait, has he successfully established his foundation? Yuan Baobao's face turned slightly red. She shyly nodded her head, elegantly sitting cross-legged to regulate her breathing. Li Meng smiled gently and rose to her feet. The others were also beginning to awaken, as Li Meng had anticipated. The 6 members of the Hehuan Sect gradually opened their eyes. Junior sister, are you all right? The first thing the male cultivator noticed upon waking was the search for his companion. Seeing his junior sister not far away, his face brightened with joy. He struggled to rise, but as soon as he attempted to stand, he collapsed to the ground. Upon hearing the male cultivator's call, the female cultivator turned to him and responded, I'm fine. Li Shi's complexion was as pale as death, and she weakly responded to her senior brother. Seeing that the junior sister was unharmed and everything was well, Ning Changyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He surveyed the surroundings, taking stock of the current situation. Several junior brothers and sisters, all at the Qi refinement stage, were present. The terrifying red mulberry tree was ablaze. Who had set it alight? Who was responsible? Ning Changyuan turned his gaze towards the person standing next to junior sister Yuan, clad in the uniform of an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect. He appeared venerable with his flowing white hair, yet his spirit was remarkably vigorous. He faced the puzzled stares of the Hehuan Sect practitioners with an air of composure. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. I am Li Meng, an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect, and my master is Elder Ruoshui of Wangyue Peak. Although I have driven away the demonic cultivators, we cannot dismiss the possibility of their return. Fellow disciples, it would be prudent for you to meditate and recuperate quickly, so we may leave this tumultuous place. The disciples under Elder Ruoshui, a sense of relief washed over the cultivators of the Hehuan Sect. Yet, Ning Changyuan remained vigilant. I kindly request this junior brother to present his sect token. At this moment, Xin Hao spoke up. Although he was somewhat puzzled by Li Shixiang's presence here, he was certain that the individual before him was indeed Li Shixiang, who had successfully established his foundation. Chapter 83. Li Shi and Yu Yue Ning Shixiao. He is Li Shixiang. My relationship with him and junior sister Yuan is quite close. Xian Shidi's rapport with that Li Shidi is indeed strong. A look of understanding crossed Ning Changyuan's face. I apologize, Li Shidi. It was presumptuous of my senior brother. During these extraordinary times, I hope for your understanding. Li Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard. No worries, no worries. Li Ming waved his sleeve, sending high-quality revival pills and rebirth pills soaring towards the 5 individuals. Rest assured. My fellow disciples, focus on your meditation and recuperation. I shall safeguard your path. Could it be that these are premium elixirs? The 5 recipients hastily consumed the pills, disregarding everything else. They needed to restore their strength swiftly and depart from Qinjia Fortress. 20 affection 100 secondary position experience 30 affection 150 secondary position experience. The system notifications prompted Li Ming to glance at Li Shi and another chi-refining female cultivator named Yu Yue. Confronted by Li Ming's gaze, they responded accordingly. Li Shi gently nodded in acknowledgement, then closed her eyes to meditate and regulate her breath. Meanwhile, Yu Yue cast a charming glance towards Li Ming, playfully winking. Li Ming displayed a faint smile at the corners of his lips. After all, he was a disciple of the Hehuan Sect. It would indeed be peculiar if he were not charming. Li Ming turned to gaze into the depths of the mansion. Should he embark on a treasure hunt? After all, it was a family of cultivators, and there must surely be a treasury or some such place. Of course, it was also possible that it had been plundered by fleeing demonic cultivators. Disciple-ly, they Ning Changyuan observed the group of cultivators from the Qian family fortress. Li Ming turned to gaze at Ning Changyuan. I possess merely 6 soul rejuvenation pills. Soul rejuvenation pills? Ning Changyuan remained silent. He felt no lingering traces of pill toxicity within himself, indicating that the pills bestowed by his junior brother Li were of exceptional quality. This favor owed was indeed substantial. Li Ming cast a glance at Li Shi and Yu Yue. Women truly are creatures of deep emotion. Li Ming flicked his sleeves, casting the group of cultivators from the Qian family into the raging inferno. This scene was witnessed by 6 individuals, none of whom deemed Li Ming's actions to be unjust. Although those cultivators still drew breath, they were indistinguishable from the dead. Granting them a swift end was a mark of respect. The 6 closed their eyes, entering a meditative state to recuperate. Li Ming cast a glance at the 6 individuals seated in meditation with their eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Hehuan Sect, inherently straddling the line between righteousness and malevolence, naturally attracts disciples who are not mere paragon of virtue. Otherwise, the notorious figure of the yin-yang old demon would never have emerged. Li Ming turned around, forming a hand gesture with one hand. A talisman soared from his sleeve, emanating a golden spiritual light, swirling gracefully before him. Is that over there? In the next moment, Li Ming vanished into thin air, utilizing the earth-compressing talisman to journey to the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. Where's senior brotherly? Yuan Baobao, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them to glance at senior brotherly. However, to her surprise, he had already disappeared. Yuan Baobao hurriedly scanned her surroundings. The courtyard was eerily silent, the only sound being the crackling of the burning red mulberry tree. Junior sister, make sure to focus on your meditation, came the voice of Xian Hao from behind. Oh, Yuan Baobao responded, obediently closing her eyes to resume her meditation. Meanwhile, in the treasure vault of Qian family castle, Li Ming gazed at the ostentatious array of treasures before him, his expression one of disbelief. Although there were numerous items on the wooden shelves, they were all of little value, consisting mainly of mundane antiques imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. The reason they emitted such spiritual fluctuations was due to the materials having been crafted from rare heavenly treasures accumulated over decades. Li Ming surveyed the treasure vault, but found nothing of value to take away. Had the vault already been plundered by a practitioner of the demonic arts? Returning empty-handed, Li Ming could not help but cast doubt on the fleeing sorcerer. Perhaps the treasures within the vault had long been seized by him. Reluctantly, Li Ming prepared to leave in disappointment. Is there still a treasure? He noticed that the spirit-conducting talisman had begun to glow once more. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. At Qian family fort, within the spirit herb garden, he initially believed he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to discover it was merely a collection of spiritual plants. Beholding the diverse array of spiritual flora in the garden, he felt a sense of wonder. Li Ming could not find any joy within himself. Although there exists a plethora of spiritual plants, their ages span merely a few decades. Not a single specimen of a century-old spiritual plant can be found. Let us gather them all. With the vastness of Wangyue Peak, it would be perfect to establish a private spiritual garden. Li Meng chuckled mischievously and declared his intent to act. He rolled up his sleeves and ventured into the medicinal herb field, uprooting the spiritual plants one after another. With each plant he pulled from the ground, it was as if the very essence of the land was stripped bare, leaving no trace behind. After a diligent hour or so, Li Meng had thoroughly scoured the medicinal garden. It was time to return. Li Meng contentedly patted his storage bag. The variety of spiritual plants in the Qianjia Fort's medicinal garden is indeed abundant, encompassing over 30 different species. In terms of diversity, it is hardly inferior to the spiritual plant gardens of the sections. Li Meng produced a talisman of contraction, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where the red mulberry tree stood, Li Meng suddenly appeared beside Yuan Baobao, startling her greatly at the unexpected arrival of her senior brother. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed Li Shixiao. "Where have you been?" Yuan Baobao inquired as she approached him, instinctively reaching out to embrace his arm. However, she quickly recognized the inappropriateness of her gesture, considering the presence of others, including Xian Shixiao. She could only blink at Li Shixiao in silent acknowledgement. Li Meng chuckled softly. Stroking his beard, he cast a glance at the 6 individuals who had begun to recover. After wandering around for a moment, he declared, "Let us depart from this place first." Li Shi and Ning Changyuan nodded slightly. The Qian family fortress no longer exists. This place has also become a land of chaos. Let us return to the sect. Li Shi and Ning Changyuan were the first to ascend into the wind, followed closely by the others. The 7 of them soared on their swords, piercing the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished beneath the moonlit night. Behind them, the Qian family fortress gradually receded into the distance. Li Meng, flying on his sword, cast a glance back at the fortress. A cultivation family had inexplicably disappeared. Yet no one seemed to care about the demise of such a family. Even if the Hehuan Sect were to learn of this event, they would not seek to hold the Guiling sect accountable. The situation in the Qianyun mountain range was already precarious. The rise and fall of cultivation families was a commonplace occurrence in this region. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Yuan Baobao approached Li Shixiang on her sword, her beautiful eyes curiously observing the significantly changed figure of her senior brother. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. His senior brother, possessing a modicum of divination skills, had recently been restless, foreseeing that his junior sister was facing a predicament. Thus, he ventured forth from the confines of the mountain to seek her out. "Do you truly possess such skills?" she inquired, a faint blush gracing Yuan Baobao's cheeks. "Did you come specifically to find me? Surely, you are not jesting, are you?" Li Meng gazed at Sister Yuan with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely feigned. Had brother ever deceived anyone? Yuan Baobao's face flushed even deeper. "Indeed. Brother Li would never resort to deception. Senior brother Li has indeed come specifically to seek me out." Chapter 84. My husband, eliminate him. Yuan Baobao's eyes curved into crescent moons. "Senior brother, congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation." Li Meng gazed with a smile at his exquisite junior sister beside him. How should she congratulate her senior brother? Yuan Baobao stole a glance at Xian Shixiao, noticing that Xian Shixiang was oblivious to her presence. Yuan Baobao blushed and cast a flirtatious glance at Li Shixiao. "Senior brother, once we return to the sect, I shall seek you out." Li Meng nodded with great satisfaction. Indeed, indeed. Yuan Baobao's face turned even redder. What could junior sister be discussing with senior brother Li? Xian Hao turned a glance at junior sister Yuan and senior brother Li, observing that they seemed to be engaged in a lively conversation. A flicker of curiosity passed through Xian Hao's eyes. Surely, junior sister must be inquiring why senior brother Li was present here. Not only junior sister Yuan, but he too was intrigued. "Senior brother, it appears to be the spirit vessel of the Hehuan Sect." The moon tonight was large and round, its brilliant light casting a radiant glow upon the world, gently dispelling the darkness. In the distant night sky, a small spirit vessel emerged. The 100-meter-long vessel bathed in moonlight emanated a faint spiritual luminescence. This caught the attention of Li Shi, who was flying ahead on his sword. Ning Changyuan furrowed his brow. Only golden elixir elders would utilize a spirit vessel for travel. Operating such a vessel required a substantial amount of spirit stones, far beyond the means of the disciples from both the inner and outer sections. Could it be a golden elixir elder passing through this area? Let us go and take a look. Everyone follow. Li Shi and Ning Changyuan soared into the distant spiritual vessel on their swords, closely followed by the remaining 5 companions. Li Meng also beheld the celestial vessel soaring through the distant night sky. Li Meng initially had no intention of following along. If the Golden Core elders of the Hehuan Sect were active in the Qianyun mountain range, the safety of his junior sister Yuan and her companions would undoubtedly be ensured, and he would not feel compelled to join this commotion. However, it seemed rather inappropriate to simply depart like this. Li Meng had no choice but to follow. The 7 of them approached the spirit vessel on their swords. "Master," upon seeing the flag on the spirit vessel, Li Shi and Ning Changyuan were taken aback. Their expressions filled with astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the master of the spirit vessel would be their revered teacher. The 7 individuals descended gracefully on their swords, landing upon the deck with an air of elegance. Li Shi and Ning Changyuan promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully towards the upper level of the loft. Disciple Ning Changyuan pays his respects to the esteemed master. Disciple Li Shi pays his respects to the esteemed master. The four individuals behind them followed suit, bowing in reverence. Li Meng also performed a respectful bow but remained silent. Could it be that woman? Li Meng pondered to himself, his head lowered. Yuan Shimmy's master is Hehuan. The same couple who were seated next to him at the last auction of immortal treasures. He had seized the longevity fruit from that couple. Although it could not be termed as a deep-seated enmity, after all, at the auction, the highest bidder prevails. One cannot blame others for losing. At that moment, two figures appeared on the observation deck of the loft. One was a male cultivator clad in a black robe, his expression devoid of emotion, revealing a hint of coldness. The other was a female cultivator adorned in a delicate, pale red palace gown, her attire accentuating her graceful curves. Every movement exuded an enchanting elegance. The female cultivator nestled in the embrace of the male cultivator, lazily observing the disciples on the deck below. What has brought them to such disarray? The disciples' breaths were in turmoil, clearly having suffered a severe blow. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Han Li's eyes. How could he allow others to bully the disciples of his wife? Ning Changyuan's voice resonated. It was a trap set by the Ghost Spirit Sect. The Qian family fortress has long been obliterated, and the disciples fell into a scheme due to a moment's inattention. Were it not for Junior Brother Li's timely rescue, we would have surely been lost, our souls scattered. Han Li's gaze turned towards Li Meng. Among the seven, only Li Meng was an outsider. The remaining six were all registered disciples of the couple. The male cultivators were all registered disciples of Han Li, while the female cultivators were all registered disciples of Hehuan. Hehuan, nestled in Han Li's arms, also looked towards Li Meng. She seemed to have discovered something, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she pointed at Li Meng. My dear, look, even a 5-element root waste can establish a foundation. A 5-element root waste? The 6 individuals on the deck, apart from Yuan Baobao and Xin Hao, all stared at Li Meng in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the one who repelled the demonic cultivators was merely a foundational cultivator with the qualifications of a 5-element root waste. Li Meng, with his head lowered, slightly curled his lip. So what if he was a 5-element root waste? This insufferable woman truly had an eye for the absurd. One day, I shall show you the true might of a 5-element root waste. Li Meng straightened his posture slightly and took a step forward. I am Li Meng, the disciple of Elder Ruo Shui from Wanghua Peak. I have the honor of meeting both esteemed uncles. Li Meng's voice was measured, neither hurried nor deferential. Disciple of Sister Ruo Shui? Hehuan gazed at Li Meng with a look of perplexity, scrutinizing him from head to toe. How could Sister Ruo Shui possibly accept a disciple with a 5-element root that was deemed useless? Husband, I find this hard to believe. Do you? Hehuan flashed a flirtatious smile at Li Meng, then turned to wink at her husband. Han Li regarded Li Meng on the deck with a cold gaze. If the wife did not believe, naturally, the husband would share her skepticism. Hehuan smiled coyly, extending her delicate fingers toward Li Meng. I see now. You must be a demonic cultivator disguised as a disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Otherwise, how could you possibly succeed in foundation establishment with your 5-element root? Only the blood sacrifice method of the demonic path could offer even the slightest chance of success. Her expression was one of amusement as she observed Li Meng on the deck. Husband, strike him down quickly. I detest demonic cultivators. Her fair, jade-like countenance radiated beauty. Yet her words dripped with a murderous intent. The 6 individuals on the deck shifted their expressions, having sensed the malice woven into their master's words. Yuan Baobao quickly stepped in front of Li Meng, looking up toward the viewing platform where their master stood. Master, I have known Li Shixiang for over a decade in the outer sect. He cannot possibly be a demonic cultivator. Master, I can vouch for him as well. Xian Hao stepped forward. Li Shi and Ning Changyuan exchanged glances, bewildered by their master's unusual demeanor today. It felt as though he was deliberately targeting Junior Brotherly. Ning Changyuan bowed respectfully to their master, saying, Master, if Junior Brotherly were truly a practitioner of the demonic path, how could he have used the precious soul rejuvenation pill to save us? I implore you to allow Junior Brotherly to return to the sect with us. Once we return, we can ascertain whether he is indeed a practitioner of the demonic path or a disciple of Elder Ruo Shui. Han Li cast a cold glance at his disciples. What have I erred? As his voice fell, a formidable spiritual pressure erupted from him, enveloping the 7 individuals on the deck. They felt as if their souls were jolted, as though an immense weight pressed down upon them, rendering them breathless. The disciples dared not defy him. Ning Changyuan's face turned ashen as he bowed his head. Beside him, Li Shi clenched his jaw and stepped forward, gazing resolutely at their master on the upper observation platform. Master, Junior Brotherly has shown us great kindness. If you were to forcibly slay him today, our hearts would bear a flaw, and how could we then aspire to the great Tao? I beseech you to reconsider. Should Junior Brotherly truly be a disciple of Elder Ruo Shui, your actions would surely invite severe punishment from the law enforcement hall. I implore you to think twice. Chapter 85. The hatred between 2 women. The repeated pleas caused a flicker of anger to flash in Hehuan's eyes. If that old fool were merely an ordinary inner sect disciple, it would be one thing, and perhaps they would even express their gratitude. However, he was a disciple of senior sister Ruo Shui. Having finally seized an opportunity to exchange a life for a life, how could she willingly let it slip away? If she could eliminate him, Her aspirations would be within reach. My dear, kill him. A glint of madness shone in Hehuan's eyes. Her cheeks flushed as her delicate fingers pointed at Li Meng, in the face of the murderous intent emanating from the two golden core uncles on the upper observation platform. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Meng wore a perplexed expression. Something was amiss. What was happening? Could it be that Tai Nyo's identity had been uncovered? That seemed unlikely. A cultivator at the Shinshao level, adept in transformation spells, should not be able to discern it. Even a Yuanian cultivator could only detect a hint of something unusual. Senior Brotherly, you must flee quickly. Yuan Baobao was on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why does the master wish to take the life of Brotherly, who clearly saved them? Do not be anxious, my lady. Your husband shall avenge you, Han Li declared, locking his divine sense onto the young man on the deck, deeming him merely a trifling early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, no more than an insect. Han Li, Hehuan. It seems you truly wish for your demise. A chilling voice echoed through the night sky. A radiant azure light descended from above with such swiftness that it dazzled the heavens, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the deck. As the shimmering spiritual light dissipated, a graceful figure clad in a flowing purple palace gown materialized on the deck. Her visage was obscured by a veil, rendering her true appearance a mystery. Her voluptuous form, accentuated by the fitted attire, elegantly outlined her curves. Merely gazing upon her enchanting silhouette evoked a sense of awe. With eyes as cold as ice, she regarded the two individuals on the observation platform above. Observing the woman on the deck, Hehuan's expression shifted dramatically. She smiled softly and nestled into her husband's embrace. Sister, do not be angry. I was merely jesting with my junior sister and nephew. Truly, just a jest. Han Li looked down at his wife. Meeting her gaze, Hehuan shook her head. Ruoshui was a consummate late-stage golden core cultivator. Even if they were to team up, they would gain little advantage. Emotionless, Ruoshui turned and walked towards Li Meng, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Li Meng chuckled softly, on the verge of uttering a remark, when his master shot him a glare. Silence, follow me. The words, though stern, were delivered with a gentle tone, with the grace of water riding the wind. He soared into the distance. Li Meng turned to look at his junior sister Yuan and junior brother Xian. Junior sister Yuan, junior brother Xian. We shall meet again at the sect in the days to come. The frightened Yuan Baobao nodded vigorously. Fortunately, senior brother Li's master had arrived. Was that a joke? Just a moment ago, the master certainly did not appear to be jesting. Li Meng turned and soared into the wind, flying towards the distant horizon. As he gazed at the receding figure of his senior brother against the night sky, Xian Hao let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the wife of his master harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards Li Meng's master. Otherwise, she would not have been so deliberately antagonistic towards him. What kind of hatred could compel his master to risk severe punishment from the law enforcement hall in order to eliminate Li Meng? Was it merely because Li Meng was the disciple of Elder Ruoshui? Meanwhile, amidst the boundless sea of clouds, a colossal gourd glided through the mist, leaving a long trail behind it. Within the gourd sat two figures in a cross-legged position, Li Meng and his unconventional master, Elder Ruoshui. Master, is this the gourd used by our junior sister? Li Meng mused. It bore some resemblance, both being purple in hue. Yet, the aura it emitted was vastly inferior to that of his junior sister's gourd. No, it feels so cold. Li Meng squinted as he gazed at the graceful silhouette of his master. It seemed that this seemingly indifferent mentor did not harbor much fondness for him. However, Li Meng could comprehend the situation, for he was rather forcefully assigned to his master by the ancestral figure. The fact that his master had manifested today to extricate him from his predicament was already beyond Li Meng's expectations. It was puzzling. How could his master possibly be here? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Meng's eyes as he murmured to himself. Could there have been some significant event in the Qinyan mountain range? Why does master and Uncle Wen harbor such intense animosity towards me? Bored and seeking answers, Li Meng inquired about Uncle Wen from his master. The revelation that he had, in the past, struck down her most cherished disciple with a single slap nearly caused Li Meng's mind to falter. In just one sentence, a wealth of information was divulged. It became clear that this was the very root of Uncle Wen's hatred towards his master. The motivation for her desire to take his life was quite straightforward: revenge. You took my disciple, I shall take yours, one life for another. As for why master had killed Uncle Wen's disciple with that single blow, Li Meng refrained from inquiring further, daunted by the implications. The reasons were not difficult to surmise. It was merely a matter concerning the affairs between men and women. Undoubtedly, a junior disciple of Master Wen had transgressed against their revered teacher, resulting in this tragic demise. Li Meng smiled wryly. Could this be deemed collateral damage? He had inexplicably become a disciple of his master and, just as inexplicably, a victim of hatred. How peculiar indeed. His fortune was purportedly as high as 4,500 points. By all accounts, he should be blessed with abundant opportunities. Yet, why did it feel as though misfortune loomed overhead? Master, is something monumental about to transpire in the realms of cultivation between the Zhao and Yu nations? The demonic sects of you have been engaging in covert maneuvers for years, evidently preparing for a future event, and that future event seems to hold but one possibility: a conflict among those atop the mountains. The demonic sects of you have long coveted the blood-soaked forbidden lands controlled by the righteous sects of Zhao. That day will inevitably arrive. It is merely a matter of time. The status quo shall not be easily altered. Li Meng's expression was contemplative. The words of the master revealed a wealth of information. In the foreseeable future, the realms of cultivation in the Zhao and Yu nations are unlikely to undergo significant changes. Even if changes were to occur, they would merely manifest as minor frictions and skirmishes along the border, resulting in the demise of a few cultivators and the downfall of several cultivation families. The righteous sects of Zhao and the demonic sects of Yu would hardly be overly concerned. Time trickled by slowly. The colossal gourd soared through the sea of clouds, riding the winds. In that fleeting moment, the clouds vanished, unveiling the boundless expanse of sky and earth. The enormous gourd, bathed in moonlight, disappeared in the blink of an eye beyond the horizon. 7 days later, at the Hehuan Sect, within the inner sanctum of Wangyue Peak, the flight of golden core cultivators on their magical devices was significantly swifter than that of Foundation establishment cultivators gliding through the winds. Li Meng spent over half a month traversing the Qinyan mountain range, yet his return journey took only 7 days. A colossal gourd glided through the winds, drawing near to the moon-watching peak. However, the ethereal waters upon the gourd swiftly vanished into the distance. Chapter 86. The Subordinate Master Who Seeks Wealth. The nurturing sword gourd is bestowed upon you, as a token of my esteem. The radiant light had already faded beyond the horizon. But the voice of my master resonated in Li Meng's ears. Sitting cross-legged upon the gourd, Li Meng chuckled softly, reaching down to caress the nurturing sword gourd beneath him. My treasure, how I cherish you. The nurturing sword gourd lacks distinctions of quality. Its worth is entirely dependent on what the owner chooses to infuse within it. It is called a nurturing sword gourd because it possesses the ability to cultivate sword spirits. Once a sword spirit is born, it can be deemed a celestial sword, endowed with growth attributes. Even a low-grade magical artifact can evolve into a transcendent treasure. Yet, the cultivation of a sword spirit is no simple task. It necessitates not only an abundance of rare materials, but also a significant stroke of fortune. Both are indispensable. Furthermore, the nurturing sword gourd can serve as a flying artifact, autonomously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thereby greatly reducing the consumption of magical energy. Additionally, the nurturing sword gourd functions as a storage pouch, boasting superior capabilities in isolating divine consciousness compared to ordinary storage bags. What Li Meng lacked was precisely such a treasure. Sitting cross-legged upon the sword-nurturing gourd, Li Meng joyfully soared towards the Moonwatch Peak. The clouds and mist encircling the peak parted to create a passage. The immense, sword-nurturing gourd glided into it, ascending towards the pavilion atop the peak. Moonwatch Peak. The pavilion atop the peak. Li Mengfei descended gracefully, his garments billowing as he landed steadily upon the ground. He tilted his head to gaze at the immense, sword-raising gourd in the sky. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile. A humble master is still a master. After all, this master was not chosen in vain. Li Meng clasped his hands, channeling a torrent of five-colored spiritual energy towards the sword-nurturing gourd suspended in the sky. Instantly, the gourd emanated a radiant five-hued light. Its enormous form began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gourd of ordinary size. The now diminutive, sword-nurturing gourd soared towards Li Meng, settling gracefully at his waist. The gourd could not be contained within a storage bag, as doing so would disrupt the internal spatial structure of the bag. Forcing it inside would only result in the obliteration of the storage bag, with its contents being torn apart by the chaotic currents of space. Li Meng chuckled softly, patting the sword-raising gourd at his waist, and cheerfully made his way towards the door of the loft. Upon entering, he proceeded to the study and settled himself behind the desk. First, he would create the 5 elements formation flags. With these flags, he could arrange the magical array. Although an array plate could also be used for this purpose and is, in certain respects, more convenient, it is limited to the deployment of small-scale formations. In contrast, the flags offer far greater flexibility, allowing for both minor and major arrays to be set up. Ideally, the flagpoles should be crafted from bamboo-like spiritual plants, while the banners can be fashioned from the hides of magical beasts. Li Meng's consciousness delved into the storage bag, rummaging through its contents. A flagpole crafted from heavenly thunder bamboo? A long wooden box soared out of the storage bag and landed elegantly upon the desk. Li Meng reached out to open the elongated wooden box. Within it lay a piece of Tianlei bamboo, approximately 1 meter in length, quietly resting. Occasionally, flashes of lightning danced across its surface. This cannot be allowed. The Tianlei bamboo would compromise the stability of the formation. Li Meng closed the wooden box, and with a flick of his sleeve, he stored the long box into his storage bag. Never mind. It would be better to arrange a formation using array talismans. The art of artifact forging is limited to the materials at hand, making it challenging to seek out specific items. Fortunately, talismans can also be employed to set up formations. Among the third-tier talismans, there exists one known as the array talisman, collectively referred to as the 5 elements array talismans. While these array talismans facilitate the arrangement of formations with remarkable ease, their drawback lies in their inability to maintain permanence. Moreover, Talismans lack the capability to autonomously absorb external spiritual energy. To sustain the formation over time, one must infuse spiritual energy before the talisman's own energy is depleted. However, this limitation is not a drawback for Li Meng. The Shenshao talisman possesses the ability to absorb external spiritual energy on its own. Although it cannot replenish its own consumption through this absorption, it significantly extends the duration of the formation's effectiveness. Li Meng once again rummaged through the storage pouch. He had acquired animal hides of the attributes of gold, wood, and earth. However, he still lacked those of water and fire. It appeared that a trip to the market was in order. Gazing into the storage pouch, he noted the meager sum of around 10,000 spirit stones. Li Meng rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. As an alchemist, he found himself in such dire straits, a veritable disgrace to his profession. To earn spirit stones? Li Meng leaned back, sinking into contemplation. The spiritual stones held by the foundation-building practitioners were limited. Earning spiritual stones from them was not particularly challenging, yet it demanded a considerable investment of time. Selling the cultivation resources stored in his spatial pouch at the market could indeed yield a substantial sum of spiritual stones. However, the resources were barely sufficient for his own needs, making such a transaction somewhat counterproductive. While it was possible to convert spiritual stones into more spiritual stones by selling cultivation resources to acquire spiritual stones, which could then be used to purchase spiritual herbs for alchemy, and subsequently selling the resulting pills for further spiritual stones, this cycle would inevitably draw attention. Moreover, spiritual herbs were not readily available. To concoct third-tier elixirs, one required Millennium spiritual herbs. Even if he were to purchase all the Millennium spiritual herbs from the entire Qianbao building, he would likely be able to produce only a few batches of elixirs. Additionally, the alchemical process itself required a significant amount of time. Truly, the pursuit of wealth is fraught with challenges. Li Meng let out a lament. Why is it that when one possesses wealth, the notion of frugality eludes them? Li Meng rose to his feet and walked outside. Never mind. I shall sell the Dingyan Dan. Li Meng pushed open the door and stepped out of the study, murmuring softly. Suddenly, a sharp click resonated through the air. Li Meng once again pushed open the attic door. No, the Dingyan pill cannot be sold. As Li Meng stepped out of the attic, he murmured softly to himself. The spiritual herbs acquired from the blood-colored forbidden land were nearly depleted. It would not be so simple to refine more Dingyan pills. The Dingyan pill is a treasure that enhances affection. It cannot be carelessly disposed of. Li Meng arrived at the large rock by the lakeside. He took out a mat and placed it upon the stone. Then, he settled down on the mat. Li Meng gazed vacantly at the lake's surface, which resembled a mirror. He appeared as though he had lost his very soul. Earning money, no matter the method, is never disgraceful. Suddenly, Li Meng chuckled softly while perched on the stones by the lakeside, as if he had come to a profound realization. As though he had unraveled the complexities of wealth acquisition, Li Meng took out a piece of talisman paper and a talisman brush, swiftly inscribing a series of large characters upon the surface. Once he finished, he meticulously examined his work time and again. After a considerable period of contemplation, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, perfect. Li Meng sheathed the talisman brush, rising to his feet. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, the talisman transformed into a beam of golden light that soared into the heavens. Li Meng formed a hand seal, and the talisman emerging from the mist suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light. Gradually, a few golden characters began to materialize above the summit of Wanhua Peak. Accepting commissions for alchemy and artifact crafting, second-grade elixirs, third-grade elixirs, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures are all welcome, quality assured, elixirs no lower than medium grade. Materials to be provided by the client, fees to be discussed later, triple compensation for failures. Chapter 87. The young disciple about to enter seclusion. The golden characters radiated waves of spiritual energy. Inner disciples passing by were irresistibly drawn to the aura. Streams of sword light surged from all directions. In no time, a multitude of inner disciples hovering on their swords appeared outside Wanhua Peak. The spiritual energy coalesced, resonating with the essence of heaven and earth, unmistakably the work of a talisman master. What talisman master? Did you not see that they are accepting commissions for alchemy and artifact crafting? This peak seems to belong to Elder Ruoshui. Could it be that they are a disciple of Elder Ruoshui? Nonsense. Only golden core cultivators can concoct third-grade elixirs and spiritual treasures. How could a golden core cultivator take Elder Ruoshui as their master? Could it be that Elder Ruoshui has a partner? What did you say? Do not defile Elder Ruoshui. I was merely speculating, not being serious. The inner disciples outside the peak engaged in animated discussions. Although the sect possesses both an artifact workshop and an alchemy workshop, the treatment for artifact and alchemy masters is exceptionally high. Inner disciples dreaming of customizing magical tools is far-fetched. These masters are notoriously aloof. Not only is it difficult to establish connections, but they are rarely seen in daily life. Inner sect, Wanhua Peak. In a certain pavilion atop the peak, Ruoshui, reclining on her bed, opened her eyes. A flicker of helplessness and astonishment flashed within them. Her wayward disciple was up to his antics again. Alchemy, talismans, artifact crafting. Was there anything he could not do? Surprised though she was, Ruoshui felt more bewilderment. Does one person truly possess such boundless energy? The paths of alchemy, talismans, and artifacts. How many cultivators devote their entire lives yet fail to reach the pinnacle? Yet her wayward disciple was mastering all three, each with a level of talent so astonishing that it defied belief. This was undoubtedly not solely due to his physique. 3 days later, Inner Sect, Wanhua Peak. In the courtyard before the pavilion atop the peak, Li Meng reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the warm sunlight. While he appeared to be utterly relaxed, he was, in fact, engaged in his cultivation practice. Although the qi refinement technique progressed at a leisurely pace, it possessed the distinct advantage of not necessitating the traditional seated meditation posture. One could enter a state of tranquility and contemplation in any position. Li Meng is currently in a meditative state, refining the elixir within his body. Cultivation is a protracted journey, even for a practitioner with a celestial root. It requires 3 to 4 decades to progress from the early to the perfected stage of foundation establishment. Li Meng opened his eyes, a glimmer of confusion flickering within them. How peculiar! Why had no one come to his door? 3 days had elapsed since the announcement was made, yet not a single visitor had graced his threshold. This left Li Meng feeling somewhat disheartened. It was rather illogical. Could it be that they doubted his ability to concoct elixirs and forge artifacts? Li Meng's expression reflected a contemplative demeanor. Within the Inner Sect, there were hundreds of foundational disciples. Regardless of their skepticism, it would be reasonable for at least a few to take a chance. The outcome of 3 days without any inquiries seemed illogical. It appears I must find a prop. Li Meng chuckled softly, a clever idea forming in his mind. After all, making money was nothing to be ashamed of. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. Just as Li Meng contemplated engaging in some small ventures to earn a profit, a melodious and familiar youthful voice suddenly resonated from beyond the peak. Upon hearing the voice, a smile graced the corners of Li Meng's lips. Outside the peak, Qi Wei had arrived. She soared through the air on her sword, calling out loudly towards the interior of the peak. At that moment, the clouds and mist outside began to swirl, revealing a passageway leading into the peak. Qi Wei's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she flew upwards, her sword guiding her to the summit. In the yard before the pavilion at the peak, Qi Wei descended gracefully from her sword, her petite figure landing lightly. Senior brother, she exclaimed, dashing over to Li Meng's side. Her small frame leaned against the armrest of the lounge chair, her gaze filled with wonder as she took in the transformed appearance of her once elderly senior brother. Senior brother, you have become quite handsome. Li Meng chuckled softly, reaching out to touzle his junior sister's hair. Indeed. Did she prefer the current senior brother or the former one? Qi Wei tilted her head in contemplation. After a brief moment, her eyes sparkled as if she had found the answer within. She winked at the little old senior brother. Both. This answer delighted Li Meng immensely, and he playfully flicked her forehead. You little clever clogs. Qi Wei's eyes curved into crescent moons, her small hands wrapping around the old senior brother's arm. Senior brother, you can even refine tools. Upon her arrival, Qi Wei had noticed the golden characters floating above the peak. Alchemy, tool refinement, talismans. The little old senior brother seemed to possess an abundance of skills, which was quite overwhelming to contemplate. The thought of memorizing all those elusive concepts filled her with dread. Li Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. I have a slight understanding, just a slight understanding. He replied, once again. Qi Wei smiled gently, finding her little old master brother amusing at times. Li Meng cast a glance at his junior sister. Name, Qi Wei. Age, 21. Fortune, 1800. Cultivation, great perfection of qi refinement aptitude, tying body affection, 80. It seems that during his secluded training, his junior sister has not been idle. Junior sister, are you preparing to break through to foundation establishment? Qi Wei nodded her little head. The master has said that one must not attempt things more than 3 times. It is time to strive for foundation establishment. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and 2 bottles of elixirs flew out from the sword-raising gourd at his waist, landing gracefully on the tea table beside them. These are the elixirs prepared for you by my senior brother. Qi Wei cast a fleeting glance at the elixirs on the table, pouting slightly and grimacing. Senior brother, I did not come to seek elixirs. Li Meng chuckled softly, gently ruffling his junior sister's hair. He understood that she merely wished to see him before her seclusion. Had she not come, he would have sought her out regardless. Qi Wei's eyes curved like crescent moons as she bestowed a sweet smile upon her elder brother. He truly possessed a talent for offering comfort, a balm to the soul. Relinquishing her hold on his arm, Qi Wei produced a small reclining chair from her storage bag. Clambering onto the diminutive seat, she imitated her elder brother's relaxed posture. The pair engaged in light-hearted conversation. Brother, once I establish my foundation, let us visit the Void Temple together. Li Meng turned to gaze at the small junior disciple lounging on the nearby chair. Pray tell, what sort of place is the Confronting Palace? One can ascertain from its name that it is extraordinary. Wait a moment, why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Qi Wei perked up, her petite frame sitting cross-legged, her beautiful eyes fixed upon her elder brother, the little old man. The Confronting Palace is a celestial paradise, reputed to be the abode of a formidable being from ancient times. Its vast expanse is comparable to half the territory of Tianlan continent. replete with abundant spiritual energy and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It is said that there are even legendary treasures of the heavens that emerge from within. Rumor has it that most of the heavenly treasures currently manifesting in the Tianlan continent originate from the Kongming Palace, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. The Kongming Palace opens every 250 years, and there are still 5 years until its next unveiling. Chapter 88. The Kongming Palace and the first deal. Meng gazed at his junior sister with a hint of exasperation. Was it truly appropriate to describe such a perilous place as the Kongming Palace as a venue for amusement? Shouldn't there be a more somber atmosphere? Considering it was a realm fraught with danger and matters of life and death, could the term play truly encapsulate such a grave situation? Yet, on the other hand, one could argue that the junior sister's intention to seek enjoyment was not entirely misplaced. Meng had previously heard of the empty void hall. Each time the hall was opened, the sect would hold an additional internal competition. The top 5 disciples of the inner sect would be granted the opportunity to accompany the Grand Elder to the empty void hall in search of fortuitous encounters. Although the empty void hall is a perilous place, it poses little threat to nascent soul cultivators. If one merely seeks spiritual herbs, remaining in the relatively safe first realm suffices. Little junior sister, is there something within the empty void hall that can assist you in achieving the golden core? Chi-Wei nodded her small head. Yes, I need a very special spiritual herb, which can be found in the first realm. Meng's expression was contemplative. If he were merely to gather spiritual plants in the first realm, a visit to the Void Palace might indeed be worthwhile. He was in need of spiritual plants for alchemy and cultivation. If he could scour the Void Palace, he would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources before forming his core. All right, I shall accompany you then. Chi-Wei's eyes curved into crescent moons as she playfully winked at the little old man, her senior brother. Brother, do you think you can secure a place among the top 5 in the intersect competition? Our master certainly won't grant you any favors. Meng chuckled softly, stroking his beard. He underestimated his senior brother, dismissing the mere intersect competition as insignificant. Chi-Wei smiled subtly, for she had unwavering faith in her diminutive senior brother. After all, he was quite formidable. Her only concern was that he might be overly modest. Should he choose to hold back during the competition, there was a risk he could stumble. It wouldn't do for her to secretly assist him at such a juncture. 2 hours later, the junior sister took her leave. Senior brother, you must not rest on your laurels. That particular item might very well aid you in achieving your golden core. You must strive in your cultivation. Chi-Wei beamed sweetly at her senior brother. With her petite frame, she soared into the air, riding her sword towards the edge of the peak. Watching her figure gradually fade into the distance, he felt a mix of pride and concern. Meng, with a smile illuminating his face, gently stroked his beard. The presence of the junior sister transformed the atmosphere into one of undeniable joy. Could it be the innocence she exuded that brought about such a change? Indeed, that seems to be the case. After all, children possess an unburdened spirit. No, it is more accurate to say they are innocent and pure of heart. Although the junior sister is no longer a child in years, her disposition appears to remain in that youthful state. Meng cast a glance at the silent peaks beyond. Business is indeed challenging. Meng let out a sigh and continued to close his eyes, regulating his breath for meditation. The following morning, outside Wanyue Peak, an inner sect disciple approached on a sword, hovering in the mist. Below, the inner sect disciple Qinfeng called out loudly, I seek an audience with the master to request a custom-made magical instrument. Within Wanyue Peak, in the courtyard before the tower at the summit, Meng opened his eyes from his reclined position. Excellent, someone has finally arrived. Meng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he waved his sleeve. Outside, the swirling mist surrounding the Wanyue Peak parted, revealing a path leading into the heart of the mountain. The inner disciples outside the peak hurriedly soared into the air on their swords. In the courtyard before the pavilion atop the peak, the inner disciples descended gracefully, landing in the yard. Upon touching the ground, Qinfeng caught sight of Meng reclining on a chaise longue, clad in a yellow robe, his hair a silvery white. In the nascent stage of foundation building, Qinfeng furrowed his brow. How could one so inexperienced dare to boast about crafting spirit treasures? Could there be another at play? Although he felt a tinge of confusion and skepticism, he still adhered to the proper etiquette. Qinfeng casually performed a cupped fist salute, casting a glance toward the pavilion. I am Qinfeng, an inner disciple, seeking an audience with the master of artifact refinement. Meng glanced at Qinfeng. What kind of magical treasure does my junior wish to forge? Present any materials you possess. A flicker of hesitation crossed Qinfeng's eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, various refining materials flew from his storage pouch at his waist, neatly arranging themselves upon the ground. Meng gazed at the materials for forging spread across the ground. The skull of a third-tier demon beast, imbued with the attribute of metal, the complete skeletal remains of a third-tier demon beast, characterized by the earth attribute. The hide of a third-tier demon beast, also of the earth attribute, a piece of wood struck by lightning, and a decent quality piece of copper essence. Although the materials were rather ordinary and not particularly rare, they were sufficient for crafting a superior magical artifact. Meng raised his gaze towards senior brother Chen. What type of magical artifact does senior brother Chen desire? Upon arrival, Feng had already contemplated the kind of artifact he sought. I require a protective type of magical artifact. Li Meng waved his sleeve elegantly, gathering the scattered materials for artifact refinement. I shall retrieve them in half a month. Let the expenses be deducted from the materials you have provided, he declared. Feng's expression brightened, for he found himself in dire need of spiritual stones, the essence of his cultivation. Without them, he would be unable to progress. Initially, he had contemplated discussing the matter with his junior brother, but now, such deliberation was unnecessary. I shall not intrude upon the master of artifact refinement any longer, Feng said, turning and soaring into the sky upon his sword, departing swiftly. After all, this was Wangyue Peak, the abode of Elder Ruo Shui of the Golden Core stage. Deception seemed an unlikely occurrence here. He watched as his senior brother's figure gradually receded into the distance on his sword. Li Meng squinted his eyes and stroked his beard. Was he being underestimated? Li Meng chuckled softly, not taking it to heart. This was not necessarily a bad thing. Well then, let there be an additional master of weapon forging named Iron Ox in Wang Yifeng. Li Meng rose to his feet and leisurely made his way toward the attic door. After all, it was his first client. He needed to craft a superb magical artifact with utmost care. Once his reputation was established, he would have no fear of lacking business opportunities. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound. Li Meng pushed open the attic door and stepped inside. Upon returning to the attic, Li Meng entered the refining room. Li Meng sat cross-legged on the mat, opening the treasure vault to peruse the arsenal of magical artifacts. He decided to forge a yellow silk umbrella. The skeletal remains of a third-tier demon beast could serve as the handle, while the hide of the demon beast could be fashioned into the canopy by inscribing 3 array patterns. He believed he could elevate the quality of the yellow silk umbrella to that of a superior grade. The number of patterns inscribed represents the quality of the magical artifact. Typically, a standard artifact bears only 1 pattern. The quality of a magical artifact is contingent upon the materials used in its creation. Artifacts inscribed with 2 patterns are designated as superior artifacts. Above artifacts lie treasures, which can bear between 2 to 4 patterns. Above treasures are spiritual treasures, capable of inscribing 4 to 10 patterns. At the pinnacle are the celestial spiritual treasures, which can accommodate between 10 to 20 patterns. Li Meng waved his sleeve, and the skeletal remains of a third-tier demon beast soared from the sword-raising gourd, hovering gracefully above him. Li Meng formed a gesture with his hands and pointed towards the skeletal remains of the third-tier demon beast above. A radiant quintessence of colors erupted from his being, enveloping the skeletal remains in a sphere of genuine magical flames. Chapter 89. All are fierce characters. The process of refining the demon beast's bones is a protracted endeavor. The time required for crafting tools cannot be equated to that of alchemy. The next day at Wangyue Peak, as the sun gradually descended in the west, a graceful figure approached on her flying sword from a distance. She donned a cerulean robe that billowed elegantly, the fitted attire perfectly accentuating the curves of her waist. Her raven-black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her eyes, shaped like crescent moons, sparkled with a gentle smile, suggesting a delightful mood. Yuan Baobao halted her flight, bowing respectfully towards Wangyue Peak. Outer Sect disciple Yuan Baobao pays her respects to Master Li. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Addressing her seniors felt quite unfamiliar. Yet, in public, one must adhere to the conventions of respect. Yuan Baobao lifted her gaze to the golden characters atop the peak. From afar, she had already spotted those gleaming letters, and a smile graced her lips. It seemed Master Li was in dire need of spirit stones lately. At that moment, the clouds outside the peak stirred, revealing a passageway into the mountain. Yuan Baobao's eyes gleamed with excitement, and she swiftly soared into the opening. In the courtyard before the loft at the summit, Yuan Baobao descended gracefully from her sword, her enchanting form landing lightly upon the ground. Just as she touched down, a click resonated as the door of the loft swung open from within. Clad in a golden robe, Li Meng emerged with a beaming smile. Junior sister, what brings you here at this hour? Li Meng gazed at the pure and adorable Yuan Shimi with a cheerful smile. A hint of shyness flickered in Yuan Baobao's eyes as she trotted towards her senior brother. Senior brother, came her charming call, as Yuan Baobao leaped into Li Shixiang's embrace, her delicate hands tightly wrapping around his sturdy waist. Li Meng chuckled softly, gently embracing the delicate figure of his junior sister Yuan. After a while, Yuan Baobao blushed and shyly withdrew from Li Shixiang's embrace. He gazed at the bashful expression on Yuan's face. Li Meng's lips curled into a faint smile as he reached out to grasp Yuan Shimi's hand, gently guiding her towards the chaise lounge. Li Meng settled into the lounge chair, gazing towards Yuan.